The way home was too difficult, and he was reluctant to let his wife and children suffer. After arriving home, they found that Gao's father was in good health and could live at least another 30 years. Gao Shangjin was very angry and wanted to argue with his parents, but was persuaded by Yin Liya. It's understandable that the elderly want to see their grandchildren, but it's wrong that we haven't been back for so many years. Don't argue with them. Yin Liya knew that her husband had been caught in the middle all these years, and it was not easy. Now that he was back, they should spend the new year in peace. Gao Shangjin was so touched that he hugged his wife and said a lot of sweet words to her. Although Yin Liya is aloof and quiet, she is very polite and sends money and gifts to her hometown every year. This time she brought back a lot of money and gifts, which were given to Gao Shangjin's parents, brothers, and nephews. However, her politeness did not gain gratitude from the Gao family, especially Gao Shangjin's parents. They were resentful of Yin Liya, thinking that their most promising son was abducted by her and was almost becoming a live-in son-in-law, causing them to be laughed at by the villagers. Gao Shangjin's family came back on the 28th day of the lunar year. Until that day, everything was relatively peaceful. Although Gao's mother always assigned Yin Liya to do chores such as washing dishes, sweeping the floor, and doing clothes, all the work was done by Gao Shangjin. Gao's mother felt sorry for her son, and her resentment towards Yin Liya deepened. It accumulated until New Year's Eve. Gao's mother could hardly maintain her face and did not even look kindly upon her granddaughter. On the 30th, Yin Liya did not stop from morning to night. Gao's mother only ordered her around, while Gao Shangjin's sister-in-law and brother's wife were resting nearby. Gao Shangjin was deliberately called away by his father to go to the mountain to visit the grave. Xiangxi. Visiting the graves is not only time-consuming but also physically demanding. It takes at least half a day. Moreover, according to local customs, men are allowed to visit the graves, and women are not qualified. So, Yin Liya and her daughter stayed at home, while her son and Gao Shang went to visit the grave. Left at home, and Gao's mother ordered them around as much as she could, not even sparing the little girl Qian. Qian, go pour out this basin of water. Mother Gao ordered her granddaughter to pour water in a domineering manner, without even considering whether the little girl could do it. Gao Qian didn't want to fall, and she argued, "Grandma, I can't lift it, it's too heavy. You can't even do this little job, what's the use of a little girl like you? You're just eating and not working, you're just a money loser." Gao's mother's anger suddenly flared up. All the anger that she had been holding back for years was directed at her granddaughter. She forcefully put a large basin of water in Qian's hands. The little girl was very smart and dodged it lightly, causing a basin of water to fall to the ground with a bang, splashing all over Gao's mother. "You little girl, have you become so capable? You are just like your mother, not at all like a descendant of the Gao family." Gao's angry mother spoke without thinking and even grabbed her granddaughter and slapped her, who had never been beaten since she was a child, was stunned by the slap and burst into tears. Outside, heard her daughter's cry. She immediately put down the chicken and rushed over. Seeing the red slap marks on her daughter's fair face, she felt cold all over and pulled her daughter behind her. "Why are you taking it out on a child?" Yin Liya looked at Gao's mother coldly. She had also come back when she and Gao Shangjin had just gotten married, but she did not have a good impression of her in-laws. Loving someone and loving their whole family was useless to her. "Grandma called me a money loser and said I wasn't from the Gao family." Qian cried and complained. "Look at your good daughter. She won't do any work. She's so lazy that she doesn't even want to grow hair. She's not as hardworking as our Gao family at all." Gao's mother cursed with gnashing teeth, pointing her finger at Yin Liya, almost poking her eyes. Now that her wicked son is not at home, she must put an end to the arrogance of this city daughter-in-law. Who is she showing off to with that deadpan face all day long? "My daughter is very good and hardworking. You want to work, right? Sure, Qian, go get mom's tools and let's get to work." Yin Liya curled her lips slightly and did not argue with Gao's mother. She hates most is quarreling, wasting time on useless things, so she just gets down to work. Gao Qian's eyes lit up. She burst into laughter, and actively ran to the house to get the tools. Yin Liya glanced at Gao's mother and the sisters-in-law who were standing nearby watching the fun. Her eyes were particularly cold, which made them feel uneasy and not very good. "Mom, I got it." Qian came running over carrying a small box. This box was Yin Liya's toolbox. She carried it with her wherever she went. It could be used to save people but also to kill people. Of course, killing chickens is no problem. "Come on, Mom will teach you anatomy today, and you'll be my assistant." Qian nodded vigorously and agreed loudly. The women of the Gao family didn't understand what dissection was, nor did they know what was in the small box, but they felt creepy when they looked at Yin Liya at that moment. Yin Liya and her daughter went to the rice field outside. She had just bled the chicken, and it was lying on the ground motionless. Rice field refers to the open space in front of the house. It is generally used to dry rice in rural areas, so it is called rice field. All the women in Gao's family followed them out, wanting to see what the mother and daughter were going to do. There was a tattered square table on the rice field. Yin Liya moved it over, placed the dead chicken and the box on the table, and then opened the box. A flash of cold light appeared, and in the box were several scalpels of different shapes. The women from the Gao family felt a pang in their hearts, and a chill ran down their backs. They even took a few steps back, fearing that Yin Liya would pull a knife on them. "Do you know why we have to cut the chicken's neck when killing it?" Yin Liya asked softly. "Because there are blood vessels in the chicken's neck. If you cut the blood vessels and let the blood drain, the chicken will die." Gao Shangjin answered loudly, and even drew inferences from one example. "It's the same with humans. If you cut the artery in the neck, the person will die." "Correct. What other organs in the neck can be fatal?" As Yin Liya asked, she deftly dissected the chicken with a knife. Her hands were as graceful and agile as playing the piano, as if she was carving a great work of art. In a few seconds, the chicken was completely skinned, revealing its bloody body, with a whole piece of hairy chicken skin next to it. "Stop it. That's not how you kill a chicken. You spendthrift woman. Why did our Gao family marry a jinx like you?" Gao's mother cursed angrily and wanted to come over to rescue her chickens. "Shut up." Yin Liya turned her head away and scolded coldly. The scalpel in her hand reflected a terrifying bloody light under the sunlight. Gao's mother was so frightened that she shivered from head to toe and kept her mouth shut obediently. "Mom, it's the cervical vertebrae. If you break your neck, you'll die." Gao Shangjin answered loudly that her grandfather had taught her everything, and she had a very good memory. "Very good. Look, cut from here. Be steady, don't shake." Cut through with one stroke, avoiding the bone. Yin Liya held the scalpel and lightly cut open the chicken. Each cut was made precisely between bones. The cuts were fast and accurate. The tip of the knife was stained with blood, which was dripping from it. Gao Shangjin was wearing a pink cotton-padded jacket and had two small buns with pink hair flowers on them. The little girl was fair and tender, like a glutinous rice dumpling, but at this moment she was staring at the bloody autopsy scene. Not only did he read with great interest, but he also asked questions eagerly. "Mom, is a chicken's heart the same as a human's?" "It's different. A chicken's heart is not as complicated as a human heart." "Mom, do chickens have brains?" "Of course, just a little." Yin Liya answered patiently and cut the chicken head in half to show her daughter what a chicken's brain looked like. "It's so small. Human brains are much bigger." Gao Shangjin watched it very seriously. She really loved watching anatomy. The mother and daughter made the women of the Gao family feel creepy. It was a sunny day, but they felt so cold. Could it be that the ancestors from the mountain had returned? Yin Liya moved very skillfully. She cut the internal organs, bones, skin, and meat clearly and arranged them into 4 piles. Under the sunlight, the 4 piles of bloody things made the women of the Gao family lose their appetite and even feel like vomiting. "Do you understand?" Yin Liya asked gently. "I still don't quite understand it." Gao Shangjin answered truthfully. "It's okay. Mom will show you again." After Yin Liya finished speaking, she strode towards the chicken coop. Before the women of the Gao family could react, they saw her raise her knife and drain the chicken's blood. "A minute ago is now dead." Who told you to kill the chicken?
Stop it.
Feeling sorry for the chickens, overcame her fear and rushed over to try to stop her. Don't move. The knife has no eyes. If it pierces your neck or heart, Huadua won't be able to save you. Yin Liya smiled faintly, and the tip of the knife in her hand was pointed at Gao's mother intentionally or unintentionally. Blood was dripping from the tip of the knife, dripping onto the ground. Gao's mother didn't dare to move. She remembered everything the unlucky mother and daughter had just said to each other, cutting the neck, stabbing the heart, twisting the neck, all ways to kill people. Her eldest son said that this prodigal woman was a doctor, but she didn't believe it. Which doctor taught the child how to kill? This is clearly a killing god. Your mother-in-law, said a few words to you, and you killed all the chickens in the house. What kind of person are you? Our Gao family can't afford to support you like a bodhisattva. I will let Shangjin divorce you later. Gao's mother wanted to threaten with divorce, but Yin Liya smiled and said calmly, Okay, you tell Gao Shangjin that I will kill the chicken before the divorce. She always completes what she starts. If her daughter doesn't understand something, she will teach her until she understands. Gao's mother watched Yin Liya dissect a chicken in the same way, but her stupid granddaughter still didn't understand, so Yin Liya went to catch another chicken. No matter how she scolded, Yin Liya remained indifferent, and her knife was still fast and accurate. Gao's mother wanted to call other daughters-in-law to help subdue this spendthrift woman, but they couldn't. Others are also afraid of death. The knife has no eyes. If it stabs them, their deaths will be in vain. At this moment, the Gao family had completely lost the festive atmosphere of the new year and had turned into a murder scene. Gao's mother and daughters-in-law watched Yin Liya slaughter all the chickens and ducks in the house for the whole morning, leaving not a single one. Has Grandpa ever dissected a pig for you? Yin Liya asked. No, Mom, I want to see it. Gao Shangjin's eyes were shining, and she was extremely happy. Yin Liya smiled and walked towards the pig pen. Stop, God, please strike her with lightning. She has killed all the people in the family. We can't live like this anymore. Gao's mother sat on the ground, beating her chest and stamping her feet, crying out to the sky. Aren't you and your sister-in-law and brother-in-law still alive and well? Yin Liya spoke in a dissatisfied tone and swept her cold eyes over her sisters-in-law, scaring them so much that they all hid in the house, like a cat behind the door, not daring to come out. Although Gao's mother cried very sadly, Yin Liya was unmoved and still slaughtered the remaining pig of the Gao family. She cut quickly and severed the pig's carotid artery with one stroke. Blood spurted out, covering the walls and the floor, like a murder scene. After the pig fell to the ground, Yin Liya dragged the body out. Fortunately, the pig weighed only about 100 pounds and was not fat, so she dragged it out easily. Rinsing it with water, she began the dissection. Gao Shangjin on the mountain always felt a little uneasy. After visiting the grave, he walked down the mountain very fast and was the first to arrive home. When Gao's mother saw him, she cried out in agony, Look at the good wife you married, but now she has ruined all the livestock in the house. Not a single one has survived. Oh my God, we can't live like this anymore. Grandma, there is another cow. Gao Shangjin seriously corrected her, saying that Grandma always liked to exaggerate, which was a really bad habit. Gao Shangjin was given a headache by his mother's crying, and the first thing he saw was the slap mark on his daughter's face. His daughter's pretty little face was swollen. Who hit me? Gao Shangjin was furious. Who was the jerk who hit his daughter, whom he couldn't even bear to scold? My grandmother beat me. She also called me a money loser and said I was not from the Gao family. Dad, why am I not from the Gao family? Gao Shangjin looked at her father with tears in her eyes and asked while sobbing. Your grandma is talking nonsense. Don't listen to her. Gao Shangjin suppressed his anger and hugged his daughter with heartache. Looking at her from a closer distance, the slap marks on the little girl's face were even more shocking, and he really wanted to beat up a few people to vent his anger. You definitely can't beat me. Even if I'm not your mother, I'm still his mother. You can't beat your sister-in-law or your brother's wife either. There are differences between men and women. So, as soon as Gao Shangjin's brothers returned home, they were beaten up by him, and Gao's father and mother couldn't pull them away. Gao Shangjin beat them like it was a game. The Gao family celebrated this spring festival with great fanfare. The happiest ones were the Gao family's children, who had never eaten so much meat before. There were also many smoked sausages and bacon on the fire pit, enough to eat for the whole year. The Gao family members all complained that Yin Liya was too vicious, but Gao Shangjin said, "Qian, I couldn't bear to touch her finger, but you slapped her so hard. How could Liya not go crazy? She was kind enough, and even left you a cow." His treasonous words almost sent Gao's father and mother away. Although they were very angry, Gao's parents did not dare to scold them anymore. Among the 3 sons in the family, only the second son, Gao Shangjin, was the most promising. If they really annoyed off the second son, who would they rely on when they get old? In the following days, the Gao family was very polite to Yin Liya and her daughter. They didn't dare to ask them to do any work, and they even served the meal to them. It was during this trip back home that Gao Shangjin discovered his daughter's true hobby. He counseled himself for 3 months, but still couldn't figure it out, so he came to Lu Yi to drink. "Your parents are really terrible." After listening to this, Lu Yi felt disgusted with Gao Shangjin's parents. "It's not that great, but after all, she gave birth to me, so I'll just go back less often in the future." Gao Shangjin was not angry, and he did not have such deep feelings for his parents. He was the second child in the family and had not been well liked since he was a child. If he had not joined the army but stayed in his hometown, he would definitely still be the son his parents disliked the most. You should be thankful that Qian has a special hobby. If you were an ordinary little girl, you would only be bullied if you met parents like yours. Wan Qiqi told a heartbreaking fact. Gao Shangjin's expression changed. He had never thought about this before, and it sounded reasonable. Liya hadn't shown that skill that day. Both mother and daughter would have been bullied to death. Girls still have to be strong. After all, you can't protect Qian all her life. When she gets married in the future, if she encounters parents-in-law like your parents, she will definitely be bullied if she is soft-hearted. Wan Qiqi advised again. "I will never agree to Qian marrying into that kind of family." Gao Shangjin suddenly got angry. Why should his carefully raised daughter marry into that kind of family and suffer? No way. Dr. Yin was also raised with great care by her parents, but she still married you.
Lu Yi retorted.
Gao Shangjin was silent for a long time and finally figured it out. Lu Yi and his wife are right. The most important thing is that their daughter lives a good life. He should not impose his own preferences on his daughter. If I have a daughter in the future, I will support her in whatever she wants to do. Lu Yi made a bold statement that he wanted to be the most open-minded father in the world. Killing and arson are not acceptable. We must have principles. Wan Qiqi corrected. Of course, our daughter is definitely the most beautiful, smartest, and cutest person in the world. Lu Yi praised his daughter, who is not even there yet, to the sky. I don't like what you said. My daughter Qian is also very pretty, smart, and cute. She is no worse than your daughter. Gao Shangjin was unhappy. He felt that his daughter was the most beautiful, smartest, and cutest girl in the world. The daughter looks like her father. I'm much prettier than you. My Qian is just like my mother. Then my Qiqi is prettier than your cousin. Nonsense. I think my cousin is prettier than your cousin. You're talking nonsense. The fact is that my cousin is prettier than your cousin. 2 men, aged 60 in total, were fighting fiercely over a little girl who hadn't even formed an egg cell yet. Wan Qiqi rolled her eyes, too lazy to care about them, and fed the baby. The next day was the weekend, and Lu Jiafeng brought his girlfriend back. Wan Qiqi's family went over for dinner and to meet their future brother and sister-in-law. Cui Xiongwei and Lu Yuanchao were also there. They are now classmates and often play together on weekends. They were almost at the Lu family's gate. Lu Yi put Potato Baby down and let him walk by himself. Little Potato ran happily with his short legs at a very fast speed into the yard and met Cui Xiongwei, who was sitting in the yard basking in the sun. Auntie, Little Potato ran over happily. He still remembered his beautiful aunt. "Baby, you've grown so big? Haha, come and give Uncle a hug." Cui Xiongwei happily picked up Potato. He hadn't seen the little guy for several months. He had grown a lot and was growing really well. "Auntie," Potato rubbed against him happily and kept barking. "What did he call me?" Cui Xiongwei didn't understand and asked Lu Yuanchao next to him. "I call you Auntie. I told you that my Potato treats you as a woman." Lu Yuanchao smiled particularly wickedly. He was a little jealous at first because his nephew did not kiss him, his biological uncle, but kissed a stranger instead. Now, he felt balanced. "Auntie!" Potato cried out again, and his cry was particularly loud and clear. Cui Xiongwei understood this time, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He gritted his teeth and corrected. "Call me Uncle." "Auntie." "Uncle." "Auntie." The two stubborn guys, one big and one small, stared at each other, neither refusing to give in. "Potato, call me Uncle." Lu Yuanchao also came to join in the fun, wanting to hear his nephew call him Uncle. Potato looked at him seriously and called out clearly, "Uncle." Lu Yuanchao laughed out loud. Cui Xiongwei's face suddenly turned dark, and he was angry at himself for being fat. Third update completed. Good night. Wan Qiqi found it funny and asked, "Has Lu Jiefeng's partner arrived?" "I went shopping." As Lu Yuanchao answered, he picked up little Potato, put it on his shoulders, and prepared to take him out for a ride. Louis often plays this game with his son at home. Potato pats his uncle's head very skillfully and shouts happily, "Come on, Uncle will take you out to play." Lu Yuanchao grinned. His little nephew was so sweet and cute, so funny. "Play." The Potato bounced up and down on his shoulder, making a particularly loud sound. Lu Disheng walked out of the house, and when he saw his grandson, he smiled so hard that his teeth showed. His dark face became kind, and he reached out his hands to hug the little guy.
"No, play."
Potato Baby couldn't speak coherently yet, only 2 words at most. He twisted his sturdy little body to avoid his grandfather's hand. He wanted to ride his uncle's big horse to go out and play. "Your uncle is not stable. Grandpa will take you out to play." Lu Disheng glared at his youngest son, signaling him to be sensible and give up his grandson. "Your grandpa's arms and legs are old and not flexible, so your uncle will take you to play." Lu Yuanchao walked over with a smile, holding the Potato Baby on his shoulders with both hands, and the uncle and nephew ran out happily. "Wait for me." Cui Xiongwei, who was angry about the fat man, chased after them, and soon the 2 adults and 1 child were far away. "You jerk, come back and clean up." Lu Disheng cursed while gritting his teeth and stretched his old arms and legs. He felt pretty good about himself. When he played basketball yesterday, a group of young guys were no match for him. Through the house, Xiao Duan was preparing lunch in the kitchen. He was a good cook and had been in charge of Lu Disheng and Mo Qiufeng's meals for the past 2 years. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and Lu Jiefeng and the others had not returned yet. Lu Yuanchao and Cui Xiongwei took Potato Zai for a walk around the courtyard and came back. The little guy's mouth was bulging with biscuit crumbs around it, and his 2 fat paws each held a biscuit, and his pockets were also stuffed full. "Someone else gave it to me." Lu Yuanchao grinned with joy. As an uncle, he finally enjoyed the blessing of his nephew and got a lot of food along the way. Little Potato is white and chubby, a pretty and adorable little cub that everyone wants to hug. Moreover, Potato has a sweet mouth and will obediently respond to whatever you call him. He makes everyone he meets on the road very happy, and they generously give him all kinds of food. "Auntie, eat." Potato Baby kept stuffing the biscuits in his hand into Cui Xiongwei's mouth. "Call me Uncle." Cui Xiongwei continued to correct her persistently, saying that he was a real man and absolutely could not call her aunt.
"Auntie."
Potato opened his big clear eyes, cried in a baby voice, and persistently stuffed the biscuit in his hand into Cui Xiongwei's mouth. Were full of milk flavor and tasted very good. Cui Xiongwei liked them very much. He looked at the white and cute little potatoes, sighed helplessly, and accepted the title of Auntie. Potato is still small, so it is normal to call it wrong. Wait until it grows up a little and correct it, and it will definitely be corrected. Cui Xiongwei comforted himself and soon felt better. He happily enjoyed the gift from his son. The cookies were really delicious. Potato, where's mine? Lu Yuanchao was jealous and opened his mouth wide waiting for his nephew to feed him. Potato Baby tilted his head, looked at his uncle for a few times, and stuffed the biscuit in his other hand into his hand.
Good.
Lu Yuanchao ate the biscuits happily, with his mouth almost stretched to his ears.
Dad.
Potato turned his body and opened his arms towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it and ate the biscuits his son gave him. Then it was Wan Qiqi, and then Lu Disheng, without leaving any behind. Actually, Lu Disheng doesn't like sweets, but since his grandson gave him these, he ate them with gusto. He was reluctant to finish them all at once, so he nibbled on them bit by bit, eating more gracefully than a woman. Bai Fengshou appeared at the door holding a bag. He had just returned to his hometown and brought some local specialties and some millet cakes for Lu Disheng. Uncle Lu, this is millet cake made by my family. Bai Fengshou was very respectful. According to the seniority on Mo Qiufeng's side, he should call Lu Disheng grandpa, but if according to the seniority on Wan Qiqi's side, he should call him uncle. Mo Qiufeng told him to just call him uncle, no need to call him grandpa. Haha, I'm craving this. Would you like to have Fengshou with me? Lu Disheng accepted the millet cake and asked Xiao Duan to fry it for him. No, my grandma has cooked dinner and will eat it when I get home. Bai Fengshou politely declined and said to Wan Qiqi, I also brought some baba for you. I will send it to you later. No, I'll get it later. How's your work going? Wan Qiqi asked with concern, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a while. It's okay. My boss told me to go on a business trip in a while, but I don't know where I'm going. Bai Fengshou at this moment is completely different from before. He is now confident and sunny, and his previous timidity and inferiority have completely disappeared from him. His antique craftsmanship became more and more mature, and he was valued in the unit. His leaders and colleagues valued him very much. Bai Fengshou felt his own value. Although he was still a landlord, he could now create value for the country, and he was a useful person. Work hard. And once you settle down and get married, your life will get better and better. Lu Disheng said with a smile. I am still focusing on work and not worrying about personal issues. Bai Fengshou was a little shy, but his tone was firm. He was not considering marriage for the time being and would wait until his career was more successful. We're back. Lu Jiefeng shouted from a distance. His voice was particularly loud today, so loud that the whole compound could hear it. I'm back from liberation. Is this girl your girlfriend? The neighbors were all alarmed and ran out to see what was happening. They were all quite surprised to see the young man leading a beautiful, well-educated girl back. Yes, my boyfriend is Ying, an engineer. Lu Jiefeng puffed out his chest, prouder than a crowing rooster. In fact, he wanted to say that he was a radio expert, but Ying asked him to be low-key, so he could only say engineer. Ying smiled politely at the neighbors. She is about 165 centimeters tall, with short hair, fair skin, delicate features, and a pretty face. She is not particularly beautiful, but has a scholarly air. This girl exudes bookishness from head to toe, and you can tell at first glance that she is a rational and introverted intellectual. You are already an engineer at such a young age. It is true that women hold up half the sky. It is a blessing for you to be liberated. The neighbors were all happy for Lu Jiefeng and looked at Ying in a different light. Of course. I have always been blessed. Lu Jiefeng was very proud. He thought so too. Now he even feels that he was so blind before. How could he think that a shallow and vain woman like Su Lina was good and even regarded that kind of woman as a treasure? Fortunately, he went to the frontier to broaden his horizons and found such a smart and capable partner like Ying. Keep a low profile. Ying reminded him in a low voice, and Lu Jiefeng immediately stopped smiling and turned serious. In addition, he looked quite dignified in his military uniform. Wan Qiqi twitched her lips. It was true that Lu Jiefeng made up for what he lacked. He had no brains, but the person he found was quite smart. Neighbors, Ying and Lu Jiefeng returned home. When Lu Disheng saw them, he went back to sit in the living room. He had to act like an elder. Hello, Uncle Lu. Hello, brother and sister-in-law. After Buying entered the house, he greeted everyone one by one and even gave little Potato a red envelope, which was very polite. Okay, Xiaobi, please sit down. Lu Disheng always had a smile on his face, because if he didn't smile, his face would look dark, and he was afraid of scaring his future daughter-in-law. Wan Qiqi made some tea, and Buying stood up and took it with both hands. Buying was not very good at speaking, so Lu Disheng asked all the questions, and she answered them. Your father and I have known each other for decades. I never thought that you and Jiefeng would get along so well. It's really a rare fate, Lu Disheng said with a smile. My dad said the same thing. Buying couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Her father first found out about Lu Jiefeng's identity. He was actually against it because he disliked Lu Jiefeng for being too stupid and a greenhorn. However, her father could never make decisions for her, so the old man just made a fuss for a while and finally agreed. Lu Disheng got such a good deal. Stupid was the nickname her father gave to Uncle Lu, and he also said that Lu Jiefeng was also a stupid person, so she married into a stupid family. Dad, Uncle Bai said your nickname is Bongchue, is that true? Lu Jiefeng asked curiously. He and his future father-in-law had been getting along very well since they had a drink together. His father-in-law, under the influence of alcohol, told him many embarrassing stories of the old man in the past, which made him very happy. No, you heard it wrong. Buying glanced at him. You heard it right, your dad said that to me when we were drinking, and he even called me a little idiot. Lu Jiefeng was very honest and told all the secrets he had with his future father-in-law while they were drinking. Haha, stupid, this nickname really fits your personality. Cui Xiongwei suddenly burst into laughter, and laughed so hard that tears came out. Lu Yuanchao didn't want to laugh at first, but seeing him laughing so happily, he couldn't help but laughed along. Potato Baby looked at his aunt, and then at his uncle. Although he didn't know what they were laughing at, he laughed along with them. The smile on Lu Disheng's face gradually disappeared. He gritted his teeth and glared at the three idiots, two of whom were his own children. Lu Jiefeng touched his nose, then realized what was happening belatedly and muttered, I think a mallet is good. If you don't have one, you won't be able to wash clothes clean. Shut up. Unable to bear it any longer, glared at him, and Lu Jiefeng immediately shut up and said nothing. Uncle Lu, I heard that you like to eat fish. These dried fish are smoked by my mother. They taste very good. Bai Ying changed the subject. She was afraid that Lu Disheng would explode if they continued talking about Bongchue. Her father said that her future father-in-law was a powder keg that could explode at any time, but he was also a good person. He was simple-minded and easy to deal with. Thank your mom for me. Xiaobi, you are so smart and capable. Why did you choose Jiefeng? Lu Disheng asked directly. After meeting Bai Ying in person, he felt that his stupid son was not worthy of her. In the past, I thought that maybe Bai Ying lacked some appearance flaws, so she chose his stupid son. But now this girl is very pretty, has a good family background and abilities, and there are many outstanding young men for her to choose from. There is really no need for her to marry his stupid son. What's wrong with me? It means I'm attractive. Lu Jiefeng said angrily. You have the charm of a mallet. Lu Disheng snorted coldly. He was not a fool, but his stupid son was the real fool. Banger. Potato, who was standing on a stool, listened very carefully, then suddenly shouted loudly. Lu Yuan, who was still sitting next to him, slapped him and shouted, Stupid. He patted Cui Xiongwei, who was sitting on the other side. Stupid. The pronunciation is clear and the pronunciation is very accurate.
Petato, no.
Wan Qiqi picked up the little guy and quickly corrected him. Otherwise this jerk would call everyone he saw a jerk a fool. Mom, you're stupid. Baby Potato shouted happily. He didn't know what Bongchue meant, but since his grandfather and uncle were talking about it, he learned it. I beat you like a club. Wan Qiqi slapped Zai Zai hard on the butt. The jerk was disobedient, so he was beaten. Potato Baby pursed his lips, tears flashing in his big eyes, and he didn't dare to say anything about idiot anymore. Children don't understand anything. Just talk to them and reason with them. There's no need to hit them so hard. Lu Disheng felt so distressed watching this. It hurt his heart to see his grandson being beaten. I am your biological mother. I cannot be killed. Wan Qiqi replied lightly that the old man was indeed not suitable to take care of grandchildren. Lu Dixing didn't care about his son, but wanted to interfere in every detail of his grandson's affairs. Ying smiled. She liked Wan Qiqi's personality, and it would definitely be pleasant to get along with her. Was settled thanks to Potato's interference. Seeing that his silly son was much more obedient in front of Ying than in front of him, Lu Dixing felt a little jealous, but still relieved. With the ready-made example of Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi, Lu Dixing now feels that it would be a good idea to marry a daughter-in-law who can control his son. The eldest son used to be crazy, but he has become much more normal since he got married, and their relationship between father and son has also improved a lot. The second son is silly and simple, but he has a smart and capable wife to help him, which is pretty good. You are both not young anymore. Isn't it time to file a marriage report? After Lu Dixing felt relieved, he immediately urged the marriage. There is one thing I need to make clear to you in advance. My health is not very good, and I may have trouble having children. I will take medicine to regulate my condition after we get married, but I cannot guarantee the results. Ying spoke in a very serious tone. Lu Jiefeng on the side kept winking at her, but she pretended not to see it. Her parents also told her not to tell anyone, and to wait until after marriage and take medicine to slowly recuperate. Maybe she could get better, and if that didn't work, she could tell anyone else. She knew that her parents were worried that after Lu Dixing found out, he would oppose her and Lu Jiefeng being together. Even if they opposed, it was understandable. But marriage was a matter between her and Lu Jiefeng, and it was useless for Lu Dixing to object. But she had to say what she needed to say. She didn't want to have to face Lu Dixing's urging to have a baby after marriage. It was very annoying. The smile on Lu Dixing's face froze, and he asked, "What did the doctor say? What's wrong?" "I was born prematurely and have been weak since childhood. My parents raised me with great difficulty. The doctor didn't say that I would never be able to give birth. I just need to be nursed back to health." "Uncle Lu, don't be too pessimistic. There is a 50% chance that I can recover. There is still great hope." Ying is quite confident in herself. She likes children, so she will actively cooperate with the doctor and exercise. The result will definitely not be too bad. Just like when she was a child, everyone said she couldn't be raised, but she still grew up stumbling and growing up, and she is doing well. Lu Dixing forced a smile, but his heart was heavy. How much hope can there be with 50%? He is not that easy to appease. And when the doctor said 50%, he was largely comforting the patient. In fact, it might not even be 50%. Lu Dixing's joy was instantly frozen. He had originally thought that he would be able to hold his grandson in his arms next year, but his joy was in vain. He couldn't help asking, "Aren't you afraid that I will object to you two being together if you tell me this?" "What's the point of you objecting? It's not you who's getting married, it's me who's getting married." Lu Jiefeng retorted carelessly. It was him who was getting married. "Shut up." Lu Dixing took out all his anger on his silly son. Lu Jiefeng wanted to argue a few more words, but after Ying looked at him, he shut up obediently. "Uncle Lu, I'm telling you this now because I don't want to deceive you, and I'm also telling you the truth in advance so that you don't have too high hopes and get disappointed. Besides, as Jiefeng said, marriage is a matter between the two of us, and your objection is useless. Jiefeng and I are already adults, and we have the freedom to marry, which is granted by law." Ying spoke calmly and without any inferiority complex. Wan Qiqi admired her confidence very much. Even if a woman cannot give birth to children, she still has the freedom to have a normal marriage and love. As long as she makes it clear to the other party and does not hide anything, there is no need to feel inferior, and she should not endure humiliation from others because of this. Just like what happened to Zhang Qingfeng in the past. It was clearly the man's problem, but due to the backward medical technology of the Township Health Center, a common gynecological inflammation was diagnosed as infertility. As a result, Zhang Qingfeng was branded as a barren woman for many years. If it weren't for her strong character, she might have been forced to death. "You guys have so many ideas. Why are you asking me?" Lu Disheng was a little angry and said something angrily. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. You don't have to make the decision.
Being corrected.
Girls in science and engineering cannot tolerate ambiguity in their use of words. They must be precise. Lu Disheng became even more upset. He seemed to see the shadow of Ruan Qiqi in Beijing. The boss and Ruan Qiqi had made him angry in the same way back then. Dad, medicine is very advanced now. There won't be any big problem. Ruan Qiqi comforted. After Beijing gets married, the medicinal herbs in her space will definitely be able to be used properly. Lu Disheng forced a smile and was in no mood to chat anymore. It was time for dinner, and Xiao Duan had already prepared a large table of dishes that were all delicious and beautiful. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much except Lu Disheng, who had no appetite at all. After dinner, Lu Jiefeng sent Beiying back to the guest house, and they would go back to school together tomorrow. After they left, Lu Disheng no longer concealed his feelings and sighed. Qiqi, do you think this Xiaobi is looking for Jiefeng on purpose? Lu Disheng has some conspiracy theories. Beiying is good in everything except that she can't have children. Could it be that this is the reason why she chose a stupid son? That's really not necessary. Beiying isn't that kind of person. Besides, she just has difficulty in giving birth, not that she can't.
Don't think too much about it.
Ruan Qiqi understood what he meant. She could understand that Lu Disheng still had old ideas in his heart. When Lu Yi came to visit him, he was furious. Now it was indeed a bit difficult for him to accept a daughter-in-law who had difficulty conceiving. Lu Disheng sighed again. Xiao Bai is a good girl. Why doesn't she have a good body? Oh, if she had a healthy body, she would have joined the army, and my brother wouldn't have met her. Who was playing with potatoes shouted. Yes, this is called fate. Cui Xiongwei was also playing with Zai Zai and joined in loudly. You know nothing. Lu Disheng was in a bad mood. These two idiots knew nothing and couldn't understand his feelings at all. Why don't I understand? It's just about carrying on the family line. The Lu family still has me. I'll find a partner who can give birth to 7 or 8 children for you. Even riding a horse can crush you. Lu Yuanchao snorted. He was not the Lu Yuanchao of the past. He was very smart now and knew everything. Lu Disheng was so angry that he laughed, pointing outside and said, Why don't you bring your partner home? You are already 21 years old. Where is your partner? Why rush? I'll bring it back to you sooner or later. Although Lu Yuanchao felt guilty, he still stiffened his neck and spoke even louder. Lu Disheng sneered and was too lazy to pay any more attention to these two idiots. Lu Jiefeng came back, and Lu Disheng glared at him without giving him a good look. Beiying and I are planning to get married in the second half of the year. Lu Jiefeng said loudly. Lu Disheng had a sullen face and said nothing. Lu Jiefeng didn't care about him. Since he didn't say anything, it meant he agreed. If Beiying really can't give birth to a child, can you live with her forever? You are still young and immature. It is difficult for a family to survive for a long time without children. Lu Disheng advised earnestly that he did not dislike Beiying, but was stating the truth. Children are the important component of maintaining a family. A couple may be very sweet when they first get married, but no matter how good their feelings are, they will fade over time. Only by raising children together can a couple become closer. He was worried that Lu Jiefeng and Beiying would not be together for long. Instead of getting divorced in the future, it would be better to think it over now and not get married impulsively. If there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. Who can predict the future? Why think so long-term? Just live your life well now. Lu Jiefeng was a carefree person and didn't think so deeply. Anyway, he and Beiying had a good relationship now, and they would definitely not break up. It's not so important whether you have a child or not. It's better if you have one, but it doesn't matter if you don't. You have potatoes at home anyway, so if you want to play with the child, just find the potatoes to play with. What you said is irresponsible. Life is not like playing house. We must consider long-term issues. Lu Disheng was still rambling on and on when he was interrupted by Lu Jiefeng. When you married my mother, you thought long-term and had 2 children, but you still broke up. That's right. You and eldest brother's mother broke up, didn't you? Lu Yuanchao chimed in. Wow, Uncle Lu, you broke up twice.
Qui Xiongwei conclude in surprise.
Break up. Potato Baby now loves to learn to speak, and immediately learned a sentence loudly. Wan Chichi turned her back and smiled. Although the three idiots were naive, they were telling the truth. Who knows what the future will be like, so just live in the present. Lu Dixing gritted his teeth, sulked for a while, then suddenly stood up and said angrily, I don't care anymore. They are all rebelling against the sky. They deserve to be punished. Dad, how can you just ignore it? We still have to meet Bai Ying's parents, and we have to hold the wedding banquet. You have to take care of all these. Lu Jiefeng yelled. The most important thing is that he has no money and needs sponsorship from the old man, otherwise the wedding cannot be held. The corners of Lu Dixing's mouth rose slightly. He knew that this family couldn't do without him. He had to worry about everything. Although Lu Dixing was reluctant about Bai Ying and Lu Jiefeng's marriage, he finally gave up his objection. After all, it was useless for him to object. Now, he just hoped that Bai Ying could take medicine to get well, even if she had the baby a few years later. Time passed quickly, and it was May in a blink of an eye. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and some people on the street had already changed into long skirts. Director Yang and Director Ma from 759 leaked urine 12 times a day, more punctual than an alarm clock. They finally couldn't bear it anymore and returned to the capital in disgrace. Pei Yuan and Director Mu resumed their original positions. Groups A and B also returned to normal. Xia Tao received the mission, which was also her first independent mission. She was to escort a cultural relic expert to Hong Kong and ensure his safety along the way. This escort mission is not complicated. The cultural relic expert is going to Hong Kong to repair a precious yuan blue and white porcelain. Xia Tao only needs to ensure the expert's safety on the journey and in Hong Kong. The workers, peasants and soldiers students of their class will graduate in June. The last 2 months of courses will be much easier. During the 2 years, some students will be sent back. Those who can persevere to the end are diligent and hardworking and have learned real skills. After graduation, they will return to their original units or hometowns to make contributions. The principle for workers, peasants, and soldier students is that you return to where you came from after graduation. There are also some people whose families have connections, and they use their connections early on to try to stay in Tanzhou or go to other cities. Some students who perform particularly well will be recommended by their teachers to large companies. Such students are rare, and there may be only 1 or 2 in a class. Most of the students have to return to their original places. For example, He Aihong and Li Yuqin will return to their original units. However, they were workers before, but after returning, they became cadres. Their salaries and benefits have increased, and their development prospects are also broader. Su Erfeng originally had to return to her hometown in the county, but she and comrade Xiao Chao were dating, and they definitely couldn't live apart. Xiao Chao found a job for her in Tanzhou, and she started working there after graduation. Sheng Guanqing, Xia Tao, and Wan Qiqi are now all employees of 759, but Sheng Guanqing's health has not yet recovered to its peak, so he is temporarily doing clerical work. Yao Kersen is a year younger than them and will graduate next year. If she cannot find an accepting unit in Tanzhou, she will have to return to her ex-husband's hometown in the county to arrange a job. Xia Tao's escort mission is in early June, so she can stay in school for a while. Ever since Little Potato died, Wan Qiqi has not been a day student and goes home once a week. Tudo has Manzai's family and Lu Dixing and the others to take care of her. She is having so much fun that she has no time to think about her mother. Wan Qiqi is also happy and relaxed. It was Su Erfeng's birthday, and she wanted to treat her roommates to a good meal to thank them for their care over the past 2 years. It's boring to go to a restaurant. Let's go to the cafeteria, get a few dishes, some peanuts and snacks, and a bottle of wine. We can drink and chat in the dormitory. It will be more fun than in a restaurant. Li Yuqin suggested. It's good to drink in the dormitory. When you're drunk, you can lie on the bed and feel so comfortable. Xia Tao clapped her hands on the table in agreement and said that she would sponsor the wine. After that, she pulled out a box from under the bed, opened it, and saw that it was filled with Erguotu, Shaoyang Daku, Kuaijishan yellow wine, wine, baisha wine, beer, etc. White, yellow, red, beer, whatever you want to drink, just get it yourself. Xia Tao generously placed the box on the table, enough for everyone in the dormitory to drink. You actually put so much alcohol in the dormitory? Hei Hong widened her eyes, unable to believe it. It was outrageous that so much alcohol was hidden right under her eyes. Would you like to drink? Xia Tao rolled her eyes and grumbled in annoyance. Drink, I want both white and red. Hei Hong picked 2 bottles, baisha wine and red wine, because she thought these 2 bottles were the most expensive and she must drink good wine. I'll sponsor the cake, said Shang Guanqing. Go back and ask Fatty Ding for some cakes. Then I'll serve the braised beef. Wan Chichi said with a smile. I serve spice-dried tofu and peanuts.
Liu Qin.
I'll bundle the chickens. Hei Hong. I'll serve the pig's head. Yao Qian said with a smile. Don't worry about it, I'll buy it. I've been eating your food for the past 2 years. Now that I'm about to graduate, give me a chance to treat you guys, okay? Su Erfeng was a little anxious. She had agreed to treat everyone, but everyone rushed to buy things. It's not like we won't see each other anymore after graduation. Chi-Chi and the others are in Tanzhou. I'm in Hengqin, and Ihong is in Jucheng, which is not far from Tanzhou. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to treat us in the future. By the way, we will also come to your wedding.
Liu Qin Zhuka.
That's right, there are plenty of opportunities. It's settled today. You're not without work. Go to the cafeteria and get food. Order less food, or you won't be able to finish it. Hei Hong showed her authority as a squad leader, and after she finished speaking, she shook her hands vigorously to indicate that she had made the decision. We've been classmates for 2 years, and today you sound the most comfortable speaking in an official tone. Xia Tao made a joke, and Hei Hong rolled her eyes at her. She never spoke in official language. Su Erfeng did not insist any longer. There would indeed be opportunities in the future, and she would just remember the friendship of her classmates in her heart. Today, only 2 in the afternoon. After class, everyone went their separate ways and ran out to buy things. Su Erfeng also got a lot of food in the cafeteria, including braised pork, fried bacon, fried hairtail, etc., all of which were staple dishes, plus 2 large pots of rice. It was getting dark and everyone came back with delicious food. Everyone bought a lot. In addition to the braised beef and soy sauce, Wan Chichi also fried a box of spicy dried fish in the restaurant. Yao Qian had a pound of pork head, and Hei Hong had a full box of chicken. In addition, the table was full of peanuts, spiced dried tofu, cakes, etc. Bunch of chicken, super delicious. It's so rich. My family doesn't even have so many dishes during the Chinese New Year. Su Erfeng felt warm in her heart. This was the most grand birthday she had ever had. The days to come will definitely get better and better. Let's have a drink first, and let the birthday boy choose the wine. Wan Chichi said with a smile.
Red, right?
I saw foreigners in movies all drink red wine. Let's be fashionable today. Su Erfeng picked a bottle of red wine. The school often shows movies on the playground on weekends, including both domestic and foreign films. Watching movies is also one of the students' favorite entertainment activities on weekends. She poured red wine for everyone, raised her glass, and said sincerely, "Thank you for taking care of me over the past 2 years. I hope that we can all have smooth sailing in our careers, move to a higher level, and become the best in our respective industries." That's a must. Come on, cheers. Xia Tao clinked glasses with her generously, drank it all in one gulp, and then switched to Shaoyang Daku. She liked drinking white wine. Hei Hong switched to baisha wine, Liu Qin drank beer, and the rest drank red wine. This red wine is so sour. Why do foreigners like to drink it so much? Su Erfeng took a few sips of red wine, and felt that it was not very good. It was not as good as the glutinous rice wine she brewed herself. Foreigners like to eat steak with blood on it. Their tongues are different from ours.
Drink this.
Xia Tao handed over the Shaoyang Daku. As everyone ate and drank, they gradually got drunk and talked more and more. Many things that they usually didn't dare to say were said while they were drunk. I have something I've always wanted to ask you, Xian. Are you and Director Zhong really together? Liu Qin drank the beer in the glass in one gulp and asked with drunken eyes. There were rumors in the school, but no one saw the two of them together, and she felt more itchy than a cat scratching. Well, we'll get married after graduation. Yao Kersen nodded. She was also a little tipsy, her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes were watery. Director Zhong is already in his 40s, 20 years older than you. Isn't he a bit old? Li Yuqin found it unbelievable. To put it bluntly, he could be Yao Qian's father. Yao Kersen smiled and said, I think he is a good person. He is knowledgeable, well-mannered, and humorous. He taught me a lot of things that I couldn't learn in school. Most importantly, he was able to arrange a job for me in Tanzhou. Director Zhong is indeed a nice person, but his children are all grown up. How will you get along with them after you marry him? If you have another child, he will be so old as his brothers and sisters. Will he be bullied? Li Yuqin still couldn't understand. She already had some opinions about Yao Qian, thinking she was too cruel to abandon even her own child. Now Yao Qian was going to marry a man who could be a father. In fact, she felt a little contempt for her. No wonder that the rumors in school were so bad, saying that Yao Kersen was frivolous and vain, and would do anything to climb up. She slept her way into university, and after arriving at school she continued to sleep with older men in order to get a good job after graduation. Old Zhong's children are all married and have their own families. They have nothing to do with me, and I don't plan to have any more children. Yao Kersen took a big sip of wine. Her face turned redder, but her eyes became brighter. She laughed at herself and asked, You look down on me, don't you?
No.
No, I didn't say that. Li Yuqin was hit in the heart and felt a little panicked. It's normal for people to look down on me. I really want to climb up by any means necessary. I want to climb to the top so that those people can't reach me and have to curry favor with me. Then I will step on them hard and make them regret everything they have done to me. Yao Kersen said this with gritted teeth, with deep resentment in her eyes. She has no capital but a pretty body, which is the only capital she can use. She has heard all the gossips, but she doesn't care. When she succeeds, those who gossip about her will have to curry favor with her. No one will remember her dark history anymore. Since ancient times, people have laughed at the poor but not at easy-souled women. Why should she care? She poured another glass of white wine and drank it sip after sip. Ruan Chichi served her some food and handed it to her. Eat something to fill your stomach, otherwise it will hurt your stomach. Thanks. Yao Kersen took the food and started eating slowly. Were you forced to marry your ex-husband? Su Erfeng asked. There were also educated youth in her hometown, but they didn't have a good life. The male educated youth were okay, as they just had to work in the wind and sun every day. The female educated youth not only had to work, but were also harassed by the men in the village, and they didn't dare to sleep too deeply at night. The customs in Su Erfeng's hometown were slightly better. Those men only dared to harass her, but did not dare to do anything substantial. She heard from others that some female educated youth in other villages were used, and some even jumped into the river. There were also beautiful female educated youth who were bullied by brigade cadres and commune cadres. There were many dirty things in the village. In order to protect themselves, some female educated youth would marry village men and seek shelter. Su Erfeng guessed that Yao Kersen might be in the same situation. It can't be said that he was forced. My ex-father-in-law had his eyes on me at the time. He was the team leader and a local tyrant in the village. There were female educated youth who had been harmed by him before. I heard from the villagers that this old rogue had his eyes on me and forced me to submit in both overt and covert ways. If I didn't agree, he would assign me the dirtiest and hardest work. Yao Kersen took a sip of wine and sneered. At that time, there were only two options before me. Either I surrender to this old rogue, or I do the hardest and dirtiest work every day until I die of exhaustion. I didn't want to choose either of these two options, so I took the third option. I took the initiative to charm the son of the old gangster. He stole the household registration book and official seal of the family. We went to the commune to get the certificate. When the old gangster found out, he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was shameless, he still followed the moral principles and would not even bully his daughter-in-law. The commune doesn't care about this old rogue? He Hong asked angrily. Do you think the commune cadres are good people? They did no less immoral things than the old hooligans. No one saved me. I could only survive in my own way. Yao Kersin had a mocking look on her face, laughing at He Hong for being too naive. But it's normal. Before she went to the countryside, she didn't expect to encounter such a thing, and she never thought that the simple rural people could be so vicious when they turned bad. I gave birth to 2 children for my ex-husband. After they were born, I ate malt. I never fed them milk and rarely hugged them. I didn't want to develop feelings for them. Yao Kersin usually seldom speaks in the dormitory, but she talked particularly a lot today. Maybe she had been holding it in for too long. She drank as she spoke, with tears streaming down her face. They have grandparents and a father, so they won't suffer. Wan Chichi advised. I know, so I'm not worried about them. When I climb to a higher place in the future, I can also help them get out of that remote place. Yao Kersin wiped the tears from her face, looking determined. She didn't have much feelings for Lao Zhong. What kind of love could there be for a man who could be her father? It was just a matter of each taking what they needed. Lao Zhong wanted her young body, and she wanted Lao Zhong's connections and resources. They both knew this very well. She had no plan to spend her whole life with Lao Zhong. She would divorce him once she had established herself in Tanzhou. Men were just stepping stones for her. She would not stay with any man until she climbed to the top. Do your parents know? Don't they help you? Li Yuqin's tone softened a lot, and she still felt a little guilty. Yao Kersin was also a poor person, and she shouldn't have been so upset before. My mother died when I was 10 years old. She was annoyed off by my father and stepmother. My mother was still lying in bed when these two hooked up. That sitch even showed off in front of my mother. My mother was in better health, but she was annoyed off to death by them. Less than a month after she died, my father couldn't wait to marry that sitch. The hatred in Yao Kersin's eyes was enough to kill someone. She has been relying on hatred to survive these years. She must climb to a higher place, avenge her mother, and make that couple pay for it. How are those 2 jerks doing now? Xia Tao slammed the table and asked angrily. They are living well, and they have a son. They are a happy family. I completely forgot about my dad's job. It was arranged by my grandpa. Yao Kersin sneered repeatedly. If her grandparents had not passed away early, her mother would not have been bullied to death. You ungrateful jerk, I'll help you kill him. Xia Tao was full of heroic spirit and was ready to eliminate the evil for the people. Thank you. There's no need to dirty your hands for such a zitch, and it's not worth it to kill someone and pay with their life. Yao Kersin smiled gratefully. She thought Xia Tao was just talking drunkenly. Killing someone is not like killing a chicken. It is not that simple. Keep going. You will definitely be able to climb to the highest point in the future, and the whole family of the zitch will crawl at your feet, begging for mercy. Wan Chichi is very optimistic about Yao Kersin. This woman is smart, resourceful, ruthless, generous, and beautiful. Such a person will be able to do well no matter what era she lives in. I will definitely make them kneel in front of my mother's grave and repent. I will also make their scandals public, leaving them penniless and forcing them to go back to the countryside to farm. Yao Kersin gritted her teeth and expressed her wish, saying that she would definitely do it.
Come on.
Everyone sent their blessings and understood Yao Kersin's choice. If they were in Yao Kersin's position, perhaps they would make the same choice? That night, everyone got drunk and lay in bed in a twisted manner, sleeping until dawn. After that, the relationship in the dormitory became more harmonious. The most obvious thing was that everyone was more enthusiastic towards Yao Kersin and not as indifferent as usual. May passed quickly, and June came. The weather was getting hotter, and Xia Tao was going to Hong Kong. Pei Yuan informed her temporarily that the cultural relic experts had added another member, a grandparent and grandchild, and asked her to wait on the train. Xia Tao got on the train first. Pei Yuan booked a sleeper ticket for her. The other 2 cultural relics experts were also in the same room. Passengers came up one after another. She observed them one by one and found no suspicious people, so she waited for the cultural relics experts with peace of mind. Grandma, Please be careful. Bai Fengshou helped Xia Taoji onto the train. He was originally on a business trip alone, but when he learned that he was restoring a very rare yuan blue and white porcelain, he felt a little unsure. When Xia Taoji learned about it, she offered to accompany him. He felt quite guilty. If he had learned more, his grandmother wouldn't have to travel so long. The leader told him that there would be a powerful kung fu master escorting them to Hong Kong along the way, and asked him to follow the master's arrangements on the way. Bai Fengshou was quite curious and didn't know whether the master was a man or a woman. He felt that it was more likely to be a man. After all, practicing martial arts was very hard, and it was even harder for women. His village also practices martial arts, but more men practice it and less women. He also practiced it when he was a child, so he could easily deal with 3 or 5 strong men. This is it. Bai Fengshou found the room and met Xia Tao, who was about to get some water. Comrade Xia? Is it you? The two spoke in unison, but their expressions were different. Bai Fengshou was surprised, but Xia Tao was gritting her teeth. Darn it! Why did she meet this guy again? Miss Xia, are you going out too? Xia Taoji looked between her grandson and Xia Tao with interest, smiling. You guys live in this room? When Xia Tao saw the train ticket in Bai Fengshou's hand, she knew what was going on and cursed her bad luck. If she had known that this cultural relic expert was Bai Fengshou, she would not have accepted this the worst task. Yes, Comrade Xia, you're the expert who can protect us, right? Bai Fengshou also came to his senses and was extremely shocked. Comrade Xia has thin arms and legs, and he doesn't look like a kung fu master at all. It's me. You have to follow my instructions on the way. Xia Tao snorted complacently and said to Xia Taoji kindly, Tell me if you need anything. Miss Xia, you are really amazing. I really can't tell. Xia Taoji was generous in her praise, and her eyes were full of appreciation and even a little envious. If she had also practiced martial arts since childhood, perhaps she would have been able to resist the Japanese invaders and her family would not have been destroyed. I've been practicing since I was a child. You can rest assured. It's safe in the car. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Xia Tao found this very useful, but her face remained cold and she didn't smile, especially when facing Bai Fengshou. She was colder than ice. After several days' journey to Yangcheng, Xia Tao and Xia Taoji became more familiar with each other, but they still didn't look happy towards Bai Fengshou. Bai Fengshou didn't know how he had offended her, and he didn't dare to talk to her actively. He was very cautious all the way. After resting for a day in Guangzhou, they took a boat in the middle of the night and arrived in Hong Kong smoothly. Xia Tao used a public phone to call someone here, and someone came to pick them up. I'll take you to eat. The contact person would not arrive until noon, and Xia Tao missed Gon's mother's cooking a little, so she took the two of them to Gon's tea restaurant for dinner. It was the first time for both the grandparents and the grandchildren to visit Hong Kong. They were dazzled by the sight of the cars coming and going on the road, and the pedestrians in suits or cheongsam dresses. No wonder people say there's gold to be found here. This place is so prosperous. Xia Taoji was very emotional. Compared with this place, Tanzhou City seemed to be 20 years behind. Moreover, the women here were all dressed very beautifully, unlike the women in Tanzhou City who all wore gray clothes. This place is too small and many people live in pigeon coops. They don't live well. Xia Tao doesn't have much nostalgia for Hong Kong, except for Gon's mother's cooking skills. Comrade Xia, do you come here often? Bai Fengshou couldn't help but ask. It sounded very familiar to her. I've been here a few times. Watch out for the ball. There were a few boys playing football on the side of the road. They kicked the football too hard, and the football flew straight towards Bai Fengshou. Xia Tao reminded them. She walked on the left side of Bai Fengshou, and the ball came from the right. As long as Bai Fengshou dodged, she could catch the ball. Xia Tao was still very confident about catching the ball. With her skills, it was just a small football, so it was a piece of cake for her. But she misjudged Bai Fengshou's reaction. Bai Fengshou also saw the ball flying over. The boy who kicked the ball was very strong and the speed of the ball was not slow. It flew in front of him in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his hand to block it without thinking to prevent the ball from hitting Xia Tao next to him. But he also overestimated his accuracy. The ball was blocked, but only slightly touched the edge. It did not slow down the speed of the ball, but instead changed the direction of the ball. In fact, Xia Tao had already prepared the gesture for catching the ball. As long as the ball flew over, she would definitely be able to catch it. But the direction of the ball changed, and before she could react, the ball passed over her hand and hit her face at lightning speed. Snap! Xia Tao was completely stunned. This was the first time in her life that she was hit in the face by a ball. Darn, his nose is broken. The ball fell to the ground and bounced a few times. Several boys ran over, apologized to them again and again. Be careful when playing ball. Bai Fengshou couldn't blame him. After all, the child didn't do it on purpose. But looking at Xia Tao's condition, it seemed that the collision was quite serious. Xiao Xia, how are you? Xia Taoji asked worriedly.
Fine.
Xia Tao took her hands away, and 2 streams of blood were clearly visible under her nose. She calmly wiped the blood with a handkerchief and waved her hands at the boys who were about to cry. Get lost. The boys ran away quickly, as if they had been pardoned. They didn't dare to play ball anymore, and went back to their homes. Do you want to go to the hospital to get some medicine? Bai Fengshou was a little worried. It seemed that the collision was quite serious. No, just stay away from me. Xia Tao gritted her teeth and motioned for him to stay away. Sure enough, nothing good happened when she met this man. They lived in peace for a few days, but blood was seen on the first day they arrived in Hong Kong. Bai Fengshou touched his nose and moved a few steps away embarrassedly. It was indeed his fault just now. If his aim had been better, he would not have hit Comrade Xia. After the nosebleed stopped, Xia Tao took them to Gan GT restaurant. But Mr. and Mrs. Gan seemed to be arguing, and it was quite fierce. You are already old. Why are you still jealous all the time? I gave that bowl of soup to the fishmonger. We have been neighbors for decades. What's wrong with drinking some soup? If you have any opinions, just say it directly. Don't grumble behind my back. I am tired of listening to you. Gan's mother held the soup spoon in her hand, cursed, and then shook it hard. Gan's father lowered his head beside her and dared not say a word. The diners were very calm, some even made a few jokes, and it was obvious that they were used to it. Xia Tao walked in front, Bai Fengshou followed behind, supporting Xia Taoji. As soon as they appeared at the door of the tea restaurant, Gan's mother saw them. Tao, you're here. Why haven't you come to eat for a long time? I missed you so much. Gan's mother was extremely excited and swung the soup spoon hard. Then, the soup spoon that she had used for decades flew out, and only a wooden handle was left in Gan's mother's hand. Shiny spoon flew very fast, and it whooshed in front of Xia Tao. Her body instinctively leaned to the side, but she quickly realized that her clients were behind her and nothing could happen. She turned in time to grab the spoon. But Bai Fengshou reacted quickly and raised the briefcase in his hand to block it. It must be said that Gan's mother was very strong, so the soup spoon did not fall and flew towards Xia Tao again. Then it hit Xia Tao's forehead magnificently, causing a passionate collision. Third update completed. Good night. Bang. A very loud sound. Xia Tao only felt a sharp pain in her forehead, then stars appeared in her eyes, her head was buzzing, and she felt dizzy. I'm sorry, Miss Xia. I didn't mean it. Are you okay? Bai Fengshou's face turned pale with fright. He apologized repeatedly and did not forget to change his words. Getting off the boat, Xia Tao said that once we arrived in Hong Kong, we could not call people gay. Men should be called Mr. and women should be called Mississippi. Xia Tao pressed her forehead hard, holding the wall with her other hand. It took a long time for her to recover. Seeing the anxious Bai Fengshou in front of her, she gritted her teeth and said, Duck. The losses she suffered when she was with Bai Fengshou were more than she had ever suffered in her entire life. This man is really her bad luck. Tao, are you okay? Gan's mother saw that she had recovered. Did she dare to ask, her face full of concern. Xia Taoji also looked at her with concern and reached out to touch her forehead. Wow, it was like a big egg. A horn suddenly grew on the girl's pretty forehead, and there was a noticeable bruise on her nose. It was all her grandson's fault. Hiss. Xia Tao gasped. It hurts so much. I'll rub the blood clots out for you. Otherwise, this swelling won't go away. Xia Taoji rubbed the bump on her head hard. Even though Xia Tao was able to endure the pain, she still gasped. Gon's mother went to get some activating oil and asked Xia Taoji to move aside. She pressed Xia Tao down on the stool, put her legs in a horse stance, rolled up her sleeves, and got into position. Be gentle. Xia Tao was a little panicked. This scene was more like that of a pig being slaughtered. I know, just close your eyes. Gon's mother poured some activating oil on the palm of her hand, spread it evenly, and then gave Xia Tao a massage on the head. Father Gon, who was standing next to him, covered his eyes, unable to bear to watch. Really? Xia Tao was caught off guard and screamed loudly, the sound lingering in the room for 3 days. Bear with it, a short pain is better than a long one. Gon's mother changed her standing posture and increased her strength. Under her huge palm, Xia Tao's little head was rolled and flattened like dough. Xia Tao gritted her teeth, gripped the armrests of the chair tightly, and didn't scream again, but her eyes were filled with tears. All right. A few minutes later, Gon's mother clapped her hands, looked at the much smaller bump on her forehead with satisfaction, and said, "Let's do it again tomorrow." It's almost done. Xia Tao, who was wiping her tears with a handkerchief, felt her scalp tighten when she heard this. She would definitely not come tomorrow. Tao, remember to come tomorrow. I'll stew pork trotters and soybeans for you. Gon's mother was particularly enthusiastic. Xia Tao had disappeared for several months. When she asked her son where she had gone, he didn't know. She thought that the girl would not come again. She sighed many times with her old man behind his back. She was so worried that her good daughter-in-law had flown away. Fortunately, the matchmaker opened his eyes, and his son's red thread was still there. Gon's mother secretly made up her mind that she would make more delicious food to help her son win Xia Tao. Pig's feet and soybeans? Xia Tao's eyes lit up. She liked to eat it. Yes, there are also lobster and abalone and barbecued pork with honey sauce. Gon's mother ordered a few more dishes, which she usually couldn't afford to buy, but for the sake of her son's lifelong event, she was willing to spend a lot of money. Every time she asked for something, Xia Tao would swallow her saliva, her mouth drooling, and she agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll definitely come tomorrow. These are all her favorite foods, and she will eat them even if it hurts her to death. You can come every day. Isn't Mrs. Wan with you? Gon's mother grinned. She wished Xia Tao would come to eat every day. Feelings are cultivated, and love can only develop over time. She has some unfinished business at home. Come back later.
I'm hungry.
Is there anything to eat? Xia Tao touched her stomach. She hadn't eaten anything since last night, and was starving. Yes, you sit down, I'll get some food. Gon's mother glanced at Bai Fengshou and his grandchildren and could tell at a glance that they came from the inland. She didn't ask anything and greeted them like ordinary guests. After a while, Gon's mother brought out a lot of food and filled the table. Fill your stomach first, I'll go buy some groceries later, and we'll have lunch at home. I won't have lunch. I have things to do. Xia Tao took a pineapple bun and ate it in big bites, then took a bite of a curry fish ball and took a big sip of milk tea. She was so happy that even the bump on her head didn't hurt so much. Seeing that Bai Fengshou and his grandchildren were too embarrassed to eat, she took 2 pork chop buns and stuffed one into each of their hands. Eat quickly, we still have work to do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Bai Fengshou felt very guilty as he repeatedly hurt other girls. Although it was not his intention, it was his fault after all. Xia Tao gave him a cold look. What the heck, he was bringing up this irrelevant topic. The delicious food had made her forget about the bad luck, and now he brought it up again. The bump on her forehead started to hurt again. Have a meal. Xia Tao gritted her teeth and shouted, and Bai Fengshou was frightened and quickly lowered his head to chew the pork chop bun. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up. It was so delicious. It was the first time he had eaten such a delicious steamed bun. Tao, how long are you going to stay this time? Father Gon sat over and asked with concern. About a month, but I'll have to come back to recruit students during the summer vacation. Xia Tao cares a lot about her identity as the Dean of Studies, and she has to personally oversee the admissions. Fa Zai has sent people to look for top students. He visits each student personally and works until midnight every day. He has lost a lot of weight. Father Gon proudly praised his son. His son's gang involvement was a thorn in his heart, but now that his son has started a school, he absolutely supports it. What about the others? Xia Tao wanted to ask about the enrollment situation, but Gon Defa was not in the store. I've been busy. Things are not peaceful recently. There are things going on every day. You should be careful when you go out. Father Gon sighed. Although his son's gang was growing stronger, it had become a thorn in the eyes of other gangs. Every day, people came to provoke him. His son had to do something. School and dealing with gangs kept me so busy that I didn't even have enough time to sleep. He and the old woman couldn't help either, so they could only cook a pot of nourishing soup every day so that their son could drink a bowl of hot soup when he came home in the middle of the night and sleep better at night.
New.
Xia Tao didn't care. They spoke Cantonese, which Bai Fengshou and his grandchildren could not understand, so they could only lower their heads and eat. After finishing the food on the table, Xia Tao was about to leave when she suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside the door. Father Gon picked up a kitchen knife and Mother Gon picked up a spatula, and the couple went out angrily. Duck your mother. You really think I'm too old to fight anymore? Today I'll let you see how powerful the fishball girl from Lotus Street is. Gon's mother walked in front, cursing, and Gon's father followed closely behind. Two groups of people were fighting in front of the store. One group was sent by Gon Defa, who stayed near the store every day to protect his parents' safety. The other group came looking for trouble. They obviously had more people and were well equipped, so soon people on both sides were injured. I'll do it. Xia Tao was very fast and rushed in front of Gon's father and mother like a meteor. She was so angry that she had no place to vent it, and these thugs came at the right time. Bai Fengshou could figure out the situation. He saw Xia Tao rushing into the battlefield. He rushed over without thinking, and when he passed by Gon's father, he took the kitchen knife from his hand. But after thinking about it, he returned the kitchen knife to Gon's father and instead took the spatula from Gon's mother's hand. This one had less lethality, and he didn't want to kill anyone and cause trouble for the public. Fengshou, Xiaoxia, be careful. Xia Taoji reminded loudly beside him, with a worried look on her face. These people looked ferocious, and they were all carrying steel pipes and knives. They were willing to fight to the death. They were indeed young people who grew up eating the poisonous weeds of capitalism. All they did was fight and kill all day long, and they didn't know how to do serious work. Xia Tao was full of anger, and her killing power was astonishingly high. Bai Fengshou was holding a spatula and had no place to use it. He saw those ferocious thugs had no power to resist Xia Tao. After a few moves, their limbs were broken, and they lost their fighting power. Bai Fengshou stood there stupidly, unable to stop watching. He had not expected that Xia Tao, with her thin arms and legs, could be so skilled. No wonder the higher-ups sent her to escort him and his grandmother. He himself didn't realize that the way he looked at Xia Tao had changed, from surprise to admiration, and there was also some other emotion. He has always disliked women who are too delicate. Many men don't like their wives to be stronger than themselves, but he is just the opposite. He likes a strong wife, and if she is stronger than him, he would be more than happy. Xia Taoji was also extremely envious. If she had such good skills when she was young, she would definitely have been able to kill all the Japanese devils and save her relatives that night. Xia Tao was so excited in the fight that she flew into the air and kicked the last standing henchman about 10 meters away. He fainted before he landed on the ground. Xia Tao landed safely on the ground, with her hands behind her back, looking with satisfaction at the thugs lying in front of her, and her anger also subsided. Yoshi, Xia Tao blurted out in a good mood. This was a habit she developed from slaughtering those old men. Every time she slaughtered a person, she would say, Yoshi, with satisfaction. Because nothing else could stimulate those old men more than saying Yoshi. She used the skills taught by these old men to kill them and announce the end of their lives in their native language. The angry and regretful eyes of those old men before they died made her feel so good. Over time, she developed the habit of doing nothing after fight. After hearing this, Gon's father and mother didn't react much. There are many companies from the Sakura country in Hong Kong, and some young people even go out of their way to learn the language of the Sakura country, so it's not surprising that Xia Tao can speak it. Xia Taoji's face turned pale instantly. She suddenly thought of that night, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. "Grandma, it's okay. Don't be afraid." Bai Fengshou comforted him softly and patted her back gently. "I'm fine, don't worry." Xia Taoji quickly recovered. She looked at Xia Tao suspiciously, feeling that something was not right. "A Tao is so awesome." Gon's father and mother clapped their hands vigorously and praised loudly, their faces full of pride, just as they did when they talked about their son. "They are so lame." Xia Tao looked at the henchman lying on the ground with disdain, but she was very pleased with the praise from Gon's father and mother and couldn't help but reveal a smile on her face. "They are not inferior. It's you, Tao, who are awesome. You can easily defeat 10 people on one. If you were in ancient times, Mu Guiying would definitely be the commander and Liang Hongyu would beat the drum." Father Gon was generous in his praise and even compared Xia Tao to Mu Guiying and Liang Hongyu in ancient times. "What does Liang Hongyu do?" Xia Tao knew Mu Guiying from the female generals of the Yang clan, but she had never heard of Liang Hongyu. Liang Hongyu was a female general in ancient times. She used to be an easy-souled woman and later became a female general. She was a remarkable woman. Gon's father was not well educated, but he liked to listen to books and knew something about history. Can an easy-souled woman become a general? Xia Tao became interested. She remembered that women in ancient times attached great importance to chastity. This was not only true in China but also in Sakura country. Especially for the ladies and daughters of noble families, chastity was extremely important. The leap from Liang Hongyu's career as an easy-souled woman to a general is too big. "I think so. That's what the storyteller says, anyway." Gon's father was stumped and gave a vague answer. The storyteller did not explain in detail how Liang Hongyu went from being an easy-souled woman to becoming a general. He would ask the storyteller later. Liang Hongyu was born into a prominent family. She was demoted to a military easy-souled woman because of a family change. Later, she met General Han Shizhong. They appreciated each other and became husband and wife. They fought back the enemy many times and made great contributions. Later, she was named Lady Anghua by the court. She died on the battlefield fighting the enemy and sacrificed her life for the country. Bai Fengshou explained in great detail that cultural relics involve a lot of history, so he has done private research on it. She died on horseback, a worthy death. "I like this Liang Hongyu." Xia Tao had a great liking for Liang Hongyu when she first heard about her. She was a real great woman. This Han Shizhong is not bad. He doesn't dislike Liang Hongyu. Xia Tao also had a very good impression of Han Shizhong, who was a rare good man. Because Liang Hongyu is so outstanding that the flaws she has are nothing. Bai Fengshou said with a smile. Xia Tao glanced at him with a look of surprise. This was the second time she had heard something like this. The first time was Gon Defa, and this time it was Bai Fengshou. They didn't attach so much importance to women's chastity, which is quite rare. She had seen too many men who only allowed the officials to set fires, but not the common people to light lamps. They could spend their money in debauchery, but their wives had to remain chaste, otherwise they would be considered easy womans. "A Tao, have you learned the language of Sakura country?" Gon's father asked curiously. "My biological parents are from Sakura country." Xia Tao did not hide it. Now her mentality is much calmer than before, and she is not as extreme as before. "So, you are also from Sakura country? Wow. You speak Chinese very well. You can't tell at all. So impressive." Father Gon gave her a thumbs up and praised her highly. He did not look strange because of her identity and acted the same as usual. Xia Tao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Mr. and Mrs. Gon cared about her identity, she would not come to eat anymore. She couldn't help but look at Xia Taoji and found that the old lady had a strange expression on her face. After meeting her gaze, she was a little evasive. She knew that she had to stay away from this kind old lady in the future. She liked Xia Taoji. The old lady always reminded her of her kind adoptive mother. But since the old lady cared about her identity, she should not bring trouble to others. Xia Tao said goodbye to Gan's father and mother and took Bai Fengshou and his grandson away. Was going to pick them up had arrived. After exchanging secret codes with each other and confirming their identities, they sent them to their residence. It is a quiet mansion. The owner hired them to restore the yuan blue and white porcelain. His specific identity is unclear, but he must have a good relationship with the higher-ups. Call me if you need anything, and I'll send it to you. Can you make sure this yuan blue and white porcelain is restored within a month? Brought them here asked, thinking that this piece of yuan blue and white porcelain would be of great use in a month.
Able.
Bai Fengshou and his grandson took a close look at the pile of broken porcelain pieces and gave a positive answer. The other party was obviously relieved, said goodbye to them, and left. There was no one else in the villa, and someone would deliver 3 meals a day. Xia Tao's job was to ensure the safety of the grandparents and grandchildren. It was quite easy, but also quite boring. Bai Fengshou and his grandson were completely immersed in the restoration work and hardly left the house. They asked Xia Tao to take care of what was needed. With their efforts, the restoration was completed in just half a month. With their skillful hands, that pile of broken porcelain pieces was transformed into a big-bellied jar. It was impossible to tell that it had ever been broken. It was truly a work of art that surpassed nature. Superiors were very satisfied with the work of Bai Fengshou and his grandson, and rewarded them with a week's stay in Hong Kong before returning home. The owner of the yuan blue and white porcelain was also very happy and sent someone to deliver 3 big red envelopes, each containing 10,000 yuan in cash. Bai Fengshou and his grandson were so shocked that they didn't dare to accept the money and handed it all over. Take it and bring some local specialties home to give to relatives and friends. The man who had been working with them during this period did not accept the money and allowed them to spend it with confidence. The grandparents and grandchildren then felt at ease to take the money and discussed how to spend it. Let's buy a color TV. It's better than black and white. Buy some clothes for Xiaofeng, Jinsong, and Songrong, and you can wear them to work. And buy some gold jewelry, too, for your mother and Huanqi, Jiao and Qiqi, Potato, and you and Songrong's future partners. Xia Taoji was very thoughtful and made arrangements for everyone in the family. Even Wan Qiqi and 2 Dizizi were not left out. Xiao Xia, do you know where I can buy these things? Xia Taoji took the initiative to ask Xia Tao that she had adjusted her mentality. Even if Xia Tao was from the Sakura country, she was not a Japanese devil. The Japanese and the people of Sakura are 2 different kinds of people. There are bad people in China, and naturally there are good people in Sakura. She hates the Japanese, but Xia Tao is a good girl, and she can't kill a whole boat of people with one blow. Furthermore, Xia Taoji noticed her grandson's feelings for Xia Tao. It was so hard for the child to fall in love, and she couldn't stand in the way. Xia Tao was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded. I'll take you to buy it. During the past half-month, she tried her best to avoid talking to Xia Taoji, but she didn't expect the old lady to take the initiative to look for her. Thank you for your help. Xia Taoji smiled kindly and returned to her previous self. Xia Tao pulled the corner of her mouth, as if she had smiled, but her eyes softened a lot. After dinner, she took the grandparents and grandchildren shopping. They bought everything in one day and spent all their money. In addition to color TVs, gold jewelry, and clothes, Xia Taoji also bought several pairs of leather shoes, all of which were fashionable styles. She bought a pair for each family member. In the evening, Xia Taoji called Bai Fengshou into the house, took out a gold bracelet, and handed it to him. Grandma, why did you give me the bracelet? Bai Fengshou asked with a smile. He was not a sister, so he didn't need to wear a bracelet. And now my sister can't wear it either. Their family has not yet taken off the landlord hat, so they have to keep a low profile in everything. Go and give it to Xiaoxia. Xia Taoji said with a smile. Bai Fengshou was stunned for a few seconds, then his face turned red and his ears turned as red as if blood was about to drip out. Grandma, I didn't say. I know. I raised you. I know what you were thinking. Xiaoxia is a good girl. You have a very good eye. Give this bracelet to Xiaoxia and see how she responds. If she accepts it, I can have the wedding. If she doesn't, you have to keep working hard." Xia Taoji smiled with her eyes curved. She was still in good health and would definitely be able to host her grandson's wedding in a grand manner. "Grandma, I'm a landlord's son, and I don't want to get married for the time being." Bai Fengshou refused, saying that with his current status, he was not qualified to get married. "Xiao Xia is from Sakura country. She definitely won't care about your identity. I'm just a little worried now. You are unlucky with Xiao Xia. I'll ask someone to do your horoscope reading to see if I can help you. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. The most important thing is to see if Xiao Xia is interested in you. I think this girl hasn't figured it out yet. You have to work harder." Xia Taoji advised her grandson to let go of his burdens and boldly pursue Xia Tao. "Grandma, don't you care about her identity? After all, she is from Sakura country." Bai Fengshou asked. "I did care at first, but now I understand. There are good people in Sakura country, too. Xiao Xia is a good girl, and she is a Chinese citizen now, working for the government. The government has no objection, so why should I have any objection?" Xia Taoji smiled very open-mindedly and started to persuade her grandson instead. "Grandma, is it because of me that you—" "No, Xiao Xia is a really good girl, but I want to remind you that Xiao Xia is sensitive. You must be patient with her and don't be resentful of her because of her identity. Go ahead, Grandma will wait for your good news." Xia Taoji did not tell anyone that Xia Tao had been hurt before. This was the girl's secret, and she could not tell it. Bai Fengshou shyly took the gold bracelet. He did have some special feelings for Xia Tao, and since his grandmother didn't mind, he would confess his feelings to her. After coming out of Xia Taoji's room, Bai Fengshou didn't find Xia Tao, so he went back to his room to read. But as he was reading, he suddenly thought of a question about porcelain restoration, so he went to find Xia Taoji again to ask. Xia Taoji's door was closed. Bai Fengshou was about to push it open when he heard voices talking inside. "Do and blame me. I haven't forgotten the hatred in our family. Xiao Xia is not a little devil. She is also a poor girl. Fengshou finally has a girl he likes. I must support him." Xia Taoji was holding 3 incense sticks and talking to her relatives. She was afraid that her relatives would blame her, so she explained everything clearly in advance. Bai Fengshou's expression at the door became solemn. He did not go in and left silently. Xia Tao came back in the evening, but he did not give the gold bracelet to his grandmother. Instead, he returned it to her the next day. "Grandma, I've been thinking about it all night. Miss Xia and I are not suitable. Please don't mention it again in the future." "Why not? Don't you like her?" Xia Taoji was anxious. Why did everything suddenly change? "It's really inappropriate, Grandma. Let's just leave it at that. Besides, Comrade Xia may not like me. After she got together with me, she had nothing but bad luck. She must hate me to death." Bai Fengshou made a joke. He didn't love Xia Tao to the point of being madly in love with her, so the right choice was to quit as soon as possible. If he hadn't heard what his grandmother said, he might have really thought that his grandmother didn't mind. He was taking it for granted. How could she not mind the revenge for the annihilation of her entire family? My grandmother said against her will that she didn't mind. If he really got together with Xia Tao, there would always be a thorn between my grandmother and Xia Tao, which would be unfair to both of them. Before this relationship even started, he already had a thorn in his heart. As he was now, he had no right to pursue Xia Tao, so he might as well get out of it as soon as possible. Xia Tao didn't know about these things until she returned to Tanzhou. After sending the grandparents and grandchildren home, she ran away impatiently. She would make sure to find out clearly before accepting any tasks in the future, and she would definitely not accept one if Bai Fengshou was involved. Looking at Xia Tao's fleeing back, Bai Fengshou smiled bitterly. In fact, he was just being too sentimental. Comrade Xia didn't mean that at all. In late June, Wan Qiqi and Xia Tao went to Hong Kong again. Of course, they had to bring Manzai and Mama Jiang with them. Tuda Zaizai couldn't leave them. Lu Yi didn't go with them. He went to the United States to deliver goods. Gon Defa's people had already figured out the situation there. Wan Qiqi's reason for coming to Hong Kong was still very justified. She boasted that she would bring at least $5 million in foreign exchange, and Pei Yuan let her go without saying a word. She didn't tell Pei Yuan about Liu Ye's delivery to the United States. After all, it was not a serious matter, and it was not tenable in terms of morality, so she just did it secretly. Up the mountain was cleaned spotlessly by the sisters Ah Xiang and Ah Hong. They did not tell them in advance that they were coming, so even if the sisters were a little lazy, Wan Qiqi would not think it was a big deal as long as it was generally acceptable. But the villa was spotless and bright, just like when she lived here before. It was obvious that the two sisters insisted on cleaning every day without missing a single day, otherwise it would not be so clean. When they arrived in Hong Kong, it was still dark. When they reached Midway, it was still very early. Many people were still asleep, but Ah Xiang and Ah Hong were both up. Ah Xiang was mopping the floor while listening to English, while Ah Hong was working in the garden. "Sister, you are here." Ah Xiang saw them and came over to greet them in surprise and called out to the garden, "Sister Hong, my sisters are here." Ah Hong ran over. She was in much better condition than before. She was a little fatter, her eyes were brighter, and she had regained some of the vitality of a young girl. "Ah Xiang, go cook." Ah Hong's personality has become much more generous than before, but she still keeps a distance and doesn't dare to get close. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she felt that she was too dirty and would tarnish the beautiful and kind-hearted lady and young master.
We have eaten.
Ah Xiang is learning English? Wan Qiqi asked with a smile. Yes, I enrolled in an English class at night school. Learning English will make it easier to find a job and the salary will be higher.
Xiang souhaite generously.
You should study hard, and it would be better if you can learn to type so that you can work in the office building. Ah Hong, do you want to learn too? Wan Qiqi looked at Ah Hong. I'd better forget it. If Madam doesn't mind, I want to work here for a long time, even without salary. Ah Hong lowered her head in embarrassment. She felt that she was being a bit unreasonable, but she really didn't want to go out again. The world outside was too scary. She just wanted to stay in the house and be content with having a meal to eat. Some time ago, Ah Xiang took her out to buy vegetables, which lasted just over an hour, but to her it was like purgatory. The people on the street and in the vegetable market looked at her strangely, and she didn't want to stay there for even a minute. Ah Xiang said that she was too sensitive. The looks from those people were normal, but she just felt it was weird. Those people must have known that she had been an easy-souled woman before, and they must have been calling her dirty. After that, she never went out again. She stayed in the house and worked every day, cleaning her ladyship's house and tidying the garden. Only in this way did she feel that she was still useful and not eating for free. You can work as long as you want. You keep the house so clean and the gardens so beautiful. I wish you could work longer. Wan Qiqi agreed readily. The meal had to be eaten bite by bite. Ah Hong had been bullied for so long and suffered serious psychological trauma. She would definitely not be able to adapt to the outside world in a short period of time. It would be good to let her work at home. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to work. She felt completely at ease and worked even harder. After resting at home for 2 days, Wan Qiqi called Gondefa to ask about the situation in the United States. I went there several times in person. Aoyang and Xingzai are in charge there. We have only managed 3 sales lines so far. We can sell 1 kilogram of meat every day. I also got a few senior police officers to give them 40% of the profits. They have big appetites.
Give it to them.
As long as the goods can be sold safely, 40% is nothing. Wan Qiqi had no objection. Even if it was 50%, it would be fine. At worst, she and Liu Yi could just visit the homes of those senior executives. Mrs. Wan, is there really no problem with the supply of goods? Gondefa was still a little panicked. Lately, he had to chat with his ancestors every night. Only after receiving their praise could he fall asleep peacefully. There will definitely be no problem with my goods. Tell your people to be careful. Don't confront them head-on if they encounter any tough opponents. Call me and tell me, and I will take care of it. Wan Qiqi instructed. In the United States are also quite brutal. Gondefa's men have just arrived, and they are bound to suffer some losses as they are unable to defeat the local snakes. We have done this several times, but we have never gained an advantage. Now the other party does not dare to make a move and is confronting us. Fortunately, the weapons provided by the madam have saved us from being at a disadvantage. Gondefa's tone was full of admiration. No one knew where Mrs. Ruan got those high-end weapons. They were not even available on the black market in the United States. When they took out these sophisticated weapons, those people were dumbfounded and did not dare to confront them at all. Don't worry about the weapons. I still have some. I'll invest half of the money I make from selling goods in the United States into schools and donate the other half back to the mainland. What do you think? I have no objection. Madam is the boss. Gondefa naturally had no objection. The goods belonged to Mrs. Ruan, and the weapons also belonged to someone else. He only provided some manpower, so he didn't have the nerve to share the money. Madam, is Miss Xia here too? The business, Gondefa shyly asked about Xia Tao. He was very busy last month and only heard from his parents that Xia Tao had come, but he happened to be away from the store that day. He went home early the next day, but still missed her. After that, he went home every day, but never met her. Come on, I'll help you call her.
No.
No need, Gonda was so flustered that he stuttered. Before he could finish his words, he heard Xia Tao's voice coming from the microphone. How is the enrollment going? It's in progress. I've found several top students, and I'm trying to convince them to come to our school one by one. Gondefa subconsciously straightened his chest and answered respectfully, as if he was reporting to his superior. They don't want to come to our school? Xia Tao frowned. Her school was so good. Why didn't she want to come? It's mainly because our school has just been established and we don't have any historical achievements. Most parents are skeptical about our school's teaching ability and are not confident in entrusting their children to us. But don't worry, sincerity can move mountains and stones. I will definitely be able to impress them with my sincerity. Sincerity can't move shoot, I'll find you later. Xia Tao snorted. The big fool was too slow to do things, so she had to go to the homes of those stubborn parents in person to persuade them. Have you found the teacher? Ruan Chichi asked from the side. I have hired several teachers from prestigious schools with a large sum of money. They are all very capable and have signed contracts, but 2 teachers have not yet agreed to leave. They do not want to leave their current schools. These 2 teachers are very capable. One is in charge of the transition from primary school to junior high school, and the other is in charge of the college entrance examination. Both have very good performance in the industry. Not satisfied with your salary? Ruan Chichi asked. No, the salary I offer is twice their current salary. They don't have confidence in our students and are afraid that it will affect their reputation. Gondefa replied. I'm going to find them tonight. If they refuse to come, I'll beat them up. Xia Tao snorted coldly. She had the best way to deal with stubborn people. You should win people over with virtue. If you go away, you will just beat them up every day. Excellent teachers like these have their own personalities. We must talk them into words. Ruan Chichi glared at her and pushed her aside. Xia Tao clenched her fists, wanting to punch them a few times to vent her anger. I think so too. These 2 teachers are both graduates from prestigious universities and are indeed very capable. If we can recruit them, our school's enrollment rate will definitely be good. Gondefa has a very high opinion of these 2 teachers. Teachers, don't worry. First, you need to find a good source of students, especially the top students. You have to recruit them. As long as the source of students is guaranteed, there will be no problem with the teachers. Ruan Chichi understands these 2 teachers very well. For them, reputation is more important than money. Therefore, the top priority is to solve the student source problem. Mother. Manzai came back holding Tuduzai, followed by Mama Jiang. They went for a walk in the nearby park. The little kid got down from his arms and ran towards Ruan Chichi happily like a little duck with a piece of biscuit in his hand, and his pockets were also stuffed full. Eat it, Mom. Little Potato climbed onto the stool, supported himself on the table with one hand, and fed Ruan Chichi with the other hand. Manzai stood behind him with both hands to support him so that the little one would not fall. Thank you, cub. Ruan Chichi took a bite of the biscuit and gently pinched her baby's chubby face. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that her baby was the cutest in the world and was also very filial. Every day when he goes to the park to play, he makes the men, women, old and young in the park very happy, and they all feed him. So the baby's pockets are always full, and he never has to worry about food. You're welcome. The little boy was very happy and stuffed the remaining biscuits to Xia Tao. Annie, eat. I won't eat what your mother has eaten. Xia Tao curled her lips in disdain, reached into Zizi's pocket, took out a piece of candy, peeled off the candy wrapper, and stuffed it into her mouth. Come on, Annie will take you to swing. Xia Tao picked up the kid and carried him to the garden. Soon the kid's happy laughter was heard, and he was yelling at Xia Tao to swing higher. If it's any higher, it will fly out. What a courageous little brat. Xia Tao said something annoyed, but didn't dare to swing too high. She was still very steady when taking care of her cub. Wan Qiqi finished her phone call with Gone Defa. She prepared to go out. It was now mid-June and other schools must be competing for students, so she had to hurry. Manzai and Mama Zhang stayed at home to look after the children, while she and Xia Tao went to the office building of the Rongyao gang and went to see the famous Hong Kong adult star Chen Meier, who was also the once powerful gang boss Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong's arrogance has completely disappeared. Because he is obedient, Gonda treats him well. He has a single room, and he has both meat and vegetarian meals 3 times a day. In addition, he is locked in the room every day, so his skin is very white, and he really has some of the charm of an adult star. Even if we let him out now, he won't leave, said Gone Defa. Are you afraid of being recognized? Yes, he is quite famous now. Many popular stars cannot compare to him. Wandao even invited him to film a movie there, but I didn't agree. Gone Defa was afraid that Wandao would take her there and beat her to death. Chen Meier was his cash cow now, and he couldn't bear to let her go. As long as he's obedient, take good care of him. What about Scar Lu? Wan Qiqi asked about another one. He was sent back after shooting 3 movies. After Scar Lu got into trouble, his deputy took over. This guy was very cunning and sinister. He caused my brothers to suffer a lot. So I released Scar Lu and let him fight the new gang leader. Now they fight among themselves every day and have no time to cause trouble. Gone Defa's tone was a little proud. The book of military strategy was still very useful. He solved the big trouble with just a little trick. Brother Gon, you may not know this, but Scar Lu had to give us a red envelope to express his gratitude. If it weren't for us, he wouldn't have known that he has a dirty trick on his head and his wife and son belong to others, said one of his men with a smile. Is it the new gang leader who stole the girl's girlfriend? Wan Qiqi immediately became interested. Yes, madam. You are really smart.
You guessed it right.
Scar Lu was too fierce in the fights before, and he was injured and couldn't have children. His wife had already hooked up with someone else. His son is also the son of the new gang leader. She whispers in his ear every day, asking him to support his mistress. If it weren't for us, Scar Lu, the fool, would still be in the dark. Seeing that Wan Qiqi was interested in listening, the men nearby started talking about the gossip about Scar Lu's family. Scar Lu was also quite cruel. He forced his wife to film a movie. He also killed his beloved son, whom he used to treat like the apple of his eye. He killed him in front of the adulterous couple. His wife went crazy on the spot. They are fighting to the death, but Scar Lu still has the upper hand. He has a lot of experience and many brothers under him. The new guy is too cruel and disloyal. His brothers are unwilling to fight for him. It will take at most a month for Scar Lu to kill him. There is another thing. Scar Lu doesn't like women anymore. He found a male artist who just debuted. He is only 18 or 19 years old. He is more coquettish than women. Now he is Scar Lu's favorite. Subordinates told a lot of new gossip and Wan Qiqi listened with great interest. Scar Lu should indeed be grateful to them. If he had not made 3 movies, how would he have known his true hobby? Wait until Scar Lu wins, then you can go and recruit them. First integrate the gangs in Hong Kong, and then go to Europe to reorganize them. Wan Qiqi painted a big and delicious pie for Gone Defa and his men. Everyone's eyes were shining, and they were full of confidence in the future. Drawing the pie, she took Xia Tao and Gon Defa to visit the students' homes. The first student lived in a pigeon cage in Sham, Shui Pa. The family of 5 lived in a small house of less than 10 square meters. The small room was divided into 2 by a curtain. There was a bed, a table and a cabinet outside, and a bunk bed and a desk inside. Sundries were piled in the compartment above the room. The narrow space was utilized very thoroughly. A man as big as Gon Defa had no place to stand and could only stand at the door. Wan Qiqi and Xia Tao entered the house. They were greeted by the child's mother, a short and fat middle-aged woman with a poor face. The child's father had not yet finished work, and the child and his sister were doing homework in the inner room. The mother was holding a 1-year-old child in her arms. She was not very friendly to Wan Qiqi and the others. She said impatiently, "I told you last time that my son has already decided to go to Reborned school and will not go to your Jada school. Don't come here in the future. We at Jada can meet all the conditions that Reborned agreed to, and we will also give double the scholarship. Why don't you agree?" Wan Qiqi asked softly. "Because Teacher Li is in Reborned. Reborned promised to put my son in Teacher Li's class. My son will take the entrance exam to HKU in the future. Can your school guarantee this?" The child's mother sharply questioned that she could not ruin her son's future for a little money. The child's mother mentioned is the teacher from the prestigious school whom Gon Defa failed to poach. Teacher Li has been in practice for 15 years and has sent 5 classes of college entrance examination candidates, and the admission rate of each class was the highest in the city. Moreover, Teacher Li only teaches from the first year of high school to the 3rd year of high school. He is also the golden signboard of Reborned school. As long as he is there, parents will send their children here, and there is no worry about not being able to recruit students. Then you should come to our school. Teacher Li has just signed a contract with our guardian. He will be a teacher at Guardian in the future. As long as your son comes to Guardian, I promise that he will be placed in Teacher Li's class. Not to mention the entrance exam to HKU, even Ivy League schools will be no problem." Wan Qiqi made a boast, and Gon Defa at the door was hesitant to speak. Teacher Li hasn't been recruited yet, and it doesn't seem right to lie to him like this. But he had an inexplicable confidence in Wan Qiqi, so after hesitating for a few times, he remained silent. "Did you really recruit Teacher Li? Reborned said a few days ago that he would put my son in Teacher Li's class." The child's mother was skeptical. "Reborned will definitely not tell you the truth. Teacher Li is their golden signboard. How can they recruit top students even if I tell you? When your son goes to Reborned, Teacher Li will be in our Jada. It will be too late for you to regret it. Madam, we at Jada value our children's future more than you do. Think about it, Jada is a new school. If we don't have a good reputation, how can we recruit students in the future? We have invested so much money in running a school. We must make money. We will never do a business at a loss, so you can rest assured, even if it is to make money, we must ensure the children's admission rate, especially the first few classes. There must be no problems." Wan Qiqi spoke with great confidence and sincerity. The child's mother's expression relaxed a lot. These words touched her heart. "Did Teacher Li really go to your school? You're not lying to me, are you?" The child's mother asked again. "It's absolutely true. If you don't believe it, you can write it in the contract. If your son is not in Teacher Li's class after school starts, the school will compensate you 100,000 yuan. Wan Qiqi used her trump card. 100,000 yuan was an astronomical sum of money for this poor family. It was enough to buy a 500-foot building. 500 feet is approximately 46 square meters. Sure enough, the child's mother's eyes lit up and she immediately relaxed. Gon Defa took out the school seal and signed a contract with her. Looking at the bright red school seal on the letter of guarantee, the child's mother felt relieved. No matter what, her son will not suffer any loss. It is better if Jada has Teacher Li. If not, 100,000 yuan can send her son to study abroad. After dealing with the first top student, they went to the next one. This top student is a girl who is as outstanding as the previous boy, but she is very introverted and hardly talks to anyone at school. She always keeps to herself. The girl's name is Huang Ling. She's 16 years old and lives in Kowloon Walled City. Her family situation is a bit complicated. Her stepfather is a gambler. Her mother used to be a street-easy sold woman, and she has younger brothers and sisters, all of whom are not born to the same father. On the way to the girl's home, Gondefa talked about the girl's family situation with a sympathetic tone. Although the boy mentioned above was from a poor family, his family was normal. His parents loved him very much and paid great attention to his studies. The girl named Ying lived in a mess, but she was able to maintain excellent grades, which showed that she was very strong-willed and was a genius. As long as she is trained well, this girl will definitely become something great. Is her stepfather still willing to pay for her education?
Xia Tao asked.
Of course not. Ling doesn't have to pay for school, and she can earn money. She earns a lot of scholarships every year, but her stepfather uses all that money for gambling. Gondefa became angry as he spoke. After learning about Ling's situation last time, he found a few brothers, stuffed a sack around the stepfather, and gave him a severe beating. Ling was willing to go to Jeddah school, but her stepfather objected because he didn't want her to continue studying and wanted her to work in a nightclub to earn money. How much money can a college student make? Working as a dancer in a nightclub can earn more in one night than a college student earns in a month. I have supported her for 15 years, and it is time for me to enjoy her happiness. The stepfather said this shamelessly. No matter how Gondefa tried to reason with him, he would not give in. He even asked for an exorbitant amount, asking Gondefa to pay 1 million, otherwise he would never agree. Gondefa did not reveal his identity. He came as the school principal and certainly could not bully others by taking advantage of his power. I'm going to find some friends and throw this jerk into the sea to feed the sharks. Gondefa had the intention to kill. This kind of gambler didn't deserve to live. He should just go into the sea and be food. As long as this stepfather dies, Ling can continue to go to school and have a bright future. I'll do it. Xia Tao took it over. She was good at this job. Before throwing her stepfather into the sea, she would cut him into pieces in case the shark's teeth were not strong enough to bite the whole thing. They arrived at the famous Kowloon walled city, a walled city of only 26,700 square meters, which is home to nearly 50,000 people. It is also the place with the highest crime rate in Hong Kong. Many horror scenes in Hong Kong dramas were shot here. It is said that even the government has given up on this place, and the Kowloon walled city is managed by gangs. Dirt, chaos, drugs, gambling, and prostitution are all concentrated here. There are also many illegal dental clinics, and they even dare to perform illegal operations on pregnant women. The violence and dirtiness here are so great that even movies dare not film them. It has been demolished and is now a park. It stinks. Xia Tao covered her nose. The stench here was unbearable even for a ninja like her. It was even stinkier than an old woman's foot binding. There is garbage littering the corridors and the ground, flies flying everywhere, and all kinds of sewage. Houses are built here and there are illegal buildings everywhere. Once you enter the corridor, it's like walking into a maze, and people who are not familiar with it will be unable to get out in a day. There are only 2 toilets and 8 water pipes here. The pipes are managed by the gang and water is collected at fixed times every day. Gondefa took them upstairs and introduced the situation of Kowloon Walled City. His glory gang has no territory here, and it is mainly managed by Scar Lu and another gang. They walked through layer after layer of corridors and could hear ambiguous sounds along the way. They knew it was a wild business. The sound insulation was extremely poor, just like listening to a live broadcast. Here we are, this one. Gondefa stopped at the door of a room covered in paint. He frowned and had a bad feeling. The last time he came, he didn't throw paint. That gambler must have borrowed money from loan sharks again. Ling, wake up. From the room, Gondefa's face changed drastically. He kicked the door open. A strong smell of blood came out from inside. The girl was lying on the bed with a pale face. The blood from her body dripped onto the ground, forming a pool. The girl was already dying, but her mother just held her and cried without taking any action. Get out of the way. Gondefa pushed the middle-aged woman away, picked up the girl, and ran outside. Wan Chi-Chi took out a ginseng slice, stuffed it into the girl's mouth, and encouraged her in her ear. Hold on, When you wake up, you will see that the people who hurt you are dead. I promise.
Who are you?
Where are you taking Ling? Huang's mother rushed over anxiously, trying to take her daughter back, but when she saw Gone Defa's appearance, she was so scared that she retreated back. Send him to the hospital, you go too. Gonda looked at her coldly, his already fierce face full of murderous intent, which made Huang's mother tremble, and said in a trembling voice, I have no money. Stop talking nonsense, are you going or not? Xia Tao, who was unusually calm after entering the room, suddenly grabbed Huang's mother's neck, and her cold hands tightened little by little. Huang's mother opened her mouth to breathe, and her face became more and more blue and purple.
I will.
Huang's mother said it with difficulty. She felt the murderous intent of the beautiful woman in front of her. If she dared to say no, this woman would definitely strangle her to death. Walk. Xia Tao let go of her hand and shouted coldly. Huang's mother lowered her head and followed behind submissively. Gone Defa was holding the girl, and blood was dripping all the way. Someone saw it and shouted in surprise. What happened to Ling? Was she attacked by Shi Yanhui and the others?
No.
She fell and got hurt. Huang's mother spoke vaguely, but this clumsy lie could not fool the neighbors at all. The gambler in the Huang family owed Shi Yanhui so much money in high-interest loans, and he came to the house every day to throw paint. When the gambler refused to pay, he was so unscrupulous that he used Ling to pay off the debt. Ling's mother is also cruel. She wiped tears from her face and said she was sorry for her daughter, but in fact she didn't care about anything and even became an accomplice of her husband, a gambler. This couple are really birds of a feather. Neither of them is a good person. Yet, such a couple gave birth to 3 beautiful and sensible children, especially Ling, who is pretty and does well in studies. If they had such a smart and sensible daughter, they would laugh out loud in their dreams. It's a pity that, being born in such a family, no matter how smart you are, you can never get ahead. Moreover, Ling was deceived by Ziyanhui, that beast. Alas, such a good girl's family was ruined. What a sin! More and more people gathered around. They all knew Ling and wanted to come and see what was happening to the girl. However, they were scared away by Gone Defa's fierce look. They thought that Huang Ling had been sold to someone else by her stepfather. Your Sai is such a scoundrel. Ling is only 16 years old and is doing so well in her studies. She doesn't even want you to pay for her education. You guys are trying to kill her. Asai is not her biological father, but you are her biological mother. Don't you feel sorry for Ling? The neighbors questioned Huang Ling one after another and felt very sympathetic towards her situation, but they were powerless. People living in Kowloon Walled City were all poor, and they could only make a few verbal condemnations. How can I not feel bad, but I can't do anything about it? I'm just a woman. How can I be the master of Akai? Huang's mother covered her face and cried while expressing her grievances and helplessness. The neighbors all looked at her with contempt. After living together for so many years, they knew very well what kind of person Huang's mother was. She had no sense of responsibility and could not live without a man. She could not live without a man for a day. The reason why she gave birth to Huang Ling's 3 siblings was not because she was loving, but because she didn't even have the money for an abortion, so she had to give birth to the children. Moreover, this woman gave birth to more than 3 children. The neighbors knew that she gave birth to at least 6. Only Huang Ling and her 2 siblings survived. The others were thrown away by this woman, and only she knew where they were thrown. Shut up. Xia Tao's cold voice sounded like she was going to kill someone. Everyone was so scared that they shut their mouths. Huang's mother held her face tightly and didn't dare to cry out. She was afraid that this beautiful woman would really kill her. Gone Defa carried the girl downstairs. Ruan Chichi opened the car door. He put the girl in the back seat, took off his haute couture suit, and put it under the girl. Let me die. The girl forced her eyes open and made a tiny sound, saying that she didn't want to live anymore and that no one should waste time on her. Please make sure you survive. Don't you want to see those who hurt you die one by one? Believe me, as long as you survive, they will definitely die, and die miserably. Wan Qiqi tightly grasped the girl's hand, which was as cold as a dead person, and her gentle voice was unusually firm. The strength in her hands and the firmness in her voice seemed to give the girl an injection of cardiotonic, and she seemed to feel better.
Why?
Help me? Huang Ling's vision was a little blurry, and the person in front of her was vague, but she still remembered Gone Defa's appearance. He seemed to be the principal of Jada School. He had been to her house before and persuaded her to go to Jada School. The principal looked fierce, but he was a very kind person. He promised her very favorable conditions, and she agreed without hesitation. However, her stepfather opposed it and threatened her that if she dared to go to school, he would sell her younger brothers and sisters to a shady place. She knew that the man was capable of doing it, so she compromised. Her life was hopeless, but she hoped that her younger brothers and sisters could move on. Because you deserve it. Don't say anything. We'll be at the hospital soon. Everything will get better and better. Wan Qiqi fed her some ginseng slices again. After Huang Ling asked those questions, she had exhausted all her strength and fell into endless darkness again. Gone Defa ran through many red lights along the way and arrived at the hospital at lightning speed. Doctor, come and save him.
Gone Defa rushed in holding Huang Ling.
His white shirt was covered in blood, and he looked so fierce. The doctors and nurses were all shocked. They were wondering when another gang fight broke out in the city. There was no news on TV. Although they were scared, the medical staff were very dedicated and quickly pushed Huang Ling into the operating room for emergency treatment. Wan Qiqi and the others were waiting outside. Xia Tao was sitting alone beside them. She had a wooden expression on her face, no blood at all, and the coldness emanating from her body was colder than ice. Huang's mother stayed away from her, clasped her hands together and prayed, hoping that her daughter could be rescued. What's wrong with Miss Xia? Are you feeling unwell? Gone Defa finally noticed something was wrong with Xia Tao. Although she was usually cold, this girl was very energetic. Now, Xia Tao was like a living dead, and there was a strong sense of sadness about her, which made him feel uneasy. Xia Tao ignored him and immersed herself in memories of the past. Huang Ling's miserable condition reminded her of herself when she was 13 years old. Even though she had killed those old men, she still couldn't let it go. She hated them so much that she wanted to fly back right now, dig up their graves, whip their corpses, and grind their bones into ashes. Seeing her lifeless appearance, Gone Defa became even more worried and wanted to call a doctor. Leave her alone. Wan Qiqi stopped him. She just remembered that the current Huang Ling is the same Xia Tao as before. She was probably thinking about the past. As outsiders, all they could do was not disturb her and let Xia Tao lick her wounds in peace. Xia Tao didn't feel uncomfortable for too long. She soon regained her energy and handed over a few strings of fish balls covered with chili sauce, which Gone Defa had bought. The fish balls here are delicious, and they're as good as my mom's, Gone Defa said with a smile. Xia Tao stared at him for a long time before taking the fish balls and said coldly, "Thank you." At this moment, she really needs delicious healing. You're welcome. If it's not enough, I'll buy more. Gone Defa grinned. Then go buy more. It's not enough. Xia Tao was not polite at all. Just a few skewers were not enough to fill her stomach. Gonda was stunned for a moment, then immediately ran out happily. After a while, he came back with dozens of skewers of fish balls. He bought all the fish balls on the old lady's stall. Even if Xia Tao had a big stomach, she couldn't finish so many fish balls. The rest were eaten by Gone Defa, but he couldn't eat anything too spicy. The fish balls were coated with thick chili sauce. After eating them, his face was covered with tears and his mouth was swollen from the spiciness. Puff! Seeing his miserable appearance, Xia Tao finally smiled and her bad mood improved instantly. Gone Defa also laughed foolishly, wiping his tears as he laughed. The door of the emergency room was pushed open and the doctor came out with a serious expression. He looked at Gone Defa as if he was examining a criminal. What is your relationship with the patient? Boyfriend? The doctor's tone was very cold. He was ready to call the police. The patient was 3 months pregnant and had been bullied by many people, which resulted in the fetus dying in the womb and causing heavy bleeding. Although the poor girl's life was saved, she had lost her reproductive function. Although the doctor was used to seeing life and death in the emergency department, Huang Ling's miserable conditions still made him extremely angry. No, I have nothing to do with the patient. No, the patient is my student. I am the principal of Jada School. Gon Defa habitually took out his business card from his pocket, but his suit was still in the car, so he ran back to get the business card, but most of it was soaked in blood. I'm sorry, it's all dirty. Gon Defa picked out a cleaner one and handed it to the doctor with both hands. The doctor took it and looked at it. It was indeed the principal of Jada School. His expression immediately eased and he asked kindly, "Do you know what happened to the patient?" "I don't know. I went to visit the family today. When we arrived, something had already happened, doctor. This is the patient's mother. She must know what happened." Gon Defa dragged Huang's mother over and said coldly, "Tell the doctor what happened to your daughter."
I
don't know, I just fell down." Huang's mother didn't dare to look up and spoke timidly. "If you don't tell the truth, I will strangle you to death now." Xia Tao walked over like a ghost and grabbed Huang's mother's neck. Her cold eyes looked like the god of death. Huang's mother was so scared that she dared not hide anything anymore and confessed everything. Asai owed a loan shark, and those people came to throw paint at her house every day. We couldn't pay them, so they arrested a Ling. They sent her back today, and that's it. I feel sorry for my daughter, but I can't do anything about it. Those people are so vicious, and they would really kill people. Huang's mother started to cry and complain about her grievances again, but just as she opened her mouth, Xia Tao glared at her, and she shut up, not daring to say a word. The doctor cursed under his breath. "It's another gambler. Darn, this scumbag should be destroyed, humanitarian ally. How can he still get married and have children? He is so outstanding and handsome, but he still can't find a girlfriend. Where is justice? Principal Gon, come here for a moment." The doctor saw that Huang's mother was useless, so he pulled Gon Defa aside to talk to her and explained Huang Ling's condition in detail. 3 months pregnant? And being bullied by so many people?
Gan Dues face darkened.
He thought it was only Shi Yanhui. Darn it, he would go back and find his brothers to kill this jerk. If there weren't so many people involved, the patient wouldn't have had a stillbirth, and she wouldn't have had heavy bleeding. Her life was saved, but she was severely injured, and it will be difficult for her to get pregnant again in the future. The doctor sighed. The little girl's life had just begun, but it was ruined by the beast. Gon Defa's face became increasingly ugly. Huang Ling's experience was even worse than he had thought. Whose child was this in her belly? With a sullen face, he strode over, dragged the crying Huang's mother to a corner, and asked fiercely, "Whose child is Huang Ling's?" I don't know." Huang's mother avoided his gaze and cried with her head down. "Don't challenge my patience, or I'll make you a widow." Gon Defa knew that this woman could not live without a man. She was old and ugly now, and no man was willing to marry her. Only a gambler was willing to be with her, so she was submissive and obedient in front of her husband, and even sold out her daughter. As expected, Huang's mother was frightened and cried. It was Ah Kai and his friend. He owed his friend money and drank too much that day. He didn't mean to do it. He repented afterwards. Gon Defa gritted his teeth. He felt murderous for the second time and really wanted to kill this woman. Not worthy of being a mother at all. "Why don't you just die?" Xia Tao took action and knocked Huang's mother to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Huang's mother's jaw was dislocated and she couldn't make a sound. She was soon beaten into a ball, groaning miserably. The doctors and nurses saw it, but turned their heads away indifferently, pretending they didn't see anything. This irresponsible mother deserves to be beaten to death. "Stop fighting, this is a hospital, let's talk outside." Gon Defa stopped Xia Tao. If the fight continued, someone would die. There were too many people in the hospital, and it would be troublesome if the police were to be attracted. Xia Tao stopped and looked at Huang's mother, lying on the ground with a cold and ruthless look. In her eyes, the couple were already dead. Huang Ling was very weak and had been in a coma. None of the three of them knew how to take care of her, and Huang's mother could not be relied on. Ruan Qiqi called home and asked A Xiang to come to the hospital to take care of her. A Xiang came over with a cooked chicken soup, and Ruan Qiqi asked her to go over and gave her some instructions. Sister, don't worry. I took care of my mother in the first few months before she passed away. I have experience. A Xiang said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. I will ask a nurse to help you. Ruan Qiqi was afraid that it would affect her studies, so she asked the hospital to hire a skilled nurse. With A Xiang in the hospital, Ruan Qiqi and the others left with peace of mind. However, an accident happened on the way. Gao Defa, who had been very strong all the way, fainted as soon as he walked out of the hospital. Xia Tao pinched his Renjong point hard, and he woke up quickly. He went back to change his clothes, and they returned to Kowloon Walled City again. It was already dark, and the lights on the street were turned on. The voltage in Kowloon Walled City was unstable, and the lights flickered, making the densely packed and dark buildings look like a haunted house. Shi Yanhui is a subordinate of Scar Lu's mortal enemy. He is in charge of the casino in Kowloon and specializes in loan sharking. He has killed many people. Gao Defa introduced. Kill him. Xia Tao didn't say a word.
These people had to die. Good.
Gao Defa agreed readily. He also wanted to kill these jerks. Of the Huang family was ajar, and the bright red paint on the door looked like blood. Gao Defa pushed the door open, and a cheerful voice came from inside. Sister, are you back? A pretty girl in her teens ran out. She looked somewhat like Huang Ling in her eyes and eyebrows, and was wearing a washed-out school uniform. She was Huang Ling's sister Huang Zhen, who went to a public school and was also a good student. Huang Zhen didn't see her elder sister, and her eyes became dim. A beautiful boy of 7 or 8 years old also came out. The brother and sister were close together. Huang Zhen slightly turned sideways and stood in front of her brother. She mustered up her courage and said, We don't have any money. Go ask Lu Kai for money. Gurgle. The brother and sister held their stomachs embarrassedly. They had not eaten anything since last night. When they were hungry, they could only go to the toilet and drink tap water. They didn't have to pay tuition to go to school, but meals were not provided. In the past, it was the scholarship earned by the eldest sister that was used to buy them food. Yesterday, the eldest sister was taken away by Shi Yanhui's people and has not returned yet. They are so worried about her. Can you please let my elder sister go? She has no money. Please let my elder sister go, okay? Huang Zhen suddenly knelt down, hugged Gao Defa's legs and begged desperately. Her brother also knelt down and hugged Gao Defa's other leg. The brother and sister cried with tears in their eyes, looking so pitiful. Your eldest sister is in the hospital. She's fine now. I'll take you to dinner. Ruan Qiqi helped the two children up. Their backs were full of bones, and they would hurt their hands when they touched them. The brother and sister hesitated for a few minutes and thought that Ruan Qiqi looked like a good person, so they followed them. There were many restaurants nearby, and Ruan Qiqi picked a clean one and ordered a lot of food. The two children ate politely at first, but they were so hungry that they soon wolfed down the food without even chewing it. Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. The brother and sister slowed down a bit, but still ate fast. Even if they were very full, they still stuffed their mouths with food, because after this meal, they didn't know when the next meal would be, so they had to eat more to fight hunger.
Don't eat it.
Eat it tomorrow. Ruan Qiqi stopped them, saying that overeating would harm the health of children. The brother and sister looked at the remaining food on the table reluctantly, but still stopped eating. Ruan Qiqi was worried about leaving the two children behind, so she asked Gao Defa's men to take the two children to the hospital to see Huang Ling. Brother Gao, we can't let the child stay in the hospital forever, right? Asked the subordinate. Send him to my parents and let them take care of him for a few days. Gao Defa couldn't think of a good solution, so he had to trouble his parents. The men took the brother and sister away. It was already dark. The neon lights on the street cast an ambiguous light. Several heavily made-up women were standing on the side of the road, greeting the men passing by in a coquettish manner. Some men would stop, negotiate the price, and then walk away with the women in their arms, while the rest of the women continued to solicit customers. Huang's mother had already returned home. She didn't care that the other two children were not at home. She took out the money she had hidden under the bed and prepared to go out for a bowl of noodles. She was almost starving to death. "You're still hiding your own money. Are you tired of living?" The drunk man just returned home and saw the money in Huang's mother's hand. He snatched it away and beat her up. Huang's mother held her head and cried for mercy, but the man remained indifferent and beat her even harder. "Useless thing. The daughter she gave birth to is useless. She can't even serve anyone. She's like a piece of wood. No wonder Brother Hui is so angry. Where's that little cousin? I'll give her 3 days to rest, and she'll go to work in the nightclub after 3 days. I'll even take the deposit." After counting the money, the man felt even worse. It was just the money for a bowl of noodles, not even enough to buy a chip for the casino. "You are such a useless thing. No one wants it even if I sell it. I am so unlucky to marry a useless jerk like you." The man went away cursing. Although he couldn't afford to go to the casino, he still had other ways to play. He could go find some friends to play small games. Maybe he could get lucky and make his money back. However, the man was knocked unconscious by a fist as big as a casserole just as he opened the door. Before Huang's mother could even scream, she was kicked unconscious by Xia Tao. Kowloon Walled City is a lawless area. If someone is killed here, the police are unwilling to come and the residents turn a blind eye and dare not interfere. So, when they saw Gao Defa and Xia Tao carrying the Huang couple away, no one said a word. Brother Hui asked them to go for questioning. Gao Defa said with a cold face. No one else had any doubts. Since Lu Kai owed so much high-interest loan sharks, it was normal for Shi Yanhui to look for him and his wife. Judging from the situation, the couple would not survive. I took the couple to the beach. The tide rose in the evening, and the waves hit the rocks, creating high splashes of water. Gao Defa wanted to throw the man directly into the sea, but was stopped by Xia Tao. "I can't let them get away with it so easily. Watch me." Xia Tao took out her exclusive toolbox and opened it, revealing knives of various shapes. Huang's mother and Lu Kai both woke up and looked at them in horror. "Please have mercy on me and let me go. I have a beautiful daughter, prettier than a star. As long as you let me go, you can take my daughter away. If one is not enough, there is also a little one. I'll give them all to you." Lu Kai knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. He shamelessly betrayed his daughter again and even spared the younger one. Huang's mother recognized them and collapsed to the ground with fear. The beautiful woman wanted to kill her during the day, and now in this desolate mountain and wilderness, the woman would definitely not show mercy. "She can't survive. I have 2 children who can't live without me. Please let me go." Huang's mother didn't want to die, so she moved her 2 young children out. "With you here, they can't survive. Stop talking nonsense." Xia Tao didn't want to listen to their noise anymore, so she raised her knife and cut their vocal cords cleanly. What followed was a visual feast of violence and blood. Wan Chichi was already used to it and watched calmly. Gao Defa pinched his palm hard and stared with wide eyes, his face pale, without a trace of blood. "If you are afraid of blood, stay away and don't look at it." Seeing that he was doing such a strange and sinful thing, Wan Chichi advised him to stop watching. "It's okay. I'm not that serious now. I didn't faint in the hospital before." Gao Defa refused. He felt that he could overcome it. Miss Xia was such a brave girl, and he couldn't hold her back. Until Xia Tao completed the art of division, Gao Defa held on firmly, his eyes wide open, staring at the 2 pieces of meat on the beach. The tide was rising higher and higher, and soon it washed the beach clean, leaving no trace. "Let's go find Shi Yanhui and the others." Xia Tao curled the corners of her mouth in satisfaction. As expected, blood made her happier. She would be even happier after killing those scums like Shi Yanhui. "Hey, you didn't faint?" To see Gao Defa standing straight. I've made progress." Gao Defa smiled naively, then fell backwards and landed on the beach. The base of his hands were bleeding from being pinched. Is he stupid? Xia Tao didn't understand. If he fainted because of blood, he would faint. He was pinched to death like this, but he still fainted. He was really not very smart.
It's really stupid.
Yuan Qiqi smiled. One was affectionate, while the other was still ignorant. Gon Defa still had to wait. Xia Tao pinched the philtrum skillfully, and soon Gon Defa climbed up nimbly and looked refreshed. Shi Yanhui was in the casino, and those jerks who bullied Huang Ling were also there. Yuan Qiqi and Bonsai in the casino asked around and found out who they were. Before she even made a move, Xia Tao and Gon Defa had already taken care of it. They smashed the casino to pieces, took Shi Yanhui and those jerks away, and also robbed the jerk who had bullied Huang Ling together with Lu Kai and made her pregnant. They came to the seaside again and were separated by Xia Tao as usual. The waves swept away everything, and they left no trace in this world. The next day, Yuan Qiqi went to the hospital. Huang Ling had woken up and looked much better than yesterday. Don't get up. Just lie down. I have good news for you. Your parents haven't come home yet. They were probably taken away by Xia Yanhui's people. They may never come back. Yuan Qiqi held her down and told her the good news. Huang Ling was stunned for a moment and asked anxiously, "How are my brother and sister?" "They are fine. Principal Gon has taken them home. Don't worry." "Thank you. I will find a way to earn money to pay you back." Huang Ling breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her younger brother and sister were fine, she didn't want to die now. She had to pay back the huge medical bills she owed. I have another piece of good news for you. Shi Yanhui and several of his men have also disappeared inexplicably. They were probably chopped into pieces by their enemies. Huang Ling, Jada School now invites you solemnly. Are you willing to come to school? Yuan Qiqi asked with a smile. Huang Ling was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. Is there any school willing to accept her in such a condition? You really want me? I'm. She lowered her head in shame, her thin, bloodless hands tightly clutching the quilt. The wrinkled sheets were just like her mood at the moment, unable to calm down. You ranked third in the city's joint entrance exam. Why wouldn't we accept you? As long as you are willing to come to Jeddah, tuition will be waived, and you will be given 500 yuan a month for living expenses. The scholarship will depend on your grades. If you can rank in the top 3 in your grade, I guarantee that your scholarship will be the highest in the city. Yuan Qiqi's tone was the same as usual, and there was nothing unusual in her eyes, as if she was chatting with an ordinary student. Huang Ling's mood gradually calmed down. She slowly raised her head, and her eyes became brighter. Yuan Qiqi's words gave her a lot of confidence. What she was most confident in was studying. She could easily solve those questions that seemed difficult to others. She seldom attended lectures because what the teachers said was too simple, and she could learn faster by reading books on her own. Therefore, she had enough confidence to get the highest scholarship. I'm sure I can get it, Mrs. Yuan. Huang Ling's tone was firm. She said that for her younger siblings and herself, she would definitely cheer up. And she was very happy because her mother, stepfather, and Shi Yanhui were all in trouble, and no one would bully her and her younger siblings anymore. I also believe that you will be able to get it.
Have a good rest.
There is no need to worry about the medical expenses. You can pay it back slowly when you earn money in the future. Yuan Qiqi comforted gently. The child was too weak. He was malnourished and had lost so much blood, so his body was badly damaged. Fortunately, he was still young. Plus, she asked Ah Hong to make nourishing soup for him every day, adding a lot of blood replenishing and qi replenishing herbs. He should be able to recover within a month. Thank you and Principal Gon and that beautiful sister. Huang Ling's face was full of gratitude. She didn't completely faint yesterday, and she vaguely remembered some things. If Mrs. Yuan and Principal Gon hadn't arrived in time, she might have really died. She is the Dean of Studies. Her last name is Xia. She is very strict. Yuan Qiqi smiled. Ah Xiang came just in time, so she went back to get some tonic soup. Today we have chicken soup again. Sister Hong simmered it on low heat for several hours and added medicinal herbs. Drink it while it's hot. Ah Xiang poured out a bowl of soup from the thermos, and a strong smell of medicine overflowed. Although Huang Ling didn't know anything about medicine, she could guess that this bowl of chicken soup was not cheap. She did not say any more words of gratitude, but kept it in her heart silently, and secretly vowed to study hard and repay this kindness after she became successful. After Wan Qiqi left, she still had to pry away at the feet of two other top teachers. Met Xia Tao at the hospital gate, as well as Huang Ling's younger brother and sister. The two children looked much better, no longer as pale and thin as they were yesterday. "Where is Gone Defa?" Wan Qiqi asked. "Stop the car. Where are you going?" Xia Tao asked.
Poaching.
"Wait, together." Xia Tao shouted towards the parking lot. "Why are you taking so long to give birth?" "Here it comes." Gone Defa came running over and explained. "Someone couldn't park his car properly, so I helped him park it." "If you can't park the car properly, you shouldn't drive it out. Can you help him park it forever? Do you think you're doing good things for others? In fact, you are harming others. Don't help him anymore." Xia Tao lectured with a cold face, saying that she had never seen anyone who liked to do good things more than this big fool. Even if he suffered a loss, he would not learn the lesson and would continue to act foolishly. "You rewrite. I won't park for anyone anymore." Gone Defa accepted the criticism with an open mind. Xia Tao's words might sound cold at first, but upon closer thought they made a lot of sense, a point he had never thought of before. It's not just parking, it's the same with other things, like the day before yesterday when a couple was fighting and you sided with that zitch, but the zitch sided with her husband and beat you up. Don't you think you're stupid? Yes, I am indeed stupid. I will never care about a couple fighting again. From now on, I will be in charge of the internal affairs of the school, and you will be in charge of the external affairs. You act stupidly all day long. Don't mess up my school. Okay, you take care of the inside, and I'll take care of the outside. Gone Defa blurted out. Then he was stunned, then lowered his head and smiled secretly. "Just so you know." Xia Tao snorted complacently. It was lucky that the school had her. Otherwise it would have been destroyed sooner or later. Wan Qiqi was laughing as she listened to this. These two people were quite a good match. She also followed him back to the ward. Huang Ling had just finished a bowl of chicken soup, and Xiang was talking to her. "Sister is a very kind person. Even the bodhisattvas in heaven are not as good as her. You study so well, you will definitely have a great future. Now you just need to take care of your health. As the quotations say, health is the capital of revolution. Without a good body, you can't accomplish anything." Xiang was particularly envious. She attended night school and could not understand a lot of what the teacher said. Learning was very difficult for her. She envied those who were good at studying because their brains were worth 10 of hers. "Thank you, Sister Xiang. I will study hard and repay Mrs. Ruan, Principal Gon, and Director Xia in the future." Huang Ling nodded with a determined look. She would try her best to forget the past. One must look forward. She would not give up on herself because of the things done by the evil people. Instead, she has to work hard to live a more wonderful life, and become a strong person like Mrs. Ruan. In the future, she will also help those girls who are suffering. That's what I thought too.
Xiang smiled.
She and Huang Ling were of similar age and got along very well. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, they were already very familiar with each other. The two smiled at each other and felt closer. "Ling, can I trouble you with something?" "What's up?" "I don't quite understand a lot of what the teacher said. Can I ask you for help?"
"Sure."
"Thank you, Ling. I'm welcome then. You don't know. Every time I go to ask the teacher, I only half understand what she says, and I don't dare to ask more because the teacher will be annoyed. Fortunately, I have you." Xiang smiled happily, and Huang Ling was also smiling. She was very happy to be able to help Sister Xiang. Wan Qiqi and the others listened at the door for a while and were happy for the two hardworking and ambitious girls. She pushed open the door, and Huang Zhen and her brother rushed in. "Big sister." The 3 siblings hugged each other and cried and laughed. "We stayed at Principal Gon's parents' house last night. We ate a lot of food and they bought us new clothes." "Big sister, your face is so pale. Did Shi Yanhui bully you?" Huang Zhen looked at her elder sister worriedly. Although she was young, she already knew a lot of things because she lived in Kowloon Walled City. The little girl vaguely guessed that something bad must have happened to her elder sister. She didn't know how to comfort her and could only cry. It's okay. Mom and Lu Kai are dead, and Xianhui is dead too. No one will bully us anymore. Huang Ling told me good news. The two children were stunned for a few seconds, then they were overjoyed and said in unison, "Is he really dead? That's great. Real. Sister, I have some money from my grandparents. Can I go buy some firecrackers?" The pocket money given by Gon's mother from her pocket and asked in a low voice. "I have some too. Do you want to ask the Heavenly Master to block their way? Don't let them come back?" My younger brother also took out the money and asked worriedly. "On the 7th day, they must not be allowed to come back, and we must ask the Taoist priest to block their way home. Today I encountered a very infuriating thing. When I was feeding stray cats, 3 drunks came over and kept saying that they wanted to catch the cats and stew them. I started arguing with them. Fortunately, the cats were smart and ran away. I felt upset afterwards. If only I had practiced boxing, I would have beaten them to a pulp. So, I decided to write them in a very miserable way in the book. Don't worry, we have asked the Heavenly Master to suppress them in the 18 levels of hell. They will never get out." Wan Qiqi comforted the 3 siblings. "In fact, Lu Kai is my younger brother's biological father, but this man is worse than a beast. He beats and scolds his own child and has no humanity at all. That's great. Thank God." Huang Zhen and his brother put their hands together and bowed towards the sky several times, which was both funny and sad to watch. Huang Ling knew that this was what Wan Qiqi did to coax her younger siblings, and she guessed that Xianhui, her mother, and Lu Kai were most likely killed by Mrs. Wan and her friends. "Very nice. Your brothers and sisters can also go to Jada School. The school will bear the tuition fees, food, and accommodation. The only requirement is that you study hard, give back to society in the future, and help other people in need."
Can you do it?
Wan Qiqi asked. "I can do it, ma'am. I'm second in the class." Huang Zhen said loudly. "I can do it too. The teacher praised me for being smart." The younger brother raised his hand. "Very good." Wan Qiqi touched the heads of the 2 children. It was really a good thing that good things came out of bad bamboos. Even Huang Ling's mother herself didn't know the biological father of the 2 sisters. A woman like her didn't know how to raise children at all. At most, she could just keep the children from being hungry. But the 3 children all grew up well, better than many children who were raised with great care. The brother and sister stayed in the hospital to accompany their eldest sister. Today was probably the happiest day for the 3 siblings. Huang Ling in the ward laughed out loud, which was rare for her, and she seemed to be in much better spirits. "Duck, I should have cut more." After leaving the hospital, Xia Tao suddenly cursed. She shouldn't have been chopped into pieces last night, but should have been cut into pieces. If you cut it too small, the shark won't be able to fit in its teeth and won't be able to eat it. Gon Defa comforted sincerely, because that was what he thought. "Yes, you are right. I'll cut it into bigger pieces next time." Xia Tao nodded. For the first time, she did not refute. She even decided not to use lingqi anymore. She would just cut the body into pieces and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. Hong Kong is a really nice place. There are delicious foods, and it is a good place to dump corpses. Once the waves roll in, no trace is left. It is really a feng shui treasure land. "Which one do you want to cut next time?" Gon Defa asked very patiently. He did not think Xia Tao was cold-blooded. Instead, he thought she was very kind because she killed those who deserved to be killed. This was called acting in the name of justice. "I haven't thought of it yet. If you find someone like Xianhui, remember to tell me." "Okay, I'll definitely tell you. When you cut, call me, and I'll be your assistant. You are afraid of blood, so I ask you to lie down like a corpse? I've improved a little bit now, and I'm not so dizzy anymore." "Okay, I'll call you next time." The 2 walked side by side, Gon Defa in a suit and tie, while Xia Tao wore a white long skirt with a sweater of the same color. The 2 looked like a combination of Beauty and the Beast. Although their images were not very harmonious, the 2 walked very close and talked so intimately, which made them seem particularly harmonious. People passing by thought they were dating and smiled knowingly. There was also a young couple. After hearing the last few words, the wife was particularly envious. She poked her husband hard and complained in a low voice. Other husbands try their best to go into the kitchen to cook even if they are afraid of blood. Look at you, you are not afraid of blood, and you have all your limbs intact. It's harder for you to go into the kitchen than to go to the moon. I'm working hard to make money. Otherwise, how can you buy beautiful bags? How come you don't know that they don't make any money? Maybe they make more money than you. If you insist on saying that, why don't you look at how beautiful other people's wives are? You said I'm not pretty?
No. Oh.
The couple had a quarrel while chatting. The wife walked away with a cold face, while the husband followed her and kept saying nice things to her. The two people who caused all this were still immersed in the chat and were completely unaware. Wan Qiqi was the only one watching the show, and she was laughing so hard that her cheeks were sore. The first stop was the home of the top teacher for primary school students to enter junior high school. She was a female teacher in her 40s, surnamed Chen. Her home was quite crowded, with a family of 4 plus a Filipino maid living in a house of more than 30 square meters. Although it was crowded, it was tidy and did not look messy. You again? Principal gone, I won't go to your school. I appreciate your appreciation, but I'm doing well now and don't want to change places. Teacher Chen's attitude was very good, but his tone was very firm. She is already 40 years old. She is not as adventurous as she was when she was young. Now she just wants stability and does not want to move easily. Jiada were very tempting. It was a new school after all. If she failed to achieve results, her reputation as a gold medal teacher would be ruined. Once reputation fell, it would be difficult to raise it again. She could not afford the risk. Teacher Chen, what you are worried about is that the admission rate will not be improved and will affect your reputation, right? Wan Qiqi asked. Yes, don't blame me for speaking rudely. Your Jiada is a new school and I am 40 years old. I don't have the courage of a young person to gamble. Teacher Chen also spoke frankly. I can't guarantee you the enrollment rate. After all, no one can guarantee the future. But I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to go to Guardian, I will let you and your husband divorce smoothly, and I will guarantee that he will stop harassing you and the children. How about that? Just now, Wan Qiqi chatted with a pot of orchid on the windowsill for a while and learned that Teacher Chen's marriage had been in crisis for a long time, but her husband was a scoundrel who kept dragging his feet and refused to divorce, and even threatened to kill her and the child. Teacher Chen looked a little unhappy and said angrily, Are you investigating my private affairs? No, as a school director, it's normal for me to care about the lives of the school's teachers, right? Teacher Chen, as long as you agree, I will make your husband agree to a divorce within 3 days and leave Hong Kong forever. Wan Qiqi's tone was gentle, but extremely firm. Teacher Chen's expression relaxed a lot and hesitantly asked, Can you really get him to agree to a divorce? He's not that easy to talk to. That man is a shameless scoundrel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dragged it out for so many years without getting a divorce. Don't worry, he will definitely speak nicely to me. As an employee of Guardian, you just need to educate the students well and ensure the enrollment rate. Leave the rest to the school. I will ensure that the teachers have no worries. Wan Qiqi promised with a smile that if he dared to disobey, he would be thrown onto the mountain to feed the trees. She hasn't killed anyone for a long time, and she hopes that Teacher Chen's man won't make her want to kill. Okay, as long as you can do it, I'm willing to go to Guardian. Teacher Chen made up her mind. She really wanted to get rid of that scoundrel and live a quiet life with her 2 children. By the way, do you still have feelings for your man? If you still have feelings, I will be more patient. Wan Qiqi asked directly. I wish he was dead. Teacher Chen gritted his teeth, his face full of hatred. She worked hard outside to earn money to support the family, but the man didn't work or do housework. He just ate, drank, and had fun every day. If she didn't have money, he would ask her for it, and if she didn't give it, he would lose his temper. Under this shadow, the 2 children became silent. She often woke up in the middle of the night, looking at her sleeping husband, and wanted to kill him with a knife. But she couldn't do it. It wasn't because she was afraid, but because she was worried that if something happened to her, no one would take care of her 2 children. Okay, that's easy. Wan Chichi smiled, fearing that Teacher Chen still had feelings for her and was filled with deep hatred and resentment. The three of them were leaving. A middle-aged man who was drunk came back. When he saw them, he squinted his eyes, didn't even say hello, stretched out his hand to Teacher Chen and said shamelessly, "Give me money." "Where's the money I gave you yesterday?" "I have no money left." Teacher Chen lowered her voice. She felt so ashamed and even more annoyed that she didn't listen to her parents and insisted on marrying this jerk. When she was young, she only thought that love was enough to satisfy her and that if they worked hard together, they would definitely be able to live a good life. But after getting married, she realized that she was the only one struggling and her husband was lazy and gluttonous. In the first few years, he would take great pains to coax her, but later on he was too impatient to even coax her and would only ask for money. His temper also became worse and worse, and the children and the Filipino maid were afraid of him. "How can you, a top-ranked teacher, be without money? Give it to me now. I want to treat my friends to a drink." The man became impatient and went straight to his wife's bag. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find any money. He was so angry that he threw the bag away while cursing and staggered to the bedroom. Teacher Chen's face changed drastically, and he rushed in. Soon the sound of the couple fighting could be heard from the room. "This is the bracelet my mother gave me. Are you still human? Who knows which mistress gave it to me? I'm not that easy to fool. Give it to me." The man pushed his wife away, snatched the gold bracelet, and ran away. Such a heavy bracelet could be exchanged for a lot of money, enough for him to drink for a while. But he couldn't run away because Gondefa grabbed his collar from behind. "Duck, you old." The man could finish his curse. He was frightened by Gonda's ferocious appearance and shut up and handed over the bracelet obediently. Xia Tao looked at him coldly, with murderous intent. A man who is of no use to the family and only drags down his family should be fed to sharks. Teacher Chun is now an employee of our school. If you bully her again, the Glory Gang will not let you go. Gondefa raised his fist, which was as big as a casserole, which was quite intimidating. No, we have a very good relationship. We just quarrel." The man who bullies the weak and fears the strong said nice things timidly, for fear of angering Gondefa. "Teacher Chen, if he dares to cause trouble at home again, call me." Gondefa left a business card with the gang's office phone number on it. There was someone on duty 24 hours a day.
Good.
Teacher Chen took the business card with both hands. He felt warm in his heart, and for the first time he felt at ease. No one had ever helped her before. Her family had long since stopped communicating with her, and she didn't have the face to ask for help. Her school leaders and colleagues had no idea about her family situation, so she was too embarrassed to tell anyone. Today was the first time someone stood up for her and taught this scoundrel a lesson, and she felt particularly at ease. Gonda gave the man a cold look, and the man was trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. After they left, the man dared to raise his head and raised his hand to teach his wife a lesson. Hit me to death if you can." Teacher Chen raised the business card in his hand and for the first time had the courage to confront him head-on. Because she was sure that this scoundrel didn't have the courage to kill anyone, and now that she had someone to back her up, she was not afraid. As expected, the man hesitated, put down his raised hand, and ran out angrily. Teacher Chen breathed a sigh of relief and held the business card tightly in her hand. She made a decision that even if Jiada School could not get Wu Lai to agree to a divorce, she would still go to Jiada. So far, only Jiada can make her rogue husband behave himself, and just for this reason, she has to work there. Wan Chi and the others first went to the home of Teacher Li, a famous college entrance examination gold medal teacher in the city, a single man who looked to be in his early 30s. He lived in a high-end apartment of about 800 square feet, which is considered a luxury house in Hong Kong. The decoration, home appliances, and furniture in the house are all very tasteful and expensive, which shows that Teacher Li is a person who has high demands on life and can both earn money and spend money. "My contract with Rongda has not expired yet." Teacher Li still refused. "The contract is not a problem. As long as you are willing to come to China Guardian, I will take care of the contract." Gon Defa said sincerely. Principal Gon, thank you for your appreciation. There are many excellent teachers in the city. I can recommend a few to you. Teacher Li said with a smile. Okay, the one recommended by Teacher Li must be excellent, but I want you more, come with me. Gon Defa didn't make any choices at all. He accepted everyone who came, because the school was short of teachers anyway. Mr. Li's face froze. He said helplessly, I can guarantee the reputation of Rongda, but I can't guarantee it if I go to your guardian. I won't go. The top 10 students in the city's joint exam are all from Arjata. Although Teacher Li is a top-notch teacher, a good general needs good soldiers to fight a good battle. Don't you think so? Gon Defa asked, very sincerely, and took out 10 contracts for him to see. Teacher Li is very familiar with the top 10 students in the city's joint entrance examination. Those were the students he had reserved a long time ago. How come they all went to Jada? Looking at the familiar names on the contract one after another, his expression became strange, and he couldn't help asking, You spent a lot of money, right? Money is not a problem. Jada has no shortage of money. Teacher Li, which other students do you want? I will find them all for you. Gonda asked with a chutzpah. Teacher Li pondered for a few seconds, stood up and took out a form from the drawer. On it was the ranking list of the city's joint entrance examination. He circled a few names, all ranked in the top 100. If I can get these, I'll go to Guardian. No problem. Gon Defa agreed readily. Wan Qiqi took a look at the ranking list. The total scores of those circled students were not particularly high, but their performance in certain subjects was particularly unbalanced. They all scored almost full marks in science, but failed in liberal arts. These students are good at liberal arts. Why don't you want them? Xia Tao also came over to take a look, pointed out a few names, and asked. These students' IQs are definitely good, but they don't have a talent for science. They will have a hard time doing well in exams, and their admission rates cannot be guaranteed. But if you're willing, you can recruit them. Teacher Li told the truth that he only focused on the college entrance examination results and the admission rate was the most important, so he preferred students who were good at science. If they are good at arts, they can study arts.
Why do you look down on them?
Recruit them. Xia Tao got angry. She circled these students with a red pen and threw it to Gon Defa. Okay, I'll go dig. Gon Defa nodded vigorously. He also felt that education should not be biased, and that children who were good at liberal arts were also worthy of special training. Teacher Li couldn't help but laugh, and he felt more favorable towards the newly established Jada school. They left Teacher Li's house. It was getting dark. Wan Qiqi decided to find Teacher Chen's man and have a good chat. Xia Tao insisted on following him. Although Gon Defa wanted to go, he still had to poach students, so they had to act separately. The man was not at home, and Wan Qiqi found him in an alley near Chen's house. Meow. The cat's shrill cries came from the alley, along with a man's curses. This jerk is torturing a cat. Who told you to glare at me? I gave you the face you deserve, and you're still yelling? I'll beat you to death. The man kicked a cow cat so hard that the cat could no longer move. It screamed miserably, and its beautiful big eyes were full of despair. Yes, the author is so petty, huh? Meow. When the cat saw Wan Qiqi and the others, its eyes lit up and it screamed with all its strength, as if asking for help. Didn't you hear me when I told you to stop yelling? I'll beat you to death, you beast. How dare you be so mean to me? I'm not afraid of you. The man vented all the frustration he had suffered at the hands of Gon Defa on the cat. He raised his foot high, ready to give the cat a fatal kick. He smiled smugly, and his face, red from alcohol, looked particularly hideous under the dim street lights.
Duck.
Xia Tao rushed over and kicked the man to the ground. Meow. The cow-cat curled up into a ball and tried to stand up, but it was too badly injured. It staggered to its feet, then fell down again, looking at them with gratitude with its big amber eyes. Wan Qiqi squatted down and stuffed the ginseng slices into the cat's mouth. This cow-cat was not very old, only 4 or 5 months old at most, and was skinny, with several animal bites on its body. It was obvious that in addition to being bullied by human scum, there were other animals bullying it. Meow the kitten was very smart and felt the abundant spiritual energy in the ginseng slices. It stuck out its pink tongue, licked Ruan Chi-Chi's hand a few times, and then ate the ginseng slices bit by bit. Get up, I'll give you a chance. Get up and fight me, I'll give you 3 more moves. Xia Tao grabbed the man and gave him a chance to resist.
I
didn't bully Chen Jishan. I didn't even go home. Why did you hit me? A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I won't bother with you. Stop meddling in my business. The man recognized them, and seeing that Gon Defo was not there, he became much braver. He thought they were just 2 women with thin arms and legs, and he was sure he could beat them. However, he still didn't dare to do anything, for fear of being in trouble with the Rong Yao gang. I'm going to hit you. Xia Tao sneered and slapped the man, stunning him. Then he became furious and rushed over howling, ready to teach her a lesson. But before he could swing his fist, Xia Tao kicked him away. He fell heavily to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Stand up. Xia Tao walked over and pulled him up again. Lady, I was wrong. Please let me go. The man who bullies the weak and fears the strong was scared. He begged for mercy with tears in his eyes and was as cowardly as a piece of rotten meat. Get up. If you keep crying, I'll kill you. Xia Tao kicked the man hard, and he cried loudly in pain, refusing to get up no matter what. He was afraid that he would be killed by this vicious woman if he got up. Ruan Chi-Chi walked over and asked coldly, How many cats did you bully? It's just this one. I was in a bad mood. This cat kept barking at me, which annoyed me, so I took action. I was wrong. I will never bully cats again. Can you 2 ladies please forgive me? The man cried so hard that his eyes were filled with tears, but he cursed his bad luck in his heart. He deliberately chose a dark alley to do it with this beast, and he was actually seen by these 2 women. He would have to find a more secluded place to do it next time. Every day. He can't even beat his wife. If he hurts her, who'll earn money for him? I didn't dare to hit my children or the Filipino maid, as if I did, I would be caught by the police and taken to justice. After much thought, only stray cats can be bullied. No one will care even if they are beaten to death. They are just animals. No one will have time to care about the life and death of a stray cat after having eaten their fill.
Pa.
Ruan Chi-Chi pulled out the bone whip and whipped the man hard. The man opened his mouth to scream, but Xia Tao kicked him and broke his jaw. You still don't tell the truth even when you are about to die. Tell me, how many cats did you bully? Ruan Chi-Chi whipped the man again, and blood seeped out of his clothes. His face was distorted in pain, and sweat covered his forehead. The man screamed in pain, his eyes anxious. He wanted to answer, but no sound came out. He is still stubborn and refuses to repent. He continues to smoke. Xia Tao said coldly. He who won't cry until he sees the coffin. Ruan Chi-Chi snorted coldly and whipped the man several times in a row. The man rolled on the ground in pain, tears, sweat and blood mixed together, and his eyes became more anxious. He is not stubborn. He wants to say something, but he can't say it. He's still glaring at you. Beat him to death. Xia Tao wished she could grab the whip and whip herself. The man was about to vomit blood in anxiety. He felt more wronged than Do-e. Why the heck wasn't it snowing yet? He is almost killed unjustly. Ruan Chi-Chi whipped him a few more times before stopping. It was not because she was showing mercy, but because men could not help being whipped. If she continued whipping him, someone would die. Just now she chatted with Shu Shu on the roadside for a while. This man often bullied the stray cats nearby and killed at least 10 stray cats. If they hadn't rushed over today, this cow cat would definitely have been beaten to death by this jerk. Like these who only dare to abuse small animals, but Ruan Chi-Chi has a way. Tell me the truth, how many cats did you bully? Ruan Chi-Chi raised the bone whip in the air a few times, and the man on the ground trembled a few times, his pupils contracted in fear. He opened his mouth wide, trying hard to make a sound, but to no avail. Instead, a lot of saliva flowed out of his mouth, and his clothes were wet. His jaw hasn't closed yet, wait. Xia Tao finally noticed it, walked over and kicked the man's chin, and with a click, the jaw closed. The man was so moved that he shed tears. He didn't care about his wounds and confessed honestly, "I know I was wrong. I will never bully cats again. Please forgive me, please? You bullied a few cats and you don't understand what people say?" Wan Chichi whipped the bone whip a few times in the air, and the man trembled with fear. He recalled and answered carefully, I can't remember clearly.
Pa.
The bone whip lashed towards him like a snake, stopping a few centimeters away from his face. More than a dozen, I can't remember exactly. The man confessed promptly, and the number was more than what Shushu said. Apparently, he had abused cats in other places. That's 20. Wan Chichi concluded coldly that she looked at the man with disgust, and killing him would dirty her hands, so she decided to punish the jerk in other ways. I'll feed it to the sharks. Xia Tao took the initiative to request that it would be a waste of food and air to keep this kind of scum alive. It would be better to feed it to sharks. It's a pity to feed it to the sharks. Send it to film. Chun Mayer is in need of a partner recently. The money earned can be used to provide scholarships to students. Wan Chichi thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. This jerk man looks really good, with fair skin and delicate flesh. If he dresses up well, he will definitely be a box office guarantee.
No.
I will change. I am the pillar of the family. My wife and children cannot live without me. Please let me go.
Please.
When the man heard the name Chin Mayer, he immediately understood, because he had also seen the movies Chin Mayer had filmed, and it was indeed very enjoyable to watch. But if he were to film the movie himself, he would definitely not be happy. How could he still be a human being? Your wife and children wish you were dead. Wan Chichi sneered. How could a man who made no contribution to the family and even dragged down his wife and children have the nerve to say that he was the pillar of the family? My wife and children will be ashamed of me making that kind of film. It doesn't matter if I'm embarrassed, but the children are still young and they can't bear it. The man pleaded. It's okay. I'll put on a mask for you. Wan Chichi put an end to all his thoughts. She had finally found an actor with a good figure and good looks, and there was no way she would let him go. But I'll let you go after you've made 20 movies. Don't worry, I'm trustworthy. Wan Chichi promised him a bitter and astringent cake, and the man was so excited that he fainted. Gone Defa had great success in recruiting students. With the reputation of Teacher Li and the temptation of high scholarships, the parents of those students did not hesitate for too long and signed the contracts. He returned to the gang. He received a call from Xia Tao and hurried over. Meow the cow was wrapped in Xia Tao's sweater and lay quietly in her arms. After eating the ginseng slices, the kitten recovered a lot, but was still a little listless. It couldn't even lift its head and called weakly to Gone Defa. What a beautiful little kitty. What happened to it? Gone Defa reached out and gently stroked the kitten's head. Being beaten by that jerk. Xia Tao glanced coldly at the man on the ground. If it wasn't for the student scholarship, she would have cut the jerk into pieces long ago. How about feeding him to the sharks? Gone Defa asked seriously. The man on the ground shuddered and curled up into a ball, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, fearing that these 3 evil spirits would really feed him to sharks. It's a pity to feed him to the sharks. Let him be Chun Mayer's partner, and I'll let him go after he shoots 20 movies. Wan Chichi said. 1 cat counts as 1 film, 20 cats count as 20 films. After filming 20 films, this jerk will not want to leave, because there is no place for him in Hong Kong anymore. Just like Chun Mayer, he is willing to stay and film. The money earned from the movie will be used as scholarships for students, and a portion will be used to set up an animal rescue center, said Wan Chichi. There are many stray cats and dogs in the city, as well as a lot of human scum. She wants to build a home for the cats and dogs and sterilize them all, regardless of whether they are male or female, to avoid giving birth to more stray cats and dogs. Okay, I'll do it. Gone Defa took out his notebook and wrote it down. He wrote a lot in the small notebook. Some of them were crossed out, which meant they had been completed, and some were not crossed out, which meant they had not been completed. My mom made some sweet soup. Do you want to go for a midnight snack? Gone Defa put away his notebook and asked carefully. Xia Tao's eyes lit up. The sweet soup made by Gon's mother was absolutely amazing and must be delicious, so she agreed without thinking. I'm going home to sleep, you guys go eat. Wan Qiqi didn't want to be a third wheel, and she wanted to go back to be with her baby. Gon Defa first sent her back to the middle of the mountain, and then, together with Xia Tao, took the scumbag man to the gang's office building, which was also the filming set, and handed him over to the subordinates in charge of the filming. Use the best trauma medicine. After you recover, partner with Chen Meyer. The two sheep have become a little fat recently, so let them exercise more. Gon Defa instructed his men that since this scumbag liked to abuse animals so much, let him also have a taste of being bullied by animals. Got it, boss. His men carefully examined the man, and the more they looked at him, the more drunk he seemed. He looked better than Chen Meyer, and would definitely make a good film. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The man pleaded desperately, but no one paid any attention to him. He was locked in a small dark room to recuperate and wait for the filming to be done after his injuries healed. They will definitely be well fed and well cared for during this period. The Rongyao gang will never mistreat their employees, especially those who perform hard. Chen Meyer and the two sheep have been raised to be plump and white, and much prettier than before. Xia Tao went to the backyard to look at the two sheep. The more she looked at them, the more greedy she became. The skin of the two sheep was shiny and glossy, and they were a lot fatter than when she first brought them in. The meat must be very tender, and would be delicious when stewed in mutton soup or put in hot pot. My mother will make mutton soup tomorrow.
Come and have some.
Gon Defa took the opportunity to extend an invitation. He would get up early the next morning, go to the vegetable market to buy the tenderest mutton, and ask his mother to stew a pot of mutton soup.
Okay.
Xia Tao agreed readily. As for mutton soup, only a fool would refuse it. The next day, Wan Qiqi went to Teacher Chen's house again. The man did not come home last night, so Teacher Chen, the two children, and the Filipino maid all slept very soundly. I want to tell you that after my persuasion, your husband decided to go out with his true love. He has already left Hong Kong and will not be back for an unknown date. He asked me to pass on a message to you. You don't have to miss him. Wan Qiqi made up a reason and spoke very seriously.
Is he
still in good health? Teacher Chen swallowed and asked cautiously. That jerk was so poor. How could any woman be willing to be with him, let alone have money to go out and have fun? She suspected that the jerk was killed by Mrs. Ruan. It's not that she felt sorry for the man, but she was afraid of causing trouble for Wan Qiqi. Don't worry, he's in perfect health. Ask him to call you later to let you know he's safe. Wan Qiqi smiled, giving her a reassurance. Teacher Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was still alive, as long as that jerk didn't come home, she and the children could live a quiet and peaceful life. The problem of teachers and students has been completely solved. Everything is ready, except for the school to start. Since Jetta School was opening for the first time, there had to be a grand opening ceremony, but Gon Defa had not yet found someone to cut the ribbon. He originally wanted to invite a high-ranking legislator to cut the ribbon, but the legislator refused, thinking that their school was too new. Please invite the governor to cut the ribbon. I'll go. Wan Qiqi made a boast that being a member of parliament was nothing. She would go and ask the governor of Hong Kong. Will the governor of Hong Kong agree? Gon Defa felt it was unlikely. If he refuses to come, I'll tie him up and cut the ribbon. To sneak into the governor's palace. She would use courtesy first and then force. If the opponent refused, she would just kidnap him. No way. If you kidnap the governor, we will destroy our school too. Gon Defa was so anxious that several hairs fell out. Tao was just too kind. She even dared to kidnap the governor of Hong Kong for the sake of her students. He couldn't bear to see Tao go astray. No need to tie him up, I'll make him come willingly. Wan Qiqi was confident and told the two of them not to worry about it, as the governor of Hong Kong would definitely be there on the day of the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Gon Defa had an inexplicable trust in her, so he really stopped caring about her and went to arrange other things. In the blink of an eye, it was July. The weather was extremely hot. Wan Qiqi didn't want to go out at all and stayed in the house every day to enjoy the air conditioning. But the potato babies couldn't stay still and had to go out to play every day. The white and tender little potatoes were tanned into black potatoes. One day, Wan Chichi entered the space and wanted to pick a durian to eat. The durians she planted had borne fruit. Each one was very big and very fragrant, and tasted better than the ones bought outside. She climbed up the ladder and picked a durian. When she was about to come down, she suddenly found a pile of things in front of her, including bottles and jars, and some calligraphy and paintings. Wan Chichi was very sure that these things must have been newly put in. She went down the ladder and walked over. She saw more things closer, all kinds of porcelain and various calligraphy and paintings, both Chinese and Western. Wan Chichi even saw some famous oil paintings such as Mrs. So-and-so's smile, so-and-so's sunflowers, and so on. Wan Chichi took it out and looked at it carefully. It didn't look like a fake at all. Could it be that her husband went to the museum and brought back the original? These things must have been made by Liu. I don't know whose museum he robbed. They are really cool. Wan Chichi found a few sandalwood boxes and put all the things in them. Those famous Western paintings would surely fetch a lot of money when auctioned in a few decades. In the following days, there would be a bunch of cultural relics in the space, and Wan Chichi would put them into boxes. Before she knew it, she had collected 30 large boxes, all of which were precious cultural relics. Liu must have robbed more than one museum. She would ask him about it later. In late July, Liu came back and ate 3 large bowls of rice as soon as he got back, almost finishing the bowls. There's nothing good to eat there, and the food in the Chinese restaurant is terrible. Chichi, you and Zizi should not go there in the future, or you'll be hungry. Liu ate while complaining aggrievedly. If it weren't for the food prepared by Chichi in the space, he would really have starved to death in the United States. Didn't I put some food in the space? Isn't it enough? Wan Chichi felt very distressed as well, seeing that he had lost weight. I shared it with the others. They were so hungry that their eyes were shining green. Liu picked up a large piece of fried bacon with white peppers with chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed happily. This was what he missed the most when he was abroad, along with white rice. He wanted to eat it even in his dreams. Then why didn't you leave a note? I could have prepared more for you. It's tiring to prepare so much. I can be full by eating bread anyway. Liu couldn't bear to see his wife suffer, and he wasn't picky about food as long as he could fill his stomach. To be precise, he wasn't hungry, he was just particularly greedy. Silly boy, there are so many restaurants, and I don't have to do anything. I'll prepare more for you later. Wan Chichi glared at him. What a fool. Liu finished all 4 dishes, 1 soup, and 3 large bowls of rice. He also finished the juice on the plate with the rice, leaving nothing behind. Hiccup, Liu burped happily, then picked up Potato Baby and rode on the big horse. He hadn't seen his son for a month and a half and missed him so much.
Dad, go.
Potato Baby happily patted his head and gave him orders, and the father and son had a lot of fun playing in the living room. After the father and son had enough fun, Wan Chichi asked about the 30 large boxes of cultural relics. I was bored over there, and I heard that an earl's ancestor had been to Yunminjiwen, so I went to his castle for a walk and took away all the valuables. There were also a few nobles whose ancestors were not good people, so I just went to visit them all. Liu explained the whole story with a smile. He brought a lot of goods over, and he didn't have to worry about the sales. He just wandered around when he had nothing to do. As he wandered around, he found out a lot of dirty things about the American nobles. Those well-dressed American nobles were basically bandits, and almost none of them had clean hands. In particular, the ancestors of several families had entered the old summer palace and robbed many things from China. Liu went around these houses and collected all the valuable items, including several safes. Where is the safe? Wan Chichi didn't see it. I put it on the other side, but I don't know the password. I smashed it all. There were a lot of pounds in gold, as well as famous watches and jewelry. Liu excitedly pulled her into the space. The safe was placed under the grape rack. No wonder Wan Chichi didn't see it. There were a few fat snakes lying on the shelf, too lazy to even raise their eyes, and continued to sleep. Look, all these pounds and dollars. Louis pointed at a stack of banknotes, looking very proud. Wan Chichi counted the money and found 500,000 pounds and several $100,000 US, as well as a lot of gold, jewelry, and famous watches. That's awesome. Let's go together next time. Wan Chichi was generous with her praise. She felt itchy in her heart. She also wanted to go shopping for free and visit several other countries. It would be unfair to only rob the United States among the 8 countries. They must be treated equally. Hong Kong is getting hotter in August, and the opening ceremony is imminent. Wan Chichi decides to go and chat with the governor of Hong Kong. The governor of Hong Kong lives on the peak. On this side of Hong Kong, the powerful and wealthy all live on the peak, and the rich can only live in mid-levels. There is a huge class difference. Wan Chichi did not send a visiting card because it would be useless even if she did. The governor of Hong Kong would definitely not meet her, an unknown person. So, she decided to climb the wall and visit at night. Liu Ye's wife naturally followed her husband's lead. At night, on a dark and windy night, the couple sneaked under the wall of the governor's house, easily avoided the guards, climbed over the wall, and went directly into the governor's study. Being the governor of Hong Kong is not an easy job. He is still working so late. No wonder his hairline is so high. This governor of Hong Kong had the best reputation and made great contributions to the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong, so Wan Chichi had a good impression of him and did not want to make things difficult for him. Hello, waved politely. Louis jumped down right after him and waved with a smile.
Who are you?
What do you want to do? The governor of Hong Kong behaved calmly, with the demeanor of a general, but his hand quietly reached under the desk, wanting to press the bell to call the bodyguard. It's no use pressing it. I've cut the wires. Don't be afraid. We are good people. Wan Chichi kindly reminded her that she had already made all the necessary preparations. The governor pressed the button several times, but there was no response. He sat down and asked calmly, "If you are good people, why did you climb in through the window?" "Because I can't get in through the main gate. I can only climb over the wall." "Let me introduce myself. I am the director of Guardian School, and he is my husband. I would like to invite you to cut the ribbon for the opening ceremony of our Guardian School."
How about that?
Wan Chichi handed over the business card. The governor of Hong Kong picked up the business card and looked at it. He had heard of the Guardian College. The Glory Gang had been making such big moves recently, and his subordinates had already reported it to him. But setting up a school is a good thing. I appreciate your kind act, but I really didn't have time that day. I had plans already. The governor explained sincerely that he did have a schedule already arranged. "If I find evidence of Mr. G's corruption for you, can you spare some time?" Wan Chichi asked with a smile. The governor's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Does your Glory Gang also have financial dealings with him?" "Of course not. We in the Rongyao Gang are all doing legitimate business, and we follow the rules. As long as you take the time to cut the ribbon, I will find the evidence for you. I mean what I say." Wan Chichi assured her solemnly that she had inquired about it long ago. The governor of Hong Kong was recently very worried about a guy named Ge. This guy was the biggest parasite in Hong Kong and had embezzled hundreds of millions of stolen money. The governor of Hong Kong had always wanted to deal with him. The establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption was also for this guy, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. Until now, the guy named Ge was still at large. "Okay, as long as you can find evidence, I will go to cut the ribbon." The governor of Hong Kong did not hesitate for too long and agreed decisively. "Make a deal." Wan Chichi turned around and left, and she and Louis climbed out of the windowsill. The governor of Hong Kong chased after them, but could no longer see them. His idiotic guards were still patrolling foolishly. He couldn't help but have more confidence in the young couple. With such great skills, maybe I can really find the evidence. Mr. G's surname is Ge. He is a Native American. He is a senior government official sent to Hong Kong by the United States. He has embezzled a lot of money and is extremely cunning. He applied for retirement as soon as he heard the news and hid abroad. If there is no conclusive evidence, there is no way to punish him. The timeline here is not very accurate. It is written like this for the needs of the story. Wan Chichi actually knew something about Mr. Ge's situation. In his previous life, Hong Kong had filmed many TV series and movies, some of which were very famous. One was the TV series Detective XX, and the other was a prototype movie of The Big Boss Wu. Both were set in the present day and featured Mr. Gao. In her previous life, she had searched for a man named Gao on the internet. This guy was greedy and cunning. He should be hiding in Southeast Asia at this time, but in 1975, which means he will be extradited back to Hong Kong next year. He was eventually sentenced to 4 years in prison. After he was released from prison, he lived in seclusion in Spain, and there's been no news of him since then. Even if she didn't take action, Gao would be arrested next year. It is said that white people are not as cunning as Chinese. That inspector had a perfect exit and lived openly in Taiwan Island. He died of old age and was quite long-lived. His family lived a luxurious life. Hong Kong had no way to deal with him. Wan Chichi and Liu Yi went to Southeast Asia, and it didn't take long for them to find Gao, who had hundreds of millions of assets. The old man lived a very free and easy life, and he hired many expert guards. His mansion was heavily guarded, and he was accompanied by bodyguards whenever he went out, but it was not a problem for them. The moon was bright that night, which was perfect for drinking under the moon. Although Old Man Gao was an American, he had spent a long time in Hong Kong and had been influenced by the elegance of the Chinese people. He sat on the terrace drinking late at night, surrounded by bodyguards who were working overtime. Wan Chichi and Liu Yi hid in the blind spot of the guards' surveillance, yawning boredly, waiting for the old man to finish drinking and go back to sleep. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the sky. Old Man Gao even recited a poem, showing great interest. No need to wait. You deal with the bodyguards. I'll go deal with this old man. We can finish it quickly and go home. Wan Chichi yawned loudly. The old man didn't need sleep because he was old, and she was in her prime and had to go to bed early and get up early. She didn't want to stay up late with the old man. The two men were about to take action. Old Man Gao stood up and staggered to the bedroom. The bodyguards all visibly breathed a sigh of relief, as they didn't want to work the night shift. Old Man Gao went to the bathroom, ready to urinate before going to bed. He was obviously in a good mood, humming a tune while peeing with a smile on his face. Liu Yi was not in a hurry to take action. He was waiting for the old man to finish peeing. Even if he was kidnapping someone, he would still be humane and would not kidnap someone when he was only half peeing. Old Man Gao finished his sighing. He shuddered a few times, turned around, and went back to his bedroom to sleep. He felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. His vision went dark, and he fell backwards, but was steadily caught by Liu Yi. Old Man Gao woke up. He found himself still at home, but his body was so weak that he couldn't even move his fingers. In front of him sat two beautiful Chinese men and women, looking at him with smiles. "How much do you want? Name your price." Old Man Gao was very calm and discussed the terms with them. "We are not here for money. We are here to invite Mr. Gao back to Hong Kong. You ran away without even saying hello. This is very rude. Please go back and make up for this courtesy, Mr. Gao." Wan Chichi said politely. "I have retired. Hong Kong affairs have nothing to do with me anymore. According to the rules of the underworld in your country, those who have retired from the underworld are no longer members of the underworld. The right and wrong of the underworld has nothing to do with him anymore. Why won't you let me go?" Old Man Gao spoke confidently and seemed particularly innocent, even offering money to tempt them. "As long as you two pretend that you didn't see me, I am willing to give you 5 million. With 5 million, you can settle down abroad and live a good life, and you don't have to fight and kill in the underworld anymore. How do you think? $5 million or pounds?" Wan Chichi asked closely. Old Man Ji's expression froze for a few seconds before he said, "Hong Kong dollars. You embezzled so much money, but you only gave me 5 million Hong Kong dollars? Is your life only worth 5 million Hong Kong dollars? Wan Chichi screamed exaggeratedly. "Don't waste time talking to him. Just take him back to Hong Kong." Old Man Gao wanted to persuade him again, but Liu Yi slapped him on the jaw and left him in the room while the two men went to open the safe. The old man was very careful. He placed one safe in the bedroom and the other in the study. There were about $300,000 or $400,000 in cash, as well as a lot of famous watches and jewelry. Wan Qiqi put them into the space without hesitation and regarded them as her errand fee. There were also 2 account books found in the safe. They recorded evidence of Old Man Ji's corruption and crimes over the years. Some names also appeared, all of whom were government officials in Hong Kong who had financial dealings with him. 3 days later, they brought Old Man Ge back to Hong Kong, along with the 2 account books. Under Liu Ye's unique interrogation, Old Man Ge was very talkative and confessed everything without holding back. Old Man Ge cleared up the investigation of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, and many government officials were arrested. The governor of Hong Kong was very grateful for their help and gladly agreed to cut the ribbon, saying that he would definitely attend the opening ceremony on time. Before the graduation ceremony, Gan Defa and Xia Tao are so busy that they have no time to rest. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi have some free time. They take Zizi and Manzi out for a walk every day and listen to gossip. They are living a very comfortable life. The thing that Hong Kong citizens are most concerned about recently is the second Miss Hong Kong election competition. The competition will start in mid-September and the selection is now in full swing. In fact, the Miss Hong Kong competition has been held since 1946 and has been held every year since then, but the popularity is not high. It was not until last year when TVB took over the Miss Hong Kong pageant and launched the slogan "Wisdom and Beauty Coexist" that the Miss Hong Kong pageant gained popularity. Furthermore, last year's first election was quite interesting, with a joint champion. One of the champions, Ms. D, was young and beautiful. She became a popular star in the fields of film, television, and music. Her husband was even more famous. He was the most popular star in the Hong Kong film and television industry at that time and was known as the fourth brother. Her son is also very famous. He is handsome, has good acting skills, sings beautifully, and is a good cook. The daughter-in-law she married is not only beautiful, but also a movie queen, but they are divorced now. The other daughter-in-law who is not married was even more amazing. She was a super famous superstar. The story of this family could probably not be filmed in a TV series of 100 episodes. The fourth place in last year's session is also very famous. She has played many classic roles, such as Miss Feng in The Bund and White Snake, who had a passionate and tragic love affair with Su Xian. She can be said to be a national female star. However, this year's Miss Hong Kong does not seem to be very popular in the entertainment industry, and Wan Qiqi does not have much impression of her. Ah Xiang and Ah Hong at home both pay close attention to the Miss Hong Kong competition. They watch the auditions broadcast on TV every day and never miss a single one. Wan Qiqi would sometimes follow them to watch. Although their current clothing and makeup were quite simple, these girls were all natural beauties and were still very pleasing to the eye. Ayu, number 67 is Ayu. Isn't she an illegal resident? How could she participate in the competition? On this day, it was time to broadcast the Miss Hong Kong contest. Ah Xiang and Ah Hong finished their work early and sat in front of the TV waiting for the broadcast. In this contest, each contestant showed their talents, and each contestant had only a few seconds to perform. Ah Xiang suddenly screamed, ran to the TV, pointed at a beauty in the TV, and screamed excitedly. "Is that the you who crossed the sea with you to join the film crew?" Sister Hong asked. Yes, it was her. We escaped together and rented a small house. After a few days, Ayu couldn't stand it anymore and ran to the crew to film. She also asked me to go too, but I didn't. We didn't keep in touch afterwards. After the excitement, Ah Xiang calmed down. You must have obtained an ID card for her to be able to participate in the Miss Hong Kong competition. Only local people can participate in the Miss Hong Kong competition. Originally, she was worried that Ayu would suffer in the crew, but now it seems that she is living a good life, and Xiang is also happy for Ayu. Hey, why did she change her name? The host on TV called out the names of the contestants one by one, and when he called out a word, the camera would turn to the contestant. Número 67, Shuhyaki. The host called out very clearly. Ah Xiang said. She was talking to us about Su Jiyu. Celebrities all have stage names. Su Jiqi should be her stage name. Wan Qiqi said. Yeah, it looks like she's doing pretty well. She's been given a lot of screen time. Maybe she'll win an award. Ah Xiang was very smart. She noticed that the camera favored IU and gave her more shots than other beauties. It means she has the support of a big boss behind her. Ah Hong is also very smart and saw the clues at a glance. No wonder she was able to get an ID card. Ah Xiang felt a little emotional, but not envious. Because she and Sister Hong also got their identity cards, which were issued by Mrs. Ruan, they can now go out on the streets openly and don't have to hide when they see the police. The sisters who had suffered with Sister Hong have also obtained their ID cards and are now female workers in garment factories. They lead busy and fulfilling lives every day. She and Sister Hong often go to the factory to visit them. Those sisters are all living well. No one discriminates against or bullies them in the factory. They can get their wages on time every month. If they save money for a few years, they can buy a house in Hong Kong. IU is just a small episode, and Ah Xiang never mentioned her again. They were just friends who met by chance. Time passed very quickly, and finally the opening ceremony day arrived. Gone Defa invited many important people, many of whom he had not dared to invite before. Because of the participation of the governor of Hong Kong, these people came uninvited and took the initiative to express their desire to attend the ceremony. As a result, this opening ceremony was the most grand one for Jeddah School, and there will never be another time when so many bigwigs will gather together. The audience was filled with students wearing school uniforms designed by Wan Qiqi. Whether for men or women, they perfectly covered the good figures of young boys and girls. They were wide, fat, and large. In her previous life, Wan Qiqi wore this ugly school uniform when she was in school. So, how can the students of Jeddah School wear beautiful school uniforms? No matter how ugly you design yourself, students should focus on their studies. Dressing up is something they should do after entering society. She designed were supported by almost all parents and teachers, but were of course despised by most students. However, resistance was futile, and they had to wear the uniforms to school obediently. After the governor of Hong Kong cut the ribbon, he was the first to speak. He said some words of encouragement and praise, which received thunderous applause. Then the principal Gone Defa spoke. In September, but Gone Defa was still wearing a suit and tie, with sweat all over his forehead. He had hardly slept a wink the previous night. When he thought about going on stage to speak, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep, so he quickly got up to recite his speech. Dear Governor of Hong Kong, distinguished guests, parents, and students, I am Gone Defa, the principal of Guardian School. Gone Defa spoke haltingly at first, but as time went on he became fluent and was even able to speak without a script. The brothers from the Rongyao gang and the neighbors from Lianhua Street in the audience all wore the most formal clothes in their lives and looked extremely proud, especially Gone Defa's parents, who clapped the loudest every time, and their palms turned red from clapping. Everyone knows that I have another identity. I am the eldest brother of the Glory Gang. The reason why I founded the school is because more than 100 children in the gang have no school to go to because their fathers are henchmen. No school is willing to accept them. Even if there is a school that is willing to accept them, some teachers will be prejudiced. In such an environment, it is very painful for children to go to school, and they may even develop an aversion to learning. At the suggestion of the school director, Mrs. Ruan, I decided to start my own school. During the school's establishment, I received support from many people. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to them. Gone Defa bowed deeply, and there was warm applause from the audience. Finally, I promise you that at Guardian School, no matter what your parents do, no matter if you live in mid-levels or Kowloon Walled City, you only have one identity at Guardian, that is, a student. The student's task is to study hard, and if you get a good score in the exam, you can get a scholarship. If you really don't have a talent for studying, then learn to be a good person. There are 365 professions, and there are top talents in every profession. As long as you are a good person, you'll have a bright future no matter what you do. Gone Defa finished his speech in a sonorous and powerful voice. The applause from the audience became even louder, with many students clapping vigorously. because it was the first time they heard the principal say that it didn't matter if you weren't good at studying. They kind of liked this principal, who looked like a big black bear. On the first day, the naughty students gave Defa the nickname, Black Bear Principal. The cold and icy head teacher, Xia Tao, is called the Refrigerator Director. Their combination is called Beauty and the Beast. The opening ceremony, school officially started the next day. Xia Tao was waiting at the gate early in the morning with a thick roster, checking each student one by one. Dyed hair, tattoos, earrings, makeup, cigarettes, clothing, etc. are all hard to hide under Xia Tao's sharp eyes. Many students were sent by their parents. Seeing Xia Tao making such a fuss, the parents were very curious and gathered at the gate to watch. "What's your name?" Xia Tao stopped a boy with dyed yellow hair and asked with a stern face.
Yankee.
Under her pressure, the boy answered honestly. Xia Tao quickly found his name on the roster, as well as his joint entrance examination results, which ranked among the bottom hundreds in the city. Number 88 from the bottom. What qualifications do you have to dye your hair yellow? And wear earrings? Oh, and have a tattoo? What the heck did you tattoo? A toad or a turtle? Why don't you learn from Yu Fei and tattoo, serve the country with loyalty, or work hard and make progress on your back? Do you want to be a turtle by tattooing a turtle like this? Xia Tao rolled up the boy's sleeves, saw the tattoo on his arm, and started scolding him. "Director, it's Xuanwu." The boy protested in a low voice that it was obviously the black tortoise, one of the 4 sacred beasts, not a turtle. If Xuanwu knew that he had a tattoo on him from someone like you, the 88th from the bottom, he would be so annoyed off. "Did you paint it or get it tattooed?"
Paint.
The boy's voice became smaller and smaller. He was obviously louder than Xia Tao, but under Xia Tao's majesty, he was weaker, more helpless and humble than an ant. Take him away, shave his head, wash off his tattoos, and remove his earrings. At Xia Tao's command, 2 tall and strong men came over. They were the thugs of the Glory Gang. They had seen blood on their hands, and it was easy for them to deal with the yellow-haired boy. "I'll just shave your head the first time, but if you do it again, I'll shave your head bald. Please read the 10th rule of the school carefully. The prerequisite for dyeing your hair, getting earrings, and wearing makeup is that you must have good grades. Otherwise, you can't even talk to me." Xia Tao pointed to the school rules at the gate and asked the boy to read Article 10 3 times before taking him away to tidy up his appearance. A student should behave like a student. It will not look good if he behaves carelessly. At the door was the boy's mother. Seeing her troubled son becoming more docile than a rabbit in front of Director Xia, the mother was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She was extremely glad that she had sent her son to China Guardian. At home, every time she says something, her rebellious son will talk back to her 10 times and always go against her. She is almost going crazy with anger. Finally, there is someone who can control her rebellious son. From now on, Director Xia will be her god. The students who had already entered felt relieved, while the students who had not yet entered the school lined up outside, all trembling with fear, especially the few students who had something to hide, secretly praying that they would not be caught by Director Xia. "What's your name?" Xia Tao stopped another female student who was putting on makeup. Not only was her hair highlighted on the forehead, but she also made the waist of her baggy school uniform smaller so that it just fit her slender waist, showing off her figure. The girl gave her name confidently. Xia Tao checked the list and found that she was in the top 100 in the joint entrance examination. "Go in, but if your grades drop, you can't wear makeup or dye your hair, and you have to change back to your school uniform." Xia Tao let her go, but reminded the girl to maintain her grades, and she would show no mercy if she fell behind. "I won't give you a chance." The girl is full of confidence. She likes to dress up beautifully to study every day. She doesn't want to dress ugly because she will lose motivation to study. Then, Xia Tao caught another girl who also put on makeup, dyed her hair, and changed her school uniform, but her grades were very poor. Why shouldn't she change? The girl was not convinced and felt that Xia Tao was biased. If you had ranked in the top 100 in the joint entrance exam, you wouldn't have to change it. But you ranked 38th from the bottom. Who are you putting on makeup for? Do you want to marry into a wealthy family and become a lady? Sorry, wealthy families don't look down on poor students like you. They only want top students. Xia Tao's words were extremely vicious, without showing any mercy to the girl at all. Can't poor students love beauty? You are not fair. The girl cried aggrievedly. She didn't want to be a bad student, but she just couldn't concentrate on her studies. Only those who are capable are qualified to ask for fairness. Wait until you become powerful before you talk to me about fairness. Now you must listen to me. Xia Tao sneered and waved her hand, and the girl was dragged away. Frightened students all behaved themselves. Without Xia Tao's instruction, they took the initiative to tidy up their appearance and handed in cigarettes. They were afraid of being caught by Xia Tao and punished even more severely. Had been tidied up were all brought to Xia Tao. The boys and girls, who originally looked a little decadent, became much more energetic after being tidied up. The parents gathered at the door became more and more satisfied the more they looked. They just wanted a school with strict discipline that could control their rebellious sons and daughters. They didn't expect their children to get good grades. They just hoped that they would not be infected by bad habits. They feel relieved that Jiada School can keep their children under control. Perhaps because the parents had spread the word, many children still transferred to Jiada after the school started. They were all extremely rebellious teenagers, and their parents really couldn't control them. When they heard that Jiada could control the troublesome students, they sent their children here with a glimmer of hope. The families of these troublesome students were all well off and could afford the high tuition fees. After consulting Xia Tao, Defa accepted these troublesome students. It's been less than a week since we moved here, and these troublemakers have started causing trouble. He bullied students, played pranks on teachers, and smoked on campus, making the place a smoky mess. A young female teacher was so scared by a prop snake in the drawer that she fainted on the podium. A male teacher was poured with a bucket of cold water as soon as he walked into the classroom. Several good students who received scholarships were threatened by these troublemakers to help them with their homework. Xia Tao quickly found out the students who were causing trouble. Although they were not very old, they had already transferred to several schools and were all persuaded to drop out by the schools. No matter how much money their parents offered, the schools refused to accept them. It is because these students often play tricks on teachers and bully other students that no one in the school can control them, and they can only persuade them to drop out. That morning, Xia Tao walked into the classroom and took out these troublesome students one by one. "Dean, we need to go to class." A few of those troublemakers and slackers didn't take Xia Tao seriously at all. "She is quite pretty. You might as well be their girlfriend." "Shut up." Xia Tao was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, so she slapped each of them in the face, making their heads buzz. The force was just right, enough to make them dazed but not to hurt their brains. While these guys were dizzy, she used a hemp rope to string them together and led them to her office like sheep. On the way, she met Wan Chi-Chi and her family of 3. Baby Potato rode on Luya's shoulders, looking around curiously, very happy. Manzai has been addicted to playing video games recently, and he took Tudazizi and Mama Zheng to play a few times. As a result, Tudazizi and Mama Zheng also became addicted. The 1-year-old boy, a dog, plays better than many children. After Wan Chi-Chi found out, she gave Manzai a few days off so that he and his mother could concentrate on playing games. The little boy is still young, so he should not get addicted to the games. The first arcade machine was born in 1971. What happened to them? Wan Chi-Chi looked at the students who were strung together to look like the Calabash brothers and asked with a smile, "If you don't follow the school rules, go to his office and have a good talk with him." Xia Tao spoke coldly about the evil things these troublemakers had done. This guy was just beaten too little. He would be obedient if he was beaten more often.
Luya sneered.
He used to lead a company of new recruits. In every company of new recruits, there were always a few troublemakers who refused to obey discipline. To deal with such troublemakers, there was no need to waste time talking. Just beat them up directly. If one time was not enough, beat them twice until they were convinced. Beat him. Slapped his father on the head and said something loudly. Xia Tao thought the same thing, so she wanted to take them back to the office and beat them up, but Wan Chi-Chi said, "It's a waste of energy to beat them up. I have a good idea." A few troublemakers didn't know why. Even though the school director, Mrs. Ruan, was prettier than Miss Hong Kong and spoke very gently, they just felt cold all over and felt eerie even under the scorching sun. Wan Chichi asked them to go to the office first. She went out for a while, and when she came back, she had a bag in her hand. There was something squirming inside. They were the snakes in the space that were too lazy to grow hair. Several troublemakers stood in a row obediently, with hemp ropes tied around their bodies. Xia Tao's office was very big, like a boxing ring, especially suitable for beating people. Wan Chichi walked up to them and said with a smile, "You like snakes very much, right? The prop snake is fake and not interesting. Real snakes are fun." After saying that, she took out a snake from the bag, which was as thick as a baby's arm, and twisted itself into a pretzel in the air. The thorns felt their scalps go numb immediately, and they subconsciously wanted to scream, but their jaws hurt, and Xia Tao stopped them. "Look, this is a real leather collar. Even the richest man doesn't have this treatment. Enjoy it." Wan Chichi put a snake collar on each troublemaker, and the big snakes wrapped around their necks obediently, being very obedient. The few thorny ones only felt the coldness on their necks, and could clearly feel the fine scales and a faint fishy smell. They dared not move, for fear that they would be kissed by the snake if they moved. "Director Xia, we know we were wrong, and we will definitely correct it in the future." Only a few minutes. 3 of the 4 troublemakers couldn't bear it anymore and cried for mercy. The only one left, although he clenched his fists in fear, still held his head high and showed a look of unwillingness to surrender. The 3rd update is completed, and it will be perfectly finished in 2024. I wish everyone and myself all the best in 2025, peace and health and prosperity and beauty. Do you know you are wrong, or are you afraid? Xia Tao was not soft-hearted. She had seen too many men who cried. The more vicious they were when doing evil, the more they cried. They didn't realize their mistakes at all. They were just scared. 3 boys, about 16 or 17 years old, opened their mouths and cried like flowers. The fat snakes wrapped around their necks lay motionless, as if they were dead. The other stubborn one was still holding on, and even though he was scared to death, he still held on and did not beg for mercy. He is a man. He will not shed tears even if he bleeds, and he will not beg for mercy even if his head is cut off. He doesn't want to be a coward. The snake uncle on one of the boys' neck finally moved, because the boy's hot tears dripped onto the snake uncle's body. The snake uncle felt very uncomfortable, so he raised his head high to the level of the boy's eyes and looked at him with his cold snake pupils. The boy was so frightened that he dared not breathe, and his body could not help shaking. Only a few seconds had passed, but he felt like several centuries had passed. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I will never bully my classmates and teachers again. Director Xia, please take it away. I beg you, Wu-Wu." The boy's fragile nerves finally broke, but he didn't dare cry loudly for fear of irritating the snake and getting bitten. "Shut up, or I'll hang a cobra on you if you keep crying." Xia Tao was so annoyed after hearing this that she scolded the boy coldly. The boy shut up obediently, but he still couldn't stop sobbing, and he looked so pitiful. But no one sympathized with them, and these guys showed no mercy when bullying other students. Xia Tao took away the snakes on them, and the cold aura on her body disappeared. The 4 boys breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was all over. They couldn't help but feel secretly happy that Director Xia was just like that. They thought he had some big tricks up his sleeve. Seeing their thoughts, Xia Tao sneered, dragged the hard-headed boy to the bathroom, and said to the other 3 boys, "Throw water on him." The 4 boys were a little confused and didn't react. Xia Tao filled a basin with cold water and poured it over the stubborn boy. In an instant, the boy was wet all over. He wiped the water off his face. His eyes became fierce, and he clenched his fists, ready to fight Xia Tao. "Want to hit me? Humph. Even if you practice for another 20 years, I can kill you with one hand." Xia Tao snorted disdainfully. She didn't even use her hands. She just poked him with a finger, and the boy's whole body became numb, and he couldn't move at all. "Don't want to splash? Then I'll splash you." Xia Tao picked up a basin full of water and pretended to pour water. The 3 boys were frightened, and without saying a word, They poured water on their former good brothers without any hesitation, fearing that they would be splashed if they were a second slower.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Basin after basin of water was poured onto the boy who would rather die than surrender. The rain was even heavier than the one that hit Yiping and Shuheng for the first time. The boy couldn't even open his eyes, and his body was in great pain from the strong impact. After pouring more than a dozen pots of water, the stubborn boy also became angry and shouted at his 3 former good brothers. "That's enough. Are you still good brothers? You just poured water when she asked you to? Are you dogs?
Can you have some backbone?
If I don't splash you, will I let her splash me? I can't beat her, so what can I do? If you have the guts, you can beat her. I'm tired from splashing water. Okay? Just shut up. If you annoy off the tigress and she takes out the snake, we'll all be dead." The 3 friends were also very angry. It was tiring for them to throw water on them. They might as well stand and get splashed. For friends who were once as close as brothers finally fell out after quarreling and throwing water at each other. They cursed at each other and threw basin after basin of water at each other. Was splashed with water, finally lowered his proud head and back. He became weak, pitiful and helpless, and tears flowed down.
Stop.
Xia Tao called a halt, and the 4 of them were overjoyed, thinking it was finally over. "Are you angry? The teacher will give you a chance. Go and beat them up." Xia Tao walked up to the boy who was splashed like a pear blossom in the rain, pointed at the other 3 boys, and spoke in a particularly seductive tone. The boy, who was filled with anger, looked at her suspiciously, not knowing whether it was a trap or not, and he did not move. "Not going? Then I'll beat you up." Xia Tao raised her hand, and the boy rushed over without hesitation, roaring and swinging his fist. "You really want to fight me? Are you still brothers? You 2 were really violent just now. We are no longer brothers. Duck, who hit me just now. You have no eyes. Duck your mother, who kicked my ace." A few minutes later, the scene suddenly became chaotic. The 4 people fought with each other without distinguishing between friend and foe, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Wan Qiqi took out a handful of melon seeds and ate them while watching the show with Xia Tao. Potato Baby rode on his father's shoulders and was very excited. When he saw something exciting, he would pat Lu Yi on the head. 10 minutes later, the melee finally stopped. The 4 boys lay on the ground, breathing heavily, their clothes torn and their faces bruised. Although it was painful, the anger in their hearts miraculously dissipated. Xia Tao walked up to them and kicked them a few times with the tip of her cold leather boots. The 4 men were like dead bodies, not moving at all. "Do you know the poison cave?" Xia Tao asked coldly. The 4 boys' hearts skipped a beat. They knew it so darn well. They had all read Jin Yang's martial arts novels. The 5 poison sect had a 10,000 poison cave, which was filled with tens of thousands of extremely poisonous snakes. People who made mistakes would be thrown into the cave for punishment. He Tieshou's aunt was originally as beautiful as a flower, but after coming out of the cave, her face became uglier than a ghost. People would cry if they saw her in broad daylight. "It seems that you know that if you bully others again next time, I will throw you into the poison cave to experience the feeling of being eaten by thousands of poisonous snakes. Or, do you want to experience it now?" Xia Tao bent down and gave them a weird smile. Recently, Gon Defa recommended several martial arts novels to her. She is currently reading Jin Yang's The Sword Stained with Royal Blood, which she is about to finish. She particularly likes He Taizhou in the novel, and even has the idea of chopping off her palm and getting an iron hand. But the big fool said, He Taizhou has the secret book of iron hand training, which can make him a peerless martial artist. If you don't have the secret book, then you will be in vain, right? Xia Tao suddenly woke up as if from a dream and immediately gave up the idea. Even though the iron hand was not practiced, the knowledge learned could still scare the brats. Xia Tao spoke very seriously, and coupled with her cold and ghostly aura, as well as the 4 snake uncles from before, the 4 boys all believed it and were so scared that they turned pale and trembled.
No.
No, Director Xia, we won't dare bully others anymore. Even Hardbones begged for mercy, and he was almost scared to death by a snake. If they were really thrown into the poison cave, they would definitely die without a complete body, or even no bones would be left. I'll spare you for the first time, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life imprisonment. You must clean the toilet for a month. I will check it every day. If you can't do it, you will be fined for another month. Xia Tao finally let them go and announced the punishment. The 4 troublemakers dared not disobey. They were really scared by the 10,000 poison cave. Of Jetta School still remember this day vividly, because they saw with their own eyes that 4 fearless troublemakers came out of Director Xia's office in a disheveled and dejected look. Since then, the 4 bullies never dared to bully others again, and they worked hard every day to sweep the toilet, sweeping it cleaner than the cleaners. Without the 4 bullies causing trouble, the school atmosphere immediately became good, which made the parents even more grateful for their original choice. Miss Hong Kong selection is in full swing. After numerous rounds of elimination, only 10 beauties are left. Su Jiechi is among them. She is currently ranked 4th and has a high chance of winning the award. Xiang follows the Miss Hong Kong competition every day. The final will be in October. In fact, even if Su Jiechi didn't win the prize, she would still be considered a success. The top 10 beauties will sign contracts with TV stations and get opportunities to act on TV and shoot commercials. There was a saying in Hong Kong back then, the most popular person is Anita Mui. Maggie Cheung was a popular female star in the 1980s and 1990s. She was a Miss Hong Kong, but she only came in 4th and did not make it into the top 3. The top 3 in her session were not very famous. So Su Jiechi is actually already halfway to success. She has a good image, strong adaptability, and the support of bigwigs, so her future as a star should not be too bad. I heard that the boss behind Su Jiechi is also named Ruan, the same as yours, and he's a playboy from Southeast Asia who spent a lot of money on her. That day, Ruan Chichi and his friends had dinner at home. Xiang cooked many of their favorite dishes and also mentioned Su Jiechi. How do you know that? Ruan Chichi was intrigued. Could the playboy named Ruan from Nanyang be from the Ruan family? It's written in the gossip magazines. They also said that this Mr. Ruan is related to you, sister. What nonsense! Xiang also went to find the magazine and turned to the report to show her. Ruan Chichi took a rough look and found that Hong Kong used traditional Chinese characters and there were many local words, which seemed a bit difficult to understand. The report did say that Mr. Ruan was her relative, so the report speculated that she was the big boss behind Su Jiechi. A paparazzi asked Su Jiechi in person, and her answer was ambiguous, neither admitting nor denying. Therefore, the paparazzi, who were used to making up stories, exaggerated the story and said Su Jiechi was the sister-in-law of the fortune-teller Mrs. Ruan's brother who is not yet married, and that Su Jiechi had already met the head of the Ruan family and the wedding was imminent. Let them write it, just for fun. Ruan Chichi smiled and didn't take it to heart. No wonder the paparazzi were so suspicious. When she first came to Hong Kong, she used the name of the Nanyang Ruan family. She didn't know if the Mr. Ruan behind Su Jiechi really existed.
No.
Xiang agreed obediently and never mentioned the matter again. But at night when she went to bed, she and Sister Hong sighed. I never thought Su Jiechi would become like this. She was not like this when she first came to Hong Kong. She would rather die than give in. She hated lying the most. Now she lies without hesitation. She is completely different from before. The film and television industry is so complicated that naive people will be bullied to death. Sister Hong understands that in such a mixed environment, being naive will only get you killed. I heard people say that the salary at a TV station isn't high and it's hard to get ahead. Why did she insist on going that route? She's such a good student and so smart. She could have been successful in other ways. Xiang sighed, not understanding Su Jiechi's choice. It's a long and difficult journey to succeed in other ways. Although being a star is also difficult once you succeed, it's the fastest shortcut. Sister Hong's tone is more mature than her age. She is very satisfied with her current life. In her free time, She reads books and grows flowers. Only when she sees books and beautiful flowers can she find peace in her heart. She has also learned a lot of life lessons from books, and she looks at problems much more maturely than before. Sisters were discussing, accompanied Master Wan on a sea trip. Actually, she didn't want to go, but it was Master Wan's birthday, and as his girlfriend, she had to show up, otherwise she would offend Master Wan. How could she win the award? Mr. Wan was the biggest sponsor of the Miss Hong Kong pageant, and he only put forward one condition, which was to let her be the champion, and the TV station agreed. Su Jiechi was determined to win the Miss Hong Kong title, so during this period of time, she was even more flattering to Mr. Wan and did not dare to resist at all. Besides, Mr. Wan was only in his early 20s and looked pretty good, 100 times better than those fat old men. Su Jiechi was extremely lucky to have met Mr. Wan, but unfortunately Mr. Wan had clearly told her that he would never marry her. Luxury cruise ship in the high seas. The protagonist is Mr. Wan, the birthday boy, and many wealthy young men from Hong Kong have been invited to attend. These wealthy young men all brought their female companions. In addition to Su Jiechi, there were 2 other Miss Hong Kong contestants, and all of them were in the top 10. Halfway through the party, the male guests went outside to fish while a few female companions drank and chatted nearby. Gigi, I heard that you and Master Wan are getting married soon and you've even met Madame Wan. Is that true? Someone deliberately asked loudly. Gigi is Su Jiechi's English name. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Su Jiechi forced a smile and said vaguely, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to listen to Zhen's arrangements. Mr. Wan's name is Zhen. In order to show her closeness with Mr. Wan, Su Jiechi would call him Zhen in front of outsiders and paparazzi. You better hurry up. May has had dinner with your Master Wan several times. I also met her in the restaurant. May once told the paparazzi that she and Mr. Wan had dated abroad. Gigi, don't let her steal your girlfriend away from you. The female companion started to talk a lot and fan the flames. The May they were talking about was also this year's Miss Hong Kong contestant and had a very high popularity. Because May is a graduate of a prestigious foreign university, has sufficient academic qualifications, is outgoing, lively, and graceful, which completely fits the slogan of the Miss Hong Kong competition, wisdom and beauty coexisting. Moreover, May herself has outstanding abilities and is not afraid to answer questions. Her performance is better than Su Jiechi's. Su Jiechi's smile was about to fade away. She pretended not to care and said, It just shows that Zhen is excellent. Anyway, we have a good relationship. She didn't want to talk to these people anymore, so she went out to find Master Wan, and the other female companions also went out to find their respective sponsors. The sky gradually darkened, and Master Wan and his companions prepared to return home. Su Jiechi was particularly looking forward to it because Master Wan promised her that he would take her back to their Wan family's mansion to spend the night. She used to stay overnight at her apartment. Even though the apartment also belonged to Mr. Wan, Su Jiechi still felt uneasy. This time, being able to return to their Wan mansion, her hope was rekindled. Maybe Mr. Wan would change his mind in the future and marry her? Why did the boat stop? The cruise ship suddenly stopped, and then started again, heading towards a large ship that suddenly appeared. After approaching the large ship, the people on the cruise ship jumped onto the ship obediently, like puppets. Soon, the cruise ship was empty, the big ship had sailed away, and only the cruise ship was left drifting on the sea like a ghost ship. The next day, newspapers and magazines in Hong Kong all reported the explosive news that 3 of the top 10 contestants in the Miss Hong Kong competition suddenly disappeared. All the contestants were gone, and the competition had to be postponed. The TV station was in chaos. The police station sent police to investigate, but no one was found alive or dead. It was as if Su Jiechi and the other 3 had disappeared from the face of the earth, leaving no trace at all. The disappearance of those wealthy young men and Master Wan was not reported at the same time. Several wealthy families gathered together to discuss countermeasures. They thought they were kidnapped by criminals and were afraid that leaking the news would anger the criminals and kill them. Therefore, The wealthy family only let the media report the news of the disappearance of the 3 Hong Kong beauties for 2 purposes. The first is to show sincerity to the criminals. The second is to use the fame of Miss Hong Kong to divert people's attention from this matter and ensure the safety of their son. Wan Qiqi learned about this from Ah Xiang. I went to buy vegetables today, and the people at the market said that it was probably eaten by a vampire. Ah Xiang told the gossip she had heard, speaking in a very serious manner. There are no vampires in the world. Those people are just talking nonsense. Sister Hong said angrily. Really? The pork seller at the vegetable market, his sister and brother-in-law do business in Nanyang. They all came back recently and said there's been a vampire going on there lately. Many people have disappeared inexplicably. Some bodies were found without any blood on them, and some bodies were nowhere to be found. The police have no way to deal with these vampires. The people are all in a panic and don't dare to go out after dark. Are there real vampires? Sister Hong was also shaken by what he said. It's absolutely true. The pork boss's sister and her family gave up their business over there and moved back home because they were afraid of being eaten by vampires.
Xiang nodded vigorously.
She believed it anyway. Then don't go to night school. Take a rest for a while and wait until Su Jiechi and the others find you before going. Sister Hong couldn't help but worry, afraid that something might happen to Ah Xiang. I'm not afraid. If it dares to eat me, I'll sprinkle sticky rice on it first, and then nail it to death with a peachwood nail. Ah Xiang has recently become obsessed with Tianchi movies and is not afraid of vampires at all. Vampires are not zombies. Maybe they are not afraid of sticky rice and mahogany nails. So, I will accompany you to school in the future. Sister Hong was still worried, so she decided to accompany her to night school, thinking that 2 people are always better than 1. Okay, why don't you go to night school with me? Ah Xiang was very happy. She wished Sister Hong could go out more often so that she wouldn't be stuck at home all day, which would cause problems. It's really good to go to night school. Once you learn the skills, they will be your own. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you won't be afraid. Wan Qiqi also supported it. Sister Hong hesitated, but finally she agreed to give it a try. If she could persist, she would continue, and if not, she would stop. Wan Qiqi read the reports on the disappearance of the 3 Hong Kong beauties. There were not many details mentioned, only that they suddenly disappeared while attending a party. What about the rest of the party? Are they okay? Wan Qiqi saw the loophole at once. There must be more than 3 Hong Kong beauties at the party. Maybe that Mr. Wan was also there, but the report did not mention Mr. Wan at all. Although she was confused, she didn't pay much attention to it. The school was already on the right track, and the foreign exchange was almost in place. She planned to return to Tanzhou at the end of October. As for Xia Tao, she is very happy being the principal here and will go back after the holidays. With 5 million in foreign exchange, Pei Yuan would definitely be easy to talk to. Even if Xia Tao didn't come back for a year, he wouldn't say anything. Su Jiechi and the others disappeared. Someone came to their door. It was a middle-aged couple brought by Mrs. May. They looked very haggard, especially the woman, whose eyes were swollen like peaches, and she had completely lost the demeanor of a wealthy lady. Mrs. Wan, sorry to bother you. Mrs. May felt a little embarrassed. Logically, she should have called in advance, but the matter was really urgent. It's okay.
Who are these 2?
Wan Qiqi had a good impression of Mrs. May. She was very sensible and treated her daughter-in-law from a poor family very well. She even sent her to study abroad. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, they want to ask Mrs. Wan for help in predicting their son's fortune.
Mrs. May said.
Wan Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. It was such a sudden attack, and she was not prepared at all. What should she do? But she looked calm and composed, smiling and saying, "Please sit down, Xiang will make some tea." She winked at Lu Yi, who understood, and immediately went out to find out the news. Wan Qiqi chatted with the Su couple and learned that Mr. Su's accident happened 3 days ago, and the 3 Hong Kong sisters Su Jiechi also disappeared on the same day. What is your son's date of birth? Wan Qiqi had a rough idea in her mind and thought that it was most likely something that happened with Su Jiechi. The Su couple reported their son's birth date and horoscope, and Wan Qiqi pretended to calculate it. Lui hadn't come back yet, so she had to pretend to be mysterious, frowned slightly, and sighed. "Mrs. Wan, is my son not well?" Mrs. Su asked anxiously, tears streaming down her face again. Her tears had almost dried up during these 3 days. She waited for 3 days, but there was no call from the criminals. She had nightmares for 3 days in a row. She dreamed that her son was torn to pieces by the criminals, his body covered in blood, and asked her to save him. Mrs. Su was really desperate and thought of Wan Qiqi, but Mrs. Wan, the fortune teller, was out of business. So she had to ask her mahjong partner, Mrs. May, to help her and go to her house for help. I don't know whether it's good or bad, but Master Ling is trapped, and the fog is blocking my view. I can't see his situation clearly. So, can you take me to the place where Master Ling was last seen? Wan Qiqi said some ambiguous words, and the Su couple were not so worried anymore. They thought that being trapped meant that one was still alive, and as long as one was alive, there was hope. Couple agreed to take her on a cruise, which was found but empty. He was going out. Lui came back. He walked side by side with Wan Qiqi, and Wan Qiqi intentionally lagged behind for a distance. He told her the information he had obtained. 3 days ago, Mr. Su brought his female companion to Wan Zhen's birthday party. His female companion was one of the 3 missing Hong Kong beauties. The birthday party was held on a cruise ship. The cruise ship was found by the police, but everyone on it was missing. There were no signs of fighting on the cruise ship. It seemed that the group left voluntarily. Why didn't you call home to let them know you were safe after leaving voluntarily? Wan Qiqi frowned. This case was very strange. She suddenly had a hunch that the disappearance of Su Jieqi and the others might be related to the Nanyang vampire incident that Xiang mentioned. The cruise ship has been driven back by the police, and nothing inside has been moved, preserving the crime scene. After the Su couple greeted the police, Wan Qiqi and Lui boarded the luxury cruise ship. There was unfinished red wine and champagne on the table, as well as a lot of food and caught fish. It was obvious that when the accident happened, these people were drinking and eating. Fortunately, there were bonsai trees on the cruise ship, and Wan Qiqi chatted with them for a while. They jumped on the big boat and left. Bonsai is not very old and can only say the sentence from beginning to end, so he can't get much information. But one thing is certain. Master Wan and his companions did leave voluntarily and boarded a large ship. Lui chatted with Dahai for a while, but didn't get much information. He only knew that the big ship had also returned to Hong Kong. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, your son is in Hong Kong with a group of people. The situation is unclear at the moment. I won't know until 3 days later. Wan Qiqi said frankly that it would take her 3 days to find this mysterious ship. The Su couple were very satisfied with the result. At least they knew their son was in Hong Kong and should still be alive. They would know his whereabouts in 3 days. Wan Qiqi and Lui had just returned home when Xiang ran out and said, "There's a Mr. Wan waiting for you. He's said to be your relative." The 3rd update is completed. I wish you all a happy new year, good luck, and good health in 2025. How old are you? Wan Qiqi asked. She roughly guessed the origin of this Mr. Wan. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be a relative of the missing Mr. Wan. He's in his 30s, looks expensive, but speaks in a very easygoing manner. Xiang reported in a low voice that she learned the adjective, quite expensive, from Wan Qiqi. A few days ago, we were watching TV together, and a very imposing male actor appeared on TV. Although he didn't look particularly good, he had a strong aura. Wan Qiqi said that the actor looked very expensive, and Xiang, who loves to study, wrote down this word. Wan Qiqi guessed that the man was in his 30s and was most likely Mr. Ruan's brother, who was sitting in the living room, stood straight with his eyes straight ahead. Although he was not dressed extravagantly and his appearance was not particularly handsome, he gave people the demeanor of a nobleman. Seeing Wan Qiqi and the others coming in, Ranjung hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I'm Ranjung. I came here without any other choice." "What is your relationship with Ranjun?" Wan Qiqi didn't waste any words and asked directly. "Ranjun is my cousin." Mrs. Wan must have known that Zhan has been missing for 3 days. There are a total of 18 people missing with him, 3 of whom are Miss Hong Kong contestants. Wan Zheng answered very directly, without hiding anything. As soon as he learned that his cousin was missing, he mobilized all of the Wan family's connections and manpower in Hong Kong and almost turned Hong Kong upside down, but found nothing. The police station said that his cousin was most likely not in Hong Kong. The police suspected that it was done by the Wan family's enemies and advised him to wait for a call from the robbers. However, 3 days passed and he didn't receive a single call. Wan Zheng couldn't wait any longer. Zhan is not very ambitious. He is his uncle's only son and also his cousin. If an accident happens to him, his uncle and aunt may not be able to bear it. Moreover, as a cousin, he will be punished by the family if he fails to take good care of Zhan. Wan Zheng felt like he was living in a year during these 3 days, and he hardly slept. His assistant advised him to find a fortune teller and mentioned Mrs. Wan, the fortune teller. Only then did he remember that Mrs. Wan had a close relationship with his family. She used to use his family's name and was very popular among Hong Kong ladies. However, this Mrs. Wan was not offensive. Apart from borrowing his family's name, she did not do anything excessive, so Wan Zheng did not care. Wan Zheng, a staunch materialist, was really desperate, so he came to Wan Chichi for help with the idea of trying everything possible. Wan Chichi said bluntly, "I just went to your cousin's cruise ship and got a message that Wan Jin and his friends voluntarily boarded a large ship and have now returned to Hong Kong. I haven't found the specific address yet. How is Zhan now?" Wan Zheng asked anxiously. "It's not clear at the moment, but I should be able to get a reply in 3 days." Wan Chichi told the truth. Wan Zheng's expression darkened, but he still saw hope. Mrs. Wan was much more powerful than the Hong Kong police station. She gave an exact time of 3 days. The police station here would only shirk responsibility. "Mrs. Wan, please make sure to find my brother. No matter whether he is dead or alive, the Wan family will reward him handsomely." Wan Zheng promised. "If he's alive, I want to see him in person. If he's dead, I want to see his body. No need to thank me too much. I have borrowed your family's name before, so this is just a way of repaying the favor." Wan Chichi smiled. This was what she owed to the Wan family, and she had to pay it back. Wan Zheng also smiled and didn't mention it again, but he was planning in his heart to interact more with Wan Chichi in the future. This Mrs. Wan had a mysterious origin and a strong background. He guessed that she might be related to the inland area. It would be okay to recognize such a relative. It might be convenient for the Liu family to invest in the inland area in the future. "Mrs. Wan, I have a guess. I wonder if it has anything to do with Zhan's disappearance." Wan Zheng hesitated for a long time, but finally said it out. "Tell me about it. Hear us what happened. You may have heard about the vampire case in Nanyang. It was a big deal last year, and people were in a state of panic. The police still haven't caught the mysterious murderer." Wan Zheng took out an envelope from his briefcase. There were more than a dozen photos in it. He handed them over and said, "These are photos of the deceased. They are a bit scary." Wan Chichi took it. The first photo showed a man who had been sucked dry. He looked like a skeleton wrapped in human skin. His eyes were sunken like 2 black holes, but there was a peaceful smile on the corners of his mouth. The other photos are similar. The dead have all turned into mummies with smiles on their lips, as if they have seen angels. There is no fear or panic on their faces, as if they are heading to heaven. "Were they all killed by vampires?" Wan Chichi asked. "Yes, when the forensic doctor performed the autopsy, he found that the blood in the bodies of the deceased had been almost sucked dry, and there were bite wounds on the necks, which was especially like the legendary vampires. However, 1/3 of the victims were killed during the day, so the local police believed that the murderer was a super pervert who fed on human blood." Wan Zheng talked about the Nanyang police's inference and said, "Zhan was almost killed. Last year, he and his friends played in a dance hall until midnight. On the way home, he met the murderer. His friend died. Zhan ran fast and survived, but he was left with a psychological trauma, so he ran to Hong Kong to live. Unexpectedly, he was in trouble again." Wan Chichi finished looking at all the photos and asked, Do you suspect your brother has met that perverted murderer again?
I am guessing.
Does Mrs. Wan believe in your sixth sense? When I knew about Ajun's accident, my sixth sense told me that Ajun's disappearance was closely related to that perverted murderer. My sixth sense is very sharp and has never been wrong. Wanjung was just guessing at first, but when he heard Wan Qiqi say that 18 people voluntarily boarded the ship, he was 70% to 80% sure. No one could do it except that perverted murderer. I believe in myself. Give me 3 days. I will tell you whatever the result is. After saying that, Wan Qiqi stood up and went out to find someone. Thank you, Mrs. Wan and Mr. Liu. This is my phone number. You can call me anytime. Wanjung handed over his business card. He had already turned down several important trips and would never leave Hong Kong until he found his cousin. Seeing Wanjung off, Wan Qiqi called Xia Tao and Gondefa and asked them to go look for someone as well. Vampires?
Impossible.
They can't possibly go to the South Seas. They don't like the weather here. Xia Tao ruled out vampires immediately. It definitely couldn't be these lazy guys. How do you know they don't like the weather in Nanyang? Have you talked to them? Wan Qiqi asked curiously. We fought once, and they are not as powerful as the legend says. They are quite unlucky. They cannot go out during the day and can only go out to find food at night. They dare not eat human blood for fear of being hunted down. They only dare to eat the blood of mice and rabbits. When they are really greedy, they go to the hospital to steal blood bags to eat. Xia Tao curled her lips, her tone full of disdain, saying that those who are cowardly will become extinct sooner or later. Are they good-looking? Gondefa's focus was even stranger, because in the novels he read, vampires, both male and female, were all very handsome and extremely rich. It's so ugly. How can someone sleeping in a coffin look good? Xia Tao looked disgusted. Then I won't like them anymore. Gondefa immediately stopped being a fan. He used to love watching romance movies about vampires and humans, the kind of love that was madly in love, the promises of eternal love, the earth-shattering drama that moved him deeply. But that was on the premise that the actors who played the vampires were all very good-looking, with handsome men and pretty women. Now that he had put himself in the shoes of an ugly monster, he immediately became desensitized. What's there to like about vampires? I like Xia Shui, but it's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. You were born before I was. We are not from the same era. Seeing that the blood-stained sword was almost going crazy, Xia Tao first wanted to cut off her palm to imitate He Taizhou, but now she has fallen in love with the Golden Snake Man and wants to get a Golden Snake sword to practice. You and he are not only from the same era, but also from the same world. Xia Shui is a fictional character in the book and does not exist in reality. Gandefa kindly reminded. He now regretted introducing Ah Tao to read martial arts novels. He had just persuaded the girl and saved his hand, but now he wanted to make a golden snake sword. He looked everywhere for sword-making masters, determined to make a golden snake sword exactly like the one in the book. Shoot. When I have the golden snake sword, I will be the golden snake prince in reality. I will add some poison powder, and when He Taizhou and the golden snake sword join forces, who else in the world can be more powerful than me? Xia Tao raised her head with a proud expression. Seeing that Gondefa wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, she snorted coldly, took out a few paper packages from her pocket, opened one of them, and smiled at him. A white mist sprinkled on Gondefa's face, and he inhaled most of it. After a while, he became dazed and fell forward like a bear. He was supported by Lu Yi. Xia Tao calmly went to get some cold water and splashed it on Gondefa's face, and he immediately woke up. This one will only make you faint. This one will give you boils. This one will make you itch all over. This one will give you a rash. Xia Tao introduced her powders one by one. None of them would be fatal, but they were quite torturous, and there was no antidote for them. Gondefa swallowed hard and whispered, "Do not use it on students." Used as an experiment by Xia Tao. Am I that kind of person? Xia Tao glared fiercely. She was the considerate, gentle, and caring director Xia. How could she possibly use her students to test drugs? At most, We would just give a few troublesome students some itching medicine and give them a small punishment as a warning. Of course you are not. You are kind, gentle, considerate, and understanding. All students like you very much. Gandefa's sweet words were free of charge and soon coaxed Xia Tao into submission. Ruan Chi and Lu Yi next to them rubbed their arms vigorously, feeling a little like vomiting. They split into two groups. Xia Tao and Gandefa went in one group, and their family of 3 went in another group. Manzai and Mama Jiang had been busy taking care of the children recently, so they gave them a day off to play games. Who were being sought by the whole of Hong Kong, were now locked up in a villa by the sea. Apart from giving them clean water and food, no one spoke to them. But every other day, someone would be pulled out and never come back. So far, 3 people have been taken away. If nothing unexpected happens, another person will be taken away tonight. 9 out of 10 people taken away tonight are women. The one who spoke was Mr. Su. Although he was also a playboy, he was the most educated and the smartest among the group. On the first day, it was a man who was taken away, on the second day, it was a woman, and on the third day, it was still a man. According to this pattern, tonight it should be a woman. Ruan Zhen and the other young masters all breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they could live another day. Su Jiqi and the other women all became nervous. The woman who was taken away the day before yesterday was the 7th runner-up in the Miss Hong Kong competition. She hasn't come back yet, so she must have met with an accident. I don't want to die, woo-woo. I haven't won the championship yet. Another Hong Kong sister started crying out of fear. As soon as she started crying, several other women followed suit and the room was suddenly filled with crying sounds. Stop crying or we'll all die. Master Su roared angrily. If it were in the past, these women would definitely shut up, but now it was already this time, and no one listened to him. Instead, they cried even louder. Don't cry, I think I know who arrested us. It must be that vampire from Nanyang. His ghost is still haunting me and is looking for me again. Mr. Wan suddenly had an idea and guessed the identity of the owner of the ship. That night, his friend was caught by a vampire. He was terrified to the extreme, his adrenaline was overflowing, and he ran at the fastest speed in his life. He also saw the face of the so-called vampire. His face was very pale, his lips were very red, his eyes were also red, and his whole body exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura, like a zombie walking out of a 1,000-year-old tomb. Just that one glance left him with a vivid memory. The nightmare had troubled him for a long time, and he had just recently recovered. He even ran to Hong Kong specifically to avoid that jerk, but he didn't expect to be targeted by that jerk again. Darn his mother. The others were even more frightened. If they could still find a way to negotiate with the robbers, how could they negotiate with the vampires? Wait till you become a mummy. No matter what kind of ghost it is afraid of black dog blood or boy's urine. We don't have black dog blood, but do you have boy's urine? Su Jiqi suddenly asked. From the time she was captured until now, she has not spoken a word or cried, and seems calmer than everyone else. She originally thought it was a kidnapping and wanted to wait for the families of these young masters to come and redeem her, but after 3 days, she realized it was not that simple. Couldn't just wait for someone to rescue her, she had to find a way to escape. She had come to Hong Kong with so much difficulty, and now she was about to make a name for herself. She couldn't die here. Su Jiqi looked at the young men hopefully. As long as they had boy's urine, there would be hope. Several young men looked at each other and finally lowered their heads. They were famous playboys in Hong Kong. How could they have boy's urine? Su Jiqi gritted her teeth in disappointment, looked at the women again, and asked, "Who among you has your period?" If there is no boy's urine, she can use menstrual blood. She has heard from the elderly that menstrual blood is an unclean thing that can ruin one's power. Vampires should be afraid of it, right? Several women shook their heads. They had calculated their menstrual periods when they went out to play with the young masters, and they didn't want to spoil the fun of their sponsors. I'm coming. A woman huddled in the corner whispered that her financial sponsor was none other than Mr. Su. You're on your period and you're still out playing? Young Master Su is angry. Darn it, half of his pocket money this month will be cut. I just got here yesterday. I thought I was just in time, but who knew I would be tied up here? The woman wanted to cry, but had no tears. She had calculated that after spending 2 nights with Master Su, she could go home and rest. It happened to be her menstrual period, and the day was just right. But who knew that man proposes, God disposes, and she was brought to this darn place by the darn vampire. There was no sanitary napkin either. She was so embarrassed that she could only hide in the corner. Take off your underwear. When someone is taken away, throw it on the vampire. Maybe he can escape. Su Jiechi came up with an idea. Although everyone felt that this method was unreliable and even a bit disgusting, they had no choice now and asked Mr. Su's female companion to take off her pants. Very dirty. The woman was shy and embarrassed, and was too embarrassed to take off her clothes. You're about to die, why bother about whether it's dirty or not, just take it off. Master Su became anxious and stepped forward to strip her, but the woman quickly took off her clothes herself. A bloody smell emanated from her, and she covered her face in shame. You men should take off your clothes and use them as cushions for her. Be prepared. Maybe it can save your life. Su Jiechi had become the leader of the group at this moment. She actually didn't want to stand out, but none of these young masters were very useful, so she had to do it herself. After all, she escaped from the great northern wilderness to Hong Kong. If she didn't have any means, she would either die on the road or be caught by the police. Compared with these pampered young masters, Su Jiechi's ability to cope with things is obviously much stronger. When they heard that it could save their lives, several young men rushed to take off their clothes and even begged the women who were menstruating to use theirs first. Although the people in the house were very sleepy, they dared not close their eyes for fear of dying in their sleep. Even if they really have to die, they want to die with a clear mind and not be confused. There were footsteps at the door, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Here they come. The door opened, and 2 men in black walked into the room with cold faces. They looked around and saw that everyone was trembling with fear. They smiled triumphantly and locked their eyes on Su Jiechi. Su Jiechi's heart sank. She pressed her lower abdomen gently. Half of a bloody shirt was stuffed inside her skirt. All her hopes now rested on this half shirt. Bodhisattva Guanyin, Goddess Mazu, Lord Guan. Please bless me. She prayed silently in her heart, calling out every bodhisattva she could think of. As long as she could go back alive today, she would eat vegetarian food for 3 years. Ah Zhen, I love you, you must live well. I don't ask you to remember me. I just ask you to burn some money for me during the Qingming festival so that I don't have to suffer too much in the underworld. Who was taken away by the man in black, looked at Wan Zhan affectionately. Although her future is uncertain, she still has to gain favor in front of her financial sponsor. What if she is not dead? These words will surely move Master Wan, and he'll give her more resources in the future. Sure enough, Wan Zhan's eyes turned red, and he nodded solemnly. As long as he could survive, he would go there every Qingming festival and would never forget it. Baka. The 2 men in black cursed impatiently. Su Jiechi glanced at them. Japs? She was taken to the upstairs terrace. The moon in the sky was particularly bright. A man in a white bathrobe stood with his back to them. Sir, the person is here. The man in black reported respectfully. Bring it here. The man's voice was also eerie. They were speaking the language of the Sakura country, which Su Jiechi could not understand. She had already pulled the bloody shirt out of her skirt, crumpled it into a ball, and held it tightly in her hands. Perhaps she was too confident. These people didn't tie her up, and the terrace was on the 2nd floor, so she wouldn't die if she jumped down. Su Jiechi bit her lips and lowered her head, pretending to be scared, but in fact, she was gathering strength. Is her only chance. She must escape. 2 men in black dragged her in front of the man in the white robe. Su Jiechi slowly raised her head, saw the man's face clearly, and was so scared that she almost screamed. The man's face was pale, his eyes and lips were as red as blood, and he exuded a creepy and cold aura. She only took one look at him, then lowered her head, not daring to look again. You guys go down. Taro Kakuno was very satisfied with Su Jiechi's health. She was young and healthy, so her blood must be plenty and sweet. He could have a good meal tonight. That's right. The vampire that makes Nanyang tremble with fear is Taro Kakuno, who has disappeared for a long time. 2 years ago, he was seriously injured in a bombing by Yuan Shichi and fled Hong Kong in a hurry. After returning to the Sakura country, his health became worse and worse. Even if Kakuno Masato found rare medicinal herbs, he was unable to regulate his body. Seeing his body getting weaker day by day, Kakuno Taro had no choice but to continue sucking human essence and blood to sustain himself. Originally, he restrained himself and dared not suck too much, but once he tasted the sweetness, he could not stop. In the past, he only smoked one every 10 days, then one every 3 days, and now one every day, which was barely enough to sustain his body. Of course, the benefits are also huge. His mental control skills are getting stronger and stronger. In the past 2 years, Taro Kakuno has controlled many domestic nobles and obtained a lot of funds. The Kakuno family has become the top family in the country. It's a pity that my grandfather Masato Kakuno's health was getting worse and worse, and he passed away 2 months ago. Fortunately, my grandfather witnessed the growth of the Kakuno family. The only regret is that he didn't see the Kakuno family's successful counterattack with his own eyes. However, he promised his grandfather that he would fulfill his grandfather's wish, fly the flags of the Kakuno family across all provinces and cities in China, and kill the traitor Kakuno Chiyo with his own hands. The 2 men in black retreated. They didn't want to watch the young master eat either. It was too scary. Only Su Jiechi and Taro Kakuno were left on the terrace. Taro Kakuno did not use any mind control on her. She was just an ant, and there was no need to waste his mental energy on her. Come here obediently. Taro Kakuno's voice seemed to have magic. Su Jiechi lifted her feet involuntarily, but she soon came to her senses and squeezed the shirt in her hand hard. She walked closer and closer, less than 5 centimeters away from Taro Kakuno. Taro Kakuno stretched out his pale hands, grabbed her neck, and prepared to enjoy a feast. Go to heck, you little devil. Su Jiechi screamed and threw the shirt in her hand away. The shirt, stained with menstrual blood, turned into red cloth, spread out in the air, and fell on Kakuno Taro's face. Ever since sucking the essence and blood, Taro Kakuno's sense of smell has become extremely sensitive, especially the smell of blood. He is dozens of times more sensitive than ordinary people. He liked was fresh blood, not menstrual blood. The shirt on his face almost made him vomit. He tore off the shirt on his face in a rage, ready to teach the disobedient food a lesson. Until this moment, he didn't take Su Jiechi seriously and still didn't use mental control. Su Jiechi also seized this opportunity, rushed to the terrace, and jumped down without hesitation. Landed, she rolled a few times, then got up and ran. Kakuno Taro did not catch up with her. He would make this disobedient woman come back obediently. However, just as he used his mental power, he was blocked by another familiar mental power. Taro Kakuno became extremely excited. It finally came. Now he would definitely not lose to this guy again. He would definitely win. The 3rd update is completed. Good night. Yuan Shichi finally found the villa community by the sea through the trees. It was only 100 meters away from the villa where Master Wan and his friends were imprisoned. The little cub lying in Liu Ye's arms was yawning, but suddenly sat up and looked straight in the direction of the villa. Potato Baby's eyes were determined, and his little paws were clenched into fists, fighting against the powerful mental wave. He remembered this mental wave, which he had driven away 2 years ago. At that time, it was not as strong as it is now. Moreover, this mental force was full of evil power. The little boy didn't quite understand it, but he knew that the other party was an evil and vicious villain who must be eradicated, otherwise he would bring disaster to the world. Liu Yi and Yuan Shichi both felt the changes in Zizi and guessed who the other was almost at the same time. Only Taro Kakuno could cause such a big reaction in the little cub. The dreaded vampire turned out to be Taro Kakuno, who had disappeared for 2 years. Moreover, it seems that this jerk's strength has increased a lot, and it is a bit difficult for Zizi to deal with him. I'll deal with him. Liu Yi handed the baby to Yuan Shichi and prepared to fight the enemy. I'll go too. Manzi, I'll leave it to you. Ruan Chichi took out a basket of grenades and handed it to Lu Yi. She thought for a while, then took out 3 resurrection pills and stuffed them into the little boy's pocket without saying anything. Because Zizi knew about the resurrection pill, she hid it in the space. When Zizi was playing in the space, he pointed at the resurrection pill and blurted out its name. After that, when she asked again, Zizi refused to say anything. Ruan Chichi suspected that her baby was reincarnated with memories, but he must have been very young in his previous life and was also a little baby. She also gave Lu Yi 3 resurrection pills, just in case. If you feel like you're dying, take one. It will bring you back to life. If you die, I'll find you another live-in son-in-law. Ruan Chichi instructed very seriously. If there is a stepfather, there will be a stepmother. I will definitely not die for my baby, and Chichi, you can't die either. Lu Yi hid the resurrection pill. The 3 members of their family must be together and no one should be missing. Ruan Chichi gave him another basket of grenades and the couple rushed towards Kikuno Taro. Help! Someone come quickly, help! Su Jiechi ran over in a disheveled state. Her elbows and knees were bruised and bloody, but she didn't feel any pain and ran towards Ruan Chichi and the others for help. Where are Wanzhen and the others? Ruan Chichi asked loudly. Still alive, are you sent by their Wan family? Su Jiechi asked in surprise. Find a place to hide. Ruan Chichi yelled at her. I'll lead the way for you. That vampire is a Japanese devil. He has 7 or 8 men under him. All Japanese devils. Su Jiechi didn't want to hide. Fortune and wealth must be sought at the cost of danger. She wanted to go back to save those young masters. The 2 beautiful and handsome men and women in front of her looked quite capable and should be able to protect her. If she returns at this critical moment, Wanzhen and the others will surely be grateful. Although it cannot be considered a life-saving favor, it is still a favor. They will surely arrange a lot of resources for her in the film and television industry to repay the favor. Su Jiechi admits that she is utilitarian and scheming, but she wants to climb to the top of the mountain and be the best. The simple and innocent little white rabbit had long been eaten by the wild beasts on the mountain road. Those who could climb to the top of the mountain had to rely on their means and scheming. Especially the female stars in the film and television industry, they are ruthless and try to please everyone. Ruan Chichi had a good impression of her. She was a brave and resourceful girl. At least she was not frightened to the point of weakness, and she was able to find a chance to escape on her own. That was very good. She followed Su Jiechi to rescue Master Wan and the others, while Lu Yi went to deal with Kikuno Taro. Taro Kikuno was being held back by Potato Baby at this moment, and had no time to care about other people, but he was clearly gaining the upper hand, and in a few minutes, he would be able to win. Ruan Chichi was very fast, and she was afraid that Zizi wouldn't be able to handle it, so she had to make a quick decision. The men in black in the villa heard the noise outside and rushed out. Ruan Chichi gave orders to the flowers, plants, and trees in the garden. The quiet flowers and plants suddenly grew wildly and instantly wrapped up the men in black, like a green cocoon. Su Jiechi swallowed hard, but did not stop. She rushed to the room where Wanzhen and the others were imprisoned. The door was locked, and she wanted to find tools to break it open. Ruan Chichi took out a gun and fired several shots at the padlock. The people in the room covered their ears and cried. Their courage was almost broken. The door opened, and before Wanzhen and the others could react, Su Jiechi rushed in and shouted, "Someone is here to save us, run." She first tried to pull Wanzhen, who was lying on the ground, but failed to move him. She was so angry that she kicked him hard, and Wanzhen finally came to his senses. "Run, do you want to die here?" Su Jiechi roared with contempt in his eyes. They were all young masters who grew up in a greenhouse, and none of them were good enough. But they were lucky and would be reborn. Even if they did nothing, they could still live a life of luxury. Everyone woke up and rushed to the door, but they were stuck there for a moment, unable to go out or come in. Cue! Ruan Chichi fired a shot at the ground, sparks flew, and it was quite deterrent. Su Jiechi reacted quickly, dragged Wanzhen to the front, and rushed out quickly, followed by Master Su, who also reacted quickly. They rushed out of the villa, breathed the fresh air, and were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. They finally survived. You take them out. Wan Qiqi instructed Su Jiechi that among the group of people, only this girl was reliable, and the others were useless and cowardly. Okay, be careful.
Suzikaki note that seriously.
If they stayed, they would only make things worse. The most urgent thing now was to rescue these young masters safely and then find reinforcements to help. When they ran about 10 meters away, Wan Qiqi shot at Kikuno Taro on the terrace without hesitation, and all the bullets hit Kikuno Taro. But he seemed fine. Not a drop of blood was shed. He smiled strangely, and his body suddenly shrank, then arched, and more than a dozen bullets were shot back at Wan Qiqi. At the same time, Wan Qiqi used his mind to give birth to the surrounding trees, flowers, and plants. Countless branches stretched out towards the bullets and wrapped them. Liu Ye's side also launched an attack, and huge waves about 10 meters high rushed towards Taro Kikuno with a roar. The residents of other villas nearby were all awakened. They ran out in panic in their pajamas without even having time to change their clothes. When they saw the noise outside, they thought there was a tsunami and ran for their lives in fear. Su Jiechi and the others did not run far. They found a safe place to hide because Wanjin and those young masters wanted to stay and watch this spectacular show that would only be seen once in a century. They are legendary talents, rarely seen in a century. I want to stay and see with my own eyes that darn vampire is beaten to death. Wanjun hated Kikuno Taro so much. His best friend died at the hands of this jerk, and he almost died too. He had to see this jerk die with his own eyes before he could live in peace for the rest of his life. The other young masters survived the disaster and became bolder, so they were all willing to stay. The other women all ran away. They just wanted to get away from here, the farther the better. Only Su Jiechi stayed behind. She couldn't let her efforts go to waste and had to endure hardships with these young masters until the very end. Jia Qi, you are the best. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Master Wan was so moved that he even had the idea of marrying Su Jiechi, but he quickly gave up the idea. He had no say in the matter of marrying a wife, and his family would never agree to marry a mainland girl like Su Jiechi, who had no roots. Ah Jun, I just want you to be well. The deep affection in Su Jiechi's eyes moved Master Wan deeply. The other masters were also extremely envious because their female companions all ran away faster than dogs and were not as sincere as Su Jiechi. Wan Qiqi and Liu Yi joined forces but were unable to cause much damage to Kikuno Taro. After this guy practiced evil skills, his body became harder than iron and steel, so their attacks were useless. Use the grenade. The kid won't be able to hold out for long. Wan Qiqi threw a grenade at Kikuno Taro. With a series of loud noises, the villa collapsed and Kikuno Taro was buried under the rubble. The little baby in Manzai's arms was already sweating profusely due to mental exhaustion. Baby. Manzai kept wiping Zai's sweat, feeling extremely anxious. He couldn't help in any way and felt very frustrated. Mama Jiang was so anxious that she kept turning around, and her cubs were exhausted. Taro Kikuno was lying motionless in the rubble. Master Wan was so happy that he thought he was dead. Several young masters happily high-fived him to celebrate. But before they had finished their palm strike, a figure rushed out of the ruins. It was Taro Kikuno. His face turned paler, and his eyes turned redder. The grenade did cause some damage to him. His white robe was stained with blood. He was completely enraged. Go to heck, you lowly ants. Taro Kikuno's face was full of grim smiles, and he was ready to launch an all-out attack to devour the little guy who made him salivate, as well as Wan Qiqi and his wife. This family of 3 were excellent food, and eating them would surely allow him to break through and become the overlord of the world. And the treasures on Wan Qiqi's body will also be used by him. Who else in the world can do it other than him? Potato Baby had a good rest. He saw his father being controlled by the bad guys, and the huge waves driven by Liu Yi rushed towards his mother.
Woof.
Mama. Chan suddenly flew into the air and bit Kikuno Taro's neck.
you beast.
Taro Kakuno didn't even bother to use his mental skills. He just waved his hand at Mama-chan, ready to kill her with one strike. In a hurry, Wan Chichi grew branches to catch Mama Jiang, avoiding the attack a little, but Mama Jiang was still injured and vomited a lot of blood. But she herself was attacked by Taro Kakuno because of this, and her back felt like it was stepped on by an elephant, and her internal organs were almost broken. Duck your ancestors. Wan Chichi spat out the blood in his mouth and took out a basket of grenades. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would at least stun the Japanese. A trifle. Taro Kakuno didn't take it seriously at all. He was no longer a weakling anymore, and a mere grenade couldn't do anything to him. Then let me give you a taste of the art of carving insects. Wan Chichi sneered, tore off the bracelet, and threw it over. Taro Kakuno was about to use mental magic, but the mental wave restrained him again. While dealing with Potato's mental wave, he also devoted his energy to dealing with Wan Chichi and Liu Yi. Waking up, Liu Yi wanted to mobilize the water in Kakuno Taro's body, but his thoughts just touched this jerk when they bounced back and almost backfired on him. His mental power is too strong. It's useless. Lead him to the sea. Wan Chichi screamed. The sea is the home turf for her and Liu Yi. They are at a disadvantage on land. Liu Yi summoned wave after wave, each one higher than the last, almost drowning Kakuno Taro. Master Wan and the others who were hiding in the distance were trembling with fear. They were afraid but also wanted to see, so they covered their faces tightly with their hands, opened their fingers a little, and took a sneak peek. Although the waves were strong, Taro Kakuno's lower body was very stable and he stood firmly. The little devil is very cunning. Chichi, I will lead him to the sea. Liu Yi yelled and rushed towards Kakuno Taro. The two men fought each other. Wan Chichi also joined the melee, occasionally pulling out a bone whip and sprinkling a handful of pepper. Since I can't cause physical harm to this jerk, I'll use magic to attack him. Achu. Taro Kakuno inhaled a lot of pepper and kept sneezing, which greatly weakened his attack power. Wan Chichi took the opportunity to wrap a bone whip around his neck and dragged him to the beach. Baka. Taro Kakuno laughed grimly and attacked Wan Chichi with all his strength. Even an elephant could not withstand this attack. He would surely die. Wan Chichi sensed danger and wanted to hide in the space, but her body seemed to be locked and cut off from the space. Chichi. Liu Yi rushed over and stood behind her. After taking the blow, he flew up like a kite and fell to the ground. Zai Zai, who was far away, saw it and jumped down from Manzai's arms. His little face was full of seriousness and his eyes were extremely firm, as if he had made a decision. The little cub rushed towards Kakuno Taro and Manzai chased after him worriedly. Mama Jiang, who was lying on the ground and injured, tried to get up several times but failed, and whimpered in anxiety. Potato Baby ran in front of Taro Kakuno and confronted him face to face. The height difference made them look particularly different, but Potato Baby was not afraid at all. He raised his head and looked at Taro Kakuno proudly. Death. Evil villain. Potato Baby put his finger into his mouth and bit it hard, causing his little face to wrinkle in pain. No, baby, go back. Wan Chichi didn't know what Zai Zai was going to do, but she had a hunch that it was not a good thing, because her heart was aching so much, like it was being cut by a knife. Potato ignored her. He made complicated gestures in the air with his chubby little hands covered in blood and muttered something. Ao clan ancestors, grant me the power to destroy the evil spirits. After the little boy finished reading, he faced the sea and bowed solemnly 3 times, continuing to make gestures with his fingers. You little brat, you're just trying to be mysterious. Get ready to die. Taro Kakuno looked disdainful. Today, this family of 3 was destined to be his delicious meal, and then he would deal with the traitor Chio Kakuno. In fact, not much time had passed, and Wan Chichi had made up her mind to die together with Kakuno Taro. After all, she had the resurrection pill, so she would definitely not die. Even if she really died, she would just go back to the underworld. At most, she could ask the king of hell to let her go. I'm right here. Come and kill me if you dare. Xia Tao suddenly appeared, holding a knife in her hand, and rushed towards Kikuno Taro. "Get out of the way, little brat. Why are you joining in the fun when the adults are fighting?" Xia Tao roared as she passed by the cub. Gon Defa followed closely behind. He couldn't let the woman fight in the front while he hid behind. That was what a coward would do. Potato Baby ignored them. He was now gathering his strength and had no time to pay attention to the outside world. It's a pity that he is too weak now. If he could be stronger, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Wan Chi-Chi and Xia Tao attacked at the same time, with knives and whips pointing at Kikuno Taro's neck at the same time. "Chiyoko Kikuno, you deserve to die." Taro Kikuno looked at Xia Tao grimly, using all his strength to kill the traitor and comfort his grandfather's spirit in heaven. The ninja skills that Xia Tao learned were of no use in front of Kikuno Taro. All her techniques were restrained, and her body was unable to move. She was about to be hit. But in the end, the one who was hit was Gon Defa. He rushed over to block it, and his huge body flew out, spitting out a lot of blood. Fortunately, Wan Chi-Chi used his whip to block the attack for him, reducing the force a lot. He was only injured but not killed. Go to heck. Xia Tao's body was out of control, and she immediately stabbed Kikuno Taro, aiming at his eyes. Even if this jerk had skin and bones of steel, he couldn't train his eyes to be as hard as diamond. That must be his weak spot. Sure enough, she stabbed his left eye with the knife. Taro Kikuno let out a horrible scream, and blood immediately flowed from his eyes. Taro Kikuno struck Xia Tao with great force, and his left eyeball got caught on the tip of the knife and was pulled out. Xia Tao didn't care about her internal injuries. She twisted in the air, pounced back, and continued to stab him in the right eye. She wanted to die together with her enemies, so she fought with her life at stake. Wan Chi-Chi sprinkled a handful of chili powder into the bloody hole of the jerk's left eye, and while Kikuno Taro was screaming, she whipped him with a whip. Kikuno Taro was unable to react and was stabbed in the right eye again. Zitch, go to heck. Both eyes were blinded. Kikuno Taro went mad, his mental power surged, and he was ready to kill them. Xia Tao and Wan Chi-Chi were blown away by the powerful mental force and couldn't stop at all. A wave rushed over and caught them. It was Lu Yi, who summoned them with great effort. He swallowed a resurrection pill and saved his life, but his internal injuries were not healed. After using this special power, he vomited a lot of blood again. Wan Chi-Chi and Xia Tao were also seriously injured. They looked at each other and made up their minds to continue fighting. Either Kikuno Taro will die today, or they will die.
Duck.
Xia Tao spat out a mouthful of blood, tore off a piece of cloth from her body, wrapped it around her head, and prepared to rush forward again. But suddenly a golden light rose from the ground and enveloped Taro Kikuno. It was emitted by Baby Potato. Taro Kikuno screamed in pain and wanted to escape, but the golden light was like a transparent glass cover, and he could not break free at all. Moreover, the golden light shining on his body was like being pricked by millions of needles. It was a fate worse than death. Potato Boy's face was as white as paper, and he was on the verge of collapse. He took out 3 resurrection pills and swallowed them all, recovering a lot. "Mom, I want more," the potato cub yelled.
Give.
Wan Chi-Chi threw all 3 of her resurrection pills over. Potato Baby also swallowed it all, and his complexion looked much better. He made a few gestures towards the golden light, and the golden light became even brighter. Taro Kikuno inside kept rolling on the ground, looking very painful.
Come.
Potato Baby shouted, and the golden light was very obedient, following him towards the sea. Soon, the cub jumped into the sea with the golden light, but did not sink. Potato recovered faster after entering the sea. He whistled, and a killer whale swam over. The cub rode on it, dragging the golden light in one hand, and dragged Kikuno Taro to the deep sea. "Your son ran away, and you didn't chase him?" Xia Tao spat out a mouthful of blood and asked. "It's okay, I'll be back." Wan Chi-Chi also spat out a mouthful of blood. Darn it, she had never suffered such a big loss before. Fortunately, she gave birth to a strong baby. At this moment, she finally understood why King Yin gave her 9 soul-returning pills. It turned out that they were prepared for her son. This kid was quite a eater. Wan Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief, took out a ginseng, divided it into 5 parts, and gave 2 parts to Xia Tao. Go, and give it to Gan Defa. She went to find Lu Yi and Mama Jiang. I gave 1 portion to Mama Jiang first, and then fed it to Lu Yi. I took a resurrection pill, and I only have 2 left. Lu Yi gave her 2 pills, feeling a little annoyed. Perhaps he would not have died just now, and he should have saved them for Qiqi and Zai Zai. I'm glad you're okay. Eat this. Wan Qiqi stuffed the ginseng into his mouth and took the 2 resurrection pills back into the space. Will the baby be okay? Lu Yi was very worried and wanted to find his son. It's okay. The cub is safer in the sea than on land. He will come back by himself. Wan Qiqi was very relieved. She had roughly guessed the origin of her baby. As expected, she was always the first in everything she did, and all the babies she gave birth to were the best in the world. What about the descendants of Ao? They are so awesome. Xia Tao and Gan Defa were also talking. Are you stupid?
Who told you to block me?
I owe you a favor. Xia Tao complained angrily. She hated owing favors to others the most. You don't have to pay it back. I blocked it voluntarily. Are you okay? Gonda laughed, pulling the wound and gasping in pain. Stop talking. Xia Tao glared at him, stuffed all the ginseng into his mouth, and ate the ginseng herself. Everyone was tired, no one spoke, and they sat on the ground to rest. Master Wan and his men in the distance saw this once-in-a-century battle, but they still haven't reacted. Everyone is stunned. There were also a few brave residents who hid in a safe place and watched. Among them was a student from Jada School. He was the troublemaker who would rather die than surrender, and was now being punished by cleaning the toilets. His family lives here. In the middle of the night, his parents told him there was a tsunami, so the whole family ran out in a panic without even wearing clothes. But after seeing the exciting fight, he couldn't bear to run away. This is more exciting than what is shown in the movies.
People can fly.
If he runs away, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. This audacious troublemaker refused to leave no matter what, so his parents had no choice but to stay. Then they saw an unforgettable scene. Director Xia of Jada School could actually fly? Just like the heroines in martial arts novels, flying in the sky, and the school director Mrs. Ruan, how come they are all martial arts masters? The family of 3 was so stunned that they even forgot to be afraid. After the battle, the father poked his son and asked in a low voice, "Do all the teachers in your school know martial arts?" "Have no idea." The son shook his head in confusion. He regretted it so much now. If he had known that Director Xia was so skilled, he would definitely not go against Director Xia. He would have tried to curry favor with Director Xia every day. Maybe Director Xia could teach him a few tricks, and he could become a hero too. Half an hour later, there was movement on the sea. The little cub came back riding on a killer whale, dragging Taro Kakuno's body in his hand. "Mother!" As soon as they reached the shore, Potato Zai threw the corpse casually and ran towards Wan Qiqi. "Baby." Wan Qiqi picked up her son and kissed his little face again and again. The little boy took out a few large pearls from his pocket and stuffed them into her pocket with a smile. He picked them up from the sea and selected the most beautiful ones. He thought his mother would definitely like them. Wan Qiqi's heart was melting. She hugged her son and kissed him hard. Lu Yu was jealous, and when the mother and son had kissed enough, he also came over and hugged the baby and kissed him. Taro Kakuno's body was lying on the beach, being hit by the waves. He was dead, and his pale face was full of fear. It was obvious that he saw something terrible before he died. No one knew what he saw. Third update completed. Good night. Xia Tao walked up to the corpse, kicked it a few times, and cursed, "I'm the one who survived to the end. The Kakuno family will be coming down to accompany you soon." Gan Defa stumbled over and asked curiously, "Do you know him?" If he heard correctly, this pervert was called a Tao the traitor. What else could he call Chio? "He is my cousin by blood, but he is also my enemy." Xia Tao kicked hard again, and with a few crackling sounds, several bones of the corpse were broken. Gon Defa didn't ask anything. He could feel that it must be a very tragic story, and asking further would be like cutting into Tao's wounds. I am Wan Zhen from the Wan family. I will always remember your life-saving grace and repay you handsomely in the future. I am Su Jijia from the Su family. I am from the Ma family. Wan Zhen and his group of young masters ran over and thanked him in unison. Su Jiechi stood behind them and did not squeeze forward to steal the limelight from the young masters. After calming down, she recognized Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi, the handsome couple who helped them cross the sea 2 years ago. Including this time, she owed the life-saving favor twice, and she might never be able to repay it in this lifetime. The sound of police sirens whistled from far away. Wan Qiqi said to Wan Zhen and his group, "You guys clean up the mess. You have eradicated the demon, and you will be rewarded by the government, as well as a generous bonus. Don't leave." Ajun shouted loudly, but Wan Qiqi and the others walked very quickly and soon disappeared into the night. To put so much effort into something for nothing, isn't that stupid? Wan Zhen talked to himself in confusion. They are great men and don't care about these things. Su Jiechi walked over and said, "That's right. The hermits in novels are all indifferent to fame and fortune. Jiechi, you really see it clearly." Wan Zhen now looks at Su Jiechi with much more tenderness than before the incident. It is true that true love is revealed in times of adversity. Compared with other women, Su Jiechi's performance it touched him and also made him feel proud in front of his friends. Therefore, he decided to give Su Jiechi more resources in the future to help her become the top female star. Anyway, the last thing the Wan family lacks is money, and his life is very precious. Everyone was injured and exhausted. After returning home, they all slept soundly and did not wake up until the next afternoon. All major newspapers in Hong Kong reported on the events of the previous night. The Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu fought against the vampires, and the Heavenly Master won a great victory and left without a word after the task was accomplished. The title of the report was very attractive. People were scrambling to get newspapers. People were talking about the matter on the streets. The story spread from 1 person to 10, and then to 100, and became more and more exaggerated. My cousin's daughter-in-law's aunt's boss lives on the beach where the accident happened. She saw it with her own eyes last night. What I say is truer than gold. The Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu can really fly. It's amazing. Is he really the Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu? Isn't Mount Longhu in the mainland? How did he end up in Hong Kong? You are stupid, and you still refuse to admit it. The Heavenly Master can fly, so he can fly all over the world. The Heavenly Master is also very beautiful, but there is one who is a little ugly. Speaking of which, he looks a bit like your Fa Zai. The man who spoke eloquently was the fishmonger Lian from Lianhua Street. He specially caught a grouper in the morning and went to visit his cousin's daughter-in-law's aunt to find out the exciting gossip from last night so that he could come back and show off to the neighbors. At this time, the neighbors were all sitting in Gon's tea restaurant, listening to the fishmongers chat with great interest. Gon's father and mother were also fascinated by the story, but when they heard about their own son, they both frowned and said unhappily, "How can our son be ugly? He is mighty and strong, and has the spirit of a man. If I look like you, thinner than a corn stalk, I'd be a woman." Gon's father sarcastically said that his son looked like him, and the fishmonger even said that his son was ugly, which meant that he was ugly and he absolutely could not tolerate it. This time Gon's mother did not stop him. Instead, she squinted her eyes and glared at the fishmonger Lian fiercely. If this old man dared to say that her son was ugly again, she would definitely hit him with a rolling pin. Let me give you an example. Fa Zai is very promising now. He has established such a good school. He is the most promising young man in our Lotus Street. My family still needs Fa Zai's support to have a son. The fishmonger smiled and said nice things, and even slapped himself on the mouth a few times. Gon's father and mother knew they had gone too far, and urged him to tell the story faster. Where's I just saying?
Oh, right.
The Heavenly Master and the vampire fought for 300 rounds, from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sea, calling the wind and rain, swallowing clouds and spewing mist. The waves were higher than a 3-story building. Finally, the little Heavenly Master summoned a golden light, just like Fahai took in the white snake and took in the vampire. The fishmonger took the story he had heard, put some artistic twist on it, and told it with some embellishment. It's better to be dead.
Amitabha.
This vampire is really good at running. He ran from Nanyang to Hong Kong.
Fortunately, he is dead.
My sister and her friends can go back to Nanyang to do business again. The pork seller clasped his hands together and bowed towards the sky a few times. Then he called his sister and told them the good news. Where's your son, Fa Zai? Why didn't I see him today? Neighbors asked about Gon Defa with concern. Gon Defa's daily life is very regular. After getting up in the morning, he helps out in the tea restaurant until 8 o'clock, then goes to work in his hometown. He also goes home after work. He will say hello to the neighbors he meets on the road, but he didn't see him today. I didn't come back last night. I called and said that there was a lot of work at school and I had to work overtime. Gon's mother's tone was full of heartache. She was very proud that her son had run a school, but she also felt sorry for him because he worried too much and had visibly lost a lot of weight. Fa Zai is the principal, he must be very busy. I will bring you some nourishing herbs later and cook them for you. The lady boss of the dry goods store is very generous. I have some fresh pork kidneys. You can use them to make soup for Fa Zai. A man's waist is very important, the pork shop owner said with a smile. Neighbors were very generous in taking out ingredients for making soup. Since Gon Defa was successful, they also felt proud of it. Speak of the devil, he appears. Gon Defa has returned, and he doesn't look very well. He slept in the gang's office building last night, fearing to scare his parents when he returns home. The effect of ginseng was very good. His injuries improved a lot, but he still felt a little chest tightness. Ruan Chichi also gave him a lot of blood replenishing and healing herbs. He took them back to make soup, wanting to give some to Xia Tao and Ruan Chichi and others. Fa Zai is back. You don't look well. Is it because you have too much work at school? Your health is more important. You haven't married or had children yet. Just drink more nourishing soup. The neighbors chattered enthusiastically, and Gon Defa responded politely one by one. After returning home, he took out the herbs and asked his mother to make soup. Is this ginseng or radish? So fat? When Father Gon saw the half ginseng that was taken out, his eyes bulged out. Mrs. Ruan gave it to me. Mom, please make the soup and call me. I will take it to Ah Tao and Mrs. Ruan. Gon Defa sounded tired and went upstairs to sleep after giving his instructions. Mr. and Mrs. Gon exchanged glances, then stared at the half-thick ginseng. Suddenly, the old couple had an idea and thought of something. Was it Fa Zai last night? Gon's father asked. Hush, just pretend you don't know. Gon's mother signaled him to be quiet. Since their son refused to speak, they would just pretend they didn't know. Madame Wan and Atao were both very capable. After their son had been hanging out with them, he was becoming more and more promising, so they were relieved. Gon Defa came with some tonic soup. Ruan Chi-Chi and the others had just gotten up, but Potato was still sleeping. He had exerted a lot of energy last night, so this time he would have to sleep for several days and nights. This is the tonic soup my mother made.
It contains the herbs you gave me.
I drank a bowl, and it worked very well. Gon Defa put the thermos on the table. He looked much better than before. Thank your mother for me. Ruan Chi-Chi poured 2 bowls and gave one to Lu Yi. The medicine had a strong medicinal flavor, and after drinking it, he could immediately feel the effect of the medicine, and his body was not so tired anymore. Xia Tao drank the rest of the soup, and she also gave a small bowl to Mama Jiang. After the man and the dog drank it, they immediately regained their spirits. Where is Manzai? Gon Defa didn't see Manzai, and asked with concern. Maybe he's still sleeping? Ruan Chi-Chi didn't pay much attention to it. She slept till now, and just woke up. Mr. Liu didn't sleep. He was sitting in the garden, and looked unhappy. Ah Xiang happened to come and deliver snacks and said immediately. Wan Qiqi's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a little annoyed. Manzai's mood was not right last night, and she was too careless. Manzai must have blamed himself for not being able to help, because they were all injured last night. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi went to the garden, and Manzai sat alone, looking very lonely. Manzi, you are here. I need your help with something. Are you free? Wan Qiqi didn't comfort him, but asked him to work. Sure enough, Manzai's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. I'm free. Qiqi, yeah, what's up? Do you remember Kikuno Taro's voice last night? Remember? Manzai nodded, then imitated Kikuno Taro's voice and said a few words, almost exactly the same. Manzai is so awesome. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi both gave thumbs up and praised him. Manzai's eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on his face again. In fact, Wan Qiqi also thought of it at the last minute. Kikuno Taro was dead, and several of his men were swept away by the waves. The Kikuno family in Sakura country must not have received the news yet. Kikuno Taro had made a lot of money in the past 2 years, and she had to find a way to get it. She returned to the living room and discussed the feasibility of this matter with Xia Tao. Half of the money we get will be used to expand the school, buy more teaching equipment, and set up more scholarships. Xia Tao became excited when she heard this. She is now very ambitious and wants to open branches in other cities, such as Wandao and Nanyang. Wan Qiqi readily agreed that she would also have a share of the money earned by the school. Then what are you waiting for? Do it now. We can't delay it for too long, or Kikuno Ibeo will get suspicious.
Xia Tao is full of energy.
Who is Kikuno Eho? He is Taro Kikuno's father and my biological father's younger brother. He is in charge of the operations of the Kikuno family's company.
Xia Tao said.
Does he listen to his son? Wan Qiqi was a little worried that Kikuno Jiangbao might not be so easy to deal with. After the old man died, Kikuno Taro was the head of the family and had supreme authority. Although Kikuno Ibo was the father, he had to listen to his son and could not have any objections. Don't worry, this will definitely be accomplished. Xia Tao is very confident. In order to open Jetta schools at home and abroad, she is willing to do anything to get the assets of the Kikuno family. She trained Manzai for 2 hours, saying some key sentences that only important members of the Kikuno family knew, and with Manzai's imitative voice, she was sure to make Kikuno Jiangbao obedient. Xia Tao dialed Kikuno Ibo's office phone number, and someone answered soon. It was a young female voice.
I'm Taro Kikuno.
Manzai introduced himself in a sinister tone, using Kikuno Taro's voice. The woman on the other end of the phone responded respectfully without any doubt, and then went to find Kikuno Ibesu. Taro, you've arrived in Hong Kong? Have you mastered the skill? Will our Kikuno family soon dominate the world? Kikuno Eho's excited voice came out from the microphone. Wan Qiqi wrote a reply on the paper, and Manzi said coldly, Yes, I have mastered the great skill, and there will be no rivals in the world. The Kikuno family will soon dominate the world.
Ha 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 ha. Good job, son.
I also have good news to tell you. We just negotiated a big order with a deposit of $10 million. Taro, our Kikuno family has been thriving recently. There is good news every day. Kikuno Iboshi's smug laughter came from the phone. Father, I have understood the way of heaven. Sakura country is about to sink. You must dispose of the company's assets as soon as possible. Really? It's so hard to earn so much assets. It's such a pity. Taro, do you want to confirm it again? Kikuno EBA was a little reluctant. Father, are you questioning me? Manzai's tone was low and cold. Even through the telephone line, Kikuno Jiangbao felt a chill on his back. He bent down involuntarily and said respectfully, Of course not, Taro. I'll take care of it right away. Handle it within a week. Just tell others that I lost money in an investment and need funds to fill the shortfall. Don't tell anyone about the sinking before you handle the assets. If we rush like this, we'll probably suffer a lot of losses. Kikuno Yasu felt even more distressed, as there were so many assets. Manzi sneered and said proudly, The whole world belongs to our Kikuno family, so what's so little about assets? Haha, my father is short-sighted. I'll do it right away. Kikuno Ibesu was immediately relieved. He had mad trust in his son and did not think Manzai's words were too arrogant. Instead, he felt that they were natural. First, transfer the company's working capital to this account. He is my partner here. Other cash withdrawals should also be transferred here. Father will bring his family members to Hong Kong to meet me. Tell the others before you leave. Manzai was talking about the company account of Rongyao Gang. Okay, I'll do it right away. Hanging up the phone, Kikuno Ieyasu rushed to deal with the company's assets. The Kikuno family's company is now thriving. As soon as he spread the news, many chaebols wanted to take over. But when they learned that it was because Kikuno Taro had failed in overseas investments, there was a lot of ridicule in Sakura. Kikuno Iboshi was very quick to act and completed the transaction within a week. The price was much lower than the market value, and many people rushed to take over. He successfully cashed out $100 million, which he transferred to the company account of Rongyao Gang without missing a single cent. Before leaving, he also hosted a banquet for several of his good friends, all of whom were dignitaries in the Sakura country, and told them the news that the Sakura country was about to sink. My son has already mastered his skills and can comprehend the will of heaven and earth. He asked me to tell you that the Sakura country is about to sink. You should hurry up. I'm leaving first. Looking at the stunned looks of the crowd, Kikuno Ieyasu was very proud. After all, he had such an outstanding son. You're crazy. Everyone cursed and left in anger. No one believed this nonsense. They all thought Kikuno Ieyasu was crazy, otherwise he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing as selling the company at a low price, giving them a bargain. Kikuno Ibe laughed coldly, saying that they were ungrateful. When the Sakura country sinks, they won't be able to cry. President, there's a call for you. The servant came running to report. Kikuno Ieyasu excitedly ran to answer the phone. It must be Taro calling. Taro, when are we leaving? He asked anxiously. Uncle, you may not know that Kikuno Taro died half a month ago. Are you wondering how I know this since I was the one who killed him? What came from the phone was Xia Tao's laughter. Kikuno Ibo didn't react for a long time and was completely dumbfounded.
Who are you?
What nonsense are you talking about? It took Kikuno Jiangbaohao a while to come back to his senses, and he cursed angrily. He had just spoken to his son on the phone 2 days ago. It was his son's voice on the phone, so he couldn't have heard it wrong. Moreover, his son told him a lot of family secrets that outsiders had no way of knowing.
I'm Chiyo Kikuno.
You're stupid, and you refuse to admit it. I casually said that Sakura country sank. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe it, but you actually believed it.
Haha.
I received $100 million. Thank you for the gift from my second uncle. Xia Tao laughed proudly.
She was really happy.
$50 million could set up several branch schools. It's you? You can't kill Taro. Don't try to trick me. Kikuno Ibe still didn't believe it. His son had trained himself to be as strong as iron, but that Zich Kikuno Chiyo definitely didn't have that ability. Of course I can't kill him by myself, but I happen to have made a lot of capable friends. Together we can kill your son. By the way, I mailed you a newspaper. You should have received it soon. You can take a look. Xia Tao hung up the phone. She was already in Sakura country. To cut the grass, you must uproot it. She was going to wipe out the Kikuno family tonight and would not leave any hidden dangers. She was not afraid of revenge, but she was worried about the Gon family. Although there are only some useless people left in the Kikuno family, they also have trained poisonous ninjas. The Gon family is no match for them, so she has to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. Listening to the beeping sound in the microphone, Kikuno Ieyasu stood there motionless, like a puppet, until the servant came over. Boss, there is your package. It was a file bag. Kikuno Ibo's heart sank instantly. He thought of what Xia Tao said, and the color on his face instantly disappeared. Could it be that something really happened to his son? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son is so powerful. No one in this world can kill him. Kikuno Ian kept comforting himself, but his hands were shaking. He tried to open the package for a long time but couldn't find the contents. The servant helped him open it and found that there was indeed a Hong Kong newspaper inside. It was the article reporting on the battle between the Taoist priest of Mount Longhu and the vampire, and it also included photos of the vampire's corpse, which took up a large portion of the page and was very eye-catching. Kikuno Ieyasu could understand Chinese. He picked up the newspaper with trembling hands and saw the photo of his son at a glance. His son, who had always been full of vigor and vitality, had turned into a corpse in the photo, lying on the beach, being beaten by the waves.
Taro.
Taro. It's impossible. It's definitely not Taro. It must be that Zichio who's just trying to be mysterious. Kikuno Ieyasu murmured to himself in disbelief, but a voice in his heart told him that the person in the photo was Taro and his son was really dead. He forced himself to read the entire report and became even more desperate. His son practiced martial arts by sucking human blood, and it was he who suggested his son to go to Southeast Asia to find food. The vampires described in the report also killed many people in Southeast Asia. Coupled with this photo, he couldn't help but believe it. Kikuno, who was at a loss, called an acquaintance in Hong Kong to inquire about what had happened during this period. It is indeed a big event. The evil vampire from Nanyang was killed by the Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain in Hong Kong.
It is really gratifying.
Because of this demon, my company lost a lot of business in Nanyang. I am so angry. The acquaintance actually hadn't said anything else. When he saw the corpse of the vampire in the newspaper, he felt that it looked like Taro Kikuno, but he wasn't completely sure. He just kept it in his heart and didn't dare say it out loud. Kikuno Yasu had not given up yet. He found the phone number his son had called 2 days ago and called it. A young female voice answered the phone. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Xiong asked politely. "Is Kikuno Taro here?" Kikuno Ibeo asked in stiff Chinese. Xiong was stunned for a moment, then she started to curse. "Duck your ancestors, you darned little Japanese. Kikuno Taro has been burned to ashes." After cursing, she hung up the phone with a bang and snorted triumphantly. Wan Chichi had instructed that if someone called Kikuno Taro and spoke rudely, the other party must be the Japanese, and there was no need to be polite. Her grandfather was captured by the Japanese and forced to work as a laborer. More than a dozen strong laborers were captured from the same village, but only 2 escaped and were disabled. Her grandfather was not able to escape. According to the villagers who escaped, he was beaten to death by the Japanese. What she hated the most were the Japanese devils. Darn their ancestors, that was already very civilized. "Sister, a Japanese soldier called just now, and I scolded him." Xiong ran to report to Wan Chichi. "Well done." Wan Chichi was generous in her praise. The person who called was most likely Kikuno Jiangbao. He must have received the newspaper sent by Xia Tao. If nothing unexpected happened, the lives of the Kikuno family members were in countdown. It was dark, and it was dark in Kyoto as well. The streets were still bustling and lively, but the Kikuno old house was deserted and desolate, and everyone looked as if they had lost their parents. Taro Kikuno is dead, the company is gone, the money is gone. How will they live in the future? I still have some jewelry that I can sell for some money. The woman who was speaking was Xia Tao's biological mother, Keiko Sanada. She looked much older, and her hair had turned white. Her hair turned white overnight after Kikuno Chinatsu died. Since then, she has locked herself in the house and rarely goes out. Mother is so generous. Can't you leave all those jewels to me? Xia Tao's cold voice was like a ghost, floating in the empty old house. Several men stood up suddenly, drew out their samurai swords, and glared at Xia Tao, who walked in slowly. "Chiyoko Kikuno Yuzich, how dare you come back? I want to avenge Taro." The angry Kikuno rushed forward. Xia Tao did not dodge or avoid him. When he rushed in front of her, she slashed at him with a knife. A blood mark appeared on Kikuno's face, splitting his face in half. Then his body fell backwards and hit the ground heavily, dying with his eyes open. "If you miss Kikuno Taro so much, let's go downstairs and keep him company." Xia Tao was too lazy to say a word, because Wan Qiqi once said that villains always die because they talk too much. She was certainly not a villain, but she didn't want to die because of talking too much, so she started killing as soon as she entered the house. The men of the Kikuno family were no match for her at all, and were killed by her with a single knife in a short time. "You beast, I'm your father. Do you want to be struck by lightning?" Xia Tao's biological father was both scared and angry, and scolded loudly. "Before the thunder strikes, I will kill you first, father." Xia Tao sneered and chopped forward without hesitation, killing him with the same blow. Blood was dripping from the tip of the knife, and on the ground lay her father's dead body, with his eyes open. "Mother, it's your turn." Keiko Sanada was the only living person left in the room. There were corpses lying all over the floor. Xia Tao smiled at her coldly. Keiko Sanada closed her eyes calmly. This day had finally come. This was the sin of the Kikuno family, and it was time to end it. Xia Tao hesitated for a few seconds, but finally swung the knife. Looking at Keiko Sanada lying in a pool of blood, she sneered and prepared to leave. But she quickly turned back and took out 2 children from a cabinet in a room. They must be her nephews and nieces. Xia Tao showed no mercy. Wan Qiqi also told her that if you want to cut the grass, you must uproot it completely. From the 80-year-old man to the 1-month-old baby, no one should be spared. The old house was filled with the smell of blood, and the blood on the floor had coagulated into lumps, leaving no place to step. Xia Tao searched the entire old house and made sure that there were no survivors. Then she left carrying a huge bag, which contained valuable jewelry she had found in the old house, which could be exchanged for a lot of money. The cold moonlight shone on the old house. A few crows flew by, making caw sounds. Keiko Sanada opened her eyes in a pool of blood. She was not dead. Xia Tao's knife was off direction and only stabbed her shoulder. Keiko Sanada slowly stood up and looked at all the familiar people turned into corpses. She laughed wildly, ran to the storage room to find a bucket of gasoline, poured it around the old house, and then lit a lighter. A raging fire shot up into the sky and engulfed the old house in an instant. Keiko Sanada stood motionless in the center of the fire, letting the flames burn her skin and hair. "It's all over, Chio. Live your life well," Keiko Sanada muttered and fell into the flames. Xia Tao, who was walking away, seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly turned around and saw the flames rising into the sky. She understood what was going on. She turned around resolutely and walked towards the harbor. From now on, she will just be Xia Tao and will no longer have any connection with Sakura country or the Kikuno family. 3 days later, Wan Qiqi saw news about the Juri family in the newspaper. The report said that the century-old house of the Juri family caught fire accidentally and was completely burned to ashes. None of the 14 members of the Juri family survived. The report also said that the day before the fire, Kikuno Ieyasu sold the company's assets at a low price, dismissed the servants in his home, and announced to the public that the Sakura country was about to sink and that he would take his family to settle in Southeast Asia. The next day, a fire broke out, burning all the flesh and blood to nothing, leaving only some broken bones. The scene was horrific. The century-old family ended so abruptly. There was booing throughout the Sakura country. There were even rumors among the people that the members of the Kikuno family were mentally ill and that they had set the fire themselves. They might have held a fire sacrifice as part of some evil ritual. This statement was recognized by the general public. The Kikuno family was notorious in Sakura country. The people did not care about their life or death. After gossiping for a while, no one paid attention to this matter anymore. The century-old family disappeared silently without causing much splash. Wan Qiqi quickly finished reading the newspaper and didn't pay any more attention to it. Calculating the time, Xia Tao should be back soon. "Mother," the little guy was standing on the stairs with sleepy eyes. He had just woken up and was very hungry.
Woof.
Mama Jiang was faster than anyone else. She rushed over happily and wagged her tail at the little cub. Potato Baby gently touched its head a few times, and Mama Jiang grinned with joy. Its injuries had healed, and it had fully recovered its vitality. "Are you awake, baby?" You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Ruan Chichi picked up the baby and checked him from head to toe. She was completely relieved after making sure that the baby was fine. The baby was sleeping. Food was kept hot in the kitchen 24 hours a day, for fear that the baby would be hungry when he woke up. She carried her son to the kitchen, where she was warming up some nourishing soup on the stove. Xiang ran over from a distance and said, "Potato, wake up. I just made wontons with shepherd's purse and meat filling. Do you want me to cook you a bowl?"
Want.
Potato Baby answered loudly that he loved eating shepherd's purse wontons. "Okay, I'll cook it for you right away." Xiang smiled and served a small bowl of soup for Zai Zai to fill her stomach first, and then cooked the wontons. Ruan Chichi's whole family loves to eat shepherd's purse. She and sister Hong bought shepherd's purse seeds and set aside a piece of land in the garden to plant it. The weather here in Hong Kong is good, and the shepherd's purse grows very well. They can make wontons with it every now and then. Potato Baby finished the bowl of soup in one breath, licked his lips with satisfaction, patted his belly, and went to the kitchen with the empty bowl to get another one. "The wontons will be ready soon. Wait a little longer." Ruan Chichi stopped him and said that one bowl of soup was enough, and drinking too much would not do any good. Potato Baby sat back and waited obediently, glancing towards the kitchen from time to time. A few minutes later, Xiang brought out a bowl of steaming wontons, placed it in front of him, and gently reminded him, "Eat slowly, be careful of the heat." "I see.
Thank you."
Baby Potato agreed in a baby voice. He grabbed the spoon with his chubby paws, scooped up a wonton, puffed up his cheeks, and blew hard. After blowing a few times, he couldn't wait to take a bite. But he still got scalded, so he stuck out his tongue and continued to blow air. His cheeks were puffed up. He was so adorable. Xiang took a small plate and a spoon, blew air into the water, cooled it down, and put it in the small plate. After finishing a bowl of wontons, Potato Baby ate an apple and then burped in satisfaction. "I'm full." Burp. Potato Baby patted his bulging belly. Ruan Chichi took him upstairs, entered the room, and walked him to the door. Then the mother and daughter entered the space. "Baby, where did you take the bad guy that night?" Ruan Chichi has been extremely curious these days. What did Kikuno Taro see before he died? It was obviously something extremely terrifying, otherwise this jerk wouldn't be so scared. Playing under the sea, the little guy tilted his head and thought for a long time, his chubby face a little confused, as if he had forgotten something and couldn't remember it. Ruan Chichi noticed something was wrong and asked, "Do you remember what you did before?" Zizi shook his head, looking even more bewildered. It seemed as if a corner of his mind had been sealed by someone, and a long, ancient voice rang in his ears. "Child, you can come back when the time comes." Potato Boy knocked his forehead hard, trying to knock off the seal, but it was no use, and he still couldn't remember anything. Ruan Chichi held his paw and said softly, "If you can't remember, then forget it. Your father and I are your child. Your name is Ruan Kaixian, also known as Potato. What happened in the past has nothing to do with us. Mommy and Daddy just want you to be happy. Mom, I want to eat candy beans. Do you have any more?" Baby Potato licked his lips and missed the candy beans he had eaten that night. They tasted so good. Ruan Chichi didn't react for a moment. "What candy beans?" Zizi described Tang Daoda's appearance. She finally understood, but she was even more confused. Zizi knew the resurrection pill before and called out its name very clearly, but now he couldn't remember its name. It seems that night at the bottom of the sea, Zizi met a mysterious person or creature who sealed some of Zizi's memories and scared Taro Kikuno to death. Maybe he was a big shot in the god realm, or maybe he was a member of Zai Zai's clan. Ruan Chichi was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, Zai Zai was her son now, and it was enough for the three of them to be well. There aren't many sugar beans left. We have to eat them sparingly, and only when it's a life-or-death situation. Ruan Chichi patiently reasoned with Zai Zai, saying that there were only 2 resurrection pills left, and they had to be kept just in case. The baby licked his lips again and whispered a request. "Mom, eat candy beans happily." Mom said, "As long as he is happy, Mom will definitely give him food, right?" "Then you are unhappy." Wan Chi took the little jerk out of the space without hesitation.
It would bloom with some sunshine.
She still had to be a strict mother in the future and could not let her maternal love run wild. Potato Baby pursed his lips. Auntie Tao was right. Mother always said one thing and meant another, and she would turn her back on people. Lu Yi and Manzai came back from outside. As soon as they entered the house, they saw the lively baby. They rushed over excitedly and scrambled to hold the baby. Grandpa Man, I want to play games. Dad, I want to ride a big horse and eat candy beans. Potato Baby made the request arrogantly, and the two unprincipled men agreed without hesitation. Louis put his son on his shoulders and went out again. Manzai and Mama Jiang followed closely behind. They soon arrived at the nearest shopping mall. Louis bought some of each kind of candy, and together they made a big bag. Although this candy is not the same as that candy, Potato Baby is still very happy because he can eat candy and play games at the same time. This is the happiest thing. Xia Tao hasn't come back yet. She used to inspect several checkpoints in the school every day, and the students were most afraid of her. Now that she is not here, the students are not used to it. They always feel that Director Xia is hiding in the dark and spying on them and will come out to deal with them when they make noise. Therefore, the school spirit and discipline of Jeddah School remain good these days. No students dare to make trouble. The campus is harmonious and beautiful, even better than when Xia Tao was there. Just because Director Xia is a great master, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. That night, we fought a great battle against vampires right in front of my house. I have two eagle eyes like a pilot, so I couldn't have been wrong. Director Xia flew with a sword, and Director Wan could make plants grow and call the wind and rain. The waves were taller than our teaching building. After class, the troublemaker Ling Yin started telling stories again. Although he had been telling them for more than 10 days in a row, the classmates still listened with great interest. When the class was over, students from other classes would come over just to listen to the first report from the person involved. You're not seeing things, are you? How can anyone fly? That's against Newton's laws. There was a male classmate wearing glasses who thought Ling Yun was exaggerating because humans don't have wings, and it is impossible for them to fly like birds. I want to be a pilot. My one eye is more powerful than your 4 eyes combined. If you don't want to listen, 4-eyed chicken, get out of here. Ling Yin was furious. He still felt that what he said was too frugal and couldn't describe half of the excitement of that night. It was a pity that he escaped in such a hurry that he didn't bring a camera with him. If he could have taken a picture, it would definitely make these people who were ignorant of the world shut up. Shut up, 4-eyed chicken. Stop making noise. The other students also had strong opinions. They hadn't heard enough and thought it was much more interesting than martial arts novels. The boy with glasses didn't dare to offend the crowd and returned to his seat to do questions angrily. Ling Yun couldn't even understand the equations. If such a person could be a pilot, he would twist his head off and use him as a bench. But he didn't know that several years later, he and Ling Yun actually took the same flight. Ling Yun was the captain, and he was a first-class passenger. After getting on the plane, he found out that the captain was Ling Yun, whom he looked down upon when he was a child. He was so scared that he yelled to get off the plane and refused to get on. Of course, he was unable to get off the plane and could only watch it take off. This flight was a long-distance flight, taking 6 or 7 hours. In the past, when he took long-distance flights, he would deal with official documents before going to bed. But this time, he prayed the whole time and summoned all kinds of gods. Fortunately, there was no danger in the end, and the plane landed smoothly. This is a story for later. Now Ling Yun is still a troublesome student who gives teachers and parents a headache. He doesn't look like a future pilot captain at all. The bell rang for class, and the students returned to their seats reluctantly. Ling Yun was not satisfied yet, and all he wanted now was to become Director Xia's disciple. However, Director Xia had not shown up in the past few days, causing him to come to school excitedly every day and return home disappointed. The morning classes, the students rushed to the cafeteria. What they looked forward to most every day was lunch. The food in the cafeteria tasted better than at home. If there was food not served in the evening, they would all want to eat dinner before going home. The cafeteria of Jeddah School is bright and clean, and there are long queues at each window. Some students who have got their meals sit down in groups of 3 or 4 to eat. Ling Yun ordered his favorite curry beef with potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, found a seat with his 3 friends, and sat down to eat. The 4 of them broke up a while ago because they had a fight in Xia Tao's office. Both of them were bruised and swollen, and were punished to clean the toilet for a month. After that, they ignored each other for a few days and looked at each other coldly when they met on the road. But it only lasted a week, and soon they reconciled and swept the toilet together lovingly. "Why don't you eat your potatoes?" Ling Yun picked out the potatoes and put them on the table, his friend asked. "I don't like it. Why doesn't the cafeteria make beef curry without potatoes?" Ling Yun pulled out the potatoes with disgust and put them all on the table. He only liked to eat French fries and didn't like any other potatoes. "The school rules say that we are not allowed to waste food, otherwise you have to pick it up and eat it." His friend reminded him. Director Xia is not here again. Ling Yun disagreed. If Director Xia was here, he wouldn't dare to pick it out even if he didn't like it. But now he is not afraid. He picked out all the potatoes from the beef, piled them on the table, and prepared to eat, but he found that his friends across from him were sitting upright with strange expressions. "What are you doing? Did you see a ghost?" Ling Yun made a joke, and the friend opposite him squinted his eyes so hard that his eyelids twitched like phantoms, but Ling Yun didn't react at all, and even sneered in disdain. "Just eat. Why make faces for ghosts?" The bad friends are almost mad. They won't help the rotten mud that can't even support the wall. Ling Yun scooped a large spoonful of rice soaked in curry beef sauce and opened his mouth wide to eat. Then a creepy voice rang in his ears. "Pick up the potatoes and eat them."
Ah.
Ling Yun was so frightened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight that he dropped the spoon in his hand. Curry sauce splashed all over his face, and a few drops of rice splashed on his chin. He slowly raised his head and saw his dear Director Xia, who was looking at him coldly. "Director Xia, you're back?" Ling Yun was frightened. He soon became happy. Dear Director Xia was finally back, and he could become her disciple and learn martial arts. "Count to 3. If you don't eat, you will have to clean the toilet for a month." Xia Tao counted expressionlessly, and when she counted to 2, Ling Yun quickly picked up the potato on the table and started eating it without hesitation. In just a few minutes, he even stuck out his tongue to lick the rice off his chin, then took out a small mirror from his pocket to look at himself. After wiping his face with a handkerchief, he stood up, saluted Xia Tao with a smile, and said loudly, "Madam, I'm done eating." The voice was loud and powerful, drowning out the noise of all the students in the cafeteria. Everyone looked over. When they saw Xia Tao, some of them became flustered and quickly picked up the discarded food on the table and ate it in silence. They were secretly thankful that it didn't end up in the manure bucket, otherwise they wouldn't be able to eat it. "This won't happen again," Xia Tao said coldly, and went to inspect other tables with her hands behind her back. After a round of inspection, she didn't find anyone wasting food, and she felt much better. It seems that the students are quite self-conscious and have been behaving well during the days when she was away. After a 2-hour lunch break, Xia Tao returned to the office and took out the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber from the drawer, ready to read it. The sword stained with royal blood, she borrowed the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber from Gon Defa. She had only read 1/3 of it, but was already irritated by the male protagonist. She wanted to travel into the book and castrate Zhang Wuji. Darn it! He hooked up with Yin Liya on the left and Zhou Zhihua on the right, and he was still unclear with Xiao Zhao. He was also lingering with Zhao Min. He was indecisive and flirtatious, harming one woman after another. Ending yet, so she doesn't know who Zhang Wuji will be with in the end. If she were the author, she would write that Zhang Wuji dies alone. A man like him should not have a woman and should be alone. Xia Tao opened the book while cursing, took a deep breath, and prepared to read. Someone knocked on the door and Ling Yun shouted, "Director Xia, I'm Ling Yun. What's up?" Xia Tao opened the door with a cold face, glared at the 4 teenagers in front of her, and asked in a cold voice, "Is the toilet clean?" "The toilet is swept every day." "It is very clean." I even use my mother's perfume to spray it. My classmates are very satisfied when they go to the toilet. Ling Yin smiled like a lackey. He was telling the truth. He stole the ducking brand name perfume and used it to spray the toilet, and his mother didn't realize until it was almost used up that 3 hangers were broken. His mother doesn't even look happy when she sees him now, and she even locked the drawers where the perfume was kept. What's up? Xia Tao's expression eased a little, but she was still impatient and wanted to send him away quickly so that she could go back to read. Director Xia, please accept me as your disciple. I have extraordinary talents and am definitely a martial arts genius. You won't suffer any loss if you accept me as your disciple. Ling Yun knelt down, and the other 3 friends also knelt down without hesitation, kowtowed respectfully, and shouted in unison, Master, please accept me. Xia Tao was stunned for a few seconds, took a few steps back in disgust, and ruthlessly refused. I'm busy. Master, please accept me. Feel my head and see if I am a natural martial arts genius. You will not regret accepting me. I will definitely bring honor to our school and make it famous all over the world. Ling Yun hugged Xia Tao's legs and pleaded sincerely that this was his only chance to become a hero, and he would never give up. The other 3 friends were not to be outdone, and came over to hug her legs. On Xia Tao's legs hung 4 middle school boys who were taller than her, calling her Master. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up. Xia Tao raised her hands, ready to throw these 4 jerks out. There are so many martial arts novels, including those by Jin Yong, Gu Long, Liang Yuxing, Wulong Sheng, Lu Kenyang, Sima Zian, Xiao Yi, etc. There are hundreds of books, and she could finish reading them in several years. How could she have the time to take in an apprentice? Master, this is my restaurant's super VIP card. When you dine at my restaurant, you'll get a 35% discount. Ling Yun took out a golden VIP card and respectfully handed it to her with both hands. Master, my family owns a shopping mall. Master, my family runs a snack shop. From now on, I will be responsible for making all your snacks. Master, my house is a dry goods store, and women should drink more delicious soups. From now on, I will provide you with enough fish maw. The other 3 were also very attentive, and their families were all very wealthy, running food-related businesses. Xia Tao slowly lowered her raised hand and asked Ling Yun with a stern face, which restaurant is yours? Master, Zhuangdiwanlu is owned by my family. My father's 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 father used to cook for the emperor. My father is the famous chef Ling, and he's been on TV many times. Ling Yun kept advertising his family's restaurant, and Xia Tao's expression became more relaxed. She had been to Zhuangdiwanlu several times, and the food was indeed very good, but the business was too good, and there had to be a queue every day, which made her very unhappy. With this card, I don't have to queue? Xia Tao pointed at the VIP card and asked, You are my master, which means you are the super VIP guest of my restaurant. You don't have to queue up no matter when you go, and you can get priority in the top-level box. Master, are you satisfied? Ling Yin asked in a flattering manner. Xia Tao looked at him with praise. Although his talent was a little lacking, he was still knowledgeable and interesting. Most importantly, he had a good father who could cook. She asked about 3 other stores, all of which were very famous in Hong Kong, especially the dim sum store, where she often went to buy things. She seldom went to the shopping mall, but went there more often with Manzai and Patatozai, who often played games. She had never been to the dry goods store, but Xiang often went there to buy ingredients for soup. Practicing martial arts requires perseverance and determination. You should get up at 5 in the morning and run 15 kilometers, rain or shine. Keep doing this for a month. Xia Tao did not agree immediately and made demands to the 4 people. They were all spoiled young masters. If they could not endure hardship, she would not compromise even if the snacks and meals at home were delicious. We can do it. The 4 people agreed loudly and then asked, Director Xia, if we do this, will you accept us? Let's do it first. Xia Tao snorted coldly. It sounds easy, but it is not that easy to do. Let's go back to the classroom. Xia Tao drove the guest away. Director Xia, bye. The 4 of them waved with a smile and walked towards the door side by side. As soon as they opened the door, They met Gondefa. His hand was still in the air, obviously preparing to knock on the door. "Hello, Principal Gon." The four people shouted loudly. Gondefa nodded, his expression a little embarrassed. It took a lot of determination for him to come find Xiao Tao, but before he even knocked on the door, he ran into the student. His courage dissipated a little, and he even wanted to turn around and leave. After the four people walked away, he closed the door, took out the curry fish balls from the bag, and placed them in front of Xiao Tao. "My mother made the fish balls with a lot of chili sauce. I'm craving this, thanks." Xiao Tao's eyes lit up. She had been in the Sakura country for a few days and was starving to death. "Have you dealt with everything?" Gondefa moved a chair and sat down, not knowing where to put his hands. He had rehearsed for a long time last night and had memorized his lines by heart, but now he couldn't remember a single word. "Well, it's completely dealt with." Xiao Tao's attention was entirely on the fish balls. She ate them one by one with great relish and did not notice Gondefa's uneasiness across from her at all. Nor did he notice that the four guys in the corridor, who were supposed to go back to the classroom, tiptoed back, and the cat was eavesdropping at the door. I want to ask, where are you going to settle down in the future? The school can't do without you." Gondefa mustered up the courage to ask. "I'm sure he'll be here most of the time. I have to look after the school." Xiao Tao answered as a matter of course that she planned to quit her job at 759, concentrate on managing the school, and move back to the inland during the winter and summer vacations. Gondefa was delighted and became a little bolder. He asked again, "Well, what do you think of me?"
Fine.
Xiao Tao gave the highest evaluation. She said that Gondefa was a man she could treat as a friend and could interact with him without any scruples. She would still reject other men. Gondefa felt even happier and silently cheered himself up.
"Well,
I'm 27 years old, I don't smoke or drink, and I don't have any bad habits. My parents are also easy to get along with. In addition, I just bought a house not far from the school, about 1,000 square feet." Gondefa introduced his situation in detail. He bought a house near the school on purpose to make it convenient for work. "Congratulations." Xiao Tao felt strange about what Mai Lu said to her, but she still congratulated him and continued eating fish balls. Gondefa felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his heart. Could it be that Tao had no feelings for him? His courage suddenly disappeared, and he couldn't say the next words. He sat there pitifully and helplessly, but was reluctant to leave.
Oops.
The door was pushed open, and the four guys who had been eavesdropping in the corner fell to the ground like a pyramid. They quickly got up and shouted with a smile, "Principal Gon, this is not the way to chase girls. You have to be bold and direct in expressing your feelings. Come, learn from us. Tao, I like you, will you marry me?" The four young men exaggeratedly held their hearts with their hands in their hands, closed their eyes, and expressed their feelings affectionately, setting an example for Gondefa. "Principal Gon, we have more experience than you in chasing girls. I have had 3 girlfriends. You can't go wrong if you listen to me." Ling Yin made a cheering gesture to him, and then the 4 boys ran away grinning, leaving Gondefa helpless and Xiao Tao with wide eyes. The 3rd update is completed. Good night. The air became unusually quiet, so quiet that one could hear Gondefa's nervous breathing and the pounding of his heartbeat. He clenched his fists, his forehead was covered with sweat, and he felt so lost that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This is what I want to say, Tao. I like you. I bought this house specially for you. You like to come to school to work. The house is very close to the school. My parents like you too. Can you marry me? Gondefa was a little stuttering at first, but later he became more and more fluent and spoke out everything in his heart. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Tao nervously, his heart in his throat, even more nervous than when he was waiting for his college entrance examination scores. Xiao Tao stared at him expressionlessly. She seemed cold as ice, but in fact she was dumbfounded and her mind was blank. She heard every word the big fool said, but she couldn't understand when they were put together. Why should she get married? Does she look like the kind of woman who would be content to get married? You haven't made up your mind yet? It's okay, Take your time to think about it. I know I'm not good looking, but my father said that the most important thing for a man is responsibility. I promise that I will definitely treat you well for the rest of my life, take on the responsibility of the family, and not let you suffer. Gon Defa solemnly promised that he would not swear an oath of eternal love, but he would treat Ah Tao well for the rest of his life, just like Lao Do treated his mother. Although there would be quarrels, once something happened to one of them, the other one would definitely be the most nervous and worried. Have you eaten too many fish balls and your brain turned into fish balls? What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? Come on, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash your head. Xia Tao suddenly got angry, pushed Gon Defa out, and kicked the door.
Bang!
The door slammed shut, and the student roster hanging behind it fell to the ground with a thud. Tao, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth, and it will never change. Gon Defa's voice came in.
Roll!
Xia Tao shouted angrily, and Gon Defa, who was at the door, walked away dejectedly. Xia Tao in the room felt that he had left, so she sat down and continued to eat fish balls. However, the fish balls, which she usually loved so much, now became bland and tasteless, like chewing wax.
Duck!
Xia Tao was so angry that she threw the fish balls away and cursed with gritted teeth. He came over here out of nowhere and talked nonsense, causing her to be unable to eat even the fish balls. It was only because she was in a good mood now, otherwise I would definitely chop off Gon Defa's head. He actually wants her to get married. She must be tired of living. Xia Tao was angry for half an hour, then calmed down a little and started eating fish balls again in big mouthfuls. However, she felt the taste was not as good as before. And she suddenly thought that after falling out with Gon Defa, she would no longer have fish balls to eat, and Gon's father and mother might not cook delicious food for her anymore.
Duck!
Xia Tao felt worse than losing 100 million. She was so angry that she wanted to go find Gon Defa and have a fight. She must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Does she look like a good wife and mother? There are so many women in Hong Kong, but he chose to marry her? You would never do such a stupid thing unless your head was kicked hundreds of times by a donkey. Bai Xia Tao sat in the garden dejectedly, with a gloomy expression and low mood, like a wronged big bear. He thought Xia Tao was somewhat fond of him, because his parents said that they could see clearly from the outside that Xia Tao was interested in him, and they urged him to confess his feelings, so he mustered up the courage. As expected, his parents' presbyopia made it impossible to believe that Xia Tao had no interest in him at all, and he felt embarrassed to work with her in the future.
Well.
Gon Defa, who was sighing, didn't notice that there were 4 sneaky teenagers behind him. They were Ling Yun and his cronies. Principal Gon, did you propose successfully? When will we have your and Master's wedding wine? The 4 teenagers asked in unison. They are full of energy and never sleep during lunch break. They used to make trouble in the classroom, but after coming to Jiada, they no longer dare to do so. They can only wander in the garden and the playground to kill their excess energy. No, Gon Defa anspered subconsciously. When he saw the boy in front of him, he immediately straightened his back, put on the posture of a school leader, and asked with a stern face, "Why don't you take a lunch break?" Principal Gon, don't be so stubborn. The master definitely didn't agree to your request, right? Ling Yun saw through it at a glance and said something that hurt him deeply. Master? Your master is Director Xia? Gon Defa then realized that the 4 teenagers were calling him master and asked curiously. Yes, we just became masters. When you marry master, you will be our master's uncle. Master, please tell us how master rejected you. We are all experts in love and have a lot of experience. Let us give you some advice. The 4 young men were very enthusiastic, their words sweeter than honey, calling him master one after another, which made Gon Defa curl his lips involuntarily. But when he thought of Xia Tao's refusal, his heart turned cold and his face fell. What do you kids know? Go back to the classroom and have a nap. Gon Defa stood up and said, What do these young boys know about love? It's just a game played by children. Who are you looking down on by saying this? I've dated 3 girlfriends. All of them were pretty. You're so depressed. Did my master reject you? Ling Yun said something that hurt his heart. Seeing Gon Defa's ugly face, he knew that he had guessed right, so he asked, "Did my master scold you?" Gon Defa clenched his lips tightly, and the air pressure on his body was frighteningly low. This jerk had guessed everything. He was so embarrassed. "Master, don't be impatient. How did Master scold you? It's better to tell me in detail. Sometimes when a woman scolds someone, she may not be scolding you. On the contrary, she scolds you because she cares about you. In short, women are very complicated species and should not be taken lightly." Ling Yun made a very experienced analysis, and his 3 friends beside him all nodded. From the girlfriends they have dated, women are indeed the most complicated species in the world, even more complicated than chemical reactions. Is there any difference in cursing? Gon Defa originally wanted to leave, but as he listened he stopped and couldn't help asking for advice. Of course, when a woman curses someone, it depends on the context. If a woman curses someone in a room with only a man and a woman, it's flirting. But if a woman curses someone in the street, it means she's really cursing someone. Run away. Ling Yun spoke very logically and had studied women thoroughly. Because his reference points are his mother and sister, 2 sisters-in-law, and the 3 girlfriends he has dated, he has so much experience. Gon Defa couldn't help but nod his head after listening to this. It did make some sense. These kids knew quite a bit. He hesitated for a few minutes, and finally repeated all the words Xia Tao had said to him before. "My master didn't hit you?" Ling Yun asked. Gon Defa shook his head. "Just push me out." Ling Yun patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him sincerely. "My master is so hot-tempered, but she didn't hit you. This means she must be interested in you, but she was not ready at the moment. There is an ancient poem that says, 'It's hard to cut it off, it's hard to sort it out, and it's hard to put down your brows.' The worry has just left my brow, but it's still on my mind. There is no way to get rid of this feeling. It's the sadness of separation, a different feeling in my heart." The 3 friends took turns to talk and finally completed the task. The 4 young men were very proud and felt a great sense of accomplishment. They had made great progress and could even recite ancient poems. Gon Defa looked at them with an indescribable look in his eyes, raised his hand, and slapped each of them. "It is the sorrow of separation that cannot be cut off and cannot be sorted out. It is a different feeling in my heart." This is from Li Yu's, meeting again silently going up the West Tower. "There is no way to eliminate this feeling. It has just left my brow, but it is still on my mind." This is from Li Qingzhao's, "A cut plum, the red lotus fragrance has withered and the jade mat is falling in autumn." The 2 authors don't even have the same dynasty and gender. How could you confuse them? Go back to the classroom and recite the poem well. I'll come to check in 3 days. If you can't recite it, you will be punished to run 20 laps around the playground. Gon Defa frowned and gave the 4 people a severe lecture. "I will be taking the college entrance exam in 3 years. What's the point of taking the test if you can't even recite the most basic ancient poems?" The 4 young men disappeared instantly. They all fell in unison and wailed like they had lost their parents. "Principal Gon, don't burn your bridges after crossing them. We even helped you with your advice. You were able to marry a wife because of us. We don't ask you to repay us with gratitude, but don't repay a favor with hatred either. Why don't you go back? You want to go to the playground to run now?" Gon Defa shouted, and the 4 young men ran away as if they had teleported. Who had a stern face, curled his lips and muttered to himself, "Is Ah Tao really interested in me? Then I will continue to work hard. Sincerity can move mountains and break rocks. Come on." After encouraging himself, Gon Defa quickly regained his energy and went to patrol the campus with his hands behind his back. Xia Tao was so upset that she didn't come out for inspection the whole afternoon and even left work early. This was the first time since the founding of Jada School. After returning home, Xia Tao locked herself in the room and did not come out until dinner time. This is also the first time in the history of the world. In the past, she was the most active when it came to eating. Before the dishes were brought out from the kitchen, Xia Tao had already finished a bowl of rice. "Xia Tao hasn't come back yet?" The whole family sat down, but Xia Tao hadn't appeared yet. Wan Qiqi couldn't help but ask. "I came back early, and has been staying in the house all the time. I seem to be in a bad mood. Ah Xiang answered in a low voice. In the afternoon, Miss Xia came back angrily, and neither she nor Sister Hong dared to say hello. What's wrong with her? Lu Yi, who was concentrating on peeling shrimps, replied casually and then ignored the matter. He didn't even have time to peel shrimps. He used to peel them only for his wife, and now he had to peel them for his son. He was too busy. Auntie is unhappy, Potato Baby said loudly, and then opened his mouth wide, waiting for Manzai and his father to feed him. He really likes eating shrimps. How do you know that Aunt is unhappy? Wan Chichi asked with a smile. The Kikuno family was wiped out, and Xia Tao was in a good mood when she returned. Why would she suddenly become unhappy? Don't push me on the swing, Zizi answered while chewing the shrimp. Xia Tao came back in the afternoon. He was playing in the garden and wanted to ask his aunt to help push the swing. His aunt pushed it a few times perfunctorily and then ignored him. Potato Boy was smart and guessed that she was in a bad mood. Wan Chichi frowned. What happened to Xia Tao? She asked Ah Xiang to get a basin, fill it with a large bowl of rice and a separate large bowl of soup, and personally delivered it upstairs. The door was closed. Wan Chichi knocked a few times, and the door opened. She saw Xia Tao, who was full of resentment. Let's eat. Wan Chichi came into the room and placed a large bowl of rice on the table. Xia Tao's house, like her, has the feel of a morning hall, and it feels eerie even in the broad daylight. Whole room except a bed, a cabinet, a table, and a chair. Moreover, the bed sheets, quilt covers, curtains, and carpets are all pure white, especially the curtains, which are almost exactly the same as the gauze curtains in the morning hall. It looks even more similar when the wreaths and photos are placed on them. Who had been hungry for a long time, ate her meal ravenously. While eating, she suddenly made a gang sound and immediately lost her appetite. Gon's mother was even more delicious. She would never be able to eat it again, and she felt heartbroken whenever she thought about it. What's wrong with you? Did the students make you angry? Wan Chichi asked curiously.
No.
Xia Tao answered depressedly. Then why are you like this suddenly? Who provoked you? After asking for a long time, Xia Tao refused to say anything. Wan Chichi kept asking and eliminated them one by one. Lu Yi, Manzai, Tudo Zai, and Mama Jiang were all eliminated. Finally, there was only one left. Did Gon Defa irritate you? As soon as Wan Chichi finished asking, Xia Tao's face darkened visibly, and the spoon in her hand was almost deformed by her. He won't confess to you, will he? Wan Chichi smiled. Gon Defa bought a 1,000-square-foot mansion near the school a while ago, so she knew that he would be close to confessing his love. Looking at Xia Tao's expression, it's obvious that she is not completely indifferent. She has stirred up a lot of trouble. He is out of his mind. He came here and said nonsense to me. I can't go to Gon's house for dinner anymore. I'm so annoyed off. Xia Tao gritted her teeth and used the spoon to stir vigorously in the food. How can love be nonsense? We can all see that Gon Defa likes you, but you are the only one who is confused. Judging from your behavior, you are not indifferent to him. Since you both have feelings for each other, why don't you get married? Wan Chichi persuaded that Gon Defa was definitely the most suitable man for Xia Tao. And don't think that Xia Tao keeps shouting about being free alone. In fact, she is very eager for family warmth. Although the Gon family may be ordinary, they are loving, tolerant, and responsible, and can definitely give her the happiness she desires so much. How can someone like me get married? I can only kill people and set fires, not take care of my husband and children. Xia Tao sneered. Her body was flowing with dirty blood, and her hands were stained with so many lives, including her own parents. Someone like her would be struck by lightning. How could she be qualified to get married? I used to think I wasn't good enough to take care of my husband and children, but now I'm doing very well. I'm really happy to be married to a man who is compatible with me. Don't reject me so quickly. Think about it carefully. How about giving yourself and Gon Defa a chance? Wan Chichi advised patiently. Xia Tao remained silent, but her heart was not at peace. Your adoptive parents certainly hope that you can have a happy family. Think about it carefully. Wan Qiqi gave some more advice and then left. In the middle of the night, Xia Tao couldn't sleep, so she ran to the roof in her white pajamas to drink. She poured a glass of wine, raised it up to the moon, and then drank it all in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, there were several empty wine bottles, and Xia Tao was a little tipsy. The scene in which Gon Defa shielded Kikuno Taro for her emerged in her mind. If it weren't for Wan Qiqi's whip, the big fool would have definitely died. This scene overlapped with the night when his adoptive parents died tragically. The people sent by Kikuno Masato broke into the house in the middle of the night, and her adoptive parents also risked their lives to protect her. They knew that they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and could not fight against those robbers, but they still wanted to protect her. She had never experienced such strong feelings from her biological parents, but from her adoptive parents and Gon Defa. But those robbers told her adoptive parents the cruel truth that she was the Jap they hated the most. She still remembers the look of disbelief in their eyes before they died. Dad, Mom, cheers. Xia Tao drank all the wine in the bottle in one breath, burped loudly, and jumped off the roof nimbly. Instead of going back to her room, she pushed her bicycle out of the garage and rode out unsteadily. Gon Defa tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, until he fell into a drowsy sleep in the middle of the night. Father Gon got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. His wife put too much salt in the dish she cooked that night, and he drank an extra bowl of soup. As a result, he woke up in the middle of the night because he had to pee. After going to the toilet, Gon's father felt thirsty and went to get some water, but there was no water in the teapot. He had to boil some water, which made a lot of noise. Gon's mother cursed in the bedroom, which scared Gon's father so much that he immediately tiptoed and dared not breathe. Finally, the water was boiled. Father Gon poured a cup and ran to the balcony to drink it slowly, so as not to wake up the old woman. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the stars were densely scattered. Looking at such a beautiful night scene, Gon's father could not help but be inspired to compose a poem, reciting, "Look up at the bright moon, and look down at the summer dream." He only knew this one line of poetry about the moon. After reading it, he lowered his head to drink water. The water was still hot, so he blew on it while drinking it in small sips. Xia Meng was a popular actress in Hong Kong in the 1950s and 1960s. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pale hand suddenly appear on the balcony. Whiter than a dead person, and there was no blood at all. Father Gon swallowed hard and blinked a few times. When he opened his eyes, the hand was still there, and there was another hand, which was also bloodless. He wanted to go back to his room, but his feet seemed to be nailed down, and he couldn't lift them. He wanted to scream, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. Father Gon watched helplessly as a black head appeared outside the balcony. The face could not be seen clearly as it was blocked by the black hair, but it was certain that it was a female ghost because she was wearing a white dress. The female ghost used her hands and feet to climb up swiftly and was about to fall onto the balcony. Gon's father, whose 7 souls scared away 3 souls, still couldn't lift his legs. Then Gon's mother's scolding came from the room. "Did you fall into the toilet? You spent so much time in the toilet." This curse was more effective than the Taoist spell. Father Gon immediately regained his strength and ran away. After running back to the bedroom, he slammed the door and said to Mother Gon on the bed in a trembling voice, Old woman, there is a female ghost. Go to sleep." Gon's mother couldn't sleep well because of the noise. She was so angry that she wanted to beat him to death. There really is a ghost, a female ghost in white on the balcony. Father Gon felt so wronged. He was most afraid of ghosts, and his wife didn't believe him. Gon's mother finally believed it and dragged him out to find the female ghost. She was holding a peachwood sword in her hand and walked in front with a heroic look. Gon's father, a huge man, hid behind her like a little bird. There was no one on the balcony, nothing at all. Gon's mother looked around, turned around and glared at Gon's father. Just as she was about to scold him, she heard a sound coming from her son's room. Gon's father immediately rushed to his room, ready to fight the female ghost for 300 rounds. Come back, it seems to be Tao. Gon's mother was observant and recognized the voice as Xia Tao's, so she quickly grabbed Gon's father. The female ghost is Tao? Why doesn't she go through the front door? Father Gon patted his chest.
He was really scared to death by Tao.
He knew that Tao was most afraid of this, but still climbed onto the balcony in the middle of the night. It would have been fine if she just climbed onto the balcony, but she also wore a white dress with her hair disheveled. The female ghosts in the movies were not as scary as her. He was almost scared to death. Who's going through the front door at this late hour? Go to bed. Gon's mother glared at him and dragged him back to the bedroom. Listen, maybe I'll have a grandson tonight. Father Gon smiled very ambiguously and was hit on the head several times by Mother Gon, then dragged back to the bedroom mercilessly. Don't meddle in young people's affairs. Go to sleep. Gon's mother finished her angry scolding. She went to bed. Father Gon felt itchy and wanted to eavesdrop, but he didn't dare and had to go to sleep obediently. Gon Defa, who was in the next room, was so happy at this moment that he used a lot of effort to suppress the corners of his mouth and sat obediently to listen to Xia Tao talk. 5 minutes ago, he was woken up by someone. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar, female ghost in white. He recognized her at the first sight. It was Tao, the girl he had been thinking about day and night. Stop talking and listen to me. Xia Tao gave the order coldly, and Gon Defa sat up and listened to her obediently, without saying a word. My original name was Chio Kikuno. The Kikuno family massacre reported in the newspaper a while ago was my family, and it was me who massacred the family. Xia Tao told everything about her without any expression, including her adoptive parents and the fact that she was bullied by several old beasts, without hiding anything. Gon Defa's mouth drooped, and his palms were bleeding from being scratched by his nails. He finally understood why Tao was so sad when she saw Huang Ling. She must have been thinking of herself, right? I'm not a good person. I killed many people, including my blood relatives. They are not your relatives. They're your enemies who bullied you. You killed them in self-defense. There is nothing wrong with it. So many people bullied you, but you were still willing to hold an umbrella for the children to keep them out of the rain. Tao, you are actually the kindest and most soft-hearted person. Gon Defa couldn't help but say. So, what if I kill that cold-blooded and heartless relative? If it were him, I would kill him too. Xia Tao's eyes were moved. It was the first time someone said that she was kind and soft-hearted. What a fool. I'm leaving. Xia Tao turned and left, and after saying that she could sleep peacefully. Tao, are you willing to marry me? Gon Defa chased after her, but all he saw was a white skirt, and she jumped off the balcony. Xia Tao rode very fast and disappeared soon. Gon Defa scratched his head, not understanding what Xia Tao meant. Should he go and ask again tomorrow? Silly boy. Tao came to you in the middle of the night, so she must have agreed. Tomorrow I will ask a master to predict an auspicious day, and then I will order the most expensive banquet. I will also buy expensive gold items. I can't let Tao down. Father Gon made arrangements happily. Tao was so capable that marrying into their family was considered a low-class marriage, so the wedding must be grand. He and the old woman had saved a lot of money over the years, so it was enough for a grand wedding. Dad, is Tao really willing to get married? But I just asked her, and she didn't answer. You don't understand this. If Tao didn't like you, she would definitely stay away from you. She came to see you in the middle of the night in her nightgown, so she must like you very much. Don't worry, you won't be wrong if you listen to your father. After you get married, you have to treat Tao well and take on the responsibility of the family. Do you understand? Father Gon gave earnest instructions. Got it, Dad. Gon Defa smiled foolishly and returned to his room, too excited to sleep. He got up, found the dumbbells, and practiced for several hundred times before going to sleep. After returning home, Xia Tao went to bed and explained everything clearly. If Gon Defa still dared to marry her, she would marry him. After marrying him, she would be able to eat meals cooked by Gon's mother every day. Just thinking about it made her feel happy. Having cleared her mind, Xia Tao slept until noon, and went to school feeling refreshed. Xia Tao met Gone Defa, who had dark circles under his eyes, on campus. She glanced at him and walked away in a haughty manner, but with a slight smile on her lips. Tao, this is the bowl cake my mother made. Gone Defa chased after him attentively, holding a bag of bowl-shaped cakes in his hand. Send it to the office. Xia Tao's voice was as cold as ever. It was mixed with a few hints of spring breeze. She put her hands behind her back and went to inspect the campus, while Gone Defa happily sent her to his office. In the distance, Ling Yun and his 4 companions were limping and supporting each other to go to the toilet. They got up before dawn and ran 15 kilometers in one breath. Their legs were almost broken, but when they saw Gone Defa, who was in high spirits, they perked up and chased him to ask for food, saying that they were thanking the matchmaker for the gift. The big and small people were in a mess, and the whole campus was filled with joy. Ruan Chichi came to the school to find Gone Defa in the afternoon. She had to go back to Tanzhou and came to tell him that, mainly regarding the United States, he must strictly control his subordinates and not let the goods flow back. They could only be sold abroad. Gone Defa was sitting in the office, laughing foolishly. Ruan Chichi knocked on the door several times, but he didn't respond. Ruan Chichi simply stopped knocking and pushed the door open directly. She walked in front of this guy without him noticing her, as she was completely immersed in joy. Bang! Ruan Chichi picked up the enamel teacup on the table, put it next to his ear, and hit it hard with a ruler. Gone Defa jumped up in fright. Seeing her, he smiled sheepishly and asked, "Mrs. Ruan, is there anything wrong? Won the lottery?" Ruan Chichi asked jokingly. "No. It's more exciting than winning the lottery." Gone Defa couldn't stop laughing as he spoke. He did not hide his happiness at all, and was beaming with joy. "Xia Tao accepted you?" Ruan Chichi guessed it right away, but she didn't expect that the other party would go straight to the point and skip the dating stage and go straight to the wedding. Gone Defa smiled and nodded happily. "Tao has agreed to marry me. Madam Ruan, do you know what brand of gold jewelry Tao likes? I have a suggestion for you. Don't buy jewelry. Just give her gold bars. She will like it more." Ruan Chichi was surprised. She still gave valuable suggestions sincerely. Xia Tao's favorite thing is eating. To her, gold, silver, and jewelry are just currency to exchange for delicious food. "Then I'll tell my mom not to go to the silver shop and buy gold bars directly." Gone Defa took it in. "Didn't I reject you yesterday? Why did you agree today?" Ruan Chichi was very curious. When having dinner yesterday, Xia Tao was still hesitant about it. How could they get married after just one night? This speed is faster than her and Lu Yi. Gonda laughed even more embarrassedly and said shyly, "Tao came to see me last night. He didn't say anything else after that because it involved Tao's privacy, and he couldn't say it." "You guys are so excited, are you asleep?" Ruan Chichi asked pointedly. "No, we just chatted about some things. Tao and I are very pure. We can only do this kind of thing after we get married." Gone Defa denied it hastily, fearing that it would ruin Xia Tao's reputation. Ruan Chichi looked him up and down with eyes, as if he were looking at a giant panda. In Hong Kong's extravagant and decadent society, Gone Defa was truly a rare species. For the sake of our cooperation, I will tell you how to maintain a happy marriage, especially with Xia Tao. Mrs. Ruan and Mr. Liu are so loving. They must have had some great experiences. "Please tell me, Mrs. Ruan." Gone Defa's eyes lit up, and he listened attentively. "If you want to capture Xia Tao's heart, you must capture her stomach. Cook delicious food for her often, and she will be gentle and considerate to you. Do you understand?" Ruan Chichi sincerely suggested that Xia Tao was a pure foodie and only delicious food could attract her. Moreover, she suspected that the reason why Xia Tao agreed was probably because she was greedy for the Gone family's delicious food. After all, Gone's mother's cooking skills were really good. "I understand. Thank you, Mrs. Ruan, for your advice." Gone Defa solemnly wrote it down in his little notebook that after they got married, he would be responsible for the family's 3 meals a day and would definitely be able to raise Tao to be plump and white. "When will you have your wedding?" Ruan Chichi asked. "The date has not yet been determined. When you figure out the date, tell me and I'll come to your wedding." She must attend Xia Tao's wedding, After all, they are comrades who have shared life and death together. Wan Qiqi left Gone Defa's office and went to chat with Xia Tao. Xia Tao was also in the office, with her feet propped up on the desk, reading a novel with great interest. There was also a bowl of cake on the table, and she was eating while reading, feeling visibly refreshed. You and Gone Defa are getting married? Wan Qiqi sat down and picked up a bowl of cake to eat. It tasted really good. Gon's mother's cooking skills were first-rate. If he dares to get married, then let him get married. Xia Tao concealed her shyness with indifference. Congratulations. His mother went to a fortune teller to calculate an auspicious day today. Wan Qiqi took another bowl of cake to eat, and Xia Tao took away the rest of the bowl of cake to protect her food. She said unhappily, "Go buy it yourself." She didn't even have enough to eat herself. You're just trying to destroy the bridge, aren't you? If I hadn't enlightened you, you'd still be single now. Wan Qiqi snorted, snatched another one from her arms, and scolded her while eating it. Xia Tao glared at her with gritted teeth, not daring to resist. After snatching 3 bowls of cake from her, Wan Qiqi stopped. If she continued, she was afraid that the crazy woman would explode. I'm going back to Tanzhou. I'll tell Pei Yuan that you're dead.
Ok.
Xia Tao nodded, but I also want to go back and visit my parents' graves. She wanted to tell her adoptive parents that she was getting married. Don't go with me. It's not good to be seen by others. This bowl cake is really good. Ask your mother-in-law to make some more. I'll pay for it. Wan Qiqi couldn't help but take another one to eat. It tasted better and better, and she couldn't stop. They need your money? Isn't it tiring to do this? Xia Tao glared, put all the remaining bowl cakes into the drawer, and shouted at him. Tisk, she's already protecting him before she even gets married. It's true that girls are extroverts. Wan Qiqi snorted lightly, grabbed another one from the drawer, and left. On the way back, she also bought a lot of bowl-shaped cakes and local Hong Kong snacks and stored them in her space to eat slowly. Someone was waiting for her at home. It was the Wanzhun brothers. They brought expensive gift boxes, including birds' nests, abalone, fish maw, etc. Wan Qiqi glanced and didn't see any shark fins, so she had a better impression of Wanzhun. Wanzhun must have asked beforehand and knew that she didn't eat shark fin. Mrs. Wan, we're going back to Southeast Asia, so we came here to say goodbye. Wanzhun said with a smile. Have a safe journey. Wan Qiqi also responded politely. The Wan family was quite generous. The day after Wanzhun was rescued, Wanzhun came to thank them and gave her a floor of an office building and 6 shops in Xiangjiang, as well as a set of luxurious ruby jewelry. Xia Tao and Gone Defa also gave thank-you gifts to Manzi, which was quite generous. The families of several other young masters also sent gifts of thanks. Mrs. Wan, I specifically checked my family's genealogy. Although our Wan family's ancestral home is in Fujian province, 200 years ago, one branch went to Hunan province. Strictly speaking, we are actually relatives. Wanzhun was trying to make friends with her with a smile on his face. He was not making this up, as it was indeed recorded in the family tree. However, only God knew whether the branch that ran away was Wan Qiqi's ancestor. This is not important, as long as Mrs. Wan admits it. Wan Qiqi raised an eyebrow. They were not related at all. What was Wanzhun trying to do? You want to invest in land? Wan Qiqi asked directly. Nothing can be hidden from Madam. The Wan family does have this plan, but the current inland environment seems a bit complicated. Can Madam please tell me when is the right time to invest? Wanzhun did not play it safe and stated his intention directly. China is such a big piece of cake. He wants to go there as soon as possible to grab the market, but he must find a powerful person to protect him, otherwise his investment will be wasted. Any time is suitable for investment. What is your Wan family's main business? Wan Qiqi asked. It involves all walks of life. Madam, what do you think of me investing now? I'll write back to you soon. Wan Qiqi didn't agree immediately. She had to ask Pei Yuan first. Okay, I'll wait for good news from the lady. Wanzhun decided to quit while he was ahead and offered to resign. Wanzhun was still sitting there stupidly. When his brother kicked him, he stood up, bowed deeply to Wan Qiqi, and said sincerely, Thank you, madam, for saving my life. You have already thanked me. You don't have to be so polite next time. Wan Qiqi stopped him. She was very satisfied with such a generous gift of thanks, which was enough to offset the grace of saving her life. Not long after the Wan brothers left, another guest came, but he was looking for Ah Xiang, and it was Su Jiqi. She withdrew from the Miss Hong Kong competition due to injury, but she did not suffer any loss. The Wan family provided her with a lot of resources, and the TV station valued her very much. They let her play the second female lead in their first drama. Other Miss Hong Kong contestants could only play small roles in the drama even if they won the championship. Hello, Mrs. Wan. The egg tarts here are delicious. Su Jiqi brought 2 boxes of egg tarts, which were still slightly warm. When she opened the boxes, a rich aroma wafted out, immediately attracting Potato, who was playing in the garden, and he came running over. Mom, I want to eat. Eat it was bought by my aunt. Thank you, Auntie. Potato Boy politely thanked him. Su Jiqi smiled and squatted down, looking him in the eye. You're welcome. If you like it, I'll buy more later. No need, I'll buy it later. Potato Baby refused. His mother said that we should not always let outsiders buy things for us, as that is called taking advantage. Su Jiqi liked the girl so much. She was pretty, cute, and capable. She also wanted to have a child with such a good character. But she probably wouldn't have a child in this lifetime. She had to keep climbing up the social ladder and had no time to have a child. Ah Xiang brought her tea and asked about her situation on the crew with concern. I have no experience, I always have trouble finding the shots, and the director scolds me every day. Su Jiqi said with a smile, and seemed to be in a good mood and not upset by the scolding. I heard that it's very unpleasant when a director scolds you. You should bear with it and don't go against the director. When you become a big star, no director will dare to scold you. Ah Xiang was thinking about her sincerely. Them crossing the sea together at the beginning, but now there are only 2 of them left. Ajin and Aju married in the countryside and lived a miserable life. She went to see them a while ago. They both had children and soon became pregnant again. They had to work in the fields and had aged a lot. They all cried and said they regretted it. Ah Xiang even advised them to divorce, saying that she could introduce them to work in the garment factory run by Sister Wan, which would definitely be better than working in the countryside. But Ajin and Aju both refused. They couldn't bear to leave their children and said that this was their fate and they accepted it. Ah Xiang stopped trying to persuade them and never went to see them again. Sister Wan was right. Some poor people could not be saved because they themselves did not want to escape from the mud. After Ah Mei was arrested by the police, she was sent back to the inland, and it was hard to say whether she could survive. Only she and Su Jiqi are left, and now they are living like normal people. Ah Xiang admires Su Jiqi very much. She thinks she can live a decent life because she met Sister Wan, but Su Jiqi relies entirely on herself to make a name for herself in the film and television industry. It is really amazing. Don't worry, the director is right to scold me. I can't act, and I always delay the progress. If I were the director, I would scold him too. But I have improved a lot, and the director doesn't scold me as much as before. Su Jiqi has a very good attitude, and is particularly hardworking and studious on the crew. When she doesn't have a role to play, she will stay by and observe and learn or help the staff. Although it is a bit tiring, she can learn a lot, which will be her capital to gain a foothold in the film and television industry in the future. Mrs. Wan, I don't have anything to offer you. This is the advertising fee I just received.
Please accept it.
Before leaving, Su Jiqi took out a check and handed it to Wan Qiqi respectfully with both hands. Although Wan Zhen had thanked him on her behalf, she still wanted to thank him in person. However, all the money was given by Wan Zhen, and she wanted to use her own money. Fortunately, she shot a few commercials a while ago and earned some money. Wan Zhen has already given a thank you gift. You can keep this money for yourself. Wan Qiqi didn't want it. I hope I'll have a chance to repay you in the future. Su Jiqi saw that she really didn't want it, so she took back the check to avoid causing trouble. I saved you just by chance, don't always remember it. If you have spare money, buy a house instead of investing. Yuan Qiqi advised that the current housing prices in Hong Kong are not high and buying a house is the safest investment. Then I will go buy a house soon. Thank you, ma'am. Su Jieqi was also very understanding and immediately expressed her intention to buy a house because she knew that Yuan Qiqi was very capable and knew more information than ordinary people, so it would be right to listen to her. Yuan Qiqi smiled. She really liked the girl's intelligence and understanding. With such a personality, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself in the film and television industry. She didn't know that Su Jieqi was really determined to buy a house. After each filming, she would use her pay to buy a house, including shops, office buildings, and residences. Before she knew it, she had bought dozens of houses, and all of them were paid in full. Later, the Hong Kong property market skyrocketed, and she became a super wealthy woman and a capital tycoon in the film and television industry. Su Jieqi sat for a while and then said goodbye. She had to go back to the crew to shoot a night scene. Xiang walked her to the door, and when she came back she said Mr. Wan broke up with her, but he gave her a lot of money, a house and a shop, and he didn't treat her badly. She also stood up for Su Jieqi, thinking that Wanjun had no conscience, but Su Jieqi was very open-minded. Wanjun already has a conscience. Even if he doesn't give me anything, I can't do anything. Besides, the Wan family didn't treat me unfairly. They gave me real money and resources. I am very grateful. Xiang actually didn't quite understand. She was still traditional at heart and thought that once she followed a man, she would spend her whole life with him. She couldn't accept Su Jieqi's attitude towards relationships between men and women, but she respected her friend's choice. Su Jieqi is smart. She will have a good life in the future. Yuan Qiqi is very optimistic about this girl and believes that she will definitely become a big star. Later, they set out back to Tanzhou, still taking a boat across the sea, and then taking a military plane back to Tanzhou, arriving the next day. After resting at home for a night, Yuan Qiqi went to pay Yuan to report on his work the next day, and also told him the news of Xia Tao's death. Here, Dian. Yuan Qiqi threw a sack of money on the table, which contained $5 million. Of the Kikuno family's $100 million, and she used it all to buy stocks, which increased several times. However, she did not plan to hand it all over. She gave a few million at a time, so that she could go to Hong Kong openly. Pei Yuan untied the sack and saw the colorful banknotes. He immediately smiled like a money grubber, with his eyebrows and eyes all curled up into a ball. Comrade Jiahua, thank you for your hard work. I will commend you at the end of the year. Pei Yuan smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. With so much foreign exchange handed over, their Tanzhou 759th branch would definitely be ranked first in the year-end performance. It's not just my credit, but also the credit of my man, Baoju, Fumanduo, and Mama Jiang. Let's honor them together, don't worry. Pei Yuan promised. By the way, Comrade Xia Tao unfortunately died. Yuan Qiqi's words shocked Pei Yuan so much that he almost fell off the stool. He stared at her for a long time before asking, "Are you kidding me? How could I joke about something that involves human life? You should know about the battle between the Taoist priests of Mount Longhu and the vampires in Hong Kong a while ago, right? Actually, it was us who fought against Kikuno Taro. This guy practiced evil skills. We put in a lot of effort, and all of us were seriously injured." Cough, cough. Yuan Qiqi covered his chest, coughed weakly a few times, and continued. Comrade Xia Tao was willing to die with Kikuno Taro to protect us, so we survived. Ahem. Our bodies haven't recovered yet. Pei Yuan's mouth twitched. Even with his ruddy face, he didn't look weak at all. Moreover, he didn't believe that Xia Tao was dead. These two crazy women were close friends. If she was really dead, how could Yuan Qiqi be so calm? But he was not surprised. Xia Tao was not suitable for working in 759. This crazy woman was disorganized and undisciplined, and did whatever she wanted. Maybe she found a job she liked more in Hong Kong? Since you are not well yet, don't come to work before the new year. Have a good rest. I will also report Comrade Xia Tao to the higher-ups. The organization will not forget her contribution to the country. Pei Yuan did not expose it and even cooperated in the play. After all, there was a sack of US dollars on the table, and he had to coax this crazy woman. Thank you, boss. I'm going back now. Ahem. Wan Qiqi covered her mouth and left weakly. When she turned around, she bumped into Comrade Xiao Chao, who ran in excitedly, and she almost fell down. No eyes? Wan Qiqi roared angrily. This kid was so strong that half of his arm was numb from the collision. Pei Yuan's mouth twitched. He was still in the office and didn't even need to pretend. This person had enough energy to kill a tiger. I'm sorry you're back. Here's an invitation. Come to the wedding next month. Comrade Xiao Chao happily handed over the red invitation and then handed one to Pei Yuan. You and Erfeng haven't gotten married yet? Wan Qiqi was a little surprised. She thought the two got married as soon as they graduated. I asked the master to predict an auspicious day, and he said this day is the best. After Erfeng and I get married, we will definitely be a loving couple and have many children and grandchildren. Comrade Xiao Chao couldn't stop smiling. The old Fu he mentioned was the I Ching master from Group B. He had once predicted for him that he must get married before the age of 25, otherwise he would end up living alone. The wedding day was the day before his 25th birthday, so the timing was just right. Congratulations. I will definitely go to the wedding. Wan Qiqi thanked her sincerely, saying that there had been a lot of happy events recently. After eating Su Erfeng's food, she had to eat Xia Tao's food. She was blessed with a lot of joy, so there must be some happy events coming. She had just raised her foot and was about to step over the threshold when she suddenly remembered something, turned back, and told their Wan family about their intention to invest. I have to ask my superiors for instructions, and I will definitely get back to you before the new year. Pei Yuan's expression was very serious. This was a big matter, and he couldn't make the decision. Don't worry, take your time. Wan Qiqi was not too anxious. The Wan family's investment was not for her to make money, but it was a good deed to help the people in the inland to find jobs. In the days that followed, Wan Qiqi lived a life of drunkenness and dreams. She slept until she woke up naturally in the morning and opened her mouth when food was served. Louis went to the cafeteria to get a taxi. She didn't have to take care of Potato Baby, as he lived directly in the Liu family. Baby was very happy, and she was also very satisfied. The Liu family was even more satisfied, and everyone was happy. Qiqi, let's eat Zhejiang fried duck today. When Louis came back with the meal, Wan Qiqi was still lying on the bed. He placed a small table on the bed, arranged the meal for her, and put a pillow behind her, taking care of her even more attentively than she did during the confinement period. It's the end of the month, right? Time flies. Wan Qiqi ate a piece of delicious duck meat and couldn't help but sigh. The happy days passed by so quickly that she felt embarrassed to be lazy any longer. Today is the 29th. It's still early for the Chinese New Year. Louis stood up and looked at the calendar on the wall. Are Lu Jiefeng and Buying married? Wan Qiqi thought of something else and calculated that it was time for this couple to get married. I'm getting married next spring, and I've been giving away a lot lately. Louis was also quite emotional. In the past, they were the ones who received red envelopes, but recently they have all been giving them away. He also wanted to hold a banquet to receive gifts, but his 30th birthday has not yet arrived, and his son's first birthday had already been celebrated. The old man's 70th birthday is still a few years away, and I can't think of a reason to hold a banquet for the time being. It's okay. When my son gets married, I'll take everything back with interest. Wan Qiqi was very calm. After all, she was now a wealthy woman worth hundreds of millions. It was just a small amount of money. It was no big deal. Deputy Captain Liu. Phone call. Downstairs. Louis ran down and came back a few minutes later with a serious expression. My mother was in jail because she reported Zhang Zhigua for malfeasance, and she was implicated. She also reported Mo Heping for improper conduct and pregnancy before marriage. Mo Heping was sent to a farm for reform. Louis told a shocking piece of news. Is the baby in Mo Heping's belly Zhang Zhigua's? Wan Qiqi discovered the blind spot of the matter at a glance. After all, She had read so many online articles in her previous life, so she was knowledgeable and had a broad imagination. Ahem. Louis had just taken a sip of water and almost choked to death when he heard this. That's impossible. Would Mo Hepping be so shameless? Louis finally caught his breath, and for the first time, he doubted his wife's inference. No matter how bad Mo Hepping was, he wouldn't be so shameless, right? It's impossible. Only for this reason would your mother die together with you, leaving no one behind. Wan Chichi analyzed calmly. If the child in Mo Hepping's belly was from another man, Yuan Huilan would definitely find a way to hide it for her. Although this woman was not nice to Lu Yi, she still cared about Mo Hepping. But Yuan Huilan sent both Zhang Zigua and Mo Hepping to jail. These two were her closest people. The only reason she could have been so cruel was that these two had betrayed her. After Wan Chichi finished her meal, she and Lu Yi went to find Lu Disheng and Mo Qiufeng. The call just now was from Lu Disheng, asking them to come over to discuss it. Although they are divorced, she is still Lu Ye's biological mother after all, and Lu Disheng is worried that it will affect his son's future. Mo Qiufeng was also at the Lu family. He didn't seem too nervous, but even if he was anxious, he wouldn't show it. Whose child is Mo Hepping carrying? Is it related to Zhang Zigua? Lu Yi asked as soon as he entered the door. How do you know? Lu Disheng looked surprised. He had just heard what Mo Qiufeng said and was angry. Zhang Zigua, this beast in human clothing, deserves to be shot 10 times. And this girl Mo Hepping is so stupid. How could she do such a stupid thing? Chi-Chi's guess, was it Zhang Zigua who forced him? Or was it Mo Hepping's own will? Lu Yi frowned, feeling extremely disgusted. In his heart, he had completely said goodbye to his sister, Mo Hepping.
She should volunteer. Montag Kiefeng answert keimli.
He was also speculating. If Yuan Huilan was forced, she would not have done such a ruthless thing. Mo Qiufeng knew more about it. He had friends in Beijing, and it was his friend who called and told him about Yuan Huilan's accident. How is peace now? Lu Disheng asked with concern. Although he had a lot of opinions about Yuan Huilan, he still liked Mo Hepping very much. It's just that after Mo Hepping went to the capital, she became much more distant from Tanzhou. Now this kind of thing happened, and Lu Disheng was quite disappointed. There were clearly thousands of paths to choose from, but this girl chose the wrong one. How come she didn't inherit any of Mo Qiufeng's smart brain? They were forcibly sent to a farm. I don't know the details. Mo Qiufeng spoke in a sarcastic tone. He had long anticipated that Yuan Huilan and her daughter would not have a good ending. But the current situation is still beyond his expectations and makes it difficult for him to accept it. Lu Disheng frowned, and after a long while he said, "No matter what, we have to go to the capital to find out what happened. It's not convenient for you and me to go. Are you busy at work?" Mo Jin Song went out again a while ago. Even Mo Qiufeng didn't know where he went and couldn't find him at all. It's no use going there calmly. He doesn't have the courage. Xiao Yi, could you please go there? Mo Qiufeng looked at Lu Yi embarrassedly. He was also a little worried about Mo Hepping. The child had gone astray, and as a father, he also had a responsibility to help. As for Yuan Huilan, Lu Yi would have to ask her clearly to find out what she really thinks. Lu Yi subconsciously looked at his wife. Such a big matter had to be decided by Chi-Chi. We're on vacation now, so let's go to the capital together. Wan Chi-Chi smiled and agreed happily. She had never been to the capital, so it was a good opportunity for her to go for a walk and have some melon. Thank you for your hard work. Mo Qiufeng didn't bother to be polite with them and gave them a phone number. Go to Beijing and find him directly to make arrangements. Okay, we'll leave tomorrow and call you when we get to Beijing. Wan Chi-Chi took Lu Yi away. She had to go back to prepare and also tell the Lu family that she would not bring her baby with her to the capital, so they should go and come back quickly. The Lu family, Wan Chi-Chi called Zhang Weihong and asked her out for dinner. I haven't seen you for a long time. What brings you here today? Zhang Weihong now looks radiant and at least 10 years younger than before. How are you and Xingji doing? When will you have your wedding? Wan Chi-Chi poured her tea and asked about the wedding date. We've already got the marriage certificate, but we didn't have a wedding banquet. Zhang Weihong announced the good news openly, her face filled with joy, and it was obvious that she was living a very happy life. Congratulations, I didn't even know about this. I'll give you a bonus. Wan Qiqi was a little surprised, then she wrapped a red envelope of 50 yuan in front of her and handed it over. Thank you. I won't be polite with you. Zhang Weihong accepted it with a smile. The two drank tea for a while, and Wan Qiqi talked about Yuan Huilan and Zhang Zhigua. The smile on Zhang Weihong's face froze instantly, and she asked in surprise, "When did it happen?" "I don't know anything about it. It's been a secret review in recent days, so it's normal that you don't know about it," Wan Qiqi said. "It's all his own fault. He has been drifting around for so many years that he has forgotten who he is." Zhang Weihong sneered and cursed with gritted teeth. "Your father is a shameless man. He got Mo Heping pregnant. That's why Yuan Huilan decided to die together with him," Wan Qiqi said with contempt. Mo Heping certainly has no self-respect, but Zhang Zigua is the most shameless, a perverted and shameless old rogue. He and Mo Heping? Darn it, what on earth is he doing? Is he still a human being? He is worse than an animal, a beast in human clothing. I am so angry. Zhang Weihong's eyes widened. She heard it clearly, but her brain couldn't react for a while. When she finally reacted, her lips trembled with anger. She wanted to rush to the capital right now and pour a basin of ice water on the old beast to wake him up. "Don't be angry, Mo Heping is not a good person either. They are just a bunch of jerks. Luckily you broke off your relationship with him." Wan Qiqi comforted her. "Having such a beastly father is my greatest shame." Zhang Weihong drank the tea in the cup in one gulp and stood up suddenly. "I have to go to the capital. I want to ask him in person what he wants to do. You won't be able to see anyone there. Your father has been secretly detained and no one can see him. Lu Yi and I will go there tomorrow and ask around. I'll call you back later." Wan Qiqi persuaded him to stop. "Thank you, I just want to know how he will handle it." Zhang Weihong smiled bitterly. She hated herself for being soft-hearted. Her father was obviously an old beast who had bullied her mother all her life, but she still couldn't bear to be cruel. After all, her father was very good to her when she was a child. Although she cursed him, she couldn't let him go in her heart. She is so annoying, even she hates herself. Don't think too much. After all, he is your biological father. It is natural for you to care about him. Wan Qiqi patted her shoulder gently, understanding her feelings very well. Even a notorious murderer will have family members who care about him. The next day, Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi took the military plane to the capital and found the friend Mo Qiufeng mentioned. His surname was Wang, and he held a high rank. Yuan Huilan is now in solitary confinement, and Uncle Wang arranged for them to visit her. Again, in their impression, Yuan Huilan was always well-dressed and radiant. Now she looked haggard and old, with gray hair, and she looked a dozen years older than before. Yuan Huilan walked out slowly, saw them, turned and left. "I won't see them." Yuan Huilan was very angry. She didn't want to face them in her current miserable state. "Uncle Mo asked me to ask, did Mo Heping do it voluntarily, or did you force her?" Wan Qiqi asked deliberately. As expected, Yuan Huilan stopped, turned around and angrily cursed. "I forced her? Tell him that she was the good daughter he raised. She is shameless and fickle. It must be that the Mo family is not good. Uncle Mo said that your pedigree is not good. Mo Jinsong is quite good. Although Mo Tsongrong is not good, he has not had any casual relationships with men and women. Only Mo Heping is an outlier." Wan Qiqi said this deliberately, and sure enough, Yuan Huilan was provoked to the point of losing her mind, and rushed over and roared angrily. "It's all his fault. Mo Heping's last name is Mo, but the Mo family's bloodline is not good. If I had known that she was an easy woman, I would have strangled her to death when she was born." Yuan Huilan's eyes were bloodshot. She was gesticulating, her face was distorted in a terrifying way, and she was roaring heart-wrenchingly. Wan Qiqi frowned, feeling that Yuan Huilan was not mentally normal. Could she be crazy? The staff came over and scolded her, and Yuan Huilan slowly calmed down. She stared at them, suddenly smiled strangely, and said coldly, "All of you get out of here. Don't come to see me laugh. I won't beg you. You think too much. We are here just to laugh at you. Even if you beg us, we won't help you." Wan Qiqi responded sharply and showed no sympathy for the woman at all. It is all Yuan Huilan's own fault that she has ended up like this today, and she cannot blame anyone else. Lu Yi didn't say a word from beginning to end. When he left, he took a deep look at the old and haggard Yuan Huilan, turned his head resolutely, followed Wan Qiqi, and strode away. Yuan Huilan's forced calm expression finally broke. She really regretted it. If she had not divorced Mo Qiufeng, she would still be the envied wife of the political commissar, and she would not be backstabbed by the Zich Mo Heping. She was really bewildered at that time and was deceived by Zhang Zhigua. She made one wrong step after another, and there was no way back. Yuan Huilan smiled self-deprecatingly and slowly walked back to the room. She was in a single room with good conditions, but the conditions in any prison cell were not much better. In the middle of the night, Yuan Huilan still couldn't fall asleep. She simply sat up and stared blankly at the small window. There was a cold moon outside, which just happened to float over, but soon floated past, and the sky outside the window turned into dark clouds again. Yuan Huilan stared at the window for a long time, then tore open the pillowcase with her teeth and tied a knot, making it a very strong rope. She wanted to find a place to hang the rope, but couldn't find one after searching for a while. Finally, she put the rope around her neck and pulled it to both sides with her backhand. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi lived in the guest house arranged by Uncle Wang. Early the next morning, they received a call from the prison saying that Yuan Huilan tried to strangle herself with a rope made from a pillowcase last night, but failed. They rushed to the hospital and found a circle of black and purple bruises on Yuan Huilan's neck, which looked shocking. Her mood is very unstable and she is suspected to be mentally ill. Further examination is needed to confirm, said the doctor. Is she crazy? Lu Yi asked without thinking. It's hard to say now. We have to check it out to know. The doctor didn't say for sure, but Wan Qiqi knew that Yuan Huilan was most likely suffering from mental problems. I visited her yesterday. Yuan Huilan's condition was similar to that of a patient who had just entered a mental hospital in her previous life. I guess she had been struggling for a long time after reporting Zhang Zhigua and her daughter, and the pressure was too great, so she couldn't bear it and went crazy. After leaving the hospital, Lu Yi sighed. She has been competitive all her life, but in the end, it was all in vain. There's nothing wrong with being competitive. Your mother's biggest mistake is that she's too dependent on men. Yuan Huilan is actually a fake strong woman. Deep down, she still holds the traditional idea that her husband is the most important person for her. She keeps saying that she wants to resist feudal ethics, but in the end, she still has to rely on men to climb up. There is nothing wrong with relying on men, but she always makes wrong choices one after another. She abandoned and abused Lu Yi, divorced Mo Qiufeng, married Zhang Zhigua, and finally chose such a stupid way to die together. She was really brainless and ended up with nothing. In comparison, women like Su Jieqi and Yao Kersen are much more sober than Yuan Huilan. Although they also rely on men, they are always clear-headed and know what they should and should not want. They don't think about romance, but use men to make themselves stronger and stronger. Women who pursue their careers with such clarity will definitely not have a bad life in the future. After leaving the hospital, they went straight to the farm to see Mo Heping. Mo Heping was 4 months pregnant, and her pregnancy was already obvious. The farm did not arrange for her to do any heavy work. She was twisting hemp ropes with a group of women. This job was not easy. After rubbing a few times, blisters would appear on her hands. It would be very painful after picking the blisters, and then they would grow into hard calluses. Her hands would become harder than iron. The farm staff called Mo Heping over, and when she saw Lu Yi, she shouted happily, "Brother, are you here to take me away?" "No, I'm just here to scold you on behalf of Uncle Mo. Why did you do such a shameless thing? You've made Uncle Mo lose all his face." Lu Yi scolded with an expressionless face, and especially when he saw Mo Heping's bulging belly, he did not hide his contempt at all. What good things can come out of an old hooligan and a female hooligan?
I
was forced. Mo Heping covered his face and cried, expressing his grievances. She regretted it now. If she had known earlier, she would have gone back to Tanzhou. With her father's protection, she would have gotten whatever she wanted in Tanzhou. Why would she suffer so much? The grievances now? Your words can only fool a 3-year-old child. I won't believe it. Uncle Mo asked me to tell you to get rid of the baby in your belly, reform yourself, and turn over a new leaf. Lu Yi conveyed Mo Qiufeng's words that this evil child must not be allowed to stay. Where is Zhang Zhigua? He said he would divorce his wife and marry me, so where is he? Mo Heping asked tearfully. She didn't know the seriousness of the matter yet. She was still fantasizing that Zhang Zhigua would come to pick her up. Although he was a little older, he was of a high rank and she could still accept him. Even if there will be some gossip in the future, that's okay. No one dares to say it to her face. She will just pretend not to hear it. He made a mistake and is in jail. If you really want to marry him, I can help you. You can go to the jail and accompany him. Lu Yi was extremely sarcastic. He originally thought that maybe Zhang Zhigua really forced them, but after hearing what Mo Heping said, it was obviously consensual. They were just a pair of shameless dogs and zitches. Mo Heping was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself in disbelief. Impossible. He said he would marry me. He wouldn't lie to me. It must be you who lied to me. If Zhang Zhigua hadn't promised to marry her, how could she be with an old man? Although she felt sorry for her mother, she had no choice but to do so. She thought her mother would understand, but she never expected that her mother would be so cruel as to report her. Mo Heping had towards Yuan Huilan was now completely gone, and he hated Yuan Huilan instead. Even when she arrived at the farm, she didn't feel too bad because she believed that Zhang Zhigua would definitely rescue her. After all, she was pregnant with his child. But Lu Yi's words were like a bolt from the blue, completely shattering her dream. The distraught Mo Heping looked quite pitiful, but neither Wan Qiqi nor Lu Yi sympathized with her. She had the trump card of being a favored daughter of heaven, but she played it badly. It was all her own fault. They found out in the past 2 days that Mo Heping was very close to Master Ling, and she wanted to marry into the Ling family. Zhang Zhigua also thought so. But Master Ling had no interest in Mo Heping. He liked another girl. Although her family background was not as good as Mo Heping's, this girl was more beautiful. Master Ling fell in love with her at first sight and got engaged to her at second sight. After that, Master Ling often brought his sweetheart to various activities. Everyone in the circle knew that he had found true love and that Mo Heping had no hope. The fence-sitters who had surrounded her before immediately praised Master Ling's true love and ignored Mo Heping. The proud and arrogant Mo Heping could not stand this stimulation. She was in a very low mood during that period. She went to Yuan Huilan to talk, but Yuan Huilan was busy making achievements at work and had no time to pay attention to her. Finally, Zhang Zhigua took advantage of the situation, asked about Yuan Huilan's well-being in the name of an elder, and then took advantage of the opportunity to stab Yuan Huilan in the back. Wan Qiqi and the others stayed in the capital for a few days and had almost finished investigating the matter. Zhang Zhigua's case was quite serious, and he would definitely not be able to get out. Yuan Huilan was not seriously involved and could have been brought up with a little help from some connections, but she was crazy, so the doctor issued a diagnosis and has sent her to a mental hospital. As for Mo Heping, her crime was only one: having promiscuous relationships between men and women. If Mo Qiufeng wanted to get her out, he would definitely be able to do so. They didn't stay in the capital for too long. They bought some capital specialties and then returned to Tanzhou. He also told Mo Qiufeng and Lu Dishing everything about the situation in the capital, including Mo Heping's shamelessness. How did Heping become like this? He has inherited Yuan Huilan's stupidity. Does he only have pretty heads? Lu Dishing was very disappointed with Mo Heping. I'm going to the capital to bring peace back.
Montag Kiefeng Zeit.
No matter what, she was his biological daughter after all, so he would rescue her again. If Mo Hepping still refuses to repent, he will let go completely. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi didn't care anymore and went home to continue their comfortable vacation. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of December. The weather was getting colder and colder. Mo Hepping came back and stayed at home to recuperate. She was forcibly sent to the hospital for surgery by Mo Qiufeng, who then used his connections to put all the blame on Zhang Zhigua. Mo Hepping also cooperated and testified that she was forced by Zhang Zhigua. After returning to Tanzhou, Mo Hepping lived a secluded life and rarely showed up. People in the compound had rarely seen her. Wan Qiqi has been particularly prone to sleepiness recently. She becomes sleepy right after a meal and sleeps for several hours. Her taste has also changed. She used to dislike sweet and sour food, but now she loves it. Every day, Lu Yi was asked to go to the cafeteria to get sweet and sour pork tenderloin, sweet and sour spare ribs, and sweet and sour fish. She even missed the ginger pork trotters made by Gon's mother. In the past, she could only eat one bite at most and could not eat the second bite at all. But now she was craving for pork trotters with ginger, and she was drooling every day. Finally, Lu Yi asked the canteen's cook to cook a big pot of pork trotters with ginger, which satisfied her craving. After craving for sweet and sour food for a while, Wan Qiqi's taste changed again. She set her eyes on the pomelo tree below the staff building. It was said that the tree grew on its own, and no one took care of it. It grew well and produced a lot of fruits, but the fruits were very sour. The children living in the family building would only pick grapefruits to satisfy their cravings unless they really had nothing to eat. Another person is Wang Cuihua, who would pick grapefruits to make pickles or stir-fry them, but no one else would eat them. Wan Qiqi stood on the third floor, staring at the pomelo tree downstairs, her mouth watering. Even from such a distance, she could smell the fragrance of the pomelo. It must be delicious. Swallowing hard, Wan Qiqi ran downstairs to pick a pomelo. She couldn't wait to go upstairs to peel it, so she ran to Wang Shuhua's house to borrow a knife. This grapefruit is very sour. You can't eat it. Wang Shuhua advised that she had eaten it before, and her teeth almost fell out from the sourness. Let me try it. Wan Qiqi peeled the skin neatly, revealing the white flesh. The fragrance became stronger and stronger. She couldn't wait to break off a piece, peel off the skin, and eat the flesh. It was sweet and sour and very juicy, and tasted exactly as she had imagined. Wan Qiqi ate with gusto, and soon she had eaten several cloves. Wang Shuhua, who was standing next to her, could not help swallowing her saliva. She tried it out of disbelief and found it so sour that her eyebrows and eyes wrinkled up. It took her a long time to recover. Sister Wan, are you pregnant? Wang Shuhua asked doubtfully. He likes sour foods so much. I heard that he wanted to eat ghostfoot ginger a while ago. Deputy Captain Liu bought a bag of red plums for the head cook, and he was willing to cook it. The women in the family building were all talking about them behind their backs. They were so envious. They used to be just newlyweds and their relationship was normal, but now their baby can run around, and they're still as inseparable as ever. It's really enviable. However, Wan Qiqi's taste has changed so much that it is likely that she's pregnant. Wang Shuhua is 70% to 80% sure. What? Wan Qiqi was concentrating on eating the pomelo and didn't take it seriously. You must be pregnant. Go to the hospital. Wan Qiqi was stunned. Thinking back on the past 2 months, it was indeed a bit like being pregnant with a potato baby, except that she was craving for sweet and sour food. She finished eating a grapefruit, clapped her hands, and prepared to go to the hospital for a checkup by herself. Wang Shuhua was worried and insisted on following her. The urine test results came out, and it turned out that I was 2 months pregnant. After returning home, Wan Qiqi fell asleep immediately and left the examination form on the table. Lu Yi could see it himself when he got home, so she didn't need to say anything. She woke up, it was already dark. Lu Yi asked attentively beside her, Qiqi, are you awake? What do you want to eat? See? Wan Qiqi asked while yawning, wanting to sleep some more. See, Qiqi, will we have a daughter this time? I've already thought about it. I'll name my daughter Wan Bao Bao. What do you think? Lu discussed with her enthusiastically, and in just 3 or 4 hours, he had already thought of a name. His daughter is his sweetheart, so he must call her baby. Wan Qiqi twitched the corners of her mouth. Wan baby, warm baby, what a good name. What if it's still a son? Then call your nickname Jiaozi, and let me choose your full name. Lu was too lazy to think of a name for a son, so Wan Baobao was a name reserved for daughters. As you like. Wan Qiqi was too lazy to think about it and let Lu Disheng worry about it. New Year's Eve soon arrived. This year the Lu family had a very lively New Year. The Lu Jifeng brothers were transferred back to Jiangcheng and were both promoted. Both brothers were deputy company commanders. This promotion was based on their real abilities, not on any backdoor connections. Cui Xiongwei was also transferred to Jiangcheng and promoted. His father originally wanted to transfer him back to Shanghai, but he himself wanted to go to Jiangcheng, and Commander Cui agreed. So, there was one more person named Cui Xiongwei who came to eat for free at the Lu family's reunion dinner. Potato, call me uncle, and I'll give you a big red envelope. Cui Xiongwei took out a red envelope as a bribe, hoping that Potato would change his mind. Happy New Year, pretty auntie. Not only did the potato baby not change his words, he also added the word, beautiful, stretched out his chubby paws, showed a cute smile, and tried to please for a red envelope. Call me handsome uncle. Pretty auntie. The big and the small were in a stalemate again. Cui Xiongwei almost gave in several times, but he managed to control himself. In front of Potato, he took out another 10-yuan bill, waved it in front of Zizi, and deliberately said, call me uncle. Potato baby hesitated for a few seconds, and his mother said, poverty must be changed, wealth must be followed, and power must be subdued. Uncle. The baby cried out loudly, and Cui Xiongwei was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He responded equally loudly, hey, Potato is so good here. He generously stuffed the red envelope into Potato's hand and couldn't help pinching his chubby face. It felt so good. Baby Potato was much cuter than his nephews and nieces. Receiving the red envelope, Potato turned around and presented it to his mother. Be good, Mom will save it for you and buy you delicious food later. Wan Qiqi praised her son and put the red envelope into her pocket. During the reunion dinner, she announced the good news. Everyone was stunned and then cheered in unison, especially Lu Disheng, who was so happy that he took out Mao Tai. Good night. The Lu family celebrated a joyous New Year. Lu Disheng smiled from ear to ear every day. After the New Year, the second son Lu Jiefeng was getting married, and in the second half of the year, there would be a grandson. It was double happiness. In comparison, the Mo family seemed a bit deserted. Mo Heping lived at home to recuperate and needed someone to take care of him, so Mo Chiofeng invited Bai Huanqi to come over and paid him 15 yuan a month. Bai Huanqi is smart, good at reading people's expressions, and can cook delicious dishes. Moreover, with her at home, Xia Taoji smiles more often, and Mo Chiofeng is very satisfied with this. Lu Jiefeng and Bai Ying's wedding was scheduled for early March. Wan Qiqi planned to go to Xiangjiang to attend Xia Tao and Gan Defa's wedding banquet after the wedding banquet. Bai Ying's health has improved a lot. Wan Qiqi has a good impression of this girl and gave her some supplements, such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. If she continues to recover at this rate, she will definitely be able to get pregnant and have a baby successfully. On the 8th day of March, Lu Jiefeng and Bai Ying set up a banquet with more than 10 tables at the Xiangjiang Hotel. Bai Ying's parents and younger brother also arrived. Her younger brother was named Bai Quan, who was 10 years younger than Bai Ying and was still in school. When Bai's mother gave birth to Bai Ying, she was born prematurely, and both the adult and the child were not in good condition. The doctor said that Bai's mother would most likely not be able to get pregnant again. Although Bai's father felt regretful, he did not accept the fact, so he named his daughter Bai Ying, which is a homonym of Bai Ying. Bai's father treated his daughter like a son and raised her carefully. Although his rank was not low, he had never won a battle, which was a lifelong regret for him. Therefore, He wanted to train his daughter to be a brave and skilled female general so that she could kill enemies bravely on the battlefield and be praised by others. Mr. Bai lost and gave birth to a daughter who is Mr. Winner. How amazing! Unfortunately, Bai Ying had been weak since childhood, and it was not easy to raise her. Bai's father and mother spent a lot of effort to raise their daughter to this age. It was impossible for her to become a female general because she would not pass the physical examination. Fortunately, Bai Ying was very intelligent. He entered the first grade at the age of 5 and skipped grades all the way. When he was 15, there was nothing left for him to learn in school, so he went directly to university. At the age of 20, he became a radio expert and was specially recruited by the army. Later, I met Lu Jiafeng while teaching at a military academy. As for Bai Quan, she was an unexpected surprise to Bai's father and mother. Bai's father was worried about his wife's advanced age and poor health and was afraid that something might happen during delivery, so he planned to have an abortion, but Bai's mother was strongly opposed. She must give birth to this child, even at the cost of her life. Fortunately, both mother and child are safe in the end. Bai Quan has been in good health since he was young. He has never been to the hospital since he was a child. He has very high physical strength and IQ. Therefore, Bai's father is now determined to guide his son to join the army, and the effect is quite good. After graduating from high school, Bai Quan will go to the army for training. The guests had not arrived yet, and Wan Qiqi had nothing to do, so she went to the Bai family's table to chat. Lu Disheng was also there. He and Bai's father had known each other for decades, and now they were in-laws, and their relationship was even closer. Everyone in the Bai family is easy to get along with, but Bai's father still looks down on Lu Jiafeng and feels that his daughter has married down from her parents' level. I can't understand why you are attracted to that stick. Father Bai glanced at Lu Jiafeng, who was receiving guests in the distance, and sighed with regret. His daughter is talented, beautiful, and comes from a good family. She is worthy of any outstanding man. Why does she insist on marrying a stupid fool? There's no need to worry that the child born won't even be able to calculate 1 + 1. Dad, it's good to be liberated. Bai Ying smiled and was very satisfied with Lu Jiafeng. Apart from his good health, what else is good about him? Bai's father said angrily. Even in front of Lu Disheng, he did not hide his disgust at all. After all, what he said was the truth. Old Bai, what you said is meaningless. My Jiafeng is not as smart as Xiaoying, but he is in good health. Your Xiaoying is in poor health but smart. They complement each other perfectly. The baby they have in the future will have the brains of your Xiaoying and the body of my Jiafeng, and will be both civil and military. How wonderful! Lu Disheng was not angry, and he spoke to Bai's father in a gentle tone. After all, his son did marry a girl of higher status, so even if he was her biological father, he had to admit that his daughter-in-law was better than his son. What if my brain is like my brother's and my body is like my second sister-in-law's? Lu Yuanchao, who was walking over, replied casually. It's not impossible. There's a 50% chance. Cui Xiongwei also answered the call quickly. If it wasn't your brother's wedding today, I would beat you. Lu Disheng changed his mind and said that it was unlucky not to talk about death at a wedding. He glared at Cui Xiongwei again. Since he was not his biological son, he could not scold him, but he could glare at him. Let me tell you, the big fool gave birth to the little fool, and your whole family is full of fools. Father Bai was angry and helpless. His head started buzzing when he thought about having stupid in-laws, a stupid son-in-law, and maybe even a stupid grandson in the future. Uncle Bai, my Lu Yi is not like that. He is very smart. Wan Qiqi reminded that one should not generalize to the whole group. Yes, your man is smart. Bai's father admires Lu Yi very much, and he has absolutely no objection if his daughter marries Lu Yi. Can a club win battles every day? Can a club achieve merit? How come you can't win if you're smart? Lu Disheng sneered and exposed Bai's father's shortcomings. Mister. Bai's face immediately darkened. He wanted to retort, but he was speechless. What Lu Disheng said was true. This old idiot really won battles every day. It was really weird. He was so smart and had read so many military books, but he couldn't win a battle. It's so unfair. Today is the children's happy occasion. Are you done yet? Bai's mother spoke. The two old men glared at each other. Neither of them was dissatisfied, but they dared not argue anymore. Wan Qiqi sat next to Bai Ying and asked in a low voice, "What do you like about Lu Jiefeng?" "I'm also very curious. When I was a kid, I picked up a little black dog. Its eyes were barely open and it was very small. My parents said it was impossible to raise it, but I wanted to give it a try, so I named it Haydn. The old people said that a humble name makes it easier to raise it." Bai Ying smiled, her eyes full of nostalgia, as if she was missing an old friend. "Puppies can't drink cow's milk, so my mother helped me get goat's milk and fed it with a syringe. It tried hard to finish the milk every time. Later, Haydn grew up safely and was very strong. When I was a child, I was often hospitalized. Haydn would find the hospital by himself to accompany me. Although he couldn't speak, he could understand what I said. He was very smart, caring and warm." When Bai Ying talked about Haydn, his eyes and brows became gentle. "How is Haydn now?" Wan Qiqi asked. "Before I met Lu Jiefeng, Haydn had just passed away. He died in my arms, a natural death. But I still felt very sad, as if a piece of my heart had been cut out and there was nothing to fill it. My parents didn't understand. They thought it was unreasonable for me to ruin my body for a dog, but they didn't understand my feelings for Haydn." Tears welled up in Bai Ying's eyes. Wan Qiqi patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. "I understand. Haydn is more than just a dog. He is your closest family member. Thank you for your understanding. I was in a very bad state during that period and couldn't even carry out my work until I accidentally saw Lu Jiefeng, being paused and couldn't help laughing." Wan Qiqi blinked, and a guess came to her mind. She asked in a low voice, "Do you think Lu Jiefeng looks like Haydn?" To be honest, this silly guy does have some loyal dog attributes.
Ying nodded.
When I first saw him, I felt that he had some of Haydn's shadow, silly, obedient, and loyal. "Qiqi, do you find it incredible?" No, I think it's normal." Wan Qiqi shook her head vigorously and used a lot of effort to hold back her laughter. She looked at Lu Jiefeng, who was warmly welcoming guests in the distance, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Does this silly guy know that he is a substitute for the dog? Lu Jiefeng naturally didn't know. Wan Qiqi wasn't that talkative. And even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care, right? No wonder there is an old saying that fools have good fortune. Lu Jiefeng, this silly guy, is really lucky. Lu Jiefeng and Bai Ying's new house is in Jiangcheng, and their jobs are all there. However, Jiangcheng and Tanzhou are not far away, so it is not troublesome to come back. The wedding, another incident occurred. Mo Heping went to work in the northwest quietly. Mo Qiufeng originally arranged for her to work in Tanzhou, but she was unwilling and took the initiative to apply to go to the northwest. And Mo Qiufeng did not try to keep her, nor did he see her off. Instead, he hoped that after this incident, Mo Heping could make some progress. It would be a good idea for her to go to the northwest, as he hoped that the harsh natural environment there could correct her bad habits. Bai Huanqi also stayed in Tanzhou, and Mo Qiufeng arranged a job for her in an embroidery factory. During this period, Lin Mannion came to make trouble several times. A few years ago, Lu Jiefeng used his connections to transfer her out of the farm and arranged for her to work in the township health center. However, Lin Mannion was not satisfied. She wanted to return to Tanzhou and live her previous prosperous life again. And now that Lu Jiefeng is married, she wants to show off her mother-in-law's power, but Lu Jiefeng didn't even inform her of the wedding date and only sent her wedding candy after the wedding. Lin Mannion was almost angry to death and cursed Lu Jiefeng for being heartless. If it were in the past, Lu Jiefeng would still feel upset, but not now, because Bai Ying analyzed to him that he and Yuan Chao were not that important in his mother's heart. The obligation of support still needs to be fulfilled, but one cannot let his mother do whatever she wants. He may even have to suppress her. Only in this way can he live a peaceful life. His wife's words as an imperial decree immediately carried them out. Whenever Lin Mannion made a fuss, he threatened her with one sentence. "Mom, do you want to go back to work on the farm? I'll arrange it right away." Just one sentence made Lin Mannion obedient, and the world became quiet. After that, although Lin Manyun was still unwilling, she did not dare to make trouble anymore and stayed at her job at the township clinic obediently. The Liu Jiefeng brothers would visit her once or twice a year. Therefore, Lin Manyun lived a comfortable life in the township clinic, and even the director was polite to her. But that was all. Ying had instructed that he could only go twice a year at most. More than that would make Lin Manyun feel restless. Liu Jiefeng was very obedient and only went twice a year at most. Moreover, he did not stay long each time. He would just sit for a while, and then leave. There was even one time when Lin Manyun tried to propose that she wanted to live with them, but Liu Jiefeng refused without even a second thought. Ying is not in good health, and is not as strong as you. Please don't cause trouble for me. I will talk to you later when you can't take care of yourself. Lin Manyun was so angry that her teeth were itching, and she secretly cursed Ying as a fox who had charmed her son's soul. Since Liu Jiefeng could not be relied upon, she went to Liu Yuanchao to stir up trouble, crying and complaining that Ying was unfilial and disrespectful to her as her mother-in-law. Mom, what are you thinking? You are stronger than a cow. My sister-in-law was almost unable to survive when she was a child, and she is still weak now. You asked her to take care of you. Aren't you immoral? Liu Yuanchao was even more straightforward, and he made Lin Manyun faint from anger. Unable to rely on either of her two sons, Lin Manyun became disheartened and dared not make any more trouble. She stayed in the township obediently. At the end of March, Wan Qiqi's family went to Hong Kong, and they still brought Manzai and Mama Zhang with them. After all, they couldn't live without Potato Zai Zai, so the family had to be complete. Xia Tao and Gan Defa's wedding was in early April. Gan's mother asked a master to calculate an auspicious day, who said that if they got married on this day, they would be happily married, have many children and grandchildren, and be blessed with good fortune. Gan's mother used all the money she earned from making gold ornaments to buy gold bars, and Gan Defa also donated a lot, filling a box with gold bars that sparkled and were particularly charming. The wedding banquet was booked at the Zhuangyuan building in Ling Yun's home. Many wealthy people in Hong Kong wanted to book it but were unable to. However, Ling Yun went home and told his father that it was his own master's wedding and he must arrange it, otherwise he would sever the father-son relationship. When Chef Ling heard that Director Xia, whose son was married to Principal Gan, was going to get married, he agreed without hesitation, turned down many orders, and devoted himself to arranging the wedding banquet. The youngest son was not good at studying and liked to fight and cause trouble. He and his wife were so worried that their hair turned white, fearing that this jerk would go astray. Fortunately, they sent him to Jada school. Now his son has not only turned over a new leaf, but has also made a lot of progress in his studies. This is all thanks to Director Xia and Principal Gan. Chef Ling cooks the food himself and sells it at cost price, so he doesn't make any profit. On the day of the wedding banquet, all the guests who came to drink were important figures, and Wan Qiqi also saw a familiar face. The girl who married Mrs. May's second son has now become a strong and vigorous woman, completely different from her former youthful self. Mrs. Wan, long time no see. Tang Jinju came over to say hello, holding the hand of a boy of about 3 or 4 years old. The boy was wearing a small suit, his eyebrows and eyes were very straight, and he did not look around, nor was he panicked. It was obvious that he had seen big scenes before. "Hello, Auntie," the little boy called out politely. "Hello." Wan Qiqi smiled and praised. "Your son has been well trained."
How are you doing now?
After I graduated from college, I joined my family's company. Now I'm in charge of the European business, and I'm also studying for a master's degree there. Tang Jinju talked about her experiences over the years. It seemed that the He family valued her very much, and she also worked hard to improve herself. "Where is the second young master?" Wan Qiqi asked about the playboy. "Over the years, you can still see his gossip in the newspapers. Today he is with a young model, and tomorrow he is with a small star. He makes headlines more often than the stars. He is still the same. I don't bother with him." Tang Jinju spoke of him calmly and nonchalantly, as if she didn't care at all. "Come on." Wan Qiqi encouraged with a smile, saying that once Tang Jinju became stronger, she would be able to completely break away from this playboy. I will. Thank you, Mrs. Wan, for your advice back then. Tang Jinju thanked her sincerely. She was no longer the naive girl she used to be. She knew that Mrs. Wan had truly cared about her. She didn't regret marrying the playboy. She had already given birth to 2 sons and tricked this jerk into getting a sterilization. Even if she continued to play around, she would never have another illegitimate child. It all depends on your own efforts. Wan Qiqi accepted the thanks and was very happy. Another strong and self-reliant woman was born. That was great. The wedding banquet began. Father Gon, dressed in a suit and tie, took Xia Tao's hand and walked to the stage. He handed it to Gon Defa and said earnestly, "Be good to a Tao. If you can't do that, your mother and I will beat you up." "I will." Gon Defa nodded vigorously, sweating profusely from nervousness. Xia Tao couldn't help but interject, "Your son can't beat me." They should be more worried about their son's safety. "A Tao, if Fa Zai does something wrong, please show some mercy and don't beat him to death right away. Leave him some breath for me and his mother to beat him." Father Gon teased half jokingly and half seriously. "He can do no wrong, he's so stupid." Xia Tao answered seriously, "How could I, a silly person, do anything wrong?" Gon Defa couldn't stop laughing, with his eyes full of the bride. In the audience burst out laughing, especially Ling Yun's 4 friends, who slammed the table and cheered, "Give me a kiss, master." Many other students also came. They were all active in the class and joined in the fun. The laughter and joy in Zhuangyuan building could be heard from far away and even on the next street. It's almost finished. The new book will be released in a few days. It's still a period novel, for years later. "Baby Ruan, are you riding Grandpa's horse again?" Ruan Qiqi returned home and went to her daughter to question her. She went out for a walk and passed by Lu's house on her way back. She saw Jiaozi playing in the yard and thought he was so cute, so she went in to play with him for a while. Only then did she realize that Lu Dishing had sprained his waist and was lying in bed. The reason was that his fat daughter insisted on riding a big horse. Lu Dishing had no principles in front of his granddaughter. Regardless of his old arms and legs, he carried the fat granddaughter on his back and rode the horse for half an hour. Jiaozi, who was watching nearby, was jealous and wanted to ride too. Lu Dishing felt that he should not favor one over the other, so he carried his fat grandson on his back and rode for half an hour as well. The result is, both children were happy. Lu Dishing successfully sprained his waist and was bedridden. Jiaozi is the son of Lu Jiafeng and Bai Ying. With Ruan Qiqi's tonic treatment, Bai Ying became pregnant less than 3 months after their marriage. The following year, she gave birth to Lu Weigua, whose nickname was Jiaozi. Because Bai Ying ate a bowl of dumplings before giving birth, and the couple were both equally lazy, so they let Lu Dishing come up with the full name, and the nickname was Jiaozi, which didn't take any thought at all. Thanks to Lu Dishing's blessing, Jiaozi has perfectly combined the advantages of his parents. He has the same physique as his father, weighing 8 kilograms since birth, and has a great appetite. Even water is not enough for being, so she started to add milk powder when she was 3 months old. He eats whatever is fed, even noodles boiled in plain water without salt or oil. The little guy eats it with gusto. Now he is 2 years old, and he has never had a cold. He is as strong as an ox and smart. He can even calculate 5 plus 5, not to mention 1 plus 1. He can also recite the ancient poems taught by his grandpa Bai fluently. The old couple of the Bai family treated their grandson as the apple of their eye. They had been taking care of him since he was born. After Bai Ying died, they simply left him to his parents. She and Lu Jiafeng were busy with work and had no time to take care of the child. Lu Dishing also dotes on his grandson. He retired last year and had nothing to do, so he discussed with Grandpa Bai about taking turns to take care of the children. This month, little Jiaozi is at Lu's house, and he really likes playing with his cousin Wan Baobao. Wan Qiqi went to see Lu Dishing, who was lying on the bed sighing and complaining that he was old and useless and couldn't even ride a big horse. "Don't scold the baby when you get home. It's not the child's fault. It's my old waist that's failing." Lu Disheng reminded her again and again, fearing that his precious granddaughter would be scolded. Wan Qiqi was so angry that she laughed. She wanted to say something back, but when she thought about the fact that the old man was really old, she decided to just forget it and not get hurt by his anger. As soon as she got home, she went to settle the score with Wan Baobao. But I didn't know where this little girl had gone, and she didn't come out after I called her for a long time. I'll count to 3, 1, 2. Wan Qiqi issued an ultimatum, and sure enough, when she counted to 2, a pretty little girl crawled out from under the bed with 2 cute little buns on her head, which were tied by Lu Yi. The matching lavender headband was mixed with silver thread and was sparkling. The little girl picked the color of the headband herself every day. Lu Yi bought her a drawer full of headbands, which she tied in different styles. Wan Qiqi dragged a chair and sat down, and asked calmly, "Don't you know your own weight? Last time you stepped on Uncle Gao's bed and broke it, and today you broke Grandpa's waist. Do you want to tear this building apart in the future?" It wasn't just me who broke the bed at Uncle Gao's house. It was also Sister Qianqian who did it. Wan Baobao argued that she could only bear half the responsibility at most. Your sister Qianqian stepped on the bed for so many years, and it didn't collapse. But you stepped on it and it collapsed. Although I was a little overconfident when you asked me to ride on you, you should have some self-awareness in the future and stop riding it. Do you hear me? Wan Qiqi didn't blame her anymore. Both the grandparents and the grandchildren were at fault in this matter. Got it, mother. When are we going to go play with Aunt Tao? Baby Wan nodded very seriously and said that she would no longer ride on her grandfather's bike, but on her father's. She also wanted to go to Aunt Tao's house to play. She hadn't eaten the delicious food made by Grandma Gon for a long time. Aunt Tao would take her out to play, which was so exciting. Wait until your brother is on vacation. It is June now, and summer vacation will start next month. She plans to go to Hong Kong for the summer vacation and check on Xia Tao to see if she has given birth. They've been married for 3 years, but there is still no movement in her belly. The doctor said that her body has been severely injured and she needs to recover slowly. Mom, can I go to the mountains to play? Bao Wan asked again. Go, and don't bring back any bugs. I know. Baby Wan cheered and ran down the stairs as fast as his chubby little legs could. Let's go play in the mountains. Wan Bao called out. Many children in the family building followed her. Although she was the youngest, the children followed her lead. Listening to the noisy noise outside, Wan Qiqi felt a headache. She originally thought that Potato was extremely daring, but now it seems that her Potato is too steady, and Wan Bao is the one who is really bold. Before she learned to walk, the little girl caught a centipede from somewhere and played with it in her hand. When Lu Yi found out, her old father was scared to death. He was relieved after checking that the centipede had not bitten anything. After baby Wan learned to walk, she brought more insects home, including toads, centipedes, spiders, scorpions, geckos, centipedes, etc. All kinds of cute little creatures on the mountain became her playthings. Wan Qiqi is certainly not afraid of these things, but no one would be in a good mood if they found a bunch of insects in the quilt. Baby Wan also said that it was a surprise for her old mother because she thought these insects were super cute, so she prepared a big surprise for her dear mother. He would stuff a bunch of colorful bugs into the quilt, and then when Wan Qiqi went to sleep at night, he would lift the quilt and be so angry that he would immediately reward the girl with a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. Lu Yi was so heartbroken and said that this was the child's filial piety, so how could he do that? Wan Qiqi was too lazy to argue with him. A few days later, when Lu Yi was drinking soup, he found a super fat centipede. He scooped it up with a spoon and found that there were more than 10 centipedes and each one was super fat. Dad, Annie Tao said centipedes are delicious. Bao Wan was particularly happy to take credit for it. But the little girl didn't know that Xia Tao only read about it in a book. Hong Qigong liked to eat centipedes. The description in the book was particularly tempting, which made her very greedy. She wanted to try it several times, but was stopped in time by Gon Defa. Eating centipedes was one of Xia Tao's biggest regrets. She said she gave it to Wan Bao, and the little girl remembered it and then gave it to her dear old father as a gift. What other delicious foods did your Aunt Tao mention? Lu Yi asked through gritted teeth. Maggots, flies, mosquitoes, scorpions, cockroaches. The little girl counted with her chubby fingers, and she couldn't help but say something. I added maggots last time, and you drank it all. It tasted good, didn't it? Sui Hua's house was infested with maggots, so she caught a few and threw them into the soup her mother was cooking. Dad drank it all, and said the soup that day was especially delicious. Liu's face was darker than charcoal, and he felt sick in his chest. Eating centipedes was fine, but eating maggots... He knew that the crazy woman Xia Tao had bad intentions and actually tricked his daughter into secretly poisoning her. Hateful. The maggot incident made Wan Baobao happy to win the mixed doubles, and Liu Yi, who always loved her dearly, took action. What your Aunt Tao says is like fart. Don't listen to a single word, remember? After the beating, Liu Yi also gave a serious warning that Xia Tao, the crazy woman, must not be allowed to harm his daughter. Remember? Little Wan Baobao covered his butt, cried his face off, and agreed with a feeling of grievance. Only one day later, Liu Dishim came to the door in person to support his granddaughter. As a result, Liu Yi responded with one sentence. Why didn't I see you so caring when I was a child? Who are you showing off your love to now? Liu Dishing was speechless, and went back angrily. Although Liu Yi and Liu Dishing still don't get along, it doesn't affect their love for Wan Baobao, as well as Grandpa Man, Mama Jiang, and others. The little girl, like her brother, was brought up with plenty of love. So, the little girl was so brave that she would dare to make trouble in the heavenly palace even if she was given a golden hoop. Wan Qiqi sat down and rested for a while, then prepared to make dinner as Potato would be home from school soon. Potato is in the 1st grade now. He always ranks first in the class in every exam, and all the teachers like him very much. Wan Qiqi cooked the rice, fried a few vegetables, and then stir-fried a plate of water spinach. Downstairs came the miserable crying of a child and the scolding of her baby Wan. Why are you crying? You are older than me, taller than me, and you can't beat me. How dare you cry? 3-year-old Wan Baobao put her hands on her chubby waist and confidently taught the boy sitting opposite her, who was a head taller than her, a lesson. The boy looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. He looked familiar and must be a child from the residential building, but I didn't know whose family he was from. In the past few years, some family members have moved out of the building and some have moved in. Transfers between military regions are very common. For example, Liu Danny and her husband were transferred back to the northeast, and I sent her some wild delicacies a while ago.
You hurt me.
The boy felt very aggrieved. The fat girl was so strong and hit him so hard that it hurt. Your words are so funny. If hitting someone doesn't hurt, why would you still call it hitting? Baby Wan raised her chin and sneered proudly. It doesn't hurt to hit someone and call it touching. Our baby doesn't want to touch you, you stink. That's right, who cares about you? Several children nearby all joined in. They were Wan Baobao's loyal brothers. You are in cahoots with each other. Birds of a feather. The big boy is quite cultured and can pronounce idioms better than adults. What does he mean? Baby Wan didn't understand. She was only 3 years old and didn't understand such profound idioms. I'm praising you. The older boy raised his lips, and there was a cunning glint in his eyes. They were a group of uneducated little guys, but he was magnanimous and didn't bother with them. You're smart. Remember this from now on. This is our territory. You guys can go play over there. Baby Wan is a child who is very easy to coax. When she heard that she was being praised, she immediately became happy, but she still refused to give an inch. She used a branch to draw a line in the open space downstairs of the family building, dividing it into 2 halves, one large and one small. The large half was naturally her territory, and she generously gave the small half to the older boys. The older boys were all new, and they had originally wanted to try hard to blend in with the other kids in the staff building. But when they saw that the eldest was actually a 3-year-old fat girl, they changed their minds and wanted to change the dynasty and seize the eldest's throne. It's a pity that in the first duel today, the big boy was defeated by Wan Baobao. Why are we given such a small amount? A few new kids were not convinced that they couldn't even play football happily at such a young age. My fist is bigger. Come and fight me if you don't agree. Baby Wan raised her chubby little fist, and the older children didn't dare to say a word. This fat girl hit people so hard, and no one knew what she ate to grow up. Your fist is really big, because you're the fattest. A girl of about 4 or 5 years old retorted unconvincingly. Wenwen, say sorry. The older boy Jiang Zhuiyue shouted at the girl, saying that she was his sister. Even if the fat girl is really fat, there is no need to say it out loud. Still, there is such an insulting tone, which is very uncultured. I'm right, she is fat. Jiang Wen screamed even louder. She was also spoiled by her family when she grew up and had never suffered such injustice. She didn't want an apology. Did I eat your meat? Wan Baobao rushed over with her fists raised, knocked Jiang Wen over in one stroke, then rode on her. In a few strokes, she made Jiang Wen, who was older than her, cry loudly. I'm sorry, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Please forgive her. Jiang Zhuiyue was worried that his sister would be beaten to death by the fat girl, so he quickly apologized humbly and tried to pull them apart. But with a gentle push from Wan Baobao, he was pushed back repeatedly and then sat down on the ground. Click, there was a crisp sound, very loud. Jiang Zhuiyue's face turned pale with pain, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Who was watching the fun on the balcony, went downstairs when Wan Baobao beat Jiang Wen. She said, the little girl was too reckless and didn't want to hurt anyone. Baby hates being told she is fat. She gets angry with anyone who says she is fat. The last time someone said she was fat was by the big-mouth Lu Yuanchao, who had 3 of his beards pulled out by his niece. It hurt so much that he burst into tears. Baby Wan, stop it. Wan Qiqi rushed downstairs and saw Jiang Zhuiyue still sitting on the ground, looking unhappy. Where does it hurt? Wan Qiqi helped him up and asked with concern. My butt hurts, it's okay. Jiang Zhuiyue was actually in a lot of pain, but was too embarrassed to say it because his father once said that a real man should bleed but not cry, and he shouldn't cry out at the slightest pain, as this would make people look down on him. How can you be okay? Your face is pale from the pain. Come, let me carry you to the infirmary. Wan Qiqi bent down, but Jiang Zhuiyue refused. Wan Baobao, who was standing next to them, couldn't bear it anymore, so he came over, picked him up, and put him on his mother's back. Hesitation. Baobao, Wan criticized impatiently, saying that he hated people who were nagging the most. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Wan Qiqi turned around and glared at her. She had warned this girl many times to restrain her strength outside, but she never learned her lesson. Baobao Wan lowered his head guiltily, wondering in his mind whether to go to his grandfather's house or to Grandpa Man's house to avoid disaster. The infirmary was not far from the family building. The doctor examined Jiang Zhuiyue and said with a smile, "It's nothing serious. Your coccyx is slightly dislocated. Bear with it, kid. I'll straighten it out for you." Jiang Zhuiyue nodded, indicating that he was not afraid of pain. But at the moment when his bones were straightened, his screams resounded through the sky and could be heard throughout the entire family compound. Jiang Wen had some scratches on her body, and the doctor applied gentian violet on her. Her face and body were covered with purple spots, like she had epilepsy. When the girl got home and saw her appearance, she felt angry and aggrieved, and cried even more sadly than when she was beaten. After dinner, Wan Qiqi took Wan Baobao and some snacks to the Jiang family on the second floor to apologize. The Jiang family was still having dinner. Captain Jiang was transferred from the Yangqing military region this year. His face was darker than Bao Gong's, and he never smiled. The soldiers were very afraid of him. His wife Ji Shuejuan, however, is well-educated and well-mannered. It is obvious that she comes from a scholarly family and has an intellectual beauty. Ji Shuejuan is an English teacher at HUSD. She used to be from Yangqing University and transferred here with her husband this year. I'm so sorry today. My child didn't use enough force and hurt your child. Wan Qiqi apologized as soon as she entered the room and even pulled out Wan Baobao, who was hiding behind her, and shouted, "Apologize." I'm sorry. I will definitely hold back when I hit you next time. Baobao Wan bowed to Jiang Zhuiyue and apologized sincerely. It's okay. I'm also wrong. Jiang Zhuiyue was so embarrassed that he blushed. After the doctor adjusted his bones, his buttocks didn't hurt anymore. He also reflected on what he did during the day after returning home. He realized that he was also wrong and couldn't blame the fat girl entirely. You were wrong in the first place. First come, first served, don't you know? Baby Wan immediately became proud. It was already very generous of her to give away half of the land. You hit me, and I became ugly. Jiangwen, who was still sad, pointed at her own face and complained. As she spoke, tears began to flow, and the more she cried, the sadder she became. You were the first one to say, I was fat. Bao Wan argued with reason. You are fat. You are ugly too. You are fat. You are ugly. Jiangwen was so angry that she stopped crying. She rushed to Wan Bao, put her hands on her hips, and argued with her. The adults from both families were too lazy to care and just exchanged pleasantries with each other. It's normal for children to fight. My Wenwen is also a troublesome person, Ji Shuejuan said with a smile. My baby is the one who is really worrying. Wan Qiqi said this without any modesty. She was considered naughty when she was a child, but Wan Bao was several times more naughty than her when she was a child. He was really only one step away from being as naughty as Sun Wukong with his golden cudgel. Is your son Zhuiyue still not in school? Wan Qiqi asked with concern, looking like a boy about the same age as Potato. I will be in the first grade in September. Then I can go to the same school as my son and study together. That's great. I was just worried that they don't have any friends here. There are many children in the family building. They will get familiar with each other after a while. You don't need to worry. Wan Qiqi and Ji Shuejuan were chatting very happily. Wan Bao and Jiangwen were arguing so much that they called a truce. Jiang Zhuiyue then invited Wan Bao to have dinner together. The Jiang family's meals are typical Guangzhou style, with steamed sea bass, winter melon and pork rib soup, honey-glazed barbecued pork, and a plate of garlic-fried water spinach. No, there's no chili. Wan Bao refused. She liked spicy food, and the Jiang family's food looked unappetizing. Next time you come to my house, my mother's cooking is delicious. Bao Wan generously invited new friends. As the saying goes, no friendship without fighting. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. The two children quickly became familiar with each other. Jiang Zhuiyue even shared with her the snacks he brought back from Guangzhou. Wan Bao liked them very much and decided to redivide the territory tomorrow to give them more. Jiangwen was pouting beside her, looking very unhappy. She also wanted to go to Ruan's house for dinner, but since Wan Bao didn't invite her, she couldn't go shamelessly. Wan Bao glanced at her and refused to invite her. She hated people who said she was fat the most. Baby, can I bring my sister to your house for dinner? Jiang Zhuiyue saw what his sister was thinking and asked in a low voice. No, I haven't forgiven her yet. Bao Wan raised her head and refused proudly. She is not a magnanimous child. She is very narrow-minded. I don't want to go to your house to eat either. My mother's cooking is better than your mother's. Jiangwen was a little embarrassed and screamed very loudly. Who cares if you go to eat? Bao Wan snorted, turned his head away and ignored him. She didn't want to play with such a childish person and lower her standards. Wan Qiqi didn't say anything. The little girl from the Jiang family also had a bad temper. She was arguing with her daughter. It was better for adults not to interfere when children were quarreling. When they get tired of arguing, they will naturally stop. Actually, I've always wanted to visit you, but I've gone there several times and never met you, Ji Shuejuan said with a smile. Wan Qiqi suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. She asked in surprise, Do you know Shengguanqing? Not only do I know you, Shengguanqing is my old Zhang's cousin. Before coming to Tanzhou, Shengguanqing kept talking about you and asked us to come visit you. How is she now? I haven't seen her for a long time since I returned to Guangzhou. Wan Qiqi was very surprised. After all, they were all familiar faces. The world was indeed a small place. That's great. She will let you go to Guangzhou when you are free and take you to eat all over Guangzhou, Ji Shuejuan said with a smile. Okay, I'll go find her later. Wan Qiqi agreed. Before going to Hong Kong during the summer vacation, she would go to Guangzhou for a few days to see how Shengguanqing was doing. After graduation, Shang Guanqing was transferred back to Yangcheng. Ding Yi was determined to pursue his wife and was also transferred to the 759th branch in Yangcheng. With his unremitting efforts, he finally won her heart. Their daughter is about the same age as Dumplings. Bao Bao Ruan and Jiang Zhuiyue's friendship was fostered through fighting, and their relationship is getting better and better. Jiang Zhuiyue is very good at telling stories, and he has a box full of comic books. Bao Bao Ruan doesn't like reading, but likes listening to stories. Jiang Zhuiyue patiently told her stories, and Ruan Baobao especially loved listening to them. In return, she invited her friends to her home for dinner. In the first few meals, Jiang Zhuiyue cried because of the spicy taste, but after that, he could eat spicy food without batting an eyelid. His stomach changed from being a Guangzhou stomach that could not tolerate spicy food at all to a Tanzhou stomach that could not tolerate spicy food at all. Summer vacation is here. Ruan Qiqi is preparing to leave for Hong Kong. Bao Bao Ruan and his friends said goodbye one by one, but on the way, they also took Jiang Zhuiyue and his sister with them, because the two children missed their grandparents. Jiang was busy with work and Ji Xuejuan had to go to Beijing for a meeting and didn't have time to see him off, so he asked Ruan Qiqi to do it. Although Jiangwen has a somewhat spoiled temper, she is still very cute, and later she and Ruan Baobao become good friends. After arriving in Guangzhou, Ruan Qiqi first booked a hotel and then took the two children to find Shang Guanqing. Received the call, rushed over quickly. After not seeing each other for many years, the two hugged each other when they met. Let Dingy get fat. Ruan Qiqi pinched her waist and found it was thicker and her chin was rounder. It's mainly due to lack of exercise. I've recently resumed training and will lose weight soon. Shang Guanqing was very dissatisfied with her current figure, which was too inflexible, so she started extreme training again, preparing to recover to her peak physical fitness and continue to carry out her mission. She didn't like staying in the office. Keep these tonics, don't get yourself into a stitch in the side while practicing. Ruan Qiqi gave her a bag of medicinal herbs, all of which were produced in the space. Thanks. Shang Guanqing thanked him solemnly. She knew very well that it was all thanks to Ruan Qiqi that she could recover. It is a great favor that needs no thanks. She will remember it for the rest of her life. Thank you for what? Ruan Qiqi rolled her eyes. Shang Guanqing couldn't help but laugh, as if he was back in school again. He I Hong and Du Ziding got married last year. Shang Guanqing mentioned the people in the dormitory, including Yao Kersen, who was also married to Director Zhong. She stayed on campus to work and was doing very well. She believed that things would get better and better in the future. Su Erfing gave birth to two children, a boy and a girl, both of whom were somewhat special. Speaking of Su Erfing's two children, Ruan Qiqi couldn't help laughing. Comrade Xiao Chao wanted to name his son Chao Mingdi, but Su Erfing despised it and named his son Chao Wenyuan. She also named her daughter Chao Wenxi. Both children inherited their parents' differences. The son can control fire, while the daughter has a crow's mouth. Good things don't work, but bad things do. Fortunately, the power is not great, just some minor fights. Otherwise, the lives of Su Erfing and his wife would be in danger. Thinking of Su Erfing's daughter, Ruan Qiqi couldn't help laughing. Every time Ruan Baobao got into trouble, she would think of this little girl and then magically comfort herself. You don't know, the little girl in Su Erfing's family is always good at making bad things happen. She started talking early. She could call people when she was 6 months old, and she was very fluent when she was 1 year old. Once when she was watching TV with her grandparents, a little Japanese soldier fell down the stairs and died. The little girl was so excited that she kept shouting, "My dad will definitely not die. My dad is so awesome." What happened? Shang Guanqing asked curiously. When the little girl said this, her father was just coming down the stairs. He usually could take 6 or 7 steps at a time, but that day he slipped and rolled down from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. Ruan Qiqi couldn't help it and leaned over the table and laughed hard. Is it okay? Shang Guanqing was also very happy. Comrade Xiao Chao was very agile, and it was only a 3-story building. He would definitely be fine. He was fine, but his neck was twisted badly. Xiao Cao's neck was twisted when he talked to people for a week. He and Su Erfing didn't notice it at the time and thought it was an accident. Then something else happened. Wan Qiqi took a sip of tea and continued with a smile. The little girl usually lives with her grandparents. She is very happy every day and speaks in a funny way. When guests came to our house that day, she told them stories. After she finished, she praised herself for telling stories very funny. Every time she told a story to her grandfather, he would laugh out loud. The old man beside him laughed so hard that he actually lost a tooth. Puff, Shang Guanqing was drinking tea and almost spit it out. The Chow family discovered the little girl's ability and then tested it a few more times. It's true that the good ones don't work, but the bad ones do. Fortunately, it won't hurt anyone's life. Su Erfing and his wife gave the little girl 3 rules. From now on, she can only say good things and not bad things. Even if she is unhappy, she can only think about it in her heart and can't say it out loud. How can a 2-year-old girl control herself? Shang Guanqing felt that Su Erfing and his wife were taking things for granted, as children did not have that strong self-control. Of course I can't control it, I always let something slip. Every time the brother and sister quarrel, the brother can't control himself and burns his sister's bangs. The little girl gets really angry and curses her brother to wet his pants, which always works. When the brother and sister are in a good mood, they love each other, but when they quarrel, they are bitter and hate each other. Su Erfing is so worried. Wan Qiqi talked a lot about the chaotic life in the Chow family, so she was still very tolerant of her daughter. After all, her baby Wan would, at most, put bugs in her quilt and soup, fight with other children, or accidentally break someone else's bed and break her grandfather's waist. Unlike the brother and sister of the Chow family, the family was in chaos all the time. Either the brother set fire to the house or the sister accidentally cursed them. Su Erfeng went from being manic in the beginning to being able to face it calmly now. Moreover, the couple can find some fun in it, and their life is getting better and better. Su Erfeng was sometimes bullied by her boss, so she would instruct her daughter to make the boss have a stiff neck or nightmares at night. The next day, she would feel very happy to see the boss' haggard appearance. With her brother's fire control, the family often ate hot pot, and no kerosene was needed. The father and son took turns to light the fire, and Su Erfeng and her mother enjoyed the meal very much. Wan Qiqi told a series of interesting stories about the Chow family, and Shang Guanqing kept her mouth shut the whole time. Since getting married and having children, she looked much friendlier than before, and her face was filled with more smiles. They are truly a match made in heaven. They couldn't be more perfect for each other. Shang Guanqing concluded that no matter who Xiao Chao married, or no matter who Su Erfing married, they would not live as happily as they do now. Of course and the matchmaker, Wan Qiqi, was very proud. She was indeed the best at everything she did. Even as a matchmaker, her performance was excellent. Mom, I don't like Sister Wensi a little bit. Baby Wan, who was concentrating on eating next to him, suddenly interrupted in a serious tone, still eating a snack with his cheeks bulging. Let's talk after we finish eating. Wan Qiqi corrected her. Baby Wan quickened his chewing speed and choked a little. The little boy Jiang Zhuiyue next to him quickly handed him a cup of tea. Shang Guanqing looked at his nephew in surprise. This kid seemed polite but was actually difficult to get along with. He was too lazy to even grow hair. He couldn't even order his eldest brother and sister-in-law around, and yet he took the initiative to serve tea to others? Thanks. Bao Wan took the tea, drank half of it in one gulp, and thanked politely. You're welcome. Jiang Zhuiyue smiled. Wan Qiqi then asked, Aren't you good friends with Sister Wensi? Yes, but sometimes I don't like it a little bit. Wan Bao tilted his head and answered seriously, explaining the reason. I had an argument with my sister Wensi once, and she said that I would get shoot on my hands when I wiped my butt. As a result, I really got shoot on my hands, and they stunk. The little girl raised her chubby paws, shook them vigorously a few times, and wrinkled her nose. Wan Qiqi twitched her lips, moved away from her daughter with a bit of disgust. But I have forgiven her. Bao Wan generously said that he and Sister Wensi are still good friends. After making her complaint, Wan Bao continued to eat her snacks and recommended them to her good friend. She grabbed a piece of snack and handed it to Jiang Zhuiyue. This is super delicious. I don't like snacks, but my baby does. Jiang Zhuiyue looked at her fat paws with a speechless look. They were the paws that had been wiped with shoot. He seemed to smell a little bit of shoot. This snack. I can't eat it at all. Bao Bao Wan didn't know that she was being rejected and thought that Jiang Zhuiyue really didn't like it, so she gave it to her brother. No, eat it yourself. Potato also felt disgusted and refused without hesitation. The 7-year-old Potato is a handsome boy with red lips and white teeth. He looks like Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi. Compared with his lively childhood, the school-age Potato has become much more mature and stable and is the darling of all the teachers and students in the school. Bao Bao Wan ate the snacks happily and finished a whole plate of snacks by herself. They chatted for 2 hours without realizing it. Shang Guanqing had to send Jiang Zhuiyue and his sister to their grandfather's house, so he had to go there early. Wan Qiqi rushed to pay the bill first. Don't talk about being a landlord. I made a small fortune, and I don't know where to spend it. It's up to you to pay the bill, and the red envelope is for the child. Shang Guanqing took out 2 red envelopes and stuffed them into the brother and sister. Thank you, Aunt Qing. The brother and sister accepted the red envelope with both hands in unison. Bao Bao Wan also packed a bag of snacks to take back to the guest house. The little girl is very active, eats 5 or 6 meals a day, and is taller than her peers. Shang Guanqing and Wan Qiqi were not going the same way, so they separated at the entrance of the tea house and agreed to visit the tourist attractions in Guangzhou together tomorrow. The 4 children were also reluctant to say goodbye. Jiang Wen liked Brother Potato very much and warmly invited him to visit her home. My grandma cooks delicious food, and my grandpa sings opera beautifully. I'll visit you again later. Potato refused. He didn't like playing with younger children because they were too noisy. Especially when Jiang Wen and her sister get together, they will start quarreling within 3 minutes, and his ears are about to explode. Jiang Zhuiyue also felt the same way. The 2 brothers looked at each other with mutual sympathy and left, pulling their respective sisters away. On the way to the guest house, baby Wan kept chirping like a happy little oriole. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at a pair of ragged grandparents and grandchildren standing on the side of the road. An old lady was walking unsteadily, rummaging through a trash can. Next to her was a little boy of about 3 or 4 years old. Both the grandparents and grandchildren were very dirty, smelled bad, and were extremely thin. The little girl hesitated for a few seconds, but still walked over, opened the package of snacks she had packed from the tea house, took out a piece of snack and handed it to the boy. The boy swallowed hard, put his dirty fingers into his mouth and licked them, but he didn't dare to take the snack. There was a clean and pretty little girl who gave him a piece of biscuit. He took it, but was beaten by the girl's mother, who rushed over and called him a thief. The matter was only settled after his grandmother kowtowed to him and apologized. Stop licking them. Your hands are dirty and will get bugs. Baby Wan felt a little disgusted by what she saw and kindly reminded the boy. The boy took out his hand embarrassedly and lowered his head in inferiority. The girl in front of him was cleaner and prettier than the last time, and he felt ashamed of himself. Hurry up and answer it, my hands are sore. Wan Bao Bao urged him, but the boy was hesitant. He was really hungry and wanted to eat this delicious-looking snack, but he didn't dare. An old lady who was rummaging through the garbage noticed it and came over to scold him in the local dialect. The boy defended himself aggrievedly. I didn't want it. That's right, I'll go back and cook noodles for you. The old lady's eyes became approving. She said that although people may be poor, they should still be ambitious, and they should not develop the habit of asking for things. Little girl, take it back, we don't want it. The old lady spoke the local dialect, which Wan Bao Bao couldn't understand. She thought they thought the amount was too little, so she handed over the whole bag of snacks, including the red envelope she had just received in her pocket. All for you. Bao Bao Wan put the snacks and red envelopes on the ground, then stepped back a few steps and motioned for the grandparents and grandchildren to take them. Wan Qiqi didn't want to get involved in the child's affairs, but when she saw the old lady seemed to be leaving, she walked over and said, My daughter has no ill intentions. She just wants to share delicious snacks with your grandson. The old lady's expression changed, but her attitude was still firm. We don't need you to share. We are poor, but we are ambitious. Being poor is only temporary. As the old saying goes, things change over time. Who knows? Maybe your grandson will be very successful in the future. We just came to Guangzhou to have fun. We have no other intentions. Wan Qiqi didn't say much, nor did she pick up the snacks and red envelopes on the ground. She smiled at the grandparents and grandchildren, then turned around and left with the two children. You don't want the stuff anymore? The old lady shouted. Leave it to those in need. Wan Qiqi replied, and Wan Baobao turned his head, waved vigorously at the grandparents and grandchildren, and said loudly, The snacks are delicious. The old lady's face was moved. No matter how sensitive she was, she could feel that Wan Qiqi and her daughter were different from the people who had bullied them before. They really wanted to help them. She picked up the red envelope and snacks on the ground. The red envelope was a bit thick. She opened it and found 50 yuan inside. She was so scared that she looked around quickly and was relieved when she saw that no one was there. Go home. The old lady didn't even pick up the trash and ran home quickly, dragging her grandson. After returning home, she slammed the door shut. Only then did she feel relieved. She counted the money 3 times again, and it was indeed 50 yuan. As a mother, you are so careless. How can you give your child so much money? The old lady thought that Wan Qiqi didn't know that there was so much money in the red envelope, so she decided to go find someone and return the red envelope to the owner later. Grandma, can I have some snacks? The boy asked hesitantly. He was so hungry.
Eat it.
The old lady finally gave in, and the boy happily took a piece of dessert and stuffed it into her hands. Grandma, eat it. I don't like it, you eat it. The old lady didn't eat it, and the boy didn't believe her, so she had to take a bite, and then the boy ate it. Seeing the boy eating snacks with gusto, the old lady couldn't help but sigh. Poor child, he never had a good day with her. She didn't know if the child's mother had found his father.
Well,
Wan Qiqi bought another bag of snacks for her daughter to prevent the little girl from going hungry. After receiving the snacks, Wan Baobao suddenly asked, Mom, am I hypocritical? Of course not, you are so honest. Wan Qiqi was a little surprised. She didn't expect her daughter to ask such a question. How could she know about hypocrisy at such a young age? Of hers has absolutely nothing to do with hypocrisy. Are you confusing puffiness with hypocrisy? And you're not puffy, you're solid. As an older brother, Potato is always teasing his younger sister. If it were in the past, Wan Baobao would definitely have fought with her brother. She hated being told that she was fat, and she would not allow anyone to say that, except her mother, whom she revered. But today, Baobao Wan was not in the mood to make a fuss. She was still thinking deeply about the problem. But I feel like I'm a bit hypocritical. I just felt disgusted with my grandma and brother because they were dirty, and I didn't want to run into them, but I also wanted to help them. Baby Wan is not able to speak long sentences yet, and he speaks haltingly. She should have actually stuffed the snacks and red envelopes into her grandmother's hands, but she thought they were dirty and just put them on the ground. Thinking about it afterwards, she felt that she was a bit hypocritical. This is not hypocrisy. This is human nature. My mother also finds it dirty. Wan Qiqi counseled her daughter that she could not have physical contact with the grandparents and grandchildren. Those who could do so were either doing it for a show or were truly kind people. Mom too? Baby Ruan's eyes lit up. Right. Wan Qiqi nodded. I know. I will help them when I see them next time. Baby Ruan untied the knot in his heart and turned back into a happy little yellow oriole, skipping and jumping in front. After having breakfast at the guest house the next day, the family of 3 reunited with Shang Guanqing's mother and daughter. The daughter was named Shang Guanxian. Because Shang Guanqing's parents had both passed away and she had no brothers, Dingy took the initiative to let his daughter take her mother's surname and inherit the Shangguan family's bloodline. Anyway, his 2 younger brothers both had grandchildren, and his parents agreed. Shangguan Xian is a smaller version of Shangguan Qing. She is very steady despite her young age. She also inherited her father's speed ability and can run faster than a flash of smoke. Even her parents combined cannot catch up with her. Every time they arrive at a scenic spot, Shangguanqing always reminds her daughter, "Don't go too far." The little girl would guarantee very seriously that she had already run more than 10 laps in Yangcheng and had no interest. Wan Baobao and Shangguanxian hit it off right away and soon became good friends without saying a word. Of course, Wan Baobao was the one who talked and Shangguanxian listened throughout the whole process. Although Shangguanxian is 1 year younger, she looks more like an older sister with her steady appearance, while Wan Baobao is chattering like a younger sister. After a day of sightseeing, they had visited most of the attractions in Yangqing City. After having dinner outside, Wan Qiqi took the 2 children back to the guest house. Lu Yi and Manzai would come a few days later. "Mom, I want to play with the baby." Little Shangguanxian didn't want to go home. She wanted to go to the other side to play with her baby. It's a pity that her speed ability is only useful on land and not in the sea. Otherwise, she would have run over to play by herself long ago. "Aunt Qing, I also want to play with Sister Xianxian." Baobao Wan grabbed Shangguanqing's hand and begged for mercy. Wan Qiqi also promised to take good care of the little girl, so Shangguanqing had no choice but to agree and warned his daughter, "Don't run around. If you get lost, your father and I won't look for you." "No." Shangguanxian repeatedly assured that she would never run around. Shangguanqing sent them back to the guest house and went home by himself. Baobao Wan was clamoring for snacks, so Wan Qiqi had to take the 3 children to a nearby store to buy some. As soon as they reached the alley, an old lady rushed over and stopped them. "Finally found it. I'm returning this red envelope to you. There's 50 yuan in it." The old lady looked much cleaner than yesterday. Obviously, she had cleaned up specially, but there were a few footprints on her patched shirt, which looked like someone had kicked her. "I know how much money there is. My daughter gave it to you. Take it." Wan Qiqi was not surprised. The red envelope given by Shangguanqing would definitely not be small, and the red envelope handed over by Tudo also contained 50 yuan. "No, I'll take 50 cents, but $50 is too much. I can't afford it." The old lady refused resolutely, saying that she could not earn more than 50 yuan after picking up garbage for a whole year. "You don't have to pay it back. Use the money to buy some meat to nourish your body. If you are healthy, your grandson will have someone to rely on. Otherwise, if you are sick, he will be left alone and helpless, which will be even more pitiful." Wan Qiqi didn't want to know about the past of this pair of grandparents and grandchildren. It was nothing more than a sad story. There were too many poor people in the world. She would help them when she saw them, and that was all. "Grandma." A handsome boy ran out of the alley. After washing himself, he looked completely different from the day before. He was now a very handsome child. However, there were footprints on the boy's body and slap marks on his face, which showed that the grandfather and grandson had been beaten not long ago. The old lady's eyes turned red, and her expression was moved by what Wan Qiqi said. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She glanced at the alley next to her and asked quietly, "Comrade, can I have a word with you?" Wan Qiqi was very curious, so she followed the old lady into the alley. "Comrade, are you going there? Don't get me wrong, I won't tell anyone else. I just want you to help me find someone." The old lady pointed to the other side of the river. When she saw Wan Qiqi for the first time, she knew that she was related to the other side of the river. Because the clothes Wan Qiqi was wearing and the bag she was carrying could only be bought on the other side of the strait. Although she was a poor old woman, she had worked as a maid in a wealthy family before and had some vision. "Who do you want to ask about?" Wan Qiqi didn't admit it, but she didn't deny it either. "The man from the Wu family is called Wu Yuda. He is 28 years old, and his wife is called Dai Wenqi. She is 23 or 24 years old. The Wu family is a wealthy family. It is easy to find out more about them," said the old lady. "What is the relationship between Wu Yuda and Wu Yuntao?" Wan Qiqi asked. "Do you know Wu Yuntao?" The old lady's cloudy eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. "I don't know you, but I've heard of you for a long time. The Wu family is considered one of the top wealthy families in Hong Kong, and Wu Yuntao is the current head of the family." Judging from the old lady's reaction, her grandson's background must be complicated. Wu Yuda is Wu Yuntao's nephew, and this poor child is Wu Yuntao's great-nephew. Sure enough, the old lady revealed the boy's life experience. She had been feeling worse and worse recently and was worried that he wouldn't last much longer. She wanted to find relatives for the child, otherwise she would not be able to die in peace. Let's eat together and talk while we eat. Wan Chi invited the grandparents and grandchildren to have dinner at the restaurant. Today, the grandparents and grandchildren were clean and tidy, so it was okay for them to have dinner together. She even specifically requested a private room so that they could talk more conveniently. Drink some soup first to warm your stomach. Don't be in a hurry. There's plenty of time.
Thank you.
We haven't had such delicious food for a long time. The old lady thanked him sincerely. She had some savings, but she and her children got sick last year and all her money was gone. She could only pick up garbage to make a living. It's nothing. It just makes the children suffer. The grandparents and grandchildren ate very politely and had good table manners, completely different from the dirty look they had yesterday. Eating until she was about 70% full, the old lady began to tell the story. I used to work as a servant in the Wu family. The master at that time was Wu Yuntao's father. Master Wu was worried about the changing situation, so he arranged for his second son, Wu Yuntao, to live across the street. The eldest son, who is this child's grandfather, stayed in Yangcheng. Alas, needless to say, we can guess what happened next. The eldest son and his family, who stayed behind, suffered misfortune. Mr. Wu was old and passed away within 2 years. The eldest son and his family went to a farm in the northwest, where they lived a miserable life. The eldest son knew that he could not just sit there and wait for death, and he had to leave incense for the first house, so he asked his son Wu Yuda to go to the other side of the river to find his second uncle's family. I don't know whether the young master made it to the other side. Half a year later, the child's mother came to us with a big belly. The eldest master and his wife had both passed away. Before she died, she left a message asking her to go to the other side to find the young master. I don't know how she got here.
Alas.
The old lady wiped away tears as she talked about the past and continued, after giving birth, she went to the other side without even taking a month off. Before she left, she told me that as long as she could get a foothold on the other side, she would ask someone to send me money. But I received money in the first year, but not after that. I don't know what happened to them. She is more worried about now is the safety of Wu Yuda and his wife. To be honest, she is not sure about Wu Yuntao's character. She has worked as a maid in the Wu family for more than 20 years, and the person she can't stand the most is Wu Yuntao, who is sweet-mouthed, treacherous, two-faced, and cruel. Unlike the eldest young master's family, they are all honest and kind people and are also nice to their servants. Wan Chi frowned slightly. She remembered that something had indeed happened to the Wu family. 3 years ago, a nephew of the Wu family was driving when his brakes suddenly failed, causing the car to crash and the driver to die. This nephew had a very low presence in the Wu family and was only mentioned briefly in the newspapers. Moreover, the Wu family members were not sad, and Wu Yuntao's children continued to live a life of debauchery. Even Wu Yuntao himself, during the days when his nephew died, was still playing golf with his friends and looked in a very good mood. Moreover, Wan Chi knew that the death of this nephew was planned by Wu Yuntao. He was afraid that his nephew would divide the family property, so he tampered with the car and killed him. All this information was heard from Shu Shu. The reason why she could remember it so clearly was because Wu Yuntao was so vicious that Wan Chi was deeply impressed. How many brothers does Wu Yuntao have? Wan Chi wanted to confirm whether the dead nephew was Wu Yuda. They are just 2 brothers, comrade. Do you know anything? The old lady had a bad feeling in her heart. I only know that there is no such person as Dai Wenqi in the Wu family, and that Wu Yuntao is insidious and cunning, not a good person. In front of the children, Wan Chi spoke very cryptically, believing that the old lady would understand. The old lady's face changed drastically. She threw her chopsticks on the ground and said to her grandson, Anzi, go get Grandma a pair of chopsticks.
Okay.
The boy ran out to get the chopsticks. Wan Chi whispered, 3 years ago, when Wu Yuda was driving, the brakes failed and the car was destroyed, killing the driver. The incident was left unresolved. It must have been that beast Wu Yuntao who did this. He was born to a concubine, and he could only get 30% of the Wu family's property at most. Before his death, Master Wu left a letter asking him to give 70% of the property he brought with him to the young master. This beast is so evil. He must not die a good death. The old lady covered her face and cried. If she had known the result would be like this, she would have let the young master stay in Yangcheng and live a hard life with her. Grandma, here are the chopsticks for you. Anzi brought the chopsticks and saw the old lady's face was covered with tears. Her face changed color and she asked anxiously, Grandma, is there something wrong with my father and mother? The old lady didn't know what to say and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Are Mom and Dad dead? Anzi suddenly sighed, revealing a sadness that was not befitting of his age. The old lady couldn't hold back any longer and hugged him and cried. The boy didn't cry. Instead, he seemed very calm and patted the old lady's back gently with his little hands. Wan Qiqi developed a strong interest in this child. He seemed to be a promising talent, and she hated that jerk Wu Yuntao, so she made a decision. Would you like to face off with us? I'll find some awesome parents for Anzi. Wan Qiqi asked very seriously. Xia Tao didn't know whether she could have a child, so she simply gave Anzi to her as a son, raised him well, and then went to take back the Wu family's property. The old lady was so shocked that she stopped crying. She looked stunned and couldn't think straight for a moment. After a long while, she asked cautiously, Go to the other side? Yes, I will take you there and find a powerful parent for Anzi. They are both very good people and will train Anzi well. When he grows up, Anzi will go and take back his property himself. How do you think? Wan Qiqi repeated it. The old lady's eyes brightened instantly. If she could really find powerful parents for Anzi, she would definitely be able to go with peace of mind. She didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable trust in the beautiful mother and daughter in front of her, and she intuitively felt that they would not lie to her. Besides, she is a poor old woman, and there is no benefit in cheating her. But it's very troublesome to get to the other side. I'm an old woman, and I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you. The old lady was very conflicted. Although she trusted Wan Qiqi, she still wanted to see Anzi's new parents with her own eyes so that she could feel at ease. Anzi is the only descendant of the eldest young master's family. She has to entrust the child to a good person, otherwise she will not be able to explain to the eldest young master when she goes to the underworld. Since I dare to agree, I naturally have the ability to take you there. Will it be in time to set off the day after tomorrow? Wan Qiqi asked. It's still in time.
Thank you.
Let me kowtow to you. The old lady was also decisive and made a decision immediately. She pulled Anzi to kneel down, but was supported by Wan Qiqi, but she had to accept Anzi's kneeling. She asked the grandparents and grandchildren to pack their things and come to the guest house to find her. I'll come over in the evening. The old lady was very excited. She never expected that she would receive such a big surprise just when she came to return the red envelope. That night, the grandparents and grandchildren came to the guest house as expected, and Wan Qiqi booked a room for them. She had a 759 work permit, which was recognized by all departments across the country and was very convenient. The old lady felt more relieved when she saw that the staff of the guest house were respectful to Wan Qiqi. The next day, Wan Qiqi took them to the beach. The sea tide was high in the evening. The waves were rolling in waves, and the sea breeze had a salty and fishy smell, which felt a little cold when it blew on people. Anzi shivered, and the old lady hugged him tightly, but both the grandmother and grandson were too thin, and even if they hugged each other, they could not get much warmth. For you, Bao Wan took off her coat and put it on Anzi. You'll be cold. I don't need it. Anzi wanted to give it back to her, but Wan Bao refused. I am not afraid of the cold. She didn't want to wear the coat in the first place, but her mother forced her to wear it, so she had to put it on. She felt more comfortable after taking it off. Anzi was still hesitating, and Potato said, Put it on. My sister is really not afraid of the cold. Baby, you guys wait here. Mom and I are going to drive the boat. Potato asked his sister to go to the corner with Wan Qiqi to drive a boat. In fact, the boat was placed in the space and often traveled back and forth between the two banks. Wan Chichi simply put a boat in the space, which was much more convenient. I know. Bao Bao Wan nodded obediently and told Anzi considerately, you should stand a little closer to this side. The tide is coming in, and your shoes will get wet. You know a lot. Anzi looked at her with worshipful eyes, but felt very ashamed inside. His sister is younger than him, but he is inferior to her in everything. After he goes to the other side, he will learn skills from his new parents, avenge his parents when he grows up, and make his grandmother live a good life by buying her favorite roast goose every day. Every time my grandma passed by a roast goose shop, she would stop for a while, take a few breaths of the aroma, and joked that the aroma could go well with a bowl of white porridge. If you read more books, you will understand a lot. Bao Bao Erwan raised her round chin modestly and spoke in an adult tone.
Okay. Anzi nodded obediently.
He loved reading. Sometimes his grandmother would pick up some tattered comic books and bring them back for him to read. He really wanted to read a clean and complete comic book. There was a bookstore in the alley. He paid 1 cent to read comic books in the store for a day. He often dreamed that he had 1 cent and went to the bookstore to read comic books for a day. He was very happy in his dreams. Wan Chichi and Tudo came over in a boat. It was late at night, and there was no one around, so they were the only ones at the beach. After everyone got on the boat, Wan Chichi sailed to the other side. The grandparents and grandchildren looked at Guangzhou getting farther and farther away, feeling as if they were in a dream. Wan Chichi was able to reach the other side easily, even though they tried their best. They must have met a noble person. It was almost dawn. They arrived at the Xiangjiang River smoothly. After everyone got off the boat, Wan Chichi drove to a secluded place and put it into the space. Having breakfast nearby, Wan Chichi took the grandparents and grandchildren back to their residence halfway up the mountain. They had not slept the whole night, so they had to catch up on some sleep. Sister, you guys are here. No wonder my left eyelid was twitching yesterday. Ah Xiang, who got up early every day, greeted them warmly. Seeing the unfamiliar grandparents and grandchildren, she did not ask many questions. Take them to the guest room and find a few sets of clothes that Potato wore when he was a child. Wan Chichi ordered.
Okay.
Ah Xiang nodded and took the somewhat uneasy grandparents and grandchildren to the guest room. Seeing that the old lady had difficulty walking, she offered to support her. Thank you for your help. The old lady thanked him repeatedly. Ever since she arrived in Hong Kong, she had a sense of unreality and was worried that it was just a dream. When she woke up, she and Anzi would have to face a life of poverty again. Grandma, don't be polite with me. My name is Ah Xiang and the other one is my sister Ah Hong. If you have any problem, just come to us. Ah Xiang spoke in a warm tone and did not show any disdain at all because the clothes on the grandparents and grandchildren were shabby. She was like this before she met Mrs. Ruan, no different from a grandparent and grandchild. The guest room was cleaned every day and could be moved in directly. Ah Xiang found Potato's childhood clothes and her own clothes and asked the grandparents and grandchildren to change into them. You must be tired. Take a shower first and then have a good sleep. After Ah Xiang had made all the arrangements, she left, considerately closing the door. Old Lady Su Gaifeng touched the snow-white bedsheets, which were made of pure cotton and extremely soft. The furniture in the room was also very high-end. The Wu family had a house like this before. Although she was a servant, she lived a relatively good life because she was the eldest young lady's wife's personal servant. She didn't have to do physical work, and her food and drink were no different from those of the host family. Anzi, you should be a young master living in a big house. Remember my words. Don't go to Wu Yuntao before you learn how to do this. Su Gaifeng's eyes were filled with hatred. Wu Yuntao was too vicious, and Anzi was too weak, so they could only endure the deep blood feud. I remember it. Anzi nodded seriously, his little face full of determination. After staying at Wan Chichi's place for one night, both the grandparents and grandchildren were in great spirits. Wan Chichi first called Xia Tao at the couple's residence, but no one answered. Then he called the restaurant again. Gon's mother answered the phone and shouted in a loud voice, Gon's restaurant. Do you want to order food? I'm Wan Chi-Chi. Is Xia Tao here? Chi-Chi, I'm here. Tao. Chi-Chi is looking for you. Gon's mother cried out in surprise and then yelled upstairs. In less than 30 seconds, a white shadow floated down the stairs like a ghost, and Xia Tao with disheveled hair appeared in front of Gon's mother. Tao, why don't you wear the new pajamas I bought for you? They are so pretty. Gon's mother looked at her daughter-in-law's tattered pajamas with a speechless look. She had no idea how many years she had worn them, and they had several patches on them. But Tao was reluctant to throw them away, as the family wasn't short of money. What a waste! Xia Tao explained with a cold face, took the phone and said coldly, "If you have anything to say it now." Calls early in the morning is a jerk. She was already in a good mood by not cursing at them. Your Gon Defa can't satisfy you? Why are you so angry? Wan Chi-Chi made a joke, saying that after so many years of marriage, his temper had not improved at all. Hang up. Xia Tao hung up as soon as she said she would, then floated upstairs and prepared to continue sleeping. Last night she watched The Legend of Chu Liuxiang and accidentally watched it until dawn. It was Gon Defa who couldn't stand it anymore and forced her to go to bed. I had just fallen asleep when I was woken up by the phone.
It was not a serious matter.
Xia Tao planned to call Wan Chi-Chi in the middle of the night tomorrow to return the favor. Wan Chi-Chi listened to the beeping sound in the microphone, smiled helplessly, and called again. Tao, it must be someone looking for you. Answer the phone. Gon's mother was busy in the kitchen and yelled upstairs. Xia Tao stared at the phone for a few seconds, then floated down with gritted teeth, answered the phone and threatened, "Don't blame me for being rude if you don't have anything to do. How's your stomach feeling now?" Wan Chi-Chi asked directly, without any hesitation. There was silence on the phone for a long time before Xia Tao's voice came. No movement, so let it be. The fool refused to divorce. The doctor told her that it would be difficult for her to have children. She filed for a divorce and was scolded by Gon Defa's family. Then the same family came one after another to comfort her. It has never been easy for our Gon family to have children. We didn't have Fa Zai until 5 years after we got married. We prayed to the gods, went abroad, and tried everything. In the 5th year, we decided that if we couldn't get pregnant again, we would go to an orphanage to adopt a child. And then Fa Zai came. Tao, husband and wife, mother and child, and father and son are all fate. If it's yours, it will come sooner or later. If it's not yours, you won't get it even if you wait 10,000 years. Father Gon told the true story of the old couple. You and Fa Zai are meant to be together, so how can you divorce over such a small matter? That's so irresponsible. I consulted a fortune teller, and he said you are destined to have 2 sons and a daughter. The fortune teller is very wise, and he said that the time must not have come yet. Don't worry. Gon's mother had great trust in the master she found and was certain that she would have 2 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. Is it possible that the 2 sons and 1 daughter were born to another woman? Xia Tao analyzed calmly that her land was not good, so how could she grow crops? Pooh. What are you talking about? It's you and Fa Zai who are born. You are a match made in heaven. You are to spend the rest of your lives together. That's what the master said. Gon's mother spat a few times. She only recognized Xia Tao as her daughter-in-law. And wait a few more years. If there is still no sign of movement, we will adopt the child from the orphanage. The grace of giving birth to a child is greater than the grace of raising one. As long as the child eats our Gon family's food and sleeps in our Gon family's bed, he or she is our Gon family's child. Gon's mother comforted them. Although she really wanted a biological grandchild, she had experienced the pain of childbirth firsthand, so she didn't want to put pressure on Xia Tao. Even if she can't give birth, it doesn't matter. An adopted grandson is still a biological grandson. She and the old man are very open-minded about it. Gon Defa even said fiercely that he would never divorce her even if he died. It didn't matter whether they had children or not. What mattered was that his wife must be Xia Tao. So, the marriage did not end in divorce, and they have been married for 4 years now. Xia Tao and Gon Defa had discussed it and decided to persist for 5 years, just like Gon's father and mother had done. If there was no further movement, they would go to an orphanage to adopt a child. Wan Qiqi's voice came from the phone. I found a son for you. He has good qualifications and carries a deep blood feud. You must be interested. The whole family was wiped out. Xia Tao was indeed interested. Life in Hong Kong was pretty good, and being a principal was interesting. The only bad thing was that it was too dull. Shangjiang is a small place with not much excitement. She feels that her life now is too dull, and she misses her life in 759. Almost.
I'll bring it over now.
We'll have lunch at your house. You can prepare some delicious dishes. Wan Qiqi unceremoniously assigned Xia Tao to do some work. Since she brought such a grown-up son here, it was only natural for her to have a big meal. After hanging up the phone, Xia Tao no longer felt sleepy. She went upstairs to change her clothes, went to the kitchen to say hello to Gon's mother, and then went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Buy more ribs and shrimps. Potatoes, and babies love them. Gon's mother advised. No. Xia Tao responded and went out with a basket of vegetables. The neighbors she met along the way greeted her warmly, with a hint of respect in their enthusiasm. Xia Tao, who had just got married, did not receive recognition from the people in Lianhua Street. Some people thought she was pretty and thin and easy to bully, so they spoke to her impolitely, and some men even spoke to her in a flirtatious manner. The result was that these men had their limbs broken by Xia Tao and happily received a month-long luxurious vacation in the hospital. Before I was discharged from the hospital, Gon Defa taught me a lesson again. The hospital's luxury vacation package was successfully upgraded, and I could stay for another month. Later, a few more things happened, and everyone witnessed Xia Tao's terrifying fighting power. No one dared to underestimate her anymore. When they saw her from afar, they would greet her and were more respectful to her than to Gon Defa. Xia Tao went to the pork stall and picked out a few pounds of the tenderest ribs. The pork owner chopped the ribs skillfully and held the scale high when weighing them, not daring to shortchange her at all. Have you been gambling again recently? Xia Tao asked casually. The pork seller's hand trembled, and the sharp knife almost chopped his hand. He replied tremblingly, No. No, I have already quit. You don't beat your wife anymore? Absolutely not. Now she is the one who beats me. The pork seller pulled open his collar in grievance. There was a bloody mark on his neck, which was scratched by his wife last night. Ever since he was severely punished by Xia Tao, the woman in his family, who didn't even dare to speak loudly, became like a tigress possessed by a tigress. She became hideous and not only scolded him, but also hit him. He didn't dare to fight back because Xia Tao said that if he dared to hit his wife again, she would cut him into pieces and throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. Your skin isn't even broken. Why are you being so pretentious? Xia Tao glared with disdain. Until now, she still hated men, but the 2 men from the Gon family were added to her list of those she didn't hate. The pork shop owner shut up aggrievedly, weighed the ribs neatly, and asked attentively, Today's raw intestines, fallopian tubes, are good. Do you want to weigh some for soup? It's very nutritious. Are you mocking me for not being able to have children? Xia Tao's face turned cold, and she looked at him creepily.
No.
No, I don't have the guts to do that, I swear to God. The pork shop owner was regretting so much that his intestines turned green. He really wanted to slap himself. Why did he talk so much? This evil woman just bought ribs by weighing them. Why did he have to carry raw intestines? Xia Tao snorted coldly and carried a few pounds of ribs to the fish stall next door. The pork seller sat down and wiped his sweat vigorously. Darn it, he was one of the 10 tigers of Lotus Street and was very famous.
But now he was bullied by a zich.
It would be embarrassing if the news got out. Other stalls were happy to watch the fun. Xia Tao was a bit fierce, but she was doing her job. If she hadn't intervened, the pork owner would have been ruined. Among those who are addicted to gambling, does not end up with their family broken up? The pork boss hated Xia Tao, but his wife was very grateful to Xia Tao. She would give her gifts during every festival and speak well of Xia Tao to everyone she met. Xia Tao bought a basket full of vegetables. Defa came back at noon. He acted as the chef and cooked a large table of delicious dishes. The Gon family didn't know that there would be a big surprise at this time. Xia Tao didn't tell them because she hadn't decided whether to adopt the child. She would not accept a child who didn't suit her taste, no matter how outstanding he was. But she couldn't say exactly what it meant to be compatible, and she would only know after meeting them. Gedang pa gan, gedang ma gan, un so gan, on tao, zazu misme. As soon as Ruan Baobao got off the car, he rushed into the tea restaurant, chirping happily like a little yellow oriole. I miss you so much, like Grandma hugged me. Gon's mother couldn't stop smiling. She picked up Ruan Baobao and was very satisfied with the heavy feeling of the baby. Not bad, you're not hungry. I eat 3 bowls of rice for every meal. Baby Ruan stretched out 3 chubby fingers, looking very proud. You're so good. Today we have your favorite prawns and pork ribs. Where's your brother? Gon's mother put the little girl on the ground. She was too heavy and her hands were sore from holding her for so long. For a long time, immediately hugged the girl. He actually wanted to have a daughter as cute as Ruan Baobao, but he never told Xia Tao for fear of adding to her pressure. My brother is outside. I'll introduce you to a new friend. Baby Ruan slipped out of his hand, ran to the door, and led the somewhat timid Anzi in. Anzi was wearing Potato's childhood clothes. He had eaten well and gotten enough sleep these past few days, so his complexion had improved a lot. Although he was still very thin, he had delicate eyebrows and eyes, and was very beautiful. Ruan Chichi was talking to Su Gaifeng at the door. It's them. The man is the principal of Jiada School, and the woman is the dean of studies. They are also the leaders of the Glory Gang. Even if Wu Yuntao knew about Anzi's existence, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Thank you for finding such good parents for Anzi. Comrade Ruan, can you take me with you when you return? Su Gaifeng was completely relieved. This family all loved children and were powerful enough to protect Anzi. She felt at ease. Why do you want to go back? Is this place not good? Ruan Chichi didn't understand. Picking up garbage in Guangzhou didn't make much money, but picking up garbage in Hong Kong could at least fill her stomach. Of course, she wouldn't let Su Gaifeng pick up trash. At most, she could just live with her and keep Ah Xiang and Ah Hong company. She had so much money that she didn't mind feeding one more mouth to feed. Su Gaifeng is a man of noble character. He has devoted all his energy to raising the children of his former employer. He is a very good person, and Ruan Chichi is willing to help. It's great here, but I can't burden Anzi, so let's go back to Guangzhou. Su Gaifeng smiled and said that she could live alone no matter what. Ah Xiang is going to the company soon. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house and work with Ah Hong. Ruan Chichi spoke sincerely. Ah Xiang graduated from night school and also interned at Gon Defa's company for a year. She did a good job and would be hired as a full-time employee this year. I don't have an ID card. It will implicate you. It's a small matter. It's settled. Ruan Chichi smiled indifferently. The ID card was not a problem at all. Come in. I'll introduce you to them. Ruan Chichi brought the surprised Su Gaifeng in. The Gon family liked Anzi very much and asked him all kinds of questions. When they learned that Anzi's parents were both gone, they all sighed. Potato, go play outside for a while. Ruan Chichi sent 4 children away. The 7-year-old Potato was very steady and could take good care of his younger siblings. Anzi's surname is Wu, and his name is Wu Onbai. Wu Yuntao is his uncle. Ruan Chichi explained Anzi's life story in detail. Wu Yuntao's business has been growing bigger and bigger over the years. He also frequently attends various public events and is a household name in Hong Kong. What did I say? This guy has triangular eyes and looks sinister when he looks at people. He is definitely not a good person. I guess I was right. Gon's mother slapped her thigh, excitedly. She had seen Wu Yuntao several times on TV and disliked him very much. Was this child's mother also harmed by Wu Yuntao? Gon's father asked. It's still unclear. His mother crossed the sea to look for her husband before she finished her confinement. Her whereabouts are unknown. I think she is in grave danger. Ruan Chichi hasn't investigated Anzi's mother's situation yet, but she can guess that it's not very good. It is very difficult for a beautiful and fragile woman to cross the sea alone. Fa Zai, go and look for him, he is a poor man. Father Gon sighed. Once we find them, we will take good care of them and reunite them as mother and child. Gon's mother also sighed, feeling very conflicted. She hoped that Anzi's mother would be safe, but she couldn't bear to leave Anzi. Are there any photos? Gonda asked. Some. Su Gaifeng took out a handkerchief wrapped in layers from his pocket. Inside was a photo of a beautiful and fragile woman holding a baby, her eyes full of sorrow. Before I left, I took them to a photo studio to take pictures so they could keep a memory of themselves. Su Gaifeng's voice was choked with sobs. She had a premonition at that time that it would be dangerous for Anzi's mother to go to Hong Kong. She tried to persuade her against it, but Anzi's mother insisted on going. I'll give the order right away. As long as she's in Hong Kong, we'll definitely find her. Gon Defa guaranteed that the Glory Gang is now the undisputed largest gang in Hong Kong. All other gangs have been merged by him, and he has also expanded a lot of territory in the United States. Thank you for your help. I don't know how to repay you. Su Gaifeng wanted to kowtow again, but was held down by Xia Tao.
Don't kneel down all the time.
Women's knees are also precious. Xia Tao's tone was very serious. This is what she said to the girls in school. She also set up a martial arts class. Boys could take it voluntarily, but girls were required to take it. Jeddah School has sent a group of college entrance examination candidates, and its admission rate ranks third in the city, which shocked many people. Many parents have taken the initiative to send their children here, especially parents of girls. Because something happened at Jeddah School 2 years ago. 3 high school girls went to a friend's birthday party on a weekend night. They came back a little late and met a few thugs on the way. The result was that the thugs were beaten to a bloody mess. If the police had not arrived, they would probably have lost their lives. The police believed that the 3 girls had acted in excessive self-defense and asked them to compensate the gangster for his medical expenses. The girls' parents also agreed. They were very lucky that their daughter was not hurt, so it was no big deal to pay some money. But Xia Tao refused to give up. She hired the most expensive gold medal lawyer in Hong Kong, who left the police speechless. In the end, she sent the 3 bruised and battered gangsters to prison for 3 years. Hong Kong is a place of debauchery and extravagance, and girls are bullied every day. Citizens often read news about girls being used in newspapers, and they're used to it. But now, 3 girls have successfully fought back, and the school leaders have hired a top lawyer to defend them. The citizens immediately remembered Guardian, and Guardian School also became famous overnight. The school has a high rate of admission, the teachers are protective of their students, the principal is the boss of the Glory Gang, and his lackeys are school security guards. Which school has such a grand appearance? From then on, Gon Defa no longer had to worry about the enrollment of Jeddah School, as it was always full every year. After the Gon family learned about Anzi's situation, they decided to adopt Anzi first and wait until they found his mother. 3 days later, Anzi's mother got the news that Gon Defa's men had brought bad news. This woman was sold to a nightclub. She only worked there for a year before she met a pervert and was beaten to death. Good night, Su Gaifeng cried bitterly when she heard the news about Anzi's mother, blaming herself. It's all my fault for being useless. She was afraid of getting Anzi and me into trouble, so she went to the other side. I'm sorry to the eldest young master and his wife. This world is not good. There are too many bad people, alas. Gon's mother also cried. Although she had never met Anzi's mother, she still felt sad for this poor woman. Su Gaifeng wiped her tears and explained the reason why Anzi's mother went to the other side. She is beautiful, and the bad guys on the farm are targeting her. When the young master was around, those guys were more restrained. After the young master left, those guys became unscrupulous. They came to the house in the middle of the night and even beat up the eldest master and his wife. Once, those beasts drank too much and came to the house openly to bully Anzi's mother. The eldest master fought with them and was beaten to death by them. Su Gaifeng choked up for a while. The eldest master was such a kind and decent person, but he was bullied by these evil people. God was so blind. When those people saw someone was killed, they ran away in panic. The eldest young lady set a fire and ran out to make a scene, saying that those people had killed the eldest young master and set fire to her house. The eldest young lady's disturbance caused chaos on the farm. In front of the farm leaders, the eldest young lady slit her throat. Su Gaifeng cried so hard that she couldn't speak anymore. In her memory, the eldest young lady always spoke softly and gently. Even if a servant did something wrong, the eldest young lady would not punish him too severely. At most, she would drive him out. Compared to the sarcastic and domineering second lady, all the servants in the mansion liked the eldest young lady. The eldest young lady was always beautiful and dignified and had never been indecent. Someone who loved beauty so much, yet did such a crazy thing. One can imagine how desperate the eldest young lady was at that time. Everyone was silent, listening quietly, with Gon's mother sobbing from time to time. Su Gaifeng wiped her tears and continued. The eldest young lady slit her throat, and the farm was in chaos. Anzi's mother took the opportunity to escape. This was discussed by the eldest young lady and her. The eldest young lady knew that if she stayed on the farm, Anzi's mother would definitely get into trouble, and the baby in her belly would not be saved. The eldest young lady used her own life to exchange for the mother and daughter's escape. Anzi's mother hitchhiked on cars and begged for food all the way to Yangqing. Her 6-month-old belly was smaller than others' 4-month-old belly. She was so thin that she looked like a ghost. She didn't dare to go out. The farm would find out sooner or later that she was alive. She was afraid of getting me into trouble. After giving birth to Anzi, she didn't even take care of herself and went to the other side. I should have stopped her. Even if she had to eat coarse food in Yangqing, at least she was still alive. Su Gaifeng was in tears. The eldest young master's family died, so tragically. Why didn't the good people have a good ending, but the bad people could live so well? God must be blind. Her death is a relief, and it is also a good thing for her to be reunited with her husband in the underworld. Gon's mother patted Su Gaifeng's back gently to comfort her. I think so too. In this world, life is too difficult. Maybe dying is a good thing. Su Gaifeng nodded while crying. Every time she thought of the eldest young master and his wife, she comforted herself in this way, otherwise her heart would be too painful. She asked hesitantly, "Should we tell Anzi about this? This child has never even seen his parents, and he calls them mom and dad even in his dreams. Tell me, if he can't even bear this, he is no match for Wu Yuntao," Xia Tao said in a cold voice. Su Gaifeng was a little afraid of her. The couple comrade Ruan found. The man looked too fierce, and the woman too scary. She was worried that Anzi would be beaten. But Mr. and Mrs. Gon are both very good people, so she is not so worried. With such good parents, the child they raise will surely not be too bad. As the old saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe the person just looks fierce, but has a kind heart. Ruan Chichi also agreed to tell Anzi that since he had to bear a blood feud at such a young age, he really had no right to be fragile and must face everything with strength. Anzi, Wan Baobao, Shengguan Xian Tudo, and 4 other children are walking on the street. There are many snack shops on Lianhua Street, and they are all old brands. Many Hong Kong locals come to eat there. Baobao Wan brought enough money and prepared to eat all over Lianhua Street. The egg tarts here are delicious. Xian Anzi, you guys have some. Baobao Wan bought a few egg tarts, shared them with his friends first, and then ate them himself. Tasty. Shengguan Xian took a bite, and her eyes lit up. It was indeed delicious. It was different from what her father made, but both were delicious. Her mother Shengguan Qing, she loves sweets. Whenever Ding Yi is at home, he will make all kinds of cakes to feed his wife and daughter. Shengguan Xian finished one and wanted to eat more, but Wan Baobao stopped her. Leave some room for us. There are still many delicious foods. This is her experience. There are so many delicious foods on Lianhua Street that you can eat one of each and be full. Grandma, here I come again. Wan Baobao came to a small shop. The owner was an old lady with a fierce face. The shop sold braised skewers. The braised food in the big pot gave off an enticing aroma. Although Apa is old, She is not someone to be trifled with. Like Gon's mother, she is one of the 10 tigers of Lotus Street and ranks high. Back then, she only relied on her mouth to curse from morning to night, and the thugs who came to cause trouble were scolded to the point of having myocardial infarction and had to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. S. husband, who died young, was also scolded to death by her, because her husband not only did not make money, but also took the family's money to gamble. The extremely angry old lady suddenly opened her run and do meridians and turned from a hard-working and virtuous wife and mother into a ferocious shrew. She scolded her husband to death with just her mouth. She even scolded her children, who complained about her so much that they stopped communicating with her. Over the years, the old lady has lived alone. During this period, her children came to visit her and tried to repair the relationship, but they were still scolded by her and never came again. The relationship between the stewed pork grandma and the neighbors is not very good. She scolds everyone she sees, and her words always hurt people. However, she has a good relationship with Gon's mother, and she especially likes Wan Bao Bao and Potato. The baby is here, let Grandma hold him for a while. Seeing Wan Bao Bao, the old lady who made stewed meat smiled brightly on her dark face. She walked out of the store and picked up the heavy little girl. But when she was only halfway in her arms, she froze and the smile on her face froze. "I'll cut some stew for you. What do you want to eat?" The old lady put Wan Bao Bao down and busily took the stew out of the big pot. She kept chattering and was very annoyed. "After all, I'm old and can't even hold the little girl. I'll have to eat an extra bowl of rice tonight. Grandma, let me introduce my new friends to you. Her name is Xian and her name is Anzi." Bao Bao Wan introduced the new friend enthusiastically, and Anzi and Shangguan Xian both politely called her grandma. Well, they're all good kids. The old lady's face deepened, and her fierce look became kind. She cut some of each stew dish, put them in bowls, and let the 4 children eat. "It's so delicious. I can't have it at home. I miss it so much." Baby Wan took a bite of a big piece of pig head meat, his cheeks bulged, and he praised it while eating. Shangguan Xian ate a piece of cuttlefish, her eyes lit up again, and she ate faster. Sure enough, there are delicious foods when the baby is around. After all, given the baby's body shape, you can tell at a glance that he eats a lot of delicious foods. "Eat as much as you can, there's plenty in the pot." The old lady smiled so happily that her eyebrows curved. The children ate so happily that she was happier than she was. "Grandma, I brought you a gift." Bao Bao Wan ate half a bowl of stewed food to satisfy her craving, then took out something wrapped in cotton cloth from her bag and handed it to the old lady with both hands. "What is that? It's so mysterious." The old lady took the handkerchief with a smile. At first she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was a pastry that children like to eat. But after opening the handkerchief, she was stunned. It turned out to be a wild ginseng with a strong medicinal smell. She could feel the medicinal power just by taking a whiff of it. "Kid, did you take this from home? Take it back now." The old lady was startled and hurriedly wrapped the handkerchief and wanted to return it to Wan Bao Bao. She thought the little girl had stolen it from the house. "My mother gave it to me." "Grandma, take it and eat it." Baby Wan didn't take it and told the old lady that his mother knew about it and it was not stolen. The old lady didn't believe it. She thought that no adult would give such precious ginseng to a child. "It's true, Grandma. Please use it to get medicine. My baby, and I still want to eat your stewed food," Potato said with a smile. The old lady's eyes suddenly turned red. She turned her back and wiped them. Then she turned back and said with a deliberately stern face, "I am in good health. I don't want any medicine. Adults love to lie. I heard it all. Grandma, please take your medicine and don't close the store, okay?" Baby Wan pouted. She discovered very early on that adults always tell children not to lie and to be honest, but adults are the ones who love to lie the most, and they lie almost every day. Also, adults tell children not to eat too much sugar, but they themselves eat a lot of sugar. So, Wan Bao Bao concluded that the things adults ask children to do are things that adults themselves cannot do. The last time she came over, She heard Grandma and Gon's mother say that she was not feeling well and wanted to sell the store. Gon's mother asked her to cooperate with the doctor and take medicine. I can't buy wild ginseng that's 30 years old for medicinal purposes, even if I have the money. Anyway, I've lived a good life, so let it be. The old lady explained the reason. It was not that she didn't want to cooperate, but that there was no wild ginseng. The wild ginseng in Hong Kong is basically in the hands of the rich. The ones that can be bought in the pharmacy are basically cultivated and have poor medicinal properties. The old lady plans to close the store and spend all the pension she has saved over the years, leaving not a penny for her ungrateful children. However, the store was not transferred so quickly. Several groups of people came, but the prices they negotiated were not to the grandma's liking, so she kept it open. The old lady had wiped her tears, but when she heard the children's words, she couldn't help crying again. Her heart, which had long been cold and numb, was warmed by the children's innocence and kindness. She took the ginseng to Wan Chi and wanted to buy it with money. No need. The baby likes your braised food very much. I gave her this ginseng. If you need any medicine, just tell me and I can find it. Wan Chi said with a smile. This is too valuable. I can't take advantage of it. The old lady insisted on giving money. She had never taken advantage of anyone. Then give me $1,000. Wan Chi gave the old lady an acceptable price and said, Let me be frank. This ginseng is not a rare thing for me. My children love the stew you cook. I think this is enough. If you must pay, just give me 1,000 yuan. The old lady was still hesitating, so Gon's mother persuaded her. Take it. They really don't need your little money. When you get better, we can play mahjong together in the future. Okay, I'll shamelessly accept it. This is my stewing recipe. It's the most valuable thing I have. Here you go. The old lady didn't have the prescription with her, and she was illiterate. She said that Gon's mother wrote it and gave the prescription to Wan Chi. Then you don't have to give me the $1,000. I'll take the recipe. Wan Chi accepted the recipe. The old lady's braised pork was famous throughout Hong Kong. Many wealthy people would come to buy it, and even TV stations came to interview her. Even big restaurants that came to invite Grandma to cooperate, but she scolded them away. The old lady said that those restaurants were dishonest and would ruin her reputation. She sold braised pork out of conscience and would rather make less money than use bad meat to pass it off as good meat and make dirty money. Under Gon's mother's persuasion, the old lady did not insist on paying and accepted the ginseng. The old Chinese doctor said that as long as she had wild ginseng, she could live at least another 10 years, maybe even longer. Grandma's mood has improved a lot. Who would want to die when they can live? When she returned to the store, she found that 4 children were helping her to serve customers. Wan Baobao was in charge of talking, Tudo was in charge of cutting, Shengwan Xian and Enzi were in charge of collecting money, and they all did their job well. Customers all liked the beautiful and cute Wan babies. Some passers-by had no intention of buying, but when they saw the cute and lively children, they couldn't help but walk into the store. Lady rushed over. There was a long line outside the store. Usually, impatient customers would curse, but today it was very quiet. No one was impatient. They all wanted to maintain a good image in front of the children. With the joining of 4 children, the braised pork that usually takes a day to sell out was sold out in just 1 hour. Many customers still didn't buy it and said they would come back tomorrow to buy it. The old lady was counting the money. Her eyes were shining with greed and her mouth was wide open. To thank the 4 children for their hard work, the old lady gave them half of the money she earned today. Your wages. Thank you, Grandma. Bao Wan took the money like a money grubber and could buy a lot of delicious food. Grandma should thank you. Thank you. The old lady bent down, hugged the 4 children one by one, and thanked them from the bottom of her heart. Her parents didn't love her since she was a child, and she was treated like a servant at home. Her husband wasn't much better after she got married, and he still treated her like a servant. Her children didn't respect her either, and she felt like a complete failure. No one likes her. It must be her fault, right? Just like everyone loves roses, but no one likes weeds, she is the weed that is hated by everyone. It is better for her to fend for herself and live well without relying on others. But now the old lady has figured it out and realized that there are people who like her. So it's not that she is bad, but those people are too bad and they don't deserve her kindness. The knot that had troubled the old lady for many years was suddenly untied, and the darkness on her face disappeared, as if she was illuminated by the sun, and her whole body became dazzling. The 4 children went to eat other delicious food, and went back home with their stomachs full and satisfied. Su Gaifeng called Anzi into the room and told him the news of his mother's death. Do Mom and Dad have a grave? I want to see them. Anzi looked calm, but his fists were clenched tightly, and he buried his hatred deep in his heart. He must become very powerful and kill all the evil people who bully his family. That night, Gon Defa and Xia Tao took Anzi to the cemetery. After Wu Yudao was killed, Wu Yuntao buried him hastily here. As for Anzi's mother, because she was an illegal resident, she was beaten to death by a customer, and the nightclub threw her body into the sea. Anzi knelt down and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. His young face was full of determination, as if he had grown up overnight. The next morning, Xia Tao took Anzi to Kowloon Walled City. The Kowloon Walled City in the early morning was still full of decadence and violence. There were also young ladies who had just finished work outside, with mottled makeup on their faces and wearing cheap skirts, coming back twisting their legs. Su Gaifeng wanted to cover Anzi's eyes, but was stopped by Xia Tao. It's not that easy to be my son. Do you see the highest rooftop? Go in by yourself. No matter what happens, you have to solve it by yourself. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. If you can't find me, I won't accept you as my son. Wan Chichi raised her eyebrows. The layout of Kowloon Walled City was more complicated than a maze. Even adults would get lost. Anzi was only 4 years old. Wasn't this challenge too difficult? Besides, the fortress is too dangerous. Anzi is a handsome boy, and I'm afraid something might happen to him. I will find it. Anzi strode into the building without any hesitation. Good night. The Kowloon Walled City is suffocating enough when viewed from the outside, and it is even more depressing once you enter. The air is filled with a mixture of odors, including stink, fishy, moldy, sour, and rotten. Anzi was not unfamiliar with this smell. When he was in Guangzhou, he and his grandmother often went to pick up garbage. The smell in the trash can was like this, and he had long been accustomed to it. He had just memorized the direction of the rooftop and was still very confident before entering the building. But after coming in, Anzi was dumbfounded. The inside of the building was more complicated than a maze, with corridors twisting and turning and rooms one after another. He thought he had reached the exit, but after turning in, there was another corridor. After turning another corner, I arrived at someone else's house. The construction of this building was completely without any rules. It was too arbitrary. After walking for an hour, Anzi felt a little tired. He sat on the stairs to rest and think about what to do next. No matter what method he uses, he must complete the task. Anzi encouraged himself and regained a lot of strength. He stood up and looked around, but was still not sure which way to go, so he decided to ask for directions. My grandma often said that when you are out, you have to be sweet-mouthed, careful, brave, and sharp-eyed, so that even if you encounter a big pit, you can get over it.
Yeah.
The door next to him opened, and there was a creaking sound. Then a short, mean-looking man walked out, his hands still pulling up his trousers. Put it on the account and settle it together at the end of the month. The man turned around and spoke to the room, preparing to leave. You said the same thing last month, the month before, and the month before.
You have to pay the money this time.
I don't even have money to pay the rent. The woman inside grabbed the man and spoke in a bad tone. Her voice was hoarse, and she sounded quite old. If I had money, would I come here? I'm old now. I come here because I respect you. How can I still accept money? The man snorted coldly, pushed the woman away, and spoke very viciously. I've served you well, so you have to pay me. $360 in total. Here you go, Ma. The man and woman were fighting with each other. Anzi cleverly retreated to the side. Seeing that the woman was at a disadvantage and was slapped several times by the man, He thought for a moment and ran to pick up half a brick that he saw when he passed by. Anzi held half a brick, stood on a stool, and smashed it hard at the man, hitting him on the back of the head. The man screamed and turned around to look for the murderer, but Anzi had already hidden himself. He touched the back of his head, and his hands were sticky and covered in blood. Before he could react, he was hit several more times. The woman picked up a stool and smashed it like crazy. Soon the man was beaten so hard that he begged for mercy. He took out his wallet and gave all the money in it to the woman. "You have no money, but you still want to act like a big shot, Ba. A 3-year-old child is more capable than you. I have to act with you every time. I am more tired than you." The woman spat in disdain. What a little turtle dove. Even if she was an easy-souled woman, she didn't want to receive such a guest. If she wasn't old and ugly, how could such a little pigeon be willing to do something stupid? The man with a bloody head ran away angrily. He did not dare to cause trouble in the building and only dared to bully the old and ugly easy-souled woman. Her 40s was heavily made up. The white powder on her face was more mottled than the wall next to her. The low-quality cosmetics were smudged, and her face looked like a ruined oil painting. Although it was dirty, you could still vaguely see her beauty when she was young. The woman lit a cigarette and puffed away as she counted the money. "You're such a loser. You can't even get $500 together. You'll get hit by a car when you go out." The woman was very dissatisfied with the money in her wallet. She cursed, rolled up the money, put it into her underwear through her collar, then turned around and walked towards Anzi. "Whose child are you?" The woman stood crookedly, very interested in the handsome Anzi, thinking he was a new mover. "Auntie, I just helped you beat the bad guy." Anzi stood up, raised his head, and talked to her bravely. He just figured it out. It would be difficult for him to find the rooftop by himself, but his new mother didn't say that he couldn't ask for help. He helped the ant with his own ability, so he thought it should be possible to let the ant lead the way, right? "You want a share of the money?" The woman looked alert. She had to pay the rent with the more than 400 yuan and was reluctant to part with it. But she felt a little guilty if she didn't share any of the money. After all, if it weren't for the child's help, she wouldn't have been able to get a penny. "At most I'll give you half, no more." The woman reached into her collar, pulled out a roll of money, and reluctantly counted a few of them. "I don't want money, Andy. Can you help me find a place?" Anzi made a request. "Can't find your home? Don't wander around, kid. Be careful of being caught and eaten by bad guys." The woman thought he was lost. Even though she had lived there for 5 or 6 years, she only dared to walk around on the floors she was familiar with and didn't dare go anywhere else. "I want to go to the highest rooftop, probably in that direction." Anzi pointed in the approximate direction of the rooftop. He knew it was there, but he just couldn't get there. The woman frowned. According to the direction pointed by the child, they would definitely pass by Building B, where several wanted criminals lived. The Hong Kong police were still trying to catch them, those desperate criminals who killed people without blinking an eye. She also heard that one of the guys was a super pervert and that several little boys had disappeared from the building, all of which were related to this pervert. "I advise you not to go there. There really is a wolf grandma there. Here's the money for you." The woman tried to dissuade him with good intentions and even stuffed money into Anzi's hand. "I have something important to do, Annie. Can you show me the way?" Anzi heard the woman's good intentions and was actually afraid in his heart, but he did not back down, nor did he want to implicate the woman, so he just let her show him the way. The woman saw that he was determined and did not try to persuade him anymore. Instead, she took Anzi to the entrance closest to Building B. "I can only take you so far. Walk along this corridor to the end, then turn right and go upstairs. Then walk forward. I don't know the way back. You have to find it yourself. Remember my words. Don't stop, don't look around, and don't agree to anyone's orders." The woman pointed to a dark corridor ahead and gave instructions solemnly. "I remember that. Thank you, Andy." Anzi nodded, returned the money in his hand to the woman, and stepped into the corridor that was even more gloomy than a haunted house without hesitation. "Good luck." The woman muttered something and turned away. Anzi kept her words in mind and walked forward without looking around, with every step being extremely firm. In fact, he was very scared and his body was even shaking. The cold sweat on his forehead condensed into water beads, which slid down his face and wet his clothes. Several times he wanted to turn around and leave this horrible place, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. If he couldn't even overcome this difficulty, how could he avenge his parents? How could he let his grandmother live a good life? The new father and mother will definitely not like him. Anzi kept encouraging himself and passed through the gloomy corridor unknowingly. He turned right and went upstairs and passed through it quickly. Then he turned left and came to a dark corridor. There was not a single ray of sunlight coming in, and it was as dark as night even in broad daylight. Ah, a shrill scream rang out, scaring Anzi. He remembered the woman's words clearly, no matter what happened. He must not stop, so he ran, trying to escape from this terrible place as soon as possible. Snap, something hit him, and there was a strong smell of blood. The thing fell to the ground. Anzi looked down and was so scared that his hair stood up. It was a bloody, severed hand. The fingers were still bent and blood was still flowing. I'll only chop off one of your hands this time. If you don't have money next time, I'll take your daughter to pay off the debt. From the house, as well as the painful screams of men and the crying of women, was so frightened that his body trembled uncontrollably and his legs stopped moving. He wanted to run, but his legs were out of control and he couldn't even lift them. The front of his clothes was stained with blood, and the strong smell of blood penetrated into his nose, making him feel nauseous and want to vomit, and his head felt dizzy. Anzi was isolated and helpless at the moment, and one could feel his fear just by looking at his back. You are abusing the child. Wan Chichi couldn't bear it anymore and prepared to take Anzi out. If he continued to scare her like this, the child might suffer from psychological trauma. Anzi entered the building. She and Xia Tao followed him in and followed quietly behind. They saw everything the child did along the way. Wan Chichi felt that Anzi's performance was excellent, far surpassing many children of the same age, but Xia Tao was still not satisfied and said she wanted to wait and see. If he can't even overcome this, he should just go home and pick up trash. Xia Tao's tone was cold, and she didn't think she was abusing the child, because the training she received as a child was 100 times more perverted than this. You are raising a son, not training an apprentice. Wan Chichi reminded her. A weak person is not worthy of being my son. Xia Tao was very determined and said, I am raising my son, so don't interfere. Wan Chichi had no choice but to shut up and silently cheer for Anzi. Anzi was still standing there stupidly, not moving a muscle, and the people in the room were about to come out. Xia Tao frowned. If the child was so frightened just like that, she would not accept him. At this moment, Anzi suddenly moved. He started running, faster than the wind. His small body burst out with huge energy. He ran forward regardless of anything, and never looked back. There's a child. A few thugs came out of the house and saw Anzi. Don't worry about the children. The leading thug didn't care. He had already run so far, there was no need to chase after him for a little kid. They didn't even look at the severed hand on the ground and walked away with a swagger. Anzi ran to the end of the corridor in one breath. He was really out of strength, so he stopped and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was covered with sweat, and his shirt chest was covered in blood. He looks like a dirty kid, his pretty face is covered, and he smells bad. Anzi got up again. He was actually very tired. His legs felt heavy, as if they were filled with lead. Every step he took was tiring. He was also very hungry and thirsty, as he had already digested all the food he had eaten in the morning. Are you hungry, kid? Do you want some beef offal soup? A kind-looking old lady came over and looked at Anzi with concern. Gulyalu. Anzi held his stomach and drooled. He really wanted to eat. And this old lady looks as kind as Grandma, so she shouldn't be a bad person, right? I have no money. Anzi searched his pockets, but found that he had no money at all, as he had lost it when he was running. It's free, come on, my beef offal soup is delicious. The old lady smiled slightly and walked forward to hold Anzi's hand. Her hands were very cold. The corridor was stuffy and hot, but Anzi could feel the chill from her, which made him feel uncomfortable all over. He hesitated for a moment, but still followed the old lady. Xia Tao frowned in the dark and said with disdain, "He is so stupid. He is not qualified to be my son. A strong person, wisdom, courage, kindness, justice, and trustworthiness. None of them can be missing." At present, she saw courage and kindness, as well as trust and righteousness in Nzi, but wisdom was lacking.
But wisdom is the most important thing.
A person who is brave but not wise will not live long. Look again. Ruan Chichi felt that there should be a twist, and even if Anzi really went to Grandma's house, it would be understandable. After running for so long and being so frightened, the child must be hungry. Besides, the old lady's kind eyes were too deceptive. Anzi was only 4 years old. How could he have the ability to see through people's hearts? After walking with the old lady for a dozen steps, Anzi suddenly stopped because he remembered what the aunt said. "Don't agree to anything that comes your way. There really is a wolf grandma." Anzi seemed to be splashed with a basin of ice water and suddenly became sober. He subconsciously tried to pull his hand away from the old lady, but failed because the old lady was very strong and held him tightly. "What's wrong?" The old lady lowered her head to look at him. For some reason, her face, which had been kind and gentle before, became sinister and terrifying at this angle, just like a real wolf grandmother. Anzi's back was covered in cold sweat, but he didn't dare to show any fear. Instead, he shouted, "Grandma, I need to pee. Just bear with it, I'll have diarrhea after I eat the beef awful soup." The old lady still didn't let go. It hadn't been open for several months. Today, she finally found one. Although it was a little dirty and smelly, she didn't mind. "I can't help it anymore, I'm going to poop." Anzi gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and urinated. The hot urine was smelly and flowed down his pants, forming a puddle on the ground. The old lady, who was very close subconsciously, let go of her hand and tried to cover her nose. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Anzi turned around quickly and ran away. The wind whistled past his ears, and he could hear the old woman's creepy cry from behind him, as if it was right next to his ear. Anzi didn't dare to look back, for he was afraid that he would be caught by the wolf grandmother if he looked back. Anzi didn't know how long he had been running, let alone where he was running to. Exhausted, he stopped and looked back. He was relieved to see that the old lady hadn't caught up with him. "My grandma once said that when you are out, don't trust anyone easily and don't eat anything given by others, as they might be bad people who specialize in kidnapping children." Auntie also said, "Don't promise anything to anyone." He was still too careless. How could he follow the old lady? Anzi was very upset, and he must not make the same mistake again. He leaned against the wall to rest for a while and continued to move forward. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Anzi, who was hungry, walked very slowly. He even used his hands and feet to go up the stairs, but he did not stop and still insisted on moving forward. Xia Tao in the dark looked satisfied, but still said with disdain, "Not too stupid. That's pretty impressive. I wasn't this impressive when I was 4. Ruan Chichi was full of praise, saying that even adults might not be able to perform as well as Anzi. "I was much better than this when I was 4. Xia Tao snorted softly, with a smug tone. "You can't beat me now anyway." Ruan Chichi also snorted and added, "When he was young, he was powerful, and when he grew up, he was stupid." Xia Tao rolled her eyes at her and left. At this time, Anzi was actually not far from his destination. There was only a corridor, less than 50 meters away. He could see the rooftop as long as he walked past it. However, the exit was in someone else's house. If he wanted to get through, he had to pass through someone else's house. It was getting dark at this time. Anzi, who had only eaten breakfast and had not drunk a drop of water, was tired, thirsty, and hungry. He licked his dry lips, pressed his stomach hard, and raised his legs to continue searching. He had searched back and forth 3 times and checked every exit, but none of them led to the rooftop. Anzi stopped to think, there must be something wrong. He had to think about it carefully. He learned his lesson and did not ask adults for directions. Instead, he asked his teenage brothers and sisters and found the place easily. The sister who was showing him the way said with certainty that he would reach the rooftop by crossing this corridor. If you don't have something important to do, don't go. His sister advised him not to go to the rooftop, her tone very worried. He said he had something very important to do and had to go to the rooftop. His sister then showed him the way and said, "Be careful. That man is very fierce and will hit you." Anzi slapped his head hard. He was so stupid. When his sister spoke, her eyes were evasive, which meant that she felt guilty. My sister feel guilty? Maybe she didn't tell the truth? Anzi patted his groggy head again. He had not eaten for a long time, and his blood sugar was a little low. His brain reacted very slowly. He leaned against the wall and slowly sorted out the clues. At first he thought that the fierce man his sister was talking about was referring to the residents living in the corridor, but almost every household on both sides of the corridor on this floor kept their doors closed and was very quiet. Either he is not at home or he just doesn't like to go out. My sister was talking about was a specific person, and you would definitely run into that person if you go to the rooftop. So, to get to the rooftop, you have to go through this person's house. Finally figured it out, Anzi was immediately cheered up. No wonder he couldn't find it after searching 3 times. It turned out the exit was in someone else's house. Anzi did not blame his sister for not telling the truth. She must have been afraid that something might happen to him, so she refused to tell the truth. His sister was well-intentioned. Victory was just around the corner, and Anzi was extremely excited. He went door to door, trying to find the one with an exit. He pushed every door, but almost none of them would open. When he reached the last door, Anzi pushed it gently, and the door opened. He was delighted and straightened his posture, preparing to greet the people inside. But the door suddenly opened, and a burly man with a face full of flesh suddenly appeared, cursing. "Who the heck is looking for death?" The man looked outside, but there was no one. "Duck, you are joking with me. Don't let me find out, I will kill you." The man thought it was a prank and started cursing. "Uncle, it's me." Anzi was startled at first, but quickly adjusted himself, raised his head and greeted politely. The man lowered his head suddenly and saw a dirty and smelly child, who was not even as tall as his knees. "Duck, you little jerk, go to heck." Without thinking, the man kicked Anzi several meters away and slammed the door. Anzi, who was lying on the ground, got up after a long time. He bent over, covered his lower abdomen, and looked very painful. "It hurts." It seemed like his intestines were kicked off. His sister didn't lie to him. This bad guy was really vicious and unreasonable. It took a long time for Anzi to recover. He turned and left. He came back about 10 minutes later. He clenched his fists, walked to the door, and kicked it a few times. "Open the door, you jerk." The childish voice didn't have much momentum even though it was a curse, but it still angered the man in the room. "You little jerk is looking for death." The man opened the door menacingly, lowered his head subconsciously, and raised his hand, wanting to teach Anzi a lesson. Anzi quickly threw up 2 handfuls of wall dust, most of which went into the man's eyes. The man was blinded and tried to teach Anzi a lesson, but he couldn't see clearly and missed several times. Instead, Anzi took the opportunity to jump up and hit his crotch with his head. "Ah!" The man doubled over and screamed in pain. "You're such a jerk. You even hit kids." Anzi ran into the house, not forgetting to turn back and scold the man. After washing his eyes, the man chased after him with a ferocious look. Anzi opened the back door and saw the large rooftop. His eyes suddenly brightened up. He had finally completed the task. But there was no one on the rooftop. Aunt Ruan and Mother Xia were not there. Anzi bit his lip and ran out without hesitation. Aunt Ruan and Mother Xia would definitely not lie to him. They are so powerful that they might fly over in a moment. "You jerk, I'm going to skin you alive." The man was about to catch up and he reached out to grab her and was about to catch her. A sharp white light flashed over, and the man screamed, looking in horror at the 2 beautiful women who suddenly appeared. This rooftop is his backyard. There is no one else here except him. Where did these 2 women come from? Who are you going to skin? You're beating up even a child. You're worse than an animal. Wan Chi-Chi pulled out another whip. She had been in semi-retirement in the past few years, and the bone whip was kept in the space and rarely used. Today she had to take it out and teach this jerk a lesson. The man wanted to fight back, but he had no chance. The whip almost broke all his bones. He had been domineering on this floor for several years, but this was the first time he was taught a lesson so badly. Stop fighting. Who are you from? I'm under the protection of Brother Hao. The man held his head and begged for mercy. I am the god who enforces justice on behalf of God. I don't care if you're my brother. You can't bully my children. Yuan Qiqi had never heard of Brother Hao and didn't know which gang he was the leader of, so he was not qualified to know her. After being beaten more than 10 times, the man lay on the ground covered with bruises. Seeing Yuan Qiqi stop, he secretly felt lucky, thinking that it was the end. But, want to peel off my son's skin? I think your skin is pretty good. Peel it off and use it as a lampshade for me. Xia Tao walked towards them with a cold and menacing knife in her hand. Anzi next to him was overjoyed. Did he pass Mother Xia's test? I was wrong. I kowtow to the young master and apologize. The man felt the strong murderous aura from Xia Tao, which was definitely not something that could be achieved by killing 1 or 2 people. He finally realized that he had hit a wall. He climbed up and kowtowed to Anzi. Soon, his forehead was bleeding, but he did not stop. Instead, he kowtowed even harder. Anzi was at a loss as to what to do and couldn't help but look at Xia Tao. Xia Tao asked expressionlessly, "Deal with it yourself. Kill if you want." He also pulled out a dagger from his body and put it in his hand. The man who kowtowed felt a chill on his back. What adult would teach a child of such young age to kill people? Could this family be part of a killer organization? Young master, I was really wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I deserve death. I am not a human being. I am a dead pawn. My worthless life is not worth dirtying your hands. Please forgive me. Desire to survive can be flexible and slap himself in the face while begging for mercy. On the rooftop attracted quite a few people, all of whom were residents who had their doors closed. They were all dumbfounded when they saw that the bully, who had bullied them in the past, was actually kneeling in front of a little child and begging for mercy. The earth turned upside down. The sun sets in the east. A few brave neighbors mustered up the courage to walk up to the rooftop. Seeing that Xia Tao and Yuan Qiqi didn't react, they moved closer. Soon, the rooftop was crowded with people who came to see the men make fun of themselves. Almost every one of them had been bullied by this bully, and it felt so good that someone finally took away their anger. Anzi raised the knife. His lower abdomen was still aching slightly. At this moment, he really wanted to kill. The tip of the knife approached the man's neck, emitting a chill. The man did not dare to resist, but he slapped himself harder and harder. Blood flowed from his swollen face, but he did not dare to stop. Anzi's hand holding the knife was shaking, his lips were tightly pursed, and he was sweating a lot due to excessive nervousness, and his face was also covered with sweat. Xia Tao looked at him indifferently and said nothing. She said she would let Anzi handle it and she would not interfere. Whether this man lived or died was decided by Anzi. The neighbors who were watching the fun were so scared that they dared not say a word. The timid ones left quietly for fear of getting into trouble. Anzi held the dagger tightly, with the tip of the knife against the man's neck, and asked, "How many people did you kill?"
No.
"No. I swear to God, I have only killed fish." The man cried out that he was innocent and tried to defend himself by crying, "I just look fierce, but I'm not really fierce. I'm a good person. You are a bad guy. You just kicked me." Anzi got so excited that he pushed the tip of the knife in his hand forward, piercing his skin and causing blood to flow. The man was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he dared not move. "I was wrong, young master. I will never bully anyone again, but I have never killed anyone. Besides, it was always others who bullied me before, even my parents. The money I worked so hard to earn from sailing was all used by my parents to buy a house for my brother.
There was no room for me.
My wife cheated on me, and the child she gave birth to was not my own. They all bullied me, The man became sadder as he spoke, tears streaming down his face. It seemed like his feelings were genuine and not made up. I went to settle accounts with the adulterer, but he beat me up. The adulterer went too far and kicked me out of my home. I was penniless and homeless, so I jumped into the river. But I was a good swimmer, so I didn't die after several attempts. The man was crying so hard that he was out of breath. Anzi couldn't bear it anymore. He retracted the knife and asked, "Why don't you jump off the building? Jumping from a building is too painful."
"I'm afraid."
"You can also eat rat poison." Anzi came up with another idea. In the alley where he and his grandmother lived, and Annie died from eating rat poison. The man said nothing and looked a little embarrassed. In fact, he simply didn't want to die. He wiped his tears and continued to tell his story. "I jumped into the river several times and finally figured it out. I can't be too kind, and I have to be a little bit fierce. So I ran back and beat up the couple. They were so scared that they peed themselves and moved away obediently." Anzi frowned and asked, "You have your own house. Why do you want to live here? You're also robbing other people's houses." "How bad?" Someone in the crowd called out. "This house is next to the rooftop and is the tallest building in the city. A mother and son used to live here, but this bully insisted on living here and drove them away." "What a piece of shoot." The man whispered, "I heard that those who live here are all bad people. I wanted to come here to practice my courage. This is the most comfortable room in the whole building. I didn't bully the mother and son. They live in my house. We take turns living here. My house is much better than this one." "Then why do you bully us?" The neighbors asked questions. "I've already said that I'm here to practice my courage, so I naturally need to find someone to practice with. You guys aren't good people anyway." The man answered very confidently. He couldn't bring himself to kill ordinary people, but few of the people living on this floor were good people. They were either easy-souled women or thieves. He had no psychological burden to kill them. After several years of training, he has indeed become braver and more ferocious. Now, when he walks on the street, even children on the roadside can be scared to tears. He is so powerful. He also found that after becoming a villain, things went more and more smoothly for him and no one dared to say no to him, unlike before when he would be scolded for reasoning with people, so he decided to continue being a villain to the end. The man finished his story. Although his experience was a bit tragic, no one sympathized with him. A fool who likes to go to extremes, either being an incompetent good guy or an arrogant villain, can't he strike a balance? You are too stupid. What you should do is not to build up your courage, but to read books and exercise your brain. Anzi put away the knife and gave the man a lecture in a serious tone. Yes, master is right. I will go buy some books soon. Can master recommend some?" The man let out a long sigh and asked in a very flattering manner. "Romance of the Three Kingdoms." Anzi thought about it and mentioned a book. He had only read the comic book and it was incomplete. It was about the rescue of a doe at Changbampo. Zhao Zilong broke into the enemy camp alone, went in and out 7 times, killed more than 50 generals of Chao's army, successfully rescued a doe, and handed him over to Liu Bei. As a result, Liu Bei threw a doe to the ground and successfully won Zhao Zilong's heart. He didn't quite understand what he saw, so he went to ask Grandpa Liu, and then he understood Liu Bei's intention. Liu is a retired university teacher. He is very educated, but he wears a hat and lives alone. Sometimes when Grandma cooks, she will ask Grandpa Liu to come and eat, and Grandpa Liu will tell him stories. He likes listening to Grandpa Liu telling stories, especially the stories of the Three Kingdoms, and he can learn a lot from each story. Liu said that as long as you read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you can become a very powerful person. Therefore, Anzi gave some advice to men reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms to nourish their brains. "Thank you for your advice, young master. I will go buy the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and read it now." The man was about to stand up and run away, but was stopped by a long knife. Xia Tao looked at him coldly, and he was so scared that he immediately knelt back obediently, not daring to move. "I wonder if we can give him one chance, and if he can't change, then kill him?" Anzi asked very seriously. He felt that this bad guy did not deserve the death penalty, and could still be saved. I will definitely change. I will definitely be a good person in the future. I promise. The man immediately pointed to the sky and swore, fearing that if he was a step slower, Xia Tao's knife would chop him down. It's up to you to decide. Xia Tao did not object. She kept her word. The man on the ground was finally relieved. He collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He feels so wronged. I'm going to buy Romance of the Three Kingdoms later to nourish his brain. This kid is so smart at such a young age. He must have been reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms since he was young. Darn, he should have read it earlier. Maybe he would have become a big boss now. Wan Qiqi took out some water and barbecued pork buns from her bag and asked Anzi to fill his stomach. The three of them left the building, and Gondefa was waiting outside. Let us go back and eat. My mother has made a lot of delicious food. Gondefa didn't ask anything and drove back home. Baby Wan ran over happily, wanting to play with Anzi, but as soon as he got close, he covered his nose tightly and said in disgust, "It stinks, Anzi. Did you play with poop?" "No, I peed my pants." Anzi explained shyly that he had no choice, otherwise he would not have been able to escape. "I stopped peeing when I was 2 years old." Baby Wan raised her chin proudly. She is so well behaved. "I won't pee anymore." Sheng Wanxian also said this very proudly. Anzi's face turned even redder. Gon's mother held back her laughter and gently took him to take a bath. This was her grandson. After taking a bath, Anzi became a pretty and refreshed child again. Dinner is ready, but before eating, there is one important thing. Anzi, they will be your parents and grandparents in the future. You must be obedient and sensible and be filial to them. Su Gaifeng gave serious instructions with tears in his eyes. Anzi nodded vigorously, knelt down in front of Gondefa and Xia Tao, kowtowed sincerely, and shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom. Give." Xia Tao took out a red envelope and flicked it lightly, and the red envelope flew into Anzi's hand. Similarly, Gon's father and mother also prepared red envelopes and asked Anzi to burn incense to the ancestors of the Gon family. From now on, your name is Gon on Bai. After you take back the Wu family's property, you can change your surname back to Wu. Gondefa said, came home carrying a bag of books. Wan Qiqi lay on the recliner with her eyes closed. Her appearance had not changed much from 15 years ago. Standing next to Wan Baobao, they looked like sisters. "Mom, is there anything to eat?" Baby Wan went to the refrigerator to find something to eat. "Go to the cafeteria and eat by yourself." Wan Qiqi was lazy. She didn't want to cook when the weather got hot. The cafeteria had everything anyway. Let's go down and eat later. Baby Wan took out half a watermelon from the refrigerator and ate it with a spoon. Her appetite was still as good as when she was a child, and she would eat 5 or 6 meals a day. After all, the college entrance examination is next month. Can you pretend to be working hard and forget about food and sleep? Wan Qiqi opened her eyes and saw the demigods and semi-devils on the table. She rolled her eyes speechlessly. There's only half a month left. Do you think I can get a high score if I work so hard? Babao Wan scooped a large spoonful of watermelon into his mouth and asked a question in return. Wan Qiqi, it seems to make some sense. Mom, when will my brother come back? After eating half a watermelon, Wan Baobao wiped it with her sleeve and missed her brother a little. Have no idea. Wan Qiqi really didn't know that Tudo was now the backbone of Unit 759 and spent more than half a year carrying out missions outside. When will we move to the new house? Wan Baobao asked with concern that many 2-story villas had been newly built in the staff compound, and her family was allocated one. We will definitely move before the new year. Go get some food and bring it back for me. Wan Qiqi showed her mother as authority and ordered her daughter to get food. Lu Yi and his son were not at home, so the only one she could order around was her daughter. I'll call Wenxi first. Wan Baobao excitedly called Chao Wenxi. She and Wenxi's sister often carried out tasks together, and their cooperation was very good. Wenxi, I'm Baobao. I need your help. In your school's grade 3 class 6, there's a boy called Niu Xingyun. You've seen him. Give him some tasks to do, such as choking when eating, choking when drinking water, wiping his hands when pooping, peeing in his pants, falling down when walking, etc. Just do it 5 or 6 times a day, and I'll give you a delicious white sugar cake when the time comes. Is it the white sugar cake made by Gao Shangjin's mother? Chao Wenxi asked on the phone. Yes, this brat is a bad boy. You are making his life more difficult. No problem, let's start tomorrow. Chao Wenxi agreed readily, saying it was a piece of cake. Wan Qiqi found it funny when she heard this, but did not stop it. She thought that Gao Shangjin really needed to be disciplined, otherwise he would most likely end up in a juvenile detention center in the future. In her previous life, she heard from her parents that someone's child was sent to prison for fighting. He was learning to play young and dangerous, and was so obsessed with it that he ended up getting a job as a government employee. Bao Wan took her meal card and lunchbox and went to the canteen excitedly to get food. She had a big meal in the canteen and brought stir-fried beef and water spinach for her old mother, as well as a box of rice. Mom, after the exam, I want to go to Aunt Tao's place to play. Wenxi and Xian will go too. Baby Wan took 2 popsicles from the refrigerator, bit off 1/3 of them in 1 bite, and finished the popsicles in just a few bites. Other girls don't dare to eat too much ice, but Wan Bao eats ice even in winter. It's like there's a furnace in her body. It doesn't matter if she eats a dozen ice creams a day. She will still be full of energy and vitality. Your feet are on you, so you can go wherever you want. Wan Qiqi let her 2 children run wild, because no one could bully them anyway. With permission, Wan Bao excitedly went to the next room to read. As soon as she left, Lu Yi came back. As he entered middle age, Lu Yi had become more stable. He went to Jiangqing for a meeting and shouted as soon as he entered the door, "Qiqi, baby, eat tofu skin." He specially bought bean curd skin, which Wan Qiqi and his daughter both loved to eat. Dad, I miss you so much. Baby Wan smelled the fragrance, ran out happily, and hugged Lu Yi and acted coquettishly. You want tofu skin, right? Eat it quickly. Lu Yi smiled and scratched her nose, then divided the tofu skin into 2 halves, giving a larger half to Wan Qiqi and the smaller half to his daughter. If the potatoes were at home, he would divide them into 3 portions, giving the extra portion to his wife, and the remaining 2 portions, which were exactly the same, would be shared by the brother and sister. Wan Qiqi never rejected Lu Ye's different treatment. The children will have their own lovers and families in the future. Lu Yi is the one who will accompany her until old age, and she will only favor Lu Yi. I don't know if I can meet a man as good as my father in the future. Has been fed dog food many times, envies his parents' love, and is also looking forward to it. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Wan Qiqi smiled. Her baby is too late to understand and doesn't know what love is. Jiang Zhuiyue is a very good child and is good to the baby. And Anzi from Xiangjiang also likes the baby. She likes both children, but in the end it is the baby's decision and she will not interfere. As for Potato Baby, she would not care about him at all, because the child had made it clear long ago that he would not get married. Wan Qiqi understood very well that it was indeed difficult for Tudo to find a suitable marriage partner given his identity. It would be better for him to wait until he had finished his trials in the human world and return to his hometown before looking for one. Baby Wan only ate a few pieces of bean curd and put the rest in the lunchbox. I'll send it to Grandpa Man and Grandpa. Take these too. Wan Qiqi gave half of her tofu skin to Wan Bao to take away. Lu Disheng and Mo Qiufeng are both over 80 years old, as are the 2 elders of the Lu family. Thanks to Wan Qiqi's occasional feeding of spiritual tea, they are all in good health. Only Xie Taoji was in very poor health and passed away a few years ago. It was considered a natural death. Bai Fengshe wore mourning clothes and sent the old lady to the mountain. There is also Mama Jiang. Although she ate ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum for nourishment from time to time, she passed away 2 years ago. However, she left behind offspring, a big yellow dog that looks exactly like her. Manzai still calls her Mama Jiang, as if nothing has changed. Bao Wan held 2 lunch boxes and went to find Lu Disheng first. This doesn't count. I didn't make any moves. Play again. Why didn't you make a move? I saw it clearly. You already made one. Your presbyopia can't see anything. If I say it's not good, then it's not good. Mo Qiufeng, stop whining, or I won't play chess with you anymore. Lu Disheng regretted his move with great righteousness, which made Mo Qiufeng laugh so irritatingly. I've condescended to play chess with you.
Lu Disheng, you've really gone backwards.
I won't play anymore. As Mo Qiufeng grows older, he becomes more genuine and his temper becomes hotter than in previous years. He is not used to Lu Disheng's bad temper. All right, you are noble. You are amazing. Come on, play again. Lu Disheng was, on the contrary, much gentler than in previous years. After a few words of coaxing in a gentle voice, Mo Qiufeng finally sat back down. Wan Baobao stood at the gate of the yard, watching with great joy. She only went in after the two elders resumed playing chess. Grandpa Mo, eat some tofu skin. My dad just brought it back. Seeing his precious granddaughter, Lu Disheng stopped playing chess and went to pick up the bean curd excitedly. Lu Yuanchao also got married and had two sons, so Wan Baobao was the only granddaughter of the Lu family and the apple of Lu Disheng's eye. Grandpa Mo, you guys continue. I'm going to Grandpa Man's place. Go! Lu Disheng ate bean curd with big mouthfuls and waved happily. Mo Qiufeng looked on with some envy. Compared to the bustling Lu family, he and his children and grandchildren seemed much quieter. However, he had long been accustomed to it, and now this peaceful life was good enough. When Wan Baobao went to Lu's house, his mother came out to greet him, wagging her tail, when he was still more than 10 meters away, followed by Manzai, who is in his 50s, still looks very young, with black hair, no different from 15 years ago.
Grandpa Man, eat tofu skin.
Baby Wan took a piece of bean curd and fed it to him personally. Manzai smiled happily, his face full of joy. Was beaten twice, limped to school the next morning. On the way, he met classmates who were riding bicycles and invited him to take a ride, but he refused. Last night his cruel father came back and beat him with a belt again, leaving his buttocks bruised. Niu Xingyun sighed and had to stand in class today. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, several of his friends came to him and reported the latest developments of the enemy. Those jerks still aren't convinced, so they asked us to go to the old place after school to have a fight. Go, I can't kill them. Niu Xingyun stood up angrily, completely forgetting the injury on his butt. Can you do it? His friends looked at his butt suspiciously. Why not? I can kill them with one hand. Niu Xingyun said with disdain. None of those jerks from the neighboring school could fight. The friends were relieved and said they would notify other brothers to gather at the old place at 5:30 p.m. and see you there. Are you lucky, cow? A clear voice suddenly sounded, and several people looked up at the same time and saw a quiet and beautiful girl. I am. Who are you? Niu Xingyun quickly admitted it and was very excited inside. Could it be that she was a schoolgirl who had a crush on him? Why do you have a secret crush on such a beautiful girl? Just tell her directly. He will definitely not refuse. Have we met before? He looks familiar. Niu Xingyun couldn't help but ask. Several of his friends all made disgusting expressions. I never realized before that Niu Xingyun was so good at flirting with girls that even Jia Baoyu learned from him. Study hard. Chao Wenxi said something earnestly, then turned and left. She is only here to recognize the servant. Don't curse the wrong person. Walked to the classroom door, stopped, muttered a few words to himself, then smiled strangely, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away leisurely. Brother, you are so disloyal that you actually hid such a beautiful girlfriend? A few of Niu Xingyun's friends surrounded him and made fun of him, and they were all envious and disgusted with him. I don't even know her, don't you think it's weird? Niu Xingyun felt inexplicably uneasy. He was very sure that he had seen the girl before. When the bell rang, the classroom immediately fell silent. Niu Xingyun stood there obediently. He was in the last row anyway, so standing there would not disturb his classmates. Morning class, Niu Xingyun and his friends went out to eat noodles. They went to a store they often visited. When the hot noodles were served, several of them couldn't wait to eat them. Niu Xingyun was very hungry, so he picked up a large spoonful of noodles and stuffed it into his mouth, and then he choked. A large lump of powder got stuck in his throat, and Niu Xingyin was choking so much that he kept rolling his eyes and couldn't speak. Several friends banged his back and carried him on their shoulders while running. After several minutes of struggling, they finally got the powder out of his throat. Water. Niu Xingyin leaned weakly on his friend and almost lost half his life. The noodle shop owner quickly brought a bowl of boiled water, and Niu Xingyin took a big sip. Cough, cough, cough. Niu Xingyin choked and coughed violently. His face had turned purple from choking before, and now it had turned liver red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. After a while of hard work, a few friends finally saved Niu Xingyin's life. Niu Xingyin was so exhausted that he lost all his appetite and lay listlessly on the table. "You're unlucky today, so be careful," a friend kindly reminded him. Niu Xingyin didn't take it to heart. He ate too fast just now, and it would be fine if he slowed down. He slowly ate the rest of the noodles and felt relieved when nothing happened again. They went to the store next door to buy chicken drumsticks and bread to eat when they were hungry in the afternoon, and then walked back to the classroom together. But before they reached the classroom, they had finished eating the chicken leg bread. "My stomach aches. Is this bread expired?" Niu Xingyin pressed his aching stomach. "No, you are just unlucky today," several friends said in unison and took a few steps away from him. "Is there any paper? I'm going to the toilet." Niu Xingyin couldn't bear it any longer, so he collected paper from a few of his friends and limped to the toilet. He just squatted down, and suddenly he had a bowel movement. He felt great after that, but when he was wiping his butt, he didn't know what happened and ended up with shoot on his hands. He had been wiping butts for so many years, but had never wiped his hands. Niu Xingyin cursed, wiped his butt while suppressing his nausea, and quickly went to wash his hands, washing them more than 10 times before returning to the classroom. But he was still unlucky in the afternoon. He choked while drinking water, was tripped by someone while walking, and the worst thing was that he, a 15-year-old man, actually wet his pants in public. He was even seen by the prettiest girl in the class. Niu Xingyin now just wants to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and never come out again. "Are you still doing it with the guy next door?" friends asked. "Duck it, I want to go home." Niu Xingyin glared at him unhappily and limped away. The fight at 5:30 naturally did not take place. Niu Xingyin, the leader, did not go, and neither did the other 12 cronies. Their enemy waited at the old place for an hour and finally left cursing. For the next few days, Niu Xingyin lived in chaos every day, as if he was stuck in a vicious circle. His life was full of bad luck every day. From morning to afternoon, he choked while eating, choked while drinking water, had diarrhea, and then wet his pants when school was about to end. He was almost becoming the laughingstock of the whole school. If he wasn't afraid of being beaten by his parents, Niu Xingyin really didn't want to come to school. After a week of torment, Niu Xingyin changed from an energetic middle school boy to a listless and decadent boy. The wound on his buttocks healed, but he had several new wounds in his heart. This week the neighboring school was very arrogant and challenged him several times. Niu Xingyin accepted each time, but had to break the appointment every time and was blocked by the neighboring school. Then, Niu Xingyin was hit hard again. He was backstabbed by his brother. Because he had too many problems and caused great damage to the reputation of their gang, the other 12 brothers kicked him out of the organization and elected a new leader. Niu Xingyin went to argue with them, but was ridiculed by his former brothers. However, Niu Xingyin did not feel sad for too long because a few days after he was kicked out of the organization, his former brothers fought with the gang next door and someone died. One of his former brothers stabbed a man from the neighboring school to death with a knife. The police took away the 2 gangs that were fighting and also found him to find out what happened. Niu Xingyin answered truthfully. Not long after, the students who fought were expelled from school and sent to a juvenile detention center. Niu Xingyin lived in a daze these days until all his former friends were fired. Then he came to his senses and suddenly felt lucky for his bad luck for several days. Otherwise, he might be the one sent to juvenile detention center. Niu Xingyin, who had come to his senses, seemed to have been retrained and became a good student who studied hard. Wang Xuehua and his wife were very pleased and were especially grateful to Wan Baobao. 3 years later, Niu Xingyun was admitted to the military academy with excellent grades and became a pillar of the country. On July 7th, 8, and 9, the 3-day college entrance examination was over. Wan Baobao was the first to walk out of the examination room. She had done everything she could, and she also pieced together the things she didn't know how to do. Her sincerity was great, and it brought a perfect end to her 3 years of high school. At the end of the month, Chao Wenxi and his sister and Shangguan Xian finished their final exams, and the group of children were preparing to go to Hong Kong for their summer vacation.
Ding, Yi assigned them a task.
This man is called Yang Nanhui. He used to be a senior bank executive. He transferred 80 million yuan of public assets overseas and was planning to go to the United States from Hong Kong. If you arrest him, you can still get 80 million yuan of assets. Wan Baobao and his group arrived in Hong Kong safely, and Anzi drove to pick them up personally. The 19-year-old Anzi is still in college, but he participated in the company management of Rongyao Gang 3 years ago. Perhaps it was because he inherited the Wu family's excellent business genes that Anzi was very good at investing. Under his management over the past 3 years, the assets of the Glory Gang had increased several times. When Gonda discovered how capable he was, he let go and handed the company over to him to manage. Anzi, why have you grown taller again? I haven't grown at all this year. Baby Wan stood on tiptoes and compared with Anzi, but was still half a head short, so she pouted in dissatisfaction. You're already tall enough. If you grow any taller, the new skirt I bought for you won't fit you. Anzi helped them put their luggage into the trunk and took out ice cream from the refrigerator in the car and handed it to Wan Baobao. He knew all of Wan Baobao's hobbies, even better than she herself. I want to eat ice cream, too. Chao Wenyuan made the request with a smile. He was the same age as Wan Baobao and was also particularly afraid of heat. Like his father, he only wore light clothes in the cold winter. Get it yourself. Anzi's tone was indifferent. He was not the easygoing person. He always keeps to himself in school, and his classmates keep their distance from him. Only when he is with his adoptive parents, grandparents, and baby Wan does he show his tender side. Another discriminatory treatment. Chao Wenyuan curled his lips. It was obvious that he and Anzi were good brothers, but he always treated him coldly, but was very kind to Wan Baobao. The difference was too obvious. He glanced at Wan Baobao, who was eating ice cream and chatting with his sister, winked at Anzi, and whispered, "Do you want me to help you break it? Otherwise, you'll have to wait until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. If you dare to say that, I'll beat you to death." Anzi glared at her fiercely. He was nice to Baobao not for the sake of getting anything. He just wanted to let nature take its course. In the end, no matter what choice Baobao Wan made, as long as she was happy, he would be happy. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, who doesn't know a good man's heart. Chao Wenyuan got into the car angrily, while Wan Baobao and Chao Wenxi were chattering about school gossip, and Shangguan Xian sat quietly beside them and listened. "Brother, let me drive." Chao Wenyuan felt itchy and wanted to drive. Anzi gave the seat to him. Chao Wenyuan fastened his seat belt, started the car, and drove very smoothly. After driving for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the mountain road. There were not many people on the road, and there were mountains on both sides. Chao Wenxi, who was sitting in the back seat, looked up and saw that it was his brother who was driving. He couldn't help but say, "Brother, please stop driving. With your poor driving skills, you might drop the anchor halfway." Wan Baobao reacted quickly and covered Chao Wenxi's mouth, but she still let her speak out. Everyone sighed in unison. "Chao Wenxi, will you die if you don't speak?" Chao Wenyuan couldn't help but curse because he found that the car had indeed broken down. His sister's bad mouth is more clever than God. "I said I couldn't let my brother come. Every time I see him, I can't help it." Chao Wenxi muttered quietly that she and her brother had not gotten along since they were young, and even when they grew up they still disliked each other and always had to make some noises when they met. "Why don't you let me come? Hong Kong belongs to you alone. We 3 girls are fine, but you insisted on squeezing in. Just tell me whether you are annoying or not. I'm just worried that you 3 will suffer. Good intentions don't go unrewarded." I won't care about you anymore. It's obviously you who wanted to play. The brother and sister started arguing again. Everyone was used to it and didn't bother to care, so they got out of the car to fix it. Chow Wincy was tired of arguing, so he got out of the car, looked around, and couldn't help but sigh. This desolate mountain is really suitable for dumping corpses. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Chow Wincy helplessly. There is no hope of returning home safely today. I'll go and take a look. Shangguan Xian finished speaking. She went up the mountain and came back a few minutes later, saying calmly, "The male corpse is severely decomposed. Call the police." Anzi took out his mobile phone and called the police. Half an hour later, a police car came roaring in. The officer recognized Anzi and was very respectful, but he still had to go to the police station to cooperate in taking a statement. "I had to pee urgently, so I went up the mountain to relieve myself, and that's when I saw it." Shangguan Xian explained the reason why the body was found. "Miss, you don't seem to be afraid at all?" The police were a little suspicious because Shangguan Xian was so calm and didn't seem scared at all. "Just a dead person." Shangguan Xian smiled faintly. The police checked their entry records and found that they had arrived only an hour ago, so they had no time to commit the crime, so they let them go. Anzi sent them home first, and they all lived in Wan Chichi's villa halfway up the mountain. Su Gaifeng passed away 2 years ago. Anzi was always with her in her last days, and the old lady passed away peacefully. Xiang is now an executive of Rongyabang Company. She is married and has children, and is living a good life. Hong has been staying in their one family and has never married. Her peaceful and stable life makes her look much younger than her peers. She also opened a flower shop. Wan Chichi and Xiang both support her. The business of the flower shop is neither busy nor slow. Hong travels between the flower shop and home every day, and her life is very fulfilling. There were other servants at home, and the house was kept very clean. In the evening, Wan Baobao and his friends went to Gon's house for dinner. Gon's tea restaurant was still open. Although Gon's father and mother were old, they were still in good health. They were reluctant to close the restaurant, and even more reluctant to leave their old neighbors, so they insisted on keeping the restaurant open. "Grandpa gone, Grandma gone, did you miss me?" Baby One walked to the door of the store and acted like a spoiled child. "The baby is here, dinner will be ready soon." Gon's mother's hair has turned a lot whiter, but she is still in good spirits. She happily greeted the children, and Gon's father took out delicious food to treat them. Sister Bao Bao, Sister Wenxi, Sister Xian Xian. 2 exquisite and handsome teenagers rushed down from upstairs. They were Xia Tao and Gon Defa's children, a boy and a girl, and they were 14 years old this year. The elder brother Gon Anjian and the younger sister Gon Anqi look like their mother. The brother and sister look almost exactly the same. If they wear the same clothes, even their grandparents can't tell them apart. However, the brother and sister have very different personalities and hobbies. The elder brother is like his father, with a stable character and a strong sense of justice. He is a handsome and sunny boy. Her younger sister, Angie, is very much like her mother, with an unpredictable temper. She is also a master of ninjutsu and particularly loves studying poisons. Gon Anjian ran down happily and wagged his tail at Shangguan Xian like a puppy. He confessed his love to Shangguan Xian when he was 10 years old and was beaten. However, the child was very determined and continued to confess his love, so naturally he was beaten again. "Sister Xian Xian, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. I made 1,000 paper cranes by myself. There are 999 of them in total. They represent my feelings for you." Gon Anjian shyly took out a jar of colorful paper cranes and handed it to Shangguan Xian with both hands. "Can you give me something practical next time? Pineapple buns or pork chop buns would be fine." Although she was disgusted, Shangguan Xian still took it. After all, it was a gift from the child, and she couldn't throw it away. But compared to the ugly and useless paper cranes, she still prefers delicious food, such as the pork chop buns, pineapple buns, and fish balls made by Grandma Gon, which are really delicious. Gon Anqi pushed her brother away and took out her latest poison to show off. This is called the Heartless Pill. Take one pill, and you will be free from all feelings and love, and will never suffer from love again. Life without love is worse than death. Love is the sweetener of life. You don't understand. Gao Shangjin refuted and argued convincingly. You know nothing. Women don't need love at all. How can we continue our offspring without love? Society will be extinct. You're stupid, but you still don't admit it. The right to have children lies in women's hands. When you want to have a child, just find a man to partner with you. Gao Shangjin raised her chin proudly, with the demeanor of a mature woman. Gao Shangjin wanted to argue, but Cao Wenxi pushed him away impatiently. We girls are talking, men, get out of here, it's so annoying. And Jian, come here. Cao Wenyuan waved at him, and Gao Shangjin walked over reluctantly. Even though they were only 10 steps away, he still looked back every few steps. Where are Uncle Gao and Aunt Tao? Asked Bao Bao Ruan. My mom has recently become obsessed with adventure, so she dragged my dad to explore the Amazon. Gao Shangjin looked unhappy because she also wanted to go, but her parents refused. Is there a python more than 10 meters long in the Amazon? If Aunt Tao encounters one, I don't know if she can beat it. Cao Wenxi blurted out, and then she immediately realized what she had said and covered her mouth in embarrassment. Gao Shangjin clasped her hands together, prayed for her parents for 3 seconds, and then ignored them. Mr. and Mrs. Xia Tao in the Amazon rainforest have been trekking for 3 hours and are ready to find a place to rest. That's it. Xia Tao found a perfect spot for camping. She quickly made a fire. Gone to boiled water to make snake soup. There were many poisonous snakes in the forest, and they could easily catch a few. Gone Defa went to the nearby area to pick more than a dozen leaves. Adding these leaves to the soup would make the soup more delicious and supplement vitamins. He has read a lot of books, and now his knowledge reserves of adventure are very rich. A Tao, it's time to eat snake soup. After cooking the snake soup and toasting a few slices of bread, Gone Defa invited Xia Tao to come and eat. Do you regret it? If you had married another woman, you would be living comfortably at home now. Xia Tao suddenly asked. She likes exciting adventures as long as she can move. She will not stay at home obediently. Gone Defa has suffered a lot with her and experienced several life-threatening dangers. To be honest, she was a little sorry, but she couldn't change it. I'm unhappy every day if I marry another woman. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy no matter where I am. Gandefa smiled naively. Although exploration was hard and dangerous, the freshness and sense of accomplishment from exploring nature were things he could never experience at home. He wanted to thank a Tao for allowing him to experience such a colorful life. Xia Tao curled her lips, but her eyes were gentle. A Tao, what's that sound? Gone Defa's expression became alert. He felt the ground shaking, as if a huge creature was sliding on the ground and getting closer and closer to them. Xia Tao took a deep breath and smelled a fishy smell. Her expression became serious, and she asked Gone Defa to climb the tree quickly. It's a python, climb up the tree. Gone Defa did not hesitate. He quickly climbed up the tree and took out his gun. Xia Tao added a lot of firewood to the fire, and the flames shot up high. She drew out her long knife with a stern look on her face. A few minutes later, a python about 10 meters long appeared in front of them. Its head was as big as a cow, its body was as thick as a barrel, but it slid very flexibly. Xia Tao couldn't understand why the python didn't like to come to the place she chose. Was the python out of its mind? Get out of here, or I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and eat your flesh. Xia Tao warned coldly and chopped the tree in midair, and the tree, which was as thick as a bowl, broke in half. The python raised its head and looked at Xia Tao for a few seconds with a silly look on its face. It slid forward a few meters tentatively, and when it saw that Xia Tao didn't move, it slid forward a few more meters. A Tao, it seems like it wants to eat snake soup. Gone Defo on the tree said loudly that he felt a little flattery from the python. All things have spirits, especially animals of such a large size, which are very spiritual. Xia Tao hesitated for a moment, picked up the remaining half pot of snake soup, dug a hole in the ground, filled it with some leaves, poured the snake soup in, and stepped back. Sure enough, the python slid over quickly. buried its huge head in the pit and began to eat with a grunt. Soon, half the pot of snake soup was finished. The python raised its head and looked at them eagerly. It wanted to eat more. "No, if you want to eat, go catch some prey, and I'll cook it for you." Gondefa came down from the tree and talked to the python in a gentle tone. The python probably understood what he said, so it turned around and slid away. Xia Tao breathed a sigh of relief. She was not sure if she could take Gondefa away safely from such a big python, so a peaceful resolution would be the best. "I'll cook some more." Gondefa put the remaining snake meat into the pot to make soup. The snake soup gave off an enticing aroma. Just as they were about to start eating, that familiar voice came again. Xia Tao's face changed. She gritted her teeth and stood up, ready to fight the python to the death. The python came back with a huge red deer in its mouth. It threw the dead deer on the ground and looked at them eagerly. "You want it cooked?" Gondefa was very surprised. It was the first time he encountered a python that liked to eat cooked food and was also very human-like. The python cannot speak, but it looks like it is standing by and waiting for them to feed it. Gondefa and Xia Tao processed the red deer together. They cut a few pieces of meat and roasted them over the fire. They also added a lot of seasonings. Fortunately, they brought a lot of seasonings, otherwise it would not be enough. The tempting aroma of barbecue wafted out. Although the python didn't make a sound, its desire for barbecue could be felt. Strange, the anaconda's tongue has no sense of taste, only smell. How can it distinguish between grilled meat and raw meat? Gondefa muttered to himself while grilling meat. This python, or to be more precise, an anaconda, overturned all current research by scientists on anacondas. But he wouldn't tell anyone. The forest belongs to wild animals, and it's best not to disturb them. Humanity's understanding of nature is too shallow. Xia Tao cut a piece of barbecue and ate it. It tasted very good. She also fed Gondefa another piece. The python next to him was almost dying of anxiety, but he still stayed there obediently, waiting to be fed.
Give.
Gondefa let the meat cool down and threw it towards the python. The python grabbed it flexibly and swallowed it in one gulp. Several large pieces of meat were not enough for it to eat. It weighed more than 200 kilograms. Gondefa and Xia Tao could not finish roasting it even if they roasted it all night. Later, they simply roasted only the surface and sprinkled some seasoning on it. The python still ate it with relish. They peeled off the deer skin and processed it to make clothes and bags. After eating a deer, the python did not leave, but rested nearby. As the king of the forest, it was absolutely safe with it around, and no wild beasts within a 10-mile radius dared to come. Xia Tao and Gondefa slept very comfortably that night and woke up naturally in the morning. The python brought another red deer, so they had to grill it. After a few interactions, they reached a tacit understanding with the python. On the rest of the journey, the python followed them quietly. When they set up camp, it would catch prey and let the couple help roast it. With the python protecting them, they were safe along the way, and there were no blind wild beasts to provoke them. The one-month expedition was completed smoothly, and Xia Tao and Gondefa were ready to return to Hong Kong. "Pug, I'll see you next year. Go back." Xia Tao shouted to the reluctant python that it could only live comfortably in the Amazon rainforest, and the outside world was not suitable for it. Pug was the name she gave to the python. Apart from looking like a snake, it was like the pug raised by Gon's mother in every other way. Chow Wincy didn't know that her casual words had helped Xia Tao and Gondefa gain a python friend. They were having a great time in Hong Kong, but they didn't forget their mission. They looked for Yang Nanhui while having fun, but this guy seemed to have disappeared. Anzi asked his brothers in the gang to inquire about his whereabouts, but there was no trace of him. "He won't die, will he?" Chow Wincy asked back. How could he be willing to die with 80 million? He must be hiding. This guy is quite patient. There is no movement from the bank. Bao Bao Wan went to the bank to check, and Yang Nan replied that he didn't dare to use a penny. So, how did he survive in Hong Kong during this period? I'll have my men look for it again. As long as it's in Hong Kong, we'll definitely find it. Anzi finished speaking. He went to call his subordinates, and his tone was very serious. We can't even find a single person. Are the people in the gang living too comfortably and becoming too lazy? Recently, he noticed that the people in the gang have become quite lazy. The Glory Gang has been developing smoothly in recent years, and its financial strength is the best in Hong Kong. Although it is a good thing, it has also made the people in the gang slack off. If this continues, big problems will definitely arise. Now that he couldn't even find a single person, it proved that his idea was correct, and he had to take action. His parents had handed the Glory Gang over to him, and it couldn't be destroyed in his hands. Anzi said this. The people below immediately worked like clockwork and worked overtime to look for the person. Sure enough, they got the news in less than 3 days. Sir, this guy is a minor character in the crew, and he can endure hardships. His subordinates handed over several photos, which were stills of Yang Nanhui in various dramas. He was basically a supporting actor with no lines, either playing a dead body or a passerby, and the money he earned was only enough to buy lunch and pay the rent. Wan Bao Bao and the others went to the crew and saw Yang Nanhui lying on the ground pretending to be a dead body. They were filming a fight between two gangs. Yang Nanhui had a lot of red paint on his face and body and was lying there miserably. Filming is fun. Chao Wenxi was watching with great interest. She liked watching TV dramas from Hong Kong, especially martial arts films and detective stories. She would follow every episode. Today, she saw the filming set, and it felt quite interesting. Miss, you can come to my crew to film. The 3 of you are very pretty. I will arrange roles with lines for you. How about that? A middle-aged man came over and enthusiastically invited them to film.
Who are you?
Chao Wenyuan vigilantly protected his sister. I'm a director. This is my business card. The man handed over his business card. He was indeed a director. His last name was Wang, and he was currently filming a martial arts film. I'll think about it. Chao Wenxi did not refuse. She wanted to come to the crew to film for a few days and experience it after completing her mission. Okay, miss, once you've thought about it, call me anytime. Wang smiled and left. Yang Nanhui's filming had already been completed, and many actors went to receive their lunchboxes, including Yang Nanhui. I'm a little hungry. Can I have 2 servings? Yang Nanhui begged humbly, asking for 1 more portion so that he wouldn't have to buy a lunchbox in the evening. Only 1 copy. Distributing the lunchboxes had a blank expression on his face. Yang Nanhui didn't dare to say anything else. He smiled ingratiatingly, took his lunchbox and left, then found a place to sit down and eat. While eating, he encouraged himself that as long as he could hold on for another 10 days, he would be able to get a pass to the United States. Once in the United States, he could spend the money as he pleased. Thinking of the wonderful life in the future, Yang Nanhui suddenly became energetic and wolfed down his lunchbox. He planned to find a place to take a nap, and then look for a supporting role in the afternoon. Didn't bring much money with him, so he saved as much as he could. He also had to earn living expenses for the next few days, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to afford a plane ticket to the United States.
Yang Nanhui.
Someone called out.
Why?
Yang Nanhui responded subconsciously, and soon he reacted, stood up and was about to run, but was stopped by someone. I'll let you run for a minute. Chao Wenyuan smiled, stepped aside and motioned him to run first. Yang Nanhui hesitated for a few seconds, then broke into a run. The wind whistled in his ears, and he felt he was running very fast. Even when he was young, he had never run so fast. He didn't know how long he had been running. His lungs felt like they were on fire, dry and painful. Don't run away. Someone tapped me on the shoulder and spoke in my ear. Yang Nanhui didn't stop and wanted to continue running, but someone grabbed his collar from behind, and no matter how he ran, he stayed in the same place. I'll give you half, just pretend you didn't see me, okay? Yang Nanhui still held out a glimmer of hope and wanted to take a bribe of 40 million. 40 million is not enough. You can take out all 80 million. Chao Wenyuan sneered and pulled him out. Wan Baobao, Shangguan Xian and others were waiting in the car. Chao Wenyuan threw them in the car and drove towards Yang Nanhui's residence. This guy has a fortune of 80 million, but he rents a house that is as shabby as a coffin and has difficulty even turning around. They found Yang Nanhui's carefully hidden laptop computer. Shangguan Xian logged into his bank account with a few operations. She could transfer money online by simply entering the password. What's the password? I forgot. Yang Nanhui refused to say. Wan Baobao sneered, carried him to the elevator, and went straight to the rooftop. He grabbed his collar with one hand and held him on the rooftop. If he let go of his hand, he would fall down.
No.
If I die, you will never get the money. Yang Nanhui was so frightened that his face turned pale, but he still remained tough. It doesn't matter. It's not my money anyway. But I'm really annoyed with you right now. I'll give you a chance to see if your clothes are secure enough. Wan Baobao sneered and pinched him a few times, and Yang Nanhui screamed in fright. If he was wearing Dacron, he wouldn't have fallen. But unfortunately, he's not wearing Dacron. If he falls here, it will break into pieces, right? Chao Wenxi looked down. The building had 9 floors and was quite tall. Just as she finished speaking, there was a sound of cloth tearing. The sound was not loud, but to Yang Nanhui's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. It was his clothes that were torn, and this could have a bearing on his life. Pull me up, I'll tell you everything. Yang Nanhui was so scared that he peed himself. He didn't want to die at all. Even if he has to go to jail, he wants to live. Wan Baobao carried him up, and Yang Nanhui sat down on the ground, still in shock, and told the password. After Shangguan Xian entered it, the transfer was successful. The mission was successfully completed, and Chao Wenyuan took the people back to report. Wan Baobao and the others wanted to stay and play until school started. Chao Wenxi thought about experiencing the life of filming and found director Wang, who really arranged roles for the 3 of them. Moreover, they all had a foundation in kung fu, so they filmed the fighting scenes as smoothly as flowing water, and their scenes looked better than those of the leading actress. Wang even invited them to film his next drama and said that they would definitely have important roles to play, but all 3 of them declined. They thought that just having the experience was enough, and it would be boring to actually film a drama. And even if they want to film a movie, they don't need to come to this kind of crew. Anzi has a film and television company under him, so it won't be a problem for them to be the protagonists. Anzi has been very busy recently because he is preparing to officially deal with the Wu family and take back his property. In fact, Anzi started to gradually deal with the Wu family last year. This year, the Wu family lost a lot of orders, all of which were snatched away by him. Wu Yuntao's health has not been very good in the past 2 years. He has become a Buddhist and would stay in a temple for a few days every now and then. He also often donated money for incense, but it was of no avail. His health was getting worse and worse, and he was unable to manage the company. Moreover, none of Wu Yuntao's children are successful, so he has to rely on him to support them. Coupled with the serious loss of orders this year, Wu Yuntao was anxious and angry, and his health became worse. That day, Wu Yuntao went to the temple again and made an appointment to play chess with Master Yuanhui, who is only in his early 60s, has completely white hair, and looks much older than his peers. He also has difficulty walking and needs to use a cane to travel. Arriving at the temple, he went directly to Master Yuanhui's room. The master had already been waiting there. The young monk served him tea and had prepared a chessboard. Master, I have been sleeping very restlessly recently. I always dream about some old friends. Is there any way to resolve this? Wu Yuntao's eyes were dark circles and bloodshot, and he looked very haggard. May I ask who this old friend is? Master Yuanhui asked.
Yes.
My brother's family and my parents. Wu Yuntao hesitated for a few seconds and answered truthfully. Has Master Wu ever owed them anything? Master Yuanhui asked very directly. Wu Yuntao looked a little embarrassed. If it were in the past, he would definitely not admit it. But now he was troubled by nightmares and his health was getting worse, so he didn't care about his face and nodded. Because of some misunderstandings back then, I did owe my brother's family, but I have been feeling bad all these years, and I really want to make it up to them. Is your brother still alive?
He should be dead.
Does your brother have any offspring? Wu Yuntao's expression changed slightly, and he said, My nephew has also passed away and has no descendants. That stupid nephew came, although he was married, his niece-in-law was not pregnant, so he definitely had no offspring. Master Yuanhui gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart for being so heartless and worse than beasts. It's so hard to make money, and it's so hard to eat shoot. Then we should hold a 49-day ritual for them to help them transcend. Master Yuanhui came up with an idea. The temple could make a lot of money from the 49-day ritual. How wonderful! Wu Yuntao agreed, without thinking. He hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. When he closed his eyes, he saw his dead nephew, his parents, and his brother and sister-in-law, who were shouting at him and questioning him angrily. He didn't dare to sleep at all, and often stayed awake until dawn. This had been going on for several days, and he could hardly hold on any longer. Wu Yuntao only played chess for a few minutes before he fell asleep. He slept for 7 or 8 hours, and his energy was restored a lot. So he immediately donated a large sum of money and asked Master Yuanhui to move into the temple. For the sake of the incense money, Master Yuanhui naturally had no objection and asked his disciple to clean up the guest room. Wu Yuntao, who lived in the temple, slept particularly soundly, and his spirit was visibly restored. After Anzi found out, he prepared to go to the temple to put some things there so that Wu Yuntao wouldn't live too comfortably. That's right. The reason why Wu Yuntao had nightmares again and again was because he replaced Wu Yuntao's calming incense with a nightmare incense prepared by Gananshi. As the name suggests, after smelling this fragrance, you will have nightmares all night long. No need to go to all that trouble, let Wensi do it. Wan Baobao stopped him. It is not easy to make someone unlucky. I need to meet him in person, the effect will be better. Chao Wensi made a request. Why go to all that trouble? Just give him this pill and send him straight to God. Gan Anshi took out a black pill, which she named the Kengtui Gufei pill. Taking one pill would make one go to heaven. Have you finished the assigned test? If you have nothing to do, I'll send you to a cram school. Anzi snatched the pills and flushed them down the toilet. He was always a serious elder brother to his younger siblings and was ruthless in disciplining them. The brother and sister are fearless except for 2 people. The first is Mom, the second is my eldest brother. The school didn't assign any homework. Gan Anshi muttered softly, feeling very weak. Because she ranked last in the class in exams last semester, and her grades were consistently bad. Any comments? Anzi's tone became even more severe. His younger brothers and sisters were too naughty. Their parents just let them go, and their grandparents just spoiled them. If he wasn't strict, these 2 brats would take over all the land in Hong Kong. No problem, I'll go do the test paper. Gan Anshi shook her head vigorously. How could she dare to object? When her eldest brother got angry, he was inhumane. Once she did something wrong, her eldest brother punished her by making her go hungry for 3 meals. No one in the family dared to plead for mercy. She went hungry for 3 meals and almost starved to death. She obediently went back to her room to do her homework and dragged her brother along. Why are you pulling me? Gan Anjian was not happy, but he was not scolded by his eldest brother. You were 4th from the bottom last semester. That's better than you're 3rd from the bottom. Gan Anjian was very proud. As long as he could pass his sister's exam, he would no longer be the last in the family. Dad is the principal, Mom is the dean of studies, and the 3rd and 4th from the bottom are all in our house. Do you think it's an honor? Go and do your papers, at least 3. If you don't finish them, you won't be allowed to eat. Anzi had a headache because these 2 jerks were very smart, but they didn't follow the right path, and their minds were all on crooked ways. And Jian studies stocks all day long. I have to say that this guy is very talented and has made a lot of money in the stock market. Anshi makes poisons all day long, and the house is full of poisons. If you enter her room, you may step on a poisonous insect if you are not careful. He didn't expect these 2 jerks to do very well in the exam, but at least they wouldn't be at the bottom, right? What a disgrace. Without the 2 unlucky children around, Anzi felt the air was a lot fresher. He took Wan Baobao and the others to the temple to see Wu Yuntao. Has even brought his work to the temple recently. He eats well and sleeps well, and he looks much better than a few days ago. Wan Baobao and the others arrived. Wu Yuntao had just finished processing some documents and his neck was a little sore, so he went out for a walk alone. The temple is very big and the scenery is beautiful. Wu Yuntao was strolling in the garden with a cane and ran into Anzi and the others head-on. Seeing Anzi, who looked like his brother, Wu Yuntao's heart skipped a beat. He stopped involuntarily and took the initiative to greet him. "Little brother, you look very familiar. What's your last name?" "My surname is Gon, which means water and gold. Mr. Wu should know my father. His name is Gon Defa." Facing his enemies, Anzi remained calm. "So you are Principal Gon, son. I never thought that I had dinner with your father." Wu Yuntao's suspicions were alleviated a lot. Gon Defa had nothing to do with his Wu family. It could be that they just happened to look alike, right? Anzi smiled and didn't respond. Wu Yuntao didn't have the patience to talk to the junior and continued walking. After he walked away, Chao Wensi whispered, "This man has a disability. He might fall." Wu Yuntao's scream was heard in the distance. His foot slipped and he fell heavily with a crack, and he couldn't get up at all. In the temple who knew medicine. After examining Wu Yuntao, he said, "The coccyx is broken. Go to the hospital." Master Yuanhui had no choice but to call an ambulance. After Wu Yuntao was carried into the car, he went to check the place where he fell. He walked back and forth more than 10 times, and he was still steady. Strange, the road is smooth and there is no moss. How could he fall? Master Yuanhui was puzzled. "Maybe I've done too many bad things," the apprentice said casually. Master Yuanhui put his hands together and chanted, "Amit Ba." Ruan Bao Bao and his friends donated some incense money to the temple and then returned to the city. And Zi asked his subordinates to deliver the photos he had just taken to the company's newspaper. Let them use their creativity. The more eye-catching the title, the better. Anzi told his men that he had acquired the newspaper last year and that it was basically he who had the newspaper report all the negative news about the Wu family in the past 2 years. Received the instructions were immediately cheered up. As writers, what they liked most was to express themselves freely. The boss was really understanding. The editors, letting themselves go, wrote a report with great enthusiasm and gave it a very eye-catching title. Wu Yuntao called an ambulance at the temple, suspected he would not live long. That night, the printing factory worked overtime to finish the work. The next day, the news that Wu Yuntao was suspected to have died spread throughout the city. After a day of fermentation, it was rumored that Wu Yuntao had died. It just so happened that the Wu family invited a high monk to perform a ritual to verify the authenticity of these rumors. It's absolutely true. I have a relative who works for the Wu family. Wu Yuntao hasn't been home for a long time, and they even invited a monk to pray for his soul to rest in peace. The workers privately discussed that Wu Yuntao's death was very unusual. Is it an unexpected death? Ask a senior monk to help the soul rest in peace. It's possible. Otherwise, who would hold a ritual for 49 days? It must be to save the souls of the dead. The rumor was spread so seriously that Wu Yuntao was already dead among the people. What followed was the depreciation of Wu Group, stock, which plummeted all the way to the lowest point in history. Wu Yuntao, who was lying in the hospital, was so angry that he almost choked after receiving a report from his assistant. Hold a press conference. I want to attend in person. The doctor told you to rest. The assistant tried to persuade him kindly, saying that Wu Yuntao had fallen quite seriously, and the doctor stressed that he must rest, otherwise he would probably have to lie down for a long time in the future. How can I rest? People say I'm dead. If I lie down any longer, the company will be finished. Wu Yuntao cursed loudly, and the assistant didn't dare to say a word and went to arrange the press conference obediently. Wu Yuntao, lying on the hospital bed, felt sad and regretful. If he had kept his nephew, he wouldn't be without anyone to help him now. Thinking of his 2 good-for-nothing sons, Wu Yuntao's coccyx hurt even more. He forced himself to get the mobile phone on the bedside table and called several newspapers he knew, asking them to send people to attend the press conference. Finishing the call, Wu Yuntao was sweating profusely and felt dizzy. A deep sense of sadness came over him. He was only in his early 60s, but he was already unable to do anything. Was this really the retribution for killing his own nephew? Appeared in front of reporters in a wheelchair. Before coming, he was given a painkiller injection to help him hold on for a while longer. I'm sorry to have worried you all. I'm in good health. I just fell down while walking in the temple a few days ago. I will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. The operation of the Wu group is also very good, and there are no problems. Throughout the press conference, Wu Yuntao was in high spirits and looked in good health. Many reporters asked questions, and he answered them one by one. Excuse me, 19 years ago, your nephew died in a car accident. Is there any hidden story behind it? Suddenly a man stood up and asked a question loudly. Wu Yuntao on the stage looked slightly pale and said sadly, I have never been able to let go of my nephew's death. It was my fault for not taking good care of him. I feel guilty towards my brother. The police have already investigated the incident. It was just an accident. Alas. The explanation given by the police was brake failure. Why would a good car have brake failure? And your nephew just came to Hong Kong from the mainland. He is unfamiliar with the place, and it is impossible for him to make enemies with outsiders. I also found out that your nephew is the legitimate son of the Wu family, and Mr. Wu is the concubine. According to the traditional distribution of property, the legitimate son can get the largest share, but why did Mr. Wu inherit the property? The reporter's words were particularly sharp, and he pressed forward step by step. The other reporters looked at their colleagues in admiration. They were so brave that they were not afraid of being hunted down by the assassin sent by Wu Yuntao. Wu Yuntao broke out in sweat on his forehead, and his coccyx began to hurt again. He clenched his teeth and pretended to be calm and said, You are indeed right. Logically, my brother should have inherited the majority, but the situation in the mainland was unclear at the time, so my father sent me to Hong Kong to develop the market. After we have established a firm foothold here, they will come over. It's just, he sighed deeply and said sadly, it's just that things changed too fast. They didn't have time to come here. My nephew went through a lot of hardships to come here. I wanted to train him to be my successor, but God didn't open his eyes. Oh, I can't talk about these things when I'm old. It's too painful. Wu Yuntao took out a handkerchief and wiped his eyes, looking very sad. What Mr. Wu said is different from what you did. After your nephew came, you never took him to the company. Instead, you instigated your son to take him to the casino and nightclub, but your nephew was a clean man and refused. He also took the initiative to ask to work in the company, but you rejected him. The reporter kept asking questions fearlessly, but he was not afraid at all because he had the honor gang to protect him. Which newspaper do you work for? Aren't you afraid of being fired for talking nonsense like this? Wu Yuntao lost his temper and started to threaten. Mr. Wu is angry and embarrassed? As a journalist, it is my duty to report the truth. I will never give in to any threats. The reporter acted righteously, but his colleagues all showed disgust on their faces. We are all in the same circle, and everyone knows that this guy is the most afraid of death. I don't know what medicine he took today. He is so brave. Mr. Wu, I found out one more thing. 19 years ago, your nephew came here with your father's handwritten suicide note. It clearly stated in the suicide note that 70% of the Wu family's property would be given to your brother and 30% would be yours. There are 2 copies of this suicide note, one in your nephew's hands and the other in your niece's wife's hands. You probably didn't know that, did you? The reporter took out a yellowed suicide note. The handwriting on it was a little blurred, but still clear enough to read. This suicide note was left by Anzi's mother. Mr. Wu knew his youngest son's character very well, so he wrote 2 suicide notes just for this day. Wu Yuntao on the stage turned pale and could no longer pretend. He asked sternly, Who sent you? This suicide note was exactly the same as the one he got from his nephew. He had burned it himself, so why was there another copy? Moreover, this person knows so much about the Wu family's affairs. Could it be that the niece-in-law has come? I sent it. Anzi appeared at the venue. He smiled at Wu Yuntao on the stage and said, Nice to meet you again. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gao Shangjin, but I used to be called Wu Shangjin. My biological father is Wu Yuda. Wu Yuntao on the stage stared at Anzi, the boy he met in the temple a few days ago. He felt that he looked familiar, but He dispelled his suspicion only when the boy said his father was gone defa. I didn't expect that he was deceived. What he didn't expect was that his stupid nephew actually took advantage of him and left behind descendants. Although Wu Yuntao was in turmoil, he appeared calm on the surface. He even smiled and said deliberately, "We met at the temple a few days ago. I remember you said your father was Principal Gon. How come you're now a member of my Wu family?" "Of course, it's because I want to be wary of you, a beast in human form. If I don't hide my real name, I'll end up like my father. Wu Yuntao, you have hundreds of millions of wealth, but if your name is not right, then your words will not flow. You killed your own nephew, worse than an animal. Even if you invite a high monk to sit for 49 days of ritual, it won't eliminate your sins." Anzi walked to the front of the venue. Although he was in the audience and Wu Yuntao was on the stage, his aura was greater than Wu Yuntao's. Every question pierced deep into Wu Yuntao's soul. "You're talking nonsense, you little brat. My nephew's death was an accident. The police have already investigated it. Besides, my nephew has no offspring. I want to ask Principal Gon why his son came to pretend to be a member of my Wu family." Wu Yuntao still held on and refused to acknowledge Anzi's identity. Even though he already believed it in his heart, Anzi looked so much like his nephew. The father and son were almost exactly the same. "I'll tell you why." The tall and burly Gon Defa strode into the venue. Xia Tao walked side by side with him. They had seen the report about Wu Yuntao on the plane and knew that Anzi had taken action. So as soon as they got off the plane, they took a taxi and rushed over to support their son. "Principal Gan, Director Xia." The reporters shouted excitedly, and flashlights kept shining on them. The admission rate of Jeddah School is currently the highest in Hong Kong, and it has opened branches in other cities. Principal Gon and Director Xia are well known in Southeast Asia. Reporters are much more interested in the couple than in Wu Yuntao. Gon Defa nodded slightly to the reporters, while Xia Tao remained as aloof as ever, only twitching the corners of her mouth when she saw Anzi and Ruan Baobao. "Anzi is my eldest son. He was adopted by my husband and I when he was 4 years old. Before that, Anzi and his grandmother made a living by picking up garbage. They lived a very hard life. We knew his life story very early on. When we adopted Anzi, we made it clear to him that when he was able to take back his property, he could change his surname back to Wu." Gon Defa told the reporter in detail the process of adopting Anzi and the miserable life he and Su Gaifeng once lived as garbage collectors. The reporters were all very surprised. They didn't expect that the young master of the Wu family had such a miserable childhood. Gon Defa turned to face Wu Yuntao, who was sweating profusely, and said slowly, "You killed your own nephew for the sake of property that does not belong to you. Don't you have any regrets at all?" "I didn't. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me." Wu Yuntao roared angrily. He wanted to stand up and argue, but the effect of the painkiller had worn off. His lower body was almost numb with pain, and his head was dizzy. "I swear on the name of the Guardian School that I am not lying. What you did to the car was not perfect, and the person who did it is still alive." Gon Defa has an excellent reputation in Hong Kong. Even if he doesn't swear, no one will doubt his words. Anzi clapped his hands, and 2 of his men came in, escorting a white-haired old man. Wu Yuntao's eyesight was not very good, and he didn't recognize him at first. "Master, I'm Awe. 19 years ago, you asked me to tamper with the brakes of my nephew, Escort. You gave me some money and asked me to leave Hong Kong. I've had a hard time in Indonesia these years. I always dream about my nephew. He's such a good person. I'm so inhumane and conscienceless." The old man sat on the ground beating his chest and stamping his feet. It was obvious that he had indeed not had a good life in recent years. At that time, his son was seriously ill and urgently needed a large sum of money for treatment. With no other options, Wu Yuntao found him and sent him to harm his nephew. In order to save his son, he agreed. When he saw the report about his nephew's car accident and death, he actually regretted it, but the matter was done, so he had to take the money and move his family to Indonesia. In the end, his son could not be saved. His wife also divorced him, and he lived alone in a foreign country, living a life worse than death. This is retribution, sir. There is retribution for doing bad things. My son is dead, my wife ran away, and I am about to die. I will go to heck and work like a servant for my nephew to make amends. After the old man said all this, he seemed relieved and a smile appeared on his thin face. The excited reporter's hands were about to cramp from pressing their buttons. A wealthy family was fighting over inheritance. An uncle killed his own nephew. The evidence was irrefutable. This was definitely the headline among the headlines, and the newspapers in Hong Kong would definitely be sold out tomorrow. Gondefa, you really took great pains to find such a person to act with me. I don't even know him. What a way. What break manipulation. Your story is well made, but what does it have to do with me? Wu Yuntao is still stubborn, but his words are meaningless in law, so he is not so easy to defeat. Hurry up and go home for dinner. Xia Tao became impatient. She had said a few years ago that she might as well kill the old jerk with a knife and be done with it, but Gondefa and Anzi disagreed. Now he's complaining again. So annoying. Okay, Mom. Anzi responded respectfully and took out several documents from his briefcase. They were the bank records of Wu Yuntao's transfer of money to Away. After 19 years, he used some tricks to get the bank executives to agree to check the records. Also a tape. Anze first showed the bank statement and then played the tape. After a rustling sound, there was a very noisy sound, which sounded like a disco. Ale, do you have a cousin? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. That stupid guy from the mainland. It was obvious that the man who was speaking was drunk and not very clear-headed. Wu Yuntao looked nervous because he recognized that it was his own disappointing youngest son. Your cousin from the mainland died in a car accident 19 years ago. How pitiful. What's so pitiful about him? He deserves it. I tell you, this idiot has no self-awareness at all. He actually wants to rob my family's property. Isn't it just a suicide note from an old man? If my father doesn't recognize it, it's just a piece of waste paper. If this idiot doesn't listen, my father will send him to heaven. Huh? Did your cousin get into a car accident because of your father? My father doesn't need to do it himself. There are so many workers in the family. Just find someone who is short of money to do it. Let's not talk about these unlucky things.
Come and drink.
Don't leave until you are drunk. Then there was the sound of clinking cups, and Anzi turned off the recorder. Wu Yuntao on the stage looked pale. He knew the game was over and he had lost the round. However, he still had a little hope. He founded the company himself, and all the people there were his confidants. Anzi was a young boy, and even if he took over the company, he would not be able to convince everyone, and they would definitely need his help. Wu Yuntao, look at this again. I am now the largest shareholder of the Wu Group. Anzi took out another document, which was a share transfer agreement. The stock of Wu Group had been depressed very low these days, so he bought a large number of shares and successfully held the most shares of Wu Group. A new book has been published, but it has not been signed yet. It is a story from the 1960s. I will definitely update it steadily after the contract is signed. Wu Yuntao's eyesight was blurred, so Anzi kindly walked up to the stage, handed the glasses to him, and even put reading glasses on him. The words were written clearly in black and white, and each word turned into a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Wu Yuntao's heart. Puff! Wu Yuntao could no longer hold on and spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as paper, and he fainted. Reporters swarmed over, and the flashlights flashed even brighter. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they had to capture important photos to grab the headlines. Wu Yuntao's assistant was still loyal. He called an ambulance. The medical staff carried the unconscious Wu Yuntao into the car, and the ambulance soon sped away. Go home and have dinner. Xia Tao shouted, turned and left. To explore outside. The only thing that made her unhappy was that she couldn't eat the delicious food made by Gon's mother. She was so hungry that she could swallow an elephant and couldn't wait to go home for dinner. I'm coming, Tao, wait for me. Gon Defa ran after them, not forgetting to turn around and greet them. Anzi, baby, you guys are back too. I brought you gifts. What gift? Is it a plant specimen from the Amazon forest? Baby Juan happily chased after him and asked. She now has many specimens of rare plants. all of which were brought back by Xia Tao and his wife during their adventures. You'll find out when you get home. Anzi, Anjian, and Anshi haven't caused any trouble recently, right? On the way home, Gonda asked about his 2 children. It's okay, and the results are very stable.
Ansi answered.
Or the 3rd and 4th from the bottom. Xia Tao's voice was cold and earnest. Anzi nodded and sympathized with his younger brother and sister for 3 seconds. They promised to make progress last semester, but they didn't keep their word. They should be punished. Xia Tao sneered, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes to rest. She was going to give those 2 jerks a good beating when she got home. His father was a top student from a prestigious university, his mother was well-educated and well-versed in both civil and military fields, and his genes were absolutely excellent, yet he actually got the 3rd to 4th from the bottom in the exam, which was worse than shoot. Since there is nothing wrong with the genes, then it must be that he is not being careful, and he must be severely punished. At home suddenly felt a chill on their backs and shivered. Is Mom coming back? Gan Anjian felt something was wrong. The Yin energy was so strong. It must be that my mother was coming back. Come back if you want. Give me the remote control. I want to watch a horror movie. Gan Anshi grabbed the remote control, switched to the horror movie channel, and started watching it with relish. We promised last semester that we would make progress this semester. We are doomed. Gan Anjian held his head and wailed. His mother valued her promise the most. Their grades this semester were the same as last semester, and they were consistently ranked 3rd from the bottom and 4th from the bottom. Even if they ranked 3rd from the bottom and 2nd from the bottom, he was not in a hurry. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gan Anshi was so frightened that she turned off the TV immediately. The brother and sister stared at each other. Go to Everyone's house now. Gan Anshi's mind worked quickly, and she immediately rushed upstairs to pack her luggage. Going inland or mid-mountain? Gan Anjian asked from behind. Of course it's inland. Mom can easily find us halfway up the mountain. Gan Anshi packed her suitcase in a hurry. She had to take all the poisons she prepared, and she also had to take a few precious poisonous insects with her. The brother and sister quickly packed their luggage, a suitcase, a backpack, and their passports, and went out in a hurry. It's almost time for dinner. Where are you going with your suitcases? Gan's mother caught up and asked. Grandma, we're going to summer camp, bye. The brother and sister said in unison and ran out at lightning speed, but they couldn't get a taxi for a while, and several taxis passed by, but none of them stopped. Finally, a car stopped. The brother and sister were overjoyed. When they were about to get on the car, they saw someone getting off the car. They were stunned for 3 seconds and then ran away immediately. Still want to run? Go back. Xia Tao grabbed one in each hand and carried the boy and girl home like an eagle catching chicks. Mom, please be gentle. My ears are going to break. I am your own son. Gan Anjian grimaced in pain and begged loudly for mercy. Gan Anshi raised her head stubbornly, looking at her brother with contempt. Even if she was beaten to death, she would not beg for mercy. Gan Defo wanted to save his children very much. He remained silent. When Tao was educating her children, he absolutely could not go against her. Tao is back. No wonder my left eyelid kept twitching this morning. You didn't even call me, so I could prepare in advance. Gan's mother came out happily and asked Xia Tao about her well-being. Xia Tao's icy expression also eased a lot. She loosened her hand, and the brother and sister did not dare to run away. They just stood there obediently. That's where the gems are found. This ruby is yours, and the emerald belongs to Dad. Xia Tao took out 2 jewel rings from her bag. The ring faces were very large and looked very valuable. Gan's mother put on the ruby ring, the more she liked it. Every time her daughter-in-law went out, she would buy expensive jewelry for her and the old man. Each piece was worth a lot of money. When they wore them out, the neighbors were so jealous. Tao, you didn't buy it yourself? Gan's mother found that Xia Tao was still not wearing any jewelry and couldn't help asking. If they don't like dye, I'll go teach them a lesson first. Xia Tao doesn't like fancy clothes or jewelry, her only hobby is food, and now adventure is added to that. She gave her children a cold look, and the 2 children followed her obediently. I hate people who don't keep their promises. Last semester you promised to improve your grades, but now you've broken your promise. Do you think you should be punished? Mom, I was wrong. The brother and sister admitted their mistakes honestly. In front of Xia Tao, they didn't dare to rebel at all and were more obedient than rabbits. Lie down, Xia Tao shouted, and the brother and sister obediently lay down on the bench. Then there was a sharp pain on their buttocks. Xia Tao whipped them with a whip without mercy. After 10 whips, both the brother and sister were covered in torn flesh. Gon's father and mother hid in the kitchen, crying with heartache, but did not say anything to stop it. The child did do something wrong, and their daughter-in-law did nothing wrong in punishing him, so they couldn't do whatever they wanted. Fa Zai, you should pay more attention to your child. You are a college student, but your child ranked last in the exam because you didn't pay enough attention to him. The old couple gave Gondo a lecture, blaming him for not tutoring his grandchildren carefully. Gon Defa did not dare to refute and had to agree. If you still don't make progress next semester, I'll give you another 10 lashes. After the whipping, Xia Tao made demands for the next semester, and the punishment was doubled. There is no problem with your IQ. As long as you study hard, you will definitely make progress. If you can't do it, it means you are not serious. 20 lashes will be the lightest punishment.
No.
The brother and sister promised loudly that if their buttocks were bruised after 10 lashes, they would not survive if they were lashed again. They would make progress in the next semester, even if they had to work very hard. That day, the Gon family had a sumptuous lunch, and the atmosphere was joyful. Only the brother and sister looked sad because their buttocks were bruised, and they could only eat while standing. After eating, they had to do the test papers. The strict mother is back, and their happy vacation is over.
Well,
Wan Baobao and her friends played in Hong Kong until the end of August, and even played guest roles on TV crews. The happy vacation always passed quickly, and they had to go home. Anzi was going to the inland for some business, so he sent them back to Tanzhou. When they got off the plane, Zhang Zhuiyue came to pick them up. When the love rivals meet, the atmosphere is extremely tense, but the person involved, Wan Baobao, is completely unaware of it. It's so hot, I want to eat ice cream. Tanzhou at the end of August was still like a furnace, with the sun scorching hot. It was so hot that Wan Baobao was sticking out his tongue like a puppy. It would be great if he could have an ice cream to cool down. Wait, I'll go buy it. Anzi looked around and found a freezer in front of a store opposite, so he crossed the street to buy something. Buy more. Baby Wan cried loudly. Good. Anzi turned around and smiled. Just then the green light came on, and he walked over quickly. Soon he came back with a bag containing all kinds of popsicles and ice creams. Wan Baobao's eyes lit up. Zhang Zhuiyue Wenxi, eat ice cream. Wan Baobao let her friends choose first. Shengguan Xian went back to Yangqing first, and she and Chao Wenxi returned to Tanzhou. Chao Wenxi took one, but Zhang Zhuiyue didn't want one because he didn't like ice cream. Baobao Wan tore open an ice cream cone, took a big bite, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. The cold ice cream slid down his throat into his stomach, cooling his whole body and reducing a lot of the heat. It's finally cool. Sighed comfortably, finished an ice cream cone in 3 bites, and then opened another one to eat. Zhang Zhuiyue was shocked by her bold way of eating. Baby, eating too much ice is not good for your health. Zhang Zhuiyue couldn't help but advise that girls shouldn't eat too much cold food. It's okay. I eat more than a dozen every day at home. As he was talking, Baby Wan finished another one and took another popsicle from the bag. Zhang Zhuiyue frowned as he watched. Even men wouldn't eat like this.
it was too harmful to the body.
Aunt Wan doesn't care about you? It doesn't matter. It's not like I'm taking poison. Bao Bao Wan looked at him strangely and continued eating ice cream. It's too hot outside, let's go home, Anzi said with a smile. I'll drive the car over here. Zhang Zhuiyue ran to drive the car. He was tall, long-legged, handsome, and elegant. He looked particularly good in military uniform, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Soon he drove over in a jeep that he had borrowed from a friend. He saved up several days of vacation and came to Tanzhou specifically to express his feelings to the baby, so as to avoid being beaten to it by Gone Amber. The three of them sat down just right. Jiang Zhuiyue originally asked Wan Baobao to sit in the front passenger seat, but she wanted to sit in the back and chat with Chao Wenxi, so Anzi sat there instead. Fasten your seatbelts. Jiang Zhuiyue said this expressionlessly and started the car. Anzi fastened his safety belt and asked, Comrade Jiang, is he coming to Tanzhou for official business or personal matters? Private matter. Jiang Zhuiyue gave him a provocative look, and Anzi smiled and responded, It's my private matter too. Suddenly, sparks flew in the air. Chao Wenxi glanced at the two of them and curled his lips. Boring men. The car drove directly into the family compound. The car that Jiang Zhuiyue borrowed had a military license plate number and could be driven directly in. I haven't seen Uncle Liu and Aunt Wan for a long time. I have to go visit them. Jiang Zhuiyue parked the car downstairs of the family building and took out gifts from the trunk of the car, including a seafood gift box, 2 bottles of mitai, and Yangqing snacks. Why did you buy so many things? This isn't the first time you've come to my house. Wan Baobao's tone was full of disgust. She never bought anything for Jiang Zhuiyue's parents when she went to Yangqing to meet them, and they were not outsiders. It's been a long time since we last met. Jiang Zhuiyue smiled. He had specifically asked his married comrades about these gifts, as they were standard gifts for meeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chao Wenxi glanced at Anzi, then looked at Wan Baobao, who was completely unaware, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. 2 men are fighting for 1 woman. There's going to be something interesting to watch. Sister baby is back. Niu Xingyin saw them from afar and came over happily. When he saw Chao Wenxi, he was stunned for a moment and blurted out, You are the one. You are the one with the crow's mouth. He finally remembered. No wonder she looked familiar. This woman was his nightmare when he was a child. When Chao Wenxi was a child, he often came to the staff dormitory to play. One time, he was playing football with his friends downstairs and he accidentally kicked the ball at her, causing the cake she was eating to fall to the ground, making her inedible. You wipe your ace with shoot on your hands. Chao Wenxi, who didn't get to eat the cake, cursed angrily. Niu Xingyin didn't take it seriously at the time, but from then on, whenever he went to the toilet, he would wipe his hands with shoot, which was so smelly that he wanted to chop off his paws. This lasted for half a month before he was finally able to wipe his, but normally. But he didn't know if it was because he and Chao Wenxi were incompatible. They would always bump into each other accidentally, and then his claws would suffer again. Niu Xingyin couldn't stand it anymore, so he ran to Chao Wenxi and begged her to change her way of cursing. Chao Wenxi was very easy to talk to and immediately changed into peeing pants. That day when he wet his pants in front of the prettiest girl in the class, he should have thought of it earlier. It was exactly the same approach. Who else could it be except Chao Wenxi, the jinx? If Chao Wenxi hadn't come to the staff building very often in recent years, he would have recognized him at a glance that day. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. The smile on Niu Xingyun's face froze instantly, and he glared at her with gritted teeth. You pee all day. Chao Wenxi could finish his words. Niu Xingyun covered his mouth. Let go. If you keep cursing me, I'll sew your mouth shut. The two of them were in a stalemate for a few minutes, and Niu Xingyin asked, If you promise not to curse me again, I will let you go. Not if you agree.
Gao Wenxi not dead.
Niu Xingyin let go of his hand, and Chao Wenxi immediately shouted, You jerk, you pee every day. She still hadn't finished speaking before Niu Xingyin, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, covered her mouth. If you don't keep your word, I won't trust you anymore. Niu Xingyin angrily dragged her upstairs, ready to seal her mouth with scotch tape. Wan Baobao, who was watching the fun nearby, laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. When he saw that Niu Xingyin was going to get serious, he ran over to stop him. I promise that Wenxi will never curse you again, really. For Wan Baobao's sake, Niu Xingyin let go of his hand. Chao Wenxi glared at him fiercely, but did not curse him anymore. It's a pretty face, but it has a crow's mouth. Niu Xingyin muttered angrily, feeling very sorry for Chao Wenxi's future husband. He would definitely have a hard time marrying such a bad-mouthed wife. None of your business.
Gao Wenxi zao Pfizer Li.
Niu Xingyin glanced at her and ignored her. Wan Baobao and the others went upstairs, and Niu Xingyun followed them. Chao Wensi glared at him with disdain. Why are you following me? Are you annoying? Don't be so self-indulgent. I know this building better than you do. I'm going to look for Aunt Ruan. Niu Xingyun snorted and ran in front of her, taking 5 or 6 steps at a time, and reached the 3rd floor in no time. Ruan Qiqi lay in the corridor to enjoy the breeze. There was a cross breeze in the corridor, so it was very cool. Mom, I'm back. Baby Ruan ran over happily. Hello, Aunt Ruan. Jiang Zhuiyue and Anzi spoke at the same time. The two stood side by side. They were both outstanding and talented, and were chosen by heaven. Ruan Qiqi sighed softly. If only she had 2 daughters.
Excellent, Anzi. Come sit inside.
Ruan Qiqi invited them into the house, took out a watermelon from the refrigerator, and cut it for them to eat. Baby, call your dad and ask him to come back early for dinner. She called out to her daughter. Babao Ruan held the watermelon in one hand and pressed the button with the other, and the call was quickly connected. Dad, Mom asked you to come home early for dinner. No. Luya's voice came from the microphone. Babao Ruan hung up the phone and continued eating watermelon. Jiang Zhuiyue couldn't help but advise. Baby, you just ate so much ice cream. If you eat so much ice watermelon, you will have a stomachache. It's okay, I've always eaten like this. Bao Ruan didn't even raise his head. He finished a piece of watermelon in just a few bites and then took another piece to eat. Jiang Zhuiyue's brows were twisted into a straight line. Ruan Qiqi smiled and said, the baby has a special physique, so it's okay for him to eat ice. That's good. Jiang Zhuiyue breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he wasn't hurt. Ruan Qiqi asked about his parents' situation, and Jiang Zhuiyue answered them one by one. She couldn't favor one over the other, so she also asked Tanzhou. They were all routine matters. Aunt Ruan, this is what my mother asked me to bring to you. Anzi took out an exquisite jewelry box from her bag, inside of which was a luxurious ruby necklace. It's really beautiful. Thank your mother for me. Ruan Qiqi fell in love with it at first sight. Of all the gems, she liked rubies the most. My mother will be back soon to visit my grandparents' graves. Anzi said with a smile. Xia Tao goes back to Tanzhou every year to visit her adoptive parents' graves. She has been doing this for years and has never missed a visit. Ruan Qiqi prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes to welcome the children. Lu Yi also rushed back. When he saw Anzi and Jiang Zhuiyue appear at the same time, his eyes became unfriendly. The brat must have bad intentions. He doesn't like any of them. Hello, Uncle Lu. Anzi and Jiang Zhuiyue stood up at the same time.
Lui respondet reservedle.
After dinner, Jiang Zhuiyue and Anzi both said goodbye. One went back to a friend's house, and the other went back to the hotel. Baby, I haven't climbed Yuelu Mountain for a long time. Can we go together tomorrow? Jiang Zhuiyue extended the invitation, saying that he wanted to express his feelings to the baby while climbing the mountain tomorrow. I have heard of Yuelu Mountain for a long time, but I have never climbed it. If Comrade Jiang doesn't mind, how about I accompany you to climb the mountain tomorrow? Anzi's smile was gentle, but in Jiang Zhuiyue's eyes, it was a naked provocation. He was about to refuse, but Ruan Baobao agreed first. Okay, Wensi, do you want to go? That's fine. Chao Wensi agreed. There would definitely be a good show tomorrow, and she couldn't miss it. I want to go hiking too. Niu Xingyun was there too. The Ruan family had his favorite dishes in the evening, so he stayed for dinner as soon as Ruan Qiqi invited him. Okay, let's meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ruan Baobao made the final decision, blocking everything Jiang Zhuiyue wanted to say. Jiang Zhuiyue gritted his teeth and gave Anzi a cold look. He would definitely find an opportunity to confess his feelings tomorrow. Ruan Qiqi saw it clearly and couldn't help but worry about her daughter. Both boys were so outstanding, it was so difficult to choose. Jiang Zhuiyue and Anzi both left, but Chao Wensi stayed here overnight. At night, Chao Wensi and Ruan Baobao were lying on the bed and whispering. Jiang Zhuiyue and Gone Amber both like you. Chao Wensi's tone was very affirmative. We're good friends and I like them too. Baobao Ruan spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm talking about love, not friendship. They all want to be your husband. Chow Wensi put it very directly. Wan Baobao frowned. She had never thought about these issues before. Love was too far away for her, and she hadn't had enough fun yet. What do you know about love, little brat? Wan Baobao thought that Chow Wensi was a child pretending to be an adult and must be mistaken. I've read a lot of romance novels. You'll know when we go hiking tomorrow. Chow Wensi has read a lot of romance novels and can be 100% sure that Jiang Zhuiyue and Anzi both like babies, so there will definitely be something big going on when they go hiking tomorrow. Go to sleep. We still have to climb the mountain tomorrow. Baby Wan yawned and turned off the light. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi in the next room were also whispering. I don't like either of them. My baby is still young, only 18 years old. I'll wait until he's 28. Lu Yi didn't want to marry his daughter off at all. All men were bad, except him and his son. If the baby wants to get married, can you still lock her up? Who do you think the baby will choose? Wan Qiqi asked with great interest. Maybe not even one. Impossible, it must be one of them. What a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have given birth to another daughter. Wan Qiqi sighed, her tone full of regret. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. It's not too late to survive now. Give birth to your head. Wan Qiqi glared. She didn't want to take care of children at her age. One son and one daughter would be just right. It's okay not to have a baby. What's important is the process, not the result. Lu Yi became interested and pulled her into the space. The next day, when Wan Qiqi got up, Wan Baobao and Chow Wensi had already gone hiking. There was breakfast prepared by Lu Yi on the table, warming in the pot. The sun was about to set. Wan Baobao came back alone, looking very worried. What's wrong? Are you not happy climbing the mountain? Wan Qiqi asked with a smile. No, I'm very happy. Baobao Wan answered absent-mindedly. Instead of opening the refrigerator as soon as she got home as usual, she went straight back to her room and didn't come out until dinner time. I was also absent-minded when eating, and my appetite was half of usual. Why do you eat so little? Are you sick? Lu Yi reached out and touched his daughter's forehead. The temperature was normal. He couldn't help but frown. She had always eaten a lot since she was a baby, but today was the first time she ate so little. There must be something wrong. It's okay, I ate outside. Baobao Wan made up an excuse and fooled his old father. After dinner, she went back to her room. Wan Qiqi didn't ask anything and waited for the girl to speak for herself. Just one night, Wan Baobao couldn't bear it anymore and ran to find Wan Qiqi. Mom, I have something to ask you.
Ask.
Wan Qiqi turned off the TV and waited for her to ask. Wan Baobao sat down next to her and was silent for a long time before he said, Yesterday when we were hiking, Anzi and Jiang Zhuiyue both talked to me alone. They said the same thing. They liked me and wanted me to be their girlfriend. How did you answer? Wan Qiqi asked gently. I didn't agree, nor did I refuse. I said I would think about it carefully. Have you thought about it?
Not yet.
I'm a little confused and can't figure it out, but I don't know where the problem lies. Baobao Wan analyzed his inner struggle very seriously. Wan Qiqi smiled and touched her head, saying, That's because you like both of them, so you're not sure which one you want to choose as your boyfriend, right? Wan Baobao tilted his head and thought seriously, It seems so, Mom. Does this count as having two wives at the same time? Of course not. You didn't agree to them. You just haven't made up your mind yet. Wan Qiqi burst out laughing. This girl hadn't slept the whole night and was thinking about this. No wonder her eyes were dark. She added, Actually, you can choose neither if you don't want to fall in love now. Anzi and Jiang Zhuiyue are both very outstanding, but her daughter is equally outstanding. She hopes to see her daughter happy, even if she never gets married. Wan Baobao's eyes lit up and he asked, If I don't choose either one, will they stop being friends with me? Of course not. Anzi and Zhuiyue are not that stingy. But don't keep them hanging for too long. Give them an answer as soon as possible, whether they agree or not. I see. I'll go find them now and tell them I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Baobao Wan nodded. Since she wouldn't lose her friends, she would definitely refuse. She hadn't had enough fun yet. Baby, if they find other girls as girlfriends in the future, or even get married, they will have their own families and won't play with you like they do now. Will you regret it? Wan Qiqi asked. Bao Bao Wan couldn't help but frown and think seriously. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. It does feel a bit uncomfortable. Why is that, Mom? Because you actually have feelings for them, but you haven't realized it yet. So, baby, give yourself and them 2 years. After 2 years, if you still don't want to be in a relationship, reject them clearly and don't waste their time. Wan Qiqi gave her some advice. Bao Bao Wan followed her mother's advice and went to talk to Anzi and Zhang Zhuiyue to make things clear. Both of them were willing to wait for 2 years, or even longer, for her to see their feelings clearly. Having resolved his worries, Bao Bao Wan went to college happily. Her college entrance examination score was not very good. She had already been selected to go to HUST. She entered the School of Foreign Languages as a sports student and majored in business English. Originally, Wan Bao Bao wanted to choose the major of business Japanese so that she could easily get through 4 years of college because she could speak Japanese. Aunt Tao taught her. She had been to the Sakura country to carry out a mission before, and her Japanese was good enough to fool the locals. But Wan Qiqi saw through her intention at a glance and changed her major from Japanese to English. Wan Bao Bao can speak some English, but not as good as Japanese. After entering university, Wan Bao Bao was quickly named the new generation of campus beauty. She received many love letters and gifts every day. In the evening, there would be literary young people playing guitar and expressing their love downstairs in the dormitory building. It started again that night. The literary youth sang "You My Desk Mate." The soulful singing was still very nice to hear, but Wan Bao Bao felt very annoyed listening to it. Baby, why don't you just agree to it? I'm so infatuated with you. The roommates were very envious and advised Wan Bao Bao to agree. Because the literary young man who was singing was an active literary and artistic activist on campus. He was handsome, could write lyrics and compose music, had long hair, and had a melancholy temperament, like a melancholy prince, which made many girls fall in love with him. But he has high standards, and the girls he pursues are all school beauties. His ex-girlfriend was his previous school belle, and she came to pursue Wan Bao Bao not long after they broke up. How is he infatuated? He is clearly promiscuous. Wan Bao Bao snorted coldly. She had just found out about this guy's situation. He had just broken up with his girlfriend, and now he came to her dormitory building to play guitar and said he loved her affectionately. Not even a 3-year-old child would believe such nonsense. It was a pity that she had promised Uncle Ding that there would be no violence on campus. Otherwise, she would have punched the scumbag to the sky. Wan Bao Bao's eyes turned, and she quickly came up with an idea. She ran down the dormitory building and shouted at the scumbag playing the guitar. Wait here. After saying that, she ran towards the back mountain. The scumbag was very happy and thought he had moved Wan Bao Bao and she would agree to be his girlfriend. It turns out that no girl can resist his deep affection. A scumbag never thinks of himself as a scumbag. He takes every relationship seriously, but the shelf life is too short. After the passion, he becomes bored and needs fresh love to keep his creative inspiration. Wan Bao Bao came back soon, holding a bag in her hand. She walked up to the scumbag and said loudly, "Do you want to be my boyfriend?" "Yes, I fell in love with you at first sight, baby." The scumbag confessed his love with deep affection. He had prepared a long love poem, but he didn't have the chance to read it out as he was interrupted by Wan Bao Bao. "If you're my boyfriend, you have to accept my preferences, right?" "Of course, I like everything you like." The scumbag looked at her lovingly, his peach blossom eyes constantly sparkling. This sticky look seemed affectionate even if he was looking at a dog. Bao Bao Wan smiled slightly and took out a beautiful silver ring snake from the bag, which she had just caught in the back mountain. The coral snake was obviously not very happy because it was sleeping soundly in the cave, but was forcibly dragged out by these hateful humans. Now it was in a very bad mood when it woke up. "It's my beloved little silver ring, my sweetheart. You should cultivate your relationship with it first." Bao Bao Wan hung the coral snake around the scumbag's neck and looked at him with a smile. The scumbag could react. He felt a chill on his neck and then came face to face with a head that was spitting out tongue. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. This is an extremely poisonous coral snake. If he were bitten by it, he would probably die before he even gets to the hospital.
Ruan.
Ruan Baobao, stop joking. The scumbag didn't dare to open his mouth to speak, and the sound came out from between his teeth.
He was almost scared to death.
I'm not kidding, it's my family little silver ring, say hello to it. Baby Ruan gently patted the snake on the head. The coral snake raised its head unhappily and spat at the pale-faced scumbag. I've already said hello. Can you let your family leave? The scumbag's voice trembled and his heart was filled with fear, because when Snake greeted him just now, he clearly saw that the snake's fangs were not pulled out. It was a real poisonous snake, the kind that could kill with one bite. If he had known earlier that Ruan Baobao was a psychopath, he would never have come to confess his love to her. He would not care about her even if she was very beautiful. Her life was more important. Duet, you want to be my boyfriend? How come even my family can't accept it? Baobao Ruan looked at him with a smile.
No, no, no.
I'm sorry for not recognizing the real man. The scumbag quickly admitted his mistake. He was not stupid and knew that Ruan Baobao was deliberately making fun of him. If he had no inspiration, then he had no inspiration. There was no need to lose his life. Ruan Baobao smiled and took the snake down with one hand. The coral reef snake was wrapped around her hand. The beautiful patterns set off her delicate face. Under the light of the street lamp, there was a strange and enchanting feeling. Everyone felt a chill down their spine when they saw this, especially those male classmates who wanted to pursue Ruan Baobao, who immediately gave up the idea. Sorry to bother you. The scumbag ran faster than a dog and ran away in a flash. Baby Ruan held the silver ring snake in his arms, glanced at the crowd watching the fun, and prepared to go to the back mountain to send the little silver ring home to sleep. Baby! Anzi shouted with a smile on his face. He saw everything that happened just now. Why are you here? Baby Ruan's eyes lit up, and he ran over happily. Baby, I'm here too. Zhang Zhuiyue called out. Did you guys make an appointment? Baobao Ruan couldn't help but ask. No, it was just a coincidence. I'm going back to Hong Kong tomorrow, and came to see you. Anzi said with a smile. I'll be back with you tomorrow, and let you know. Zhang Zhuiyue explained that his vacation was over and he would be back to the team tomorrow and they would not meet again until half a year later. Let's go over there and talk. Baobao Ruan took them to the lotus pond and said that there were too many people downstairs in the dormitory. Baby, you just put the coral snake on that boy's neck. It's too dangerous. Snakes are cold-blooded animals and are wild and difficult to tame. If they bite you, the consequences will be disastrous and will bring you a lot of trouble. Zhang Zhuiyue couldn't help but remind him that he was mainly worried about causing trouble for the baby. He also felt that the male student might have some moral deficiencies, but his crime was not punishable by death. If he were to handle the case, he would use a more cautious approach rather than such an extreme method. My snake is very obedient. Baobao Ruan is very confident in his abilities. He has been playing with snakes since he was a child, and no poisonous snake dares to disobey him. There are still no completely tamed snakes. Many seemingly docile snakes will bite their owners. Zhang Zhuiyue was not making this comment without any purpose. He had done some special research on it. I can't do that anyway. Baobao Ruan was confident. If the baby says he won't do it, then he won't do it. And even if he does bite me, so what? The worst that can happen is I'll just have to pay for it. Anzi's tone was dissatisfied. He didn't like Zhang Zhuiyue's preaching tone. It was obviously the man who harassed Baobao first. Baobao was very kind and gave the man a beautiful snake to play with. Even if it was really bitten, just send it to the hospital for emergency treatment. If it can't be saved, you have to pay compensation. You can only blame the man for bad luck, is what Anzi thought. In his opinion, Ruan Baobao was not wrong at all, it was the man who was wrong. Your tricks in Hong Kong won't work in the mainland. Don't lead the baby astray. Zhang Zhuiyue's tone was very dissatisfied. He had investigated Anzi, who was the young leader of the Glory Gang, the largest gang in Hong Kong. He was ruthless and both good and evil. He forcefully took back the property some time ago, and Wu Yuntao was so angry that he had a stroke and is still in danger. I have my own ideas. No one can influence me. I won't see you off tomorrow. Have a safe trip. Wan Baobao was a little unhappy. She felt that Jiang Zhuiyue did not trust her abilities, and her good mood was affected. She waved to the two of them and strode back to the dormitory building. Do you want to be a boyfriend or a father? How funny! Anzi made a sarcastic remark and left. I just want the baby to stay out of trouble, not like you're encouraging her to get into trouble. Jiang Zhuiyue responded loudly. He didn't think he was wrong. Bao Bao did act a little extreme sometimes. Whether as a boyfriend or a friend, he had an obligation to correct her. With me here, trouble won't come near the baby. I'll solve it in advance. Anzi smiled and left. Jiang Zhuiyue stood there for a while and then left. 2 years passed quickly. Wan Baobao went to college while carrying out the missions of Unit 759. She cooperated with the troops on several occasions and twice with Jiang Zhuiyue. Although Jiang Zhuiyue looks handsome and elegant, this is only his appearance. 3 generations of the Jiang family have strong individual combat capabilities and excellent command abilities. Both operations were completed perfectly, and Jiang Zhuiyue was promoted quickly in the army and became a battalion commander at a young age. Andy's business empire expanded rapidly, and he became a new financial elite in Hong Kong and a top bachelor. Many celebrity daughters wanted to date him, but Andy never dated anyone of the opposite sex, and all the staff around him were men. There were even rumors in Hong Kong that he didn't like women. Wan Qiqi has always wanted to find time to ask her daughter who she chose, or if she chose no one. Before she could ask, after celebrating her 20th birthday, Wan Baobao returned home and announced a big news. I'm dating Andy. Congratulations. Wan Qiqi offered her blessings, which didn't seem surprising. The baby was indeed more compatible with Anzi. I don't like it at all. What's so good about that kid? Lu Yi was very unhappy. His daughter was only 20 years old, but she was snatched away by a bad boy with ulterior motives. He couldn't be happy. Anzi is very good. He tolerates all my shortcomings. Even if I get into trouble, he won't scold me, but will help me solve the problem. Baobao Wan spoke well of Anzi, saying that she made the choice after careful consideration. Then you can't always cause trouble for others. It will get annoying if you have to clean up their mess all the time. Wan Qiqi reminded. Love is mutual. If you only take without giving, it will not last. I didn't get into trouble often. I just wasn't careful sometimes. Now I'm much more mature and rarely get into trouble. Baobao Wan explained seriously that she was not someone who often got into trouble and she was not that annoying. Where did Jiang Zhuiyue lose? Baby Wan was very curious. This child was really outstanding and no worse than Anzi. He didn't lose, it's just that we are not suitable. He is a very good person and there should be a better girl, but it is definitely not me. I have made it clear to him, and we will still be good friends. Without waiting for Wan Qiqi to ask, Wan Baobao told her the reason why they were not suitable. Jiang Zhuiyue is like the sun, very bright and open. Anyone standing next to him will be illuminated by his light, but I am the moon. One side of me is bright, and the other side is dark. His light is too dazzling, and it makes my darkness more obvious. If we are together, if he is not happy, I will not be happy either. When did you notice it? Baobao Wan felt her daughter's seriousness. The child really considered relationships seriously and did not decide based on her mood. I did 2 missions with Jiang Zhuiyue and I noticed it and then I found him and explained it to him some time ago. Wan Baobao didn't say the specific reason, but Wan Qiqi could guess it. Jiang Zhuiyue was a child who received orthodox education and acted uprightly. The baby was taught by her and Lu Yi. They were not normal as a couple, so the child they raised would certainly not be normal either. It was very normal for him to act a little extreme. Maybe there was a conflict between Bao Bao and Jiang Zhuiyue during the mission? Then how do you know that Gone Amber is the right guy for you? Lu Yi asked. Because he is also the moon, we both have a dark side. He can understand me, and I can understand him. We are very compatible. When talking about Anzi, Wan Baobao's face was full of smiles. Lu Yi snorted lightly. He didn't think it was in tune. After Wan Baobao and Anzi confirmed their relationship, their affection progressed rapidly. 2 years later, she graduated and got married. Anzi proposed to her, and she agreed. Although Lu Yi strongly opposed it, he had no choice but to accept it. Ruan Baobao wanted to get married, and Ruan Qiqi also supported him. On the wedding day, Tudo also rushed back. He has been basically outside in recent years, either carrying out missions or going on sea adventures. His current external identity is that of a famous navigator, and his name can often be heard in the media. The wedding was first held in Tanzhou, and all the Gan family members came. Jiang Zhuiyue also attended the wedding and gave his sincere blessings. If you treat the baby badly, I will never let you go. Jiang Zhuiyue still had a bad attitude towards Anzi. You won't stand a chance. Anzi smiled. The baby is more important than his life. Because the baby was the brightest light in his life. When he was 4 years old, he was pulled out of the mud. From then on, his life became colorful. The wedding started. Louis handed his daughter to Anzi. The MC asked him to say a few words. He walked to the microphone and said angrily, I don't have much to say. I raised my daughter with great difficulty. But this brat took her away. I can't be happy. After saying this, he glared at the groom and walked away with a stern face. In the audience, all burst into laughter, especially Xia Tao, who laughed the most proudly. When it was the turn of the man's parents to speak, Xia Tao went up, her face almost broken with laughter, and she deliberately said, I am very happy that my son has done a good job and brought the baby home. I am grateful to Lu Yi for raising such a good daughter. Thank you. In the audience was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and said to Ruan Qiqi aggrievedly, She must have done it on purpose. Why don't you let Bao Bao get a divorce? Be good, she is crazy. You are more sensible than her. Ruan Qiqi had no choice but to comfort her with kind words and glared at Xia Tao warningly. Otherwise, she was really afraid that these two crazy guys would fight at the wedding and ruin her daughter's wedding. Lu Yi was satisfied, and the second half of the wedding was very quiet until it ended successfully. Seeing off the guests, Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi went home. On the way, she suddenly said, There is a mission to South America recently. Let's go together. Okay, South America has gemstones, let's go there to mine. Lu Yi agreed without thinking and didn't ask what the mission was. As long as he could be with Qiqi, it would be the best. This article ends. This book is finished. Thank you to all the readers who have been with me and supported me along the way. The author will work harder and write the next book more carefully. The new book is a story about the 1960s and has been signed. Qiqi, I have a big surprise for you next month. Lu Yi gnawed on several pieces of rabbit meat, took a big mouthful of rice, and said mysteriously that there was a surprise. Can't tell now? Ruan Qiqi had already guessed what the surprise was and teased him on purpose. No, the timing is not right. You will be able to eat preserved eggs with pounded chili peppers next month. I will make it for you. Lu Yi shook his head vigorously. The peppers haven't bloomed yet, so it wouldn't be a surprise if you told him about it. Last time, Ruan Qiqi mentioned a bowl of pounded chili peppers and preserved eggs. Lu Yi remembered it and specially planted a few chili seedlings. Pepper and preserved egg, not very pretty, but super delicious. Okay, I'll have a surprise for you next month too. Ruan Qiqi picked up a chicken leg for him and prepared to take him into the space and treat him to milk tea. Lu Yi likes sweets very much, and he must love tea salt moonlight. What surprise? Qiqi, you have a cub? Lu Yi looked at Ruan Qiqi's belly happily. Inside was his and Qiqi's baby. It won't happen so fast. It's another surprise. You'll know next month. Come and eat. Ruan Qiqi glared. She was not opposed to having a baby. She would just let nature take its course. If she was pregnant, she would have the baby. If she wasn't pregnant, she wouldn't force it. Moreover, she felt that it would not be easy for her and Lu Yi to have a baby. She had read in novels that those people with powerful superpowers had difficulty in conceiving, while it was easy for ordinary people to have babies. Can't tell now? Lu Yi felt itchy in his heart. No. Eat quickly. Ruan Qiqi scooped him a large spoonful of meat and urged him to eat.
Oh.
Lu Yi was a little disappointed, but his disappointment was soon dispelled by the delicious food. He ate everything up. After eating, he took the initiative to clean up the dishes and put them in the basin. There was rice washing water in the basin, and he added some hot water and carried it out. "Where are you going to wash the dishes?" Ruan Chichi was going to the bathroom to get some water to wipe the table when she saw this guy coming downstairs and asked loudly, "Go to Captain Su's house to take a shower." Lu Yi replied and went downstairs in 3 steps. In fact, he wanted to go to Captain Su's house to do laundry at noon. That stupid woman Shang Lihua was like a cannon in Ji Xianglian's hand, shooting wherever she pointed. He was an extremely smart man and saw through the woman's true face at a glance. Like Lin Manyun, Ji Xianglian was very hypocritical, but she was more cunning. She did a good job on the surface and won praise from the staff in the family building. She was named a model military wife for several consecutive years. She also did well in school. Not only was she named an outstanding teacher, she was also made a team leader and her salary increased. Lu Yi knew everything about the people and things in the entire residential building. Let's put it this way, he knew what time a man went out at night better than his wife. He hated women like Lin Manyun the most. He had never dealt with Ji Xianglian before. No matter how hypocritical this woman was, it had nothing to do with him. But this woman actually wanted to step on his chi-chi and flatter herself. Humph. Don't blame him for being rude. Captain Su was not at home at noon and would come back for dinner in the evening. Lu Yi saw the opportunity and went to visit him with a bowl of food. There were several military wives washing dishes in the corridor. When they heard this, their hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked at Ruan Chichi. Ruan Chichi remained calm, walked slowly to the bathroom, and fetched a basin of water. "Sister Wan, why don't you try to persuade Deputy Battalion Commander Lu?" A woman in her 30s couldn't help but ask. She had a northern accent, was tall, strong, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Ruan Chichi remembered that her name was Lu Danny. The reason why I have a deep impression of this name is because in the novels I read in my previous life, women with the surname Lu were generally called Lu Rian. They were either vicious supporting actresses or sinister green tea characters. In any case, they were not good people. Then the name Lu Danny, just like her, was very plain and unpretentious, and Ruan Chichi remembered it accidentally. Why do you need to persuade him? He's washing the dishes, he's so sensible. Ruan Chichi answered very sincerely. Her man was so well-behaved, and he should be praised. Oh, you may not know this, but at noon your Deputy Battalion Commander Lu was washing clothes at Captain Zhou's house and made a scene, which made everyone feel uncomfortable. Lu Danny is a straightforward person with a simple mind, so she told everything that happened at noon. She didn't say that Lu Yi did anything wrong, but she felt it was inappropriate. After all, they lived in the same building and the men were comrades in arms. It wouldn't be good to make things so awkward. But she also felt that Shang Lihua and the others were mean-spirited. It was a matter of mutual consent between the young couple, and it had nothing to do with these women. They were all just complaining about the sour grapes and being jealous. My Lu Yi is not feeling unwell. He ate 5 bowls of rice a night. Ruan Chichi put a basin of water on the ground, and her hands always felt sore from holding it. Lu Danny was choked and looked at her in an indescribable manner. This girl seemed very smart, so why couldn't she understand? With her ability to express herself, right? Sister Lu, my Lu Yi went there to deepen the friendship between his comrades. He treats his comrades with such enthusiasm and passion. Really, my Lu Ye's merits cannot be counted in 3 days and 3 nights. Ruan Chichi looked particularly proud, with a proud tone of, "You are worthy of being my man." Lu Danny and the other military wives were silent. They finally confirmed that this Miss Ruan was indeed not very smart. To her is like talking to a deaf person, it's completely irrelevant, and I feel so tired. Lu Yi, what do you mean? If you have something to say, tell me face to face. Don't play tricks on me. Why should I, your cousin, wash the dishes for you? The roar of Captain Su came from downstairs. He also had a bad temper and was no less angry than Captain Zhou. Captain Su is a terrible person. He has no comradeship at all. Ruan Chichi said this as she ran downstairs quickly. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lu Danny and the other women also ran down quickly. There were already quite a few people standing in front of Captain Su's house. Your cousin said it herself, that men have to work hard outside, so women should work more. She keeps saying this every other day. It's obvious that she is born to work like a cow or a horse. In order to satisfy her desire to work, I specially carried the bowls from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor.
My hands are sore from carrying them.
You didn't thank me, but you cursed at me. Are you still a human being? Liu Ye's curse was heard immediately afterwards. His voice was lazy, and there was a special kind of ruffian and relaxed madness in it, which could be heard at once. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? You don't have any servants? You want my servants to wash a few bowls. Liu Yi, get out of here. I'm going to fight you in a one-on-one duel. Captain Su's face turned blue with anger, and he felt that Liu Yi was deliberately causing trouble. Even though he didn't remember having offended this madman, he had been bullied right at his doorstep, so he had to defend his dignity and teach this madman a lesson. You are an old man, and my cousin told me to respect the old and love the young, and not to fight. Su Xingli, I am talking to you rationally. Don't you understand me? This matter was initiated by your cousin. I am happy to help my cousin wash clothes, dishes, and mop the floor. Why do you say that my cousin is lazy? There are so many women in the world, but she is the most diligent? She is the most outstanding? Since she is so outstanding, she can take care of all the work in my house. Wash the dishes first, and I will bring the clothes over tomorrow. Let your cousin empty the urine pot in the morning. If your cousin does a good job, I will definitely vote for her in this year's election of model military wives. Liu Yi was not impatient at all, and spoke slowly and reasonably. Ji Xianglian's face turned paler and paler, and she began to panic. Some readers said that there are many dialects in the text, which affects the reading. I am really sorry. I will try my best to pay attention. In some places, it is indeed more contextual to use dialects. For example, Tonka means wife in Hunan dialect. I usually explain it. There may be some omissions. I'm sorry. Liu Yi and Xia Tao met at the gate. They looked at each other and snorted at the same time. I have one more than you. Liu Yi was very proud. He won. Mine is more valuable. Xia Tao straightened Kikuno Chinatsu's face, which looked exactly like hers. She said proudly, according to the bounty order of Sindhu, my face is worth $1 million, while yours are worthless. That's not necessarily true. Chi-Chi can disguise herself, so she is still valuable. Liu Yi has full confidence in his wife. She only needs to put on some makeup, deceive the killer organization, and get some money. Stop arguing and leave immediately. Ruan Chi-Chi scolded him, and once Kikuno Masato came to his senses, it would not be so easy to retreat. They returned to a secluded alley where Mo Jinsong rented a house and agreed to meet there. She can be exchanged for 1 million. These two are useless.
Kill them.
Mo Jinsong took a look at the unconscious Kikuno Chinatsu and was overjoyed because this was a walking gold mountain. Keiko Sanada and her husband look so different that they are of little value. It would be a shame to kill him. Give me half an hour. Ruan Chi-Chi took out cosmetics from her bag and applied them on Xia Tao's parents' faces. Half an hour later, the two of them had completely changed their appearance, turning into the appearance of Mo Jinsong and Ruan Chi-Chi in Sindhu. She also glued a fake beard on Xia Tao's father and painted his skin black, making him exactly the same as Kumar played by Mo Jinsong. Sanada Keiko was the first to wake up. She opened her eyes and saw the indifferent Xia Tao. She cried out, Chio?
Chio is dead.
She died when you gave her to Kikuno Masato. Xia Tao looked at her coldly. She no longer needed motherly love. From now on, she would be Xia Tao, and her only mother was her dead adoptive mother. Chio, I can't resist your grandfather. I'm sorry, but I'm useless. Keiko Sanada shed tears and kept apologizing. Shut up, you jerk. Ruan Chi-Chi glared fiercely. What she hated most was this kind of weak mother who couldn't even protect her own child and could only cry when something happened. What a waste of time it was to give birth to a child. The cowardly young master also woke up and opened his mouth to curse, but was pierced in the mute point by Ruan Chi-Chi. Sanada Keiko and Kikuno Chinatsu were also pierced. The three members of the family all woke up. Kikuno Chinatsu and her daughter glared at Xiao Tao. If they could speak, they would definitely curse out all the dirty words they had learned in their lives. Sanada Keiko just cried and looked at her daughter with guilt, but Xiao Tao was indifferent. She even said deliberately, "I wanted to kill you with my own hands, but it would be a pity to let you die quickly, so I decided to exchange you for some money. Whether you can survive depends on how lucky you are." Keiko Sanada's tears flowed down. She didn't expect that her eldest daughter would be so hateful, but she was really powerless. No one in the family dared to disobey Masato Kikuno. What could she do? Kikuno Chinatsu and her daughter opened their mouths wide and roared silently. If looks could kill, they would have killed Xiao Tao thousands of times. Wan Qiqi put makeup on the three of them again, and their appearance changed. She used high-tech materials from later times, so people today would definitely not be able to tell the difference. Xiao Tao slapped Kikuno Chinatsu unconscious and carried her on her shoulders and walked away. Lu Yi also knocked out the remaining two men, picked up one in each hand, and followed behind. Xiao Tao led the way. She knew the base of the Kyoto International Killer Organization. When she was hungry, she worked part-time as a killer and earned a lot of money. Wan Qiqi also followed, while Mo Jinsong and Manzai stayed in the house. Xiao Tao took them to a nightclub, which was full of bright lights and wine, and was filled with men who were drunk late at night, flirting with the barmaids while drinking. The lights in the club were very dim, and the atmosphere was particularly ambiguous, with the frivolous laughter of men coming from time to time. "Call me Daniel. I'm his regular customer." Xiao Tao found the mama-san with ease, took out a large denomination bill, and slapped it on the table. The mama-san was heavily made up, her face was whiter than the wall, and the smile on her face was like a mask. She took the money with a smile and said softly, "Please follow me." The mama-san led them through many twists and turns and entered a room. As soon as the door was closed, the vulgar mama-san immediately became like a different person. The smile on her face disappeared. She raised her head proudly and looked at them with scrutiny. "Look at their three faces." Xiao Tao pinched Kikuno Chinatsu's chin and forced her to raise her head. Although Mama-san's expression did not change, a hint of surprise flashed to her eyes. Wan Qiqi raised the faces of Keiko Sanada and her husband again, and the smile on Mama-san's face returned. She asked, "What about the others? If they run away, how much reward can these three get?" Xiao Tao asked impatiently, looking like she was greedy for money. "Old rules, I'll take 10%, and you have $4.5 million, said Mama-san. "Deal, I want cash." Xiao Tao recalled almost all the misery that had happened to her before she managed to suppress the smile. The net profit was $4.5 million, which was a huge profit. If she had known that Chi-Chi's disguise skills were so powerful, she would have captured a few more people just now and tried to get the tens of millions of US dollars. "Don't worry, I'll check the goods first." Mama-san took out the bounty portrait and compared it with those of Kikuno Chinatsu and the other two. Their faces were indeed exactly the same, and the fierce looks in the three people's eyes were exactly the same as in the portrait. But she was still very careful. She pinched the faces of the three people several times. When she felt nothing unusual, she felt relieved and went to get the money happily. $4.5 million were packed into 6 safes. The three of them took 2 each and said goodbye to Mama-san. "Catch the remaining few and come find me again." Mama-san laughed so hard that her body shook and the white powder on her face fell off. Xiao Tao made an okay gesture, picked up the 2 safes, and walked away quickly, soon disappearing into the night sky. With Mo Jinsong and the others, they rushed to the harbor overnight. They had to leave before the old man Kikuno Masato could react, otherwise the whole city would be blocked, and it would not be easy to leave. Louis got a car on the roadside and quickly arrived at the harbor. He easily avoided the staff and quietly boarded a cargo ship, heading to the port city. The cargo ship was very large, so he could just find a corner to hide in. As long as he had enough food and water, he would definitely not be discovered. "It doesn't matter if you find them. Kill them, and I'll drive the boat." Xiao Tao's tone was cold. She said killing someone was easier than killing a chicken. Can you drive a boat?
Louis asked.
Certainly. Xia Tao's tone was particularly proud, but after meeting Wan Qiqi's half-smile, she turned her head away guiltily and whispered, I will definitely do it, but I haven't really tried it. Wan Qiqi sneered. She knew that this crazy woman was bragging again. She will never believe a single word of this crazy woman's nonsense again. Really, I'm a better boat driver than I am a plane driver. Xia Tao's tone was sincere, but no one believed her. She had a bump on her head from the last time she was on the plane, and the bump hasn't healed yet. They hid in the cargo hold, which was filled with boxes with words written on them from the Sakura country. However, it was too dark in the cargo hold, and they couldn't see clearly what was written on them. The ship started, gradually increasing in speed, and left the harbor. Masato Kakuno and his men arrived at the harbor. The cargo ship had already left the waters of the Sakura country. He could only leave in disappointment. When he returned to the old house and saw the charred ruins, he felt a sweetness in his throat and swallowed it hard. With the treasure in the dark room, the Kakuno family will surely be able to make a comeback. Masato Kakuno comforted himself silently. He sent people to search the whole city for the whereabouts of Chinatsu Kakuno. The cowardly son was dead, so he died. Chinatsu Kakuno must be found. It was dark and there was no news from Chinatsu Kakuno's family of 3. Masato Kakuno quietly went down to the lake, swam to the dark room, opened the iron door, and saw an empty place. All the treasures were gone. Puff! Masato Kakuno spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. It must be that Zich Kakuno Chiyo. Once he catches her, he will skin her alive and drink her blood to ease the hatred in his heart. Wan Qiqi first went back to the compound to pick up Manzai, and he had to go and sign the agreement in person.
Oh my.
She entered the yard. The big yellow dog, who was lazily lying in the sun, wagged its tail quickly and ran up to her to act coquettishly. Mama, be good. Wan Qiqi stretched out her hand, touched the dog's head a few times, and fed it a few sausages. The yellow dog, which was originally the most fierce one in the compound, was captured by her sausage and was more attentive to her than to his master Manzai. The big yellow dog is a male, 3 years old, and his real name is Mama, which was given to him by Manzai. Manzai likes to play house with others. He plays the father and others play the mother, but no other children are willing to cooperate. 3 years ago, he picked up a little yellow dog, took it home, named it Mom, and played house with it. Guan Jihua and Grandpa Lu thought the name was inappropriate, so they changed it to Mama. Wan Qiqi added a sauce and called it Mama sauce. Perhaps because the ham sausage was prestigious enough, the yellow dog accepted the new name very quickly. Qiqi, are you going out to play again? Manzai ran out happily, with hopeful eyes. Going out to collect debts several times, Manzai's heart became wild. He didn't even want to play with his favorite building blocks. He looked forward to Wan Qiqi coming to pick him up every day. Yes, where are your parents? At home, Dad, Mom. Qiqi is here. While calling, Manzai went to make tea and took out some melon seed snacks from the cupboard, cooking them in a very proper manner. After the 2 elders went downstairs, Guan Jihua looked much better and even walked less lamely. Uncle Lu, Mama Guan, I have something to tell you. Wan Qiqi didn't say which department. She just said she would take Manzai to work. The salary is 100 yuan and Manzai will only work with me. I promise that I will take good care of Manzai and will never let anything happen to him. Qiqi, you must first ensure your own safety. Manzai can serve the country. Even if he has something, it is more important than Mount Tai. Your Uncle Lu and I will only be relieved. We are especially grateful that you can take Manzai with you, but you don't have to put yourself in danger to take care of Manzai. Guan Jihua spoke earnestly, and Mr. Lu nodded as well. Of course they hope that their son can live a long life, but the depth of life is more important than its length. If Manzai sacrifices his life for the country, they will be sad but will never regret it. Instead of locking Manzai up at home and letting him live a miserable life, it is better to let him go out and explore the world happily. Even if something really happens, it will be a worthy death, and they will only be proud of Manzai. Don't worry, Manzi and I will be safe. We will be fine. Wan Qiqi solemnly assured that she had space and 9 lives, so how could anything happen to her? Manzi is even less likely to happen. If there is real danger, just knock him out and bring him into the space. After chatting with the 2 elders, Wan Qiqi took Manzi to Wudong Western Pastry Shop. Manzi rode the bike and Wan Qiqi sat behind him. Mama Jiang's 4-wheel drive was full of power and she ran happily behind him. Guan Jihua and Mr. Liu stood at the gate of the courtyard, watching their backs as they left with satisfaction. Our son Manzi has a job now and will be supported by the government in the future, all thanks to Qiqi and Xiaoya. Guan Jihua couldn't hide his happiness in his tone and was very grateful to Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi. Even if she were to close her eyes immediately now, she would die without regrets. Good days are still to come. We must live well and enjoy the blessings of our children. Mr. Liu patted his wife on the back and joked with a smile. The 2 elders supported each other and went into the house happily. Wan Qiqi and Manzi also found the Wudong Western Pastry Shop. The tempting aroma wafted from the door of the shop, making Mama Jiang drool. We have friends all over the world, comrade. Give me a piece of chestnut cake, without chestnuts. Wan Qiqi said politely. Serve the people wholeheartedly. Can I add almonds? A short and fat man in his 30s with a round face walked over. He smiled amiably and spoke with a distinct Shanghai accent. More caramel, please. Wan Qiqi finished speaking. The 2 exchanged glances, and the round-faced man smiled and said, Comrade, please follow me. He said something to another young clerk, then took Wan Qiqi, Manzi, and Mama Jiang to the kitchen. The kitchen looked no different from a normal Western pastry kitchen. The round-faced man pressed a button behind the bread oven, and a small door opened next to the bread oven, just enough for one person to enter and exit. This dog is very energetic. What's his name? The round-faced man liked Mama Jiang very much and reached out to stroke the dog's head, but Mama Jiang was not a good person. She bared her fangs and almost bit a hole in his hand.
Mom. Mama, sha.
Manzi and Wan Qiqi answered at the same time. The round-faced man was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Both names are good. He took out a piece of bread from his pocket and threw it over. Mama Jiang bit it accurately and ate it up in ravenous mouth. But she was not satisfied, so she took the initiative to run to the round-faced man, raised her head high, and begged him to stroke her. The round-faced man smiled with great satisfaction and fed Mama Jiang a few more pieces of bread edges, completely conquering her and jerking her off several times. After walking along a narrow road and going down dozens of steps, the round-faced man finally stopped, tapped on the wall 3 times, opened a door, and they went in and saw Pei Yuan with a smile on his face. Welcome to Join 759. Wan Qiqi and Manzi looked at him calmly. Pei Yuan did not get a warm response, so he touched his nose a little angrily and led them to sign the confidentiality agreement. After signing the agreement, you will become a formal employee of 759. In order to facilitate operations, our comrades are called by code names. Comrade Wan, Comrade Liu, what code names do you want to use? Pei Yuan asked. Dear Flower, Wan Qiqi blurted out. She just wanted to be a beautiful, cool, and delicate flower. Manzi didn't understand the meaning of the code name, so Wan Qiqi explained. What do you want others to call you?
Dad.
Manzi said happily. Pei Yuan immediately objected. Dad, no, you can use any nickname, but you can't be arbitrary. Think of another one. If I really give him a code name for Dad, he will have to call me Dad every day. What a loss. Wan Qiqi agreed very much. She also didn't want to call Manzi Dad. Finally, Wan Qiqi named it Fumanduo, which means the instant noodles she loved to eat when she was a child in her previous life. It was cheap, large in quantity and filling. The 2 of them have no tasks for the time being. Pei Yuan said he would call them if there is a task. Wan Qiqi will go to college in the second half of the year and can still work in the winery for the time being. When they left, the round-faced man Ding Yi gave Ma Jiang a bag of breadcrumbs, but Wan Qiqi took half of it. She ate a piece on the way and found it tasted so good that she snatched the food from the dog's mouth without hesitation. Mama Jiang protested, but it was futile and she could only accept it. The two went home directly. Wan Qiqi planned to collect the debt slowly and wait until school started, so she was not in a hurry to ask Gao Yufei for money. She went home and lay down. He lay there for 3 days. Brother Lu Jiefeng at the border was anxiously waiting. After patrolling every day, they would stand on the road the postman must pass, waiting eagerly with their necks stretched a lot. They had spent their last 50 cents and were completely penniless and out of food and ammunition. "Brother, did your sister-in-law not receive the letter?" Lu Yuanchao was so hungry that he felt dizzy. He found that Hautuinia chordata was added to the porridge in the cafeteria at noon. He really couldn't understand why this stinky grassroot could be used as a dish. The other comrades ate with gusto, but he and his brother spit out every bite they took. The squad leader scolded them and punished them to finish the bowl of porridge and run 10 kilometers. After eating the porridge, they only had 1/3 of their lives left, and after running, they only had 1/4 of their lives left. Lu Yuanchao touched his stomach and swore in his heart with gritted teeth. He and Jair Zhen are sworn enemies. One day, he will burn all the Jair Zhen in this darn place. Lu Jiefeng didn't even have the strength to speak. He finished the bowl of Hautuinia chordata and vomited his breakfast. Now his chest was sticking to his back, his eyes were blacking, and he only had 1/5 of his life left. One day, he will burn all the Jair Zhen in this darn place. Lu Jiefeng didn't even have the strength to speak. He finished the bowl of Hautuinia chordata and vomited his breakfast. Now his chest was sticking to his back, his eyes were blacking, and he only had 1/5 of his life left. "Brother, is the postman here?" Lu Yuan, "Brother Doji, do you have our remittance slip?" The two brothers stretched their heads as far as they could, wishing they could put their heads into the mail package to take a look. "Lu Jiefeng, right? Here's the remittance slip. It's a lot of money." The postman was extremely envious. He had never seen so much money in his life and felt he could spend it until he died. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiefeng was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. His sister-in-law really sent him money. He and his brother would not starve to death. He signed, he finally got the remittance slip. When he saw the amount on it, he blinked and kicked his brother decisively.
"Ah,
"Brother, why did you kick me?" Lu Yuanchao cried out in pain and questioned angrily. "Ha ha ha. This is really a blessing. We're going to get rich. My sister-in-law must be bad at math. She must have made a mistake in the calculations." Lu Jiefeng hugged his brother and shouted happily. He hadn't received the letter yet and thought Wan Qiqi was bad at math and had miscalculated the account, so he sent so much extra money. "Thank the party, thank the people, thank my ex-girlfriend, and thank my sister-in-law." Lu Jiefeng thanked her in his heart and was very grateful to Wan Qiqi. Although she was fierce, she was good at accounting. "Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria to cook a special meal." Lu Jiefeng pulled his brother and ran towards the cafeteria, taking the remittance slip with him. The money could not be withdrawn until tomorrow, but he could use the slip to pay for a big meal in advance.
Tashi Delek.
Basahi. Thanks, sister-in-law. Finally finished writing. The author has tried Hautuinia chordata several times, but couldn't eat it. I really can't enjoy this delicacy. I hope that one day I will suddenly get the hang of it, just like eating durian, and be able to enjoy the deliciousness of Hautuinia chordata. Also, although today is the 3rd update, there are nearly 8,000 words. The author is not lazy. He stayed at home to write during the National Day. "Darlings, can you give me some free gifts or 5-star praise?" "Does Masato Kakuno know that it was you who did it?" Wan Qiqi asked.
"He doesn't know.
I kept it a secret from him. I tricked that idiot Chiharu Kakuno into coming here. She will marry into the Fukuyama family in the spring of next year. The invitations have been sent out. Masato Kakuno attaches great importance to this marriage." The more Xia Tao spoke, the deeper her smile became, and she did not try to hide her gloating. It's a pity that she couldn't see the old man's anger with her own eyes. "What do you want?" Wan Qiqi asked directly. "Give me a job with high salary, leisure time, and where I can kill Japanese." I know you are from 759, so I will be your colleague. Xia Tao did not hide anything and directly stated her purpose. Although she stole a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry from the Kikuno family, she couldn't sell them now. She still had to find a job, otherwise she would starve to death. Wan Qiqi's mouth twitched. The Japanese soldier said in front of her that she wanted to kill them. How crazy! 759 impossible. You just said it. Who knows if it's a conspiracy between you and the Kikuno family? Wan Qiqi refused. All the employees of 759 were Chinese, and they had never hired foreign employees, so he was afraid that it would not work. Everything is possible. Wait, I will give you a big gift. Then you will see my sincerity. Classmate Wan Qiqi, please say a few good words for me in front of the leaders. As she spoke the following part, Xia Tao's voice suddenly became artificial, exactly the same as Kikuno Chinatsu's voice. Her expression and temperament also changed, and it was impossible to tell her apart from Kikuno Chinatsu. Wan Qiqi narrowed her eyes slightly. This Xia Tao could obviously imitate the character perfectly, but she deliberately revealed her flaws. It seemed that she really wanted to stab the Kikui family in the back. But it is understandable. The Kikuno family only treated Xia Tao as a tool and killed her adoptive parents. She must hate the family. That depends on what your gift is. Wan Qiqi's tone softened a little. If the gift was big enough, she could indeed say a few nice words. Although they are not of our race, strictly speaking, the Sakura country has been a vassal state of China since ancient times and will become a province of China in the future, so they are not considered a foreign race. Moreover, Xia Tao hates the Japanese so much and is very capable. If she is recruited as a general, she will be a great general. There will be a surprise soon. Xia Tao smiled mysteriously, turned and left, yawning. She was exhausted from working so late at night. Even if she goes to 759 in the future, she will never work overtime and pay. Well, it depends on how much you pay. After walking a few steps, Xia Tao stopped, turned her head, and said to the big tree beside the rooftop, "It's very cold up there. Go back and sleep." A muffled sound was heard among the lush branches and leaves. Xia Tao smiled and quickened her pace. When she was almost at the door, she slowed down again. It's not that she can't walk fast, but the three clumsy guys at the door are in a panic and almost tumbling down the stairs. It's better to give them more time. Su Erfeng reacted the fastest. When she saw Xia Tao coming from afar, she got up and went downstairs. He Aihong and Li Yuqin followed closely behind her. But the psychological quality of these two people was a little poor. They were too panicked when going down the stairs and were tripped by the mop in Li Yuqin's hand. Fortunately, Su Erfeng reacted quickly and grabbed one with each hand, thus avoiding a tragedy. "Oh my God, I'm so scared." Li Yuqin was still frightened. She was plump, and if she really fell, she would definitely roll from the 4th floor to the 1st floor and would be disabled at least if not dead. "Hurry up, they are coming." He Aihong was scared to death, afraid that Wan Qiqi would find out and put a curse on her. Xia Tao stood at the door, listening to the panicked voices of the three people. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. How stupid. "Why don't you leave?" Wan Qiqi asked from behind. "Hush." Xia Tao turned around and put her hand to her lips. Wan Qiqi also heard the noise in the corridor and couldn't help but laugh. The three idiots finally returned to the dormitory. They didn't even have time to take off their clothes and quickly got into bed. Not long after, the door opened and Wan Qiqi and Xia Tao came in. After they got into bed, Sheng Wanqing also came in. The dormitory was very quiet, but the sound of breathing was obvious, coming from He Weihong and the others. Wan Qiqi and the others pretended not to hear anything. They went to bed, covered their heads, and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, she called Manzai and told him not to come to school.
Peacefully.
Xia Tao did not move at all and attended classes with everyone else every day, except that she always sat in the last row and slept. Teacher Jing talked to her, but she said she was not feeling well and the teacher could do nothing about it. Wan Qiqi asked Shushu to keep an eye on Xia Tao at all times, but there was no news in the past 3 days. All Xia Tao did was eat and sleep. She was lazier than a pig, but her complexion had improved a lot, and there was a little color on her face. Another day passed, and on Friday, Xu Xu reported the latest news. The fake one is here. Ruan Qiqi was cheered up and went to the place where Xia Tao and Qianxia met, which was in a small woods not far from the dormitory building. There were many people here in summer, but now it was cold and few students came here. Xia Tao and Kakuno Chinatsu were talking face to face in the woods. They were wearing exactly the same clothes, and from a distance it looked like they were looking in a mirror. You haven't been exposed in the past 3 days, right? Kakuno Chinatsu asked coldly. In front of her own sister, she was very arrogant and spoke in a domineering manner because she was the eldest daughter of the Kakuno family and Kakuno Chiyo was just a killing tool, not even as good as her toes. No, the Chinese are all very stupid. Don't you know that very well? Xia Tao answered respectfully. They are indeed stupid. They don't deserve to live on such a vast land. When we succeed in our counterattack, these stupid Chinese will be my servants. Kakuno Chinatsu raised her chin and said something that really deserved a beating. Ruan Qiqi, who was hiding in the tree, gritted her teeth. Darn it, just based on this sentence she had to kill this little zitch. Candlesticks, lampshades, staffs, and bone whips were all made, and then dried into jerky to serve as food for Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu. That's right, such a vast land should be ours, but I have to deal with Ruan Qiqi first. My grandfather ordered that this woman must die. Xia Tao followed what the idiot said, and also mentioned Ruan Qiqi. Leave Ruan Qiqi to me. I have already tested her. This woman is allergic to pollen. As long as we lure her up the mountain, she will be our meat on the chopping board, and we can slaughter her at will. Kakuno Chinatsu was confident. She had already made all the arrangements. As long as she could lure the people to the mountain, she could kill Ruan Qiqi. Miss Qianxia is really smart. Ruan Qiqi and I have been together for 3 days and have not found out anything. Xia Tao complimented him but sneered in her heart. Pollen allergy was the secret passed back by the mantis. Kakuno Chinatsu loved to take credit for other people's work. However, she doubted the authenticity of the secret. Ruan Qiqi was so cunning. How could she take the initiative to expose her weaknesses? It must be intentional to lure this idiot into the trap. What can you compare with me? I am the eldest daughter carefully trained by the Kakuno family. Kakuno Chinatsu looked at Xia Tao with disdain. She was not comparable to her in any way. In fact, her talent was much better than her sister, but her grandfather only wanted her to get married. She didn't want to marry Fukuyama-kun at all. She heard that he was a shorty and very ugly. She didn't want to marry an ugly guy. Xia Tao sneered secretly. She intentionally told this idiot that Fukuyama-kun was an ugly dwarf. If she instigated him a few more times, the idiot would really think that he was the best in the world. He even wanted to compete with Kakuno Taro for the position of heir and ran to China to grab the mission. Yes, I am not as good as Miss Chinatsu. Xia Tao lowered her head and apologized sincerely. Kakuno Chinatsu was very satisfied with her tact and gave orders. I will go to the dormitory tomorrow night and ask Ruan Qiqi to go hiking on Sunday. You take people to intercept them on the mountain. I have already made arrangements. Let's take a few more people with us. Sheng Wanqing is a retired Special Forces soldier with great skills. She will definitely go hiking with us. Xia Tao suggested. This is my token. Chinatsu Kakuno took out her token, which allowed her to command her men in Tanzhou. Xia Tao raised the corners of her mouth. What a fool. He took the bait easily. 15 years later, in 1994, the spring breeze of reform and opening up swept across the country, and people's lives improved significantly. You no longer needed tickets to buy things. You could buy them with money. Meat can be seen on the table every now and then. Televisions and bicycles are no longer rare. There are many more cars and motorcycles on the streets of Tanzhou, and people's clothing has become much more fashionable. As the economy developed rapidly, people's spiritual needs also increased. The mainland introduced a large number of film and television works from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Gang movies were popular in Hong Kong in the 1980s and 1990s, promoting brotherhood and fighting. The movie is so good that many teenagers become addicted to it after watching it. The most affected are primary and secondary schools. Gangs like the 13 Tigers, the Dragon and Tiger Gang, the Butterfly Cult, etc. were all founded by children. They even imitated the movies and made appointments to fight after school and fight each other. Many children in the family compound were also poisoned, including Wang Tsuehwa's youngest son, 15-year-old Niu Xingyun. When Wang Tsuehwa was 42 years old. In the second month after the birth, the military regions strictly enforced family planning, especially for cadres, who were required to set an example. The child was really lucky and escaped. The 3 children above all went to different places, and only the youngest son was left by his side. Inevitably, he was spoiled a little, and thus Niu Xingyun developed an extremely bold and reckless character. You are such a jerk, and you still think you are the big brother? Your organization is illegal, your father is the battalion commander, your mother is the team leader, and your son is the leader of the illegal organization. You have brought shame to the Niu family, and you even dared to gather a crowd to fight and split someone's head. I will beat you to death first, so that you won't hurt others in the future. Wang Tsuehwa's curses of disappointment could be heard from the house. The whole building heard it, and the neighbors all went over to try to stop the fight. Niu Xingyun lay on the sofa with his hands on his back and his butt raised high. Wang Tsuehwa whipped him hard with a bamboo whip, cursing as she whipped him. In the afternoon, she was called to school by the teacher, who severely criticized her and asked her to discipline her son strictly, otherwise he would definitely have to go to a juvenile detention center in the future. Wang Tsuehwa originally thought that her youngest son was just naughty, but she didn't expect him to be so bad. He created the 13 guardians like in the movies. He is the eldest brother, with 12 younger brothers under him. He always makes fights with a neighboring school. Yesterday, he split the head of a child next door. The child's parents came to the school to complain. She went to the hospital to see the child. His head had required more than 20 stitches. If the doctor had used more severe force, he would have been sent directly to the crematorium. Wang Tsuehwa was both angry and relieved. She paid for the medical expenses and nutrition fees and said all the nice things she could. Finally, she reached a settlement with the other parent and angrily dragged her younger son home to teach him a lesson. They always bully people in our school, charge tolls, and bully female classmates. I am the eldest brother and have the obligation to protect them.
Ouch.
Mom, be gentle. Niu Xingyun held his head high, feeling very confident. He didn't think he was wrong. The school next door was a vocational school with a lot of second-rate kids who always bullied people from their school. As the eldest brother, he naturally had to stand up to protect his classmates. What kind of big brother are you? You are just a complete idiot. There are so many people in the school, and you're the only idiot who jumped out to be the first one to stand out. When the time comes, it will be you, an idiot, who will go to the juvenile detention center. The school has teachers and leaders, and it is not your turn to stand out. How could I give birth to such a stupid thing like you? Oh, I am so angry. Wang Tsuehwa was so angry that she cried harder and harder, and Niu Xingyun's proud had gradually lowered, and her face was covered with tears and snot. They chose me to be the eldest brother, and brotherhood comes first. I can't.
Oh.
Mom, please stop hitting me. If you continue to hit me, you will have no son. You idiot, you only talk about justice on the battlefield. What you did was illegal gathering and fighting. If you do it again, I will kill you first. Wang Tsuehwa was so angry that her heart ached, but unfortunately her husband and eldest son were not at home. Otherwise, if they had taken action, they would have definitely beaten the brat into submission. When the neighbors heard the whole story, they all blamed Niu Xingyun. I sent you to school so that you could study hard. You always fight and make trouble. No wonder your mother beats you. It's all the movies that teach people bad things. They can't learn good things, but they can learn bad things. In my opinion, those movies should be banned. They only teach children bad things. Don't say you're lucky. My son is the same. I beat him up yesterday. Several mothers in the family building felt the same way and started to criticize the recently popular Hong Kong movies. Aunt Tsuehwa, what happened? Wan Baobao's voice sounded. The Year-old girl was tall and slender and had completely lost the plumpness of her childhood. She was 170 centimeters tall and had a well-proportioned figure. She looked very similar to Wan Qiqi, with a cute and sweet appearance. Moreover, she speaks sweetly and politely, and both adults and children in the family compound like her very much. But this is just Wan Baobao's appearance. In fact, she is a loli with super strength. When she gets angry, her strength is so great that only her brother Potato can control her. Her sweet and harmless appearance and terrifying strength make it particularly convenient for her to catch bad guys, and she can complete the task excellently every time. That's right, Tu Do and Wan Baobao, brother and sister, have both joined 759. There are also Shengguan Xian and the siblings from the Chao family. However, there is only one group in Tanzhou 759 now. Groups A and B have been merged. Pei Yuan and Director Mu have both been promoted. Now the person in charge of Tanzhou 759 is Ding Yi. Ding Yi had originally been transferred to Yangcheng, but because his beloved daughter insisted on staying with Wan Baobao and Pei Yuan and Director Mu both pushed him to be in charge of Tanzhou 759, he was transferred back and became the immediate superior of Wan Baobao and the other children. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi are already veterans of Unit 759. They seldom accept missions and only take on important tasks. Wan Baobao will take the college entrance examination in July. Her academic performance is average, but as an employee of 759, the college entrance examination is just a formality. She can choose any university in China. She chose Wan Qiqi's alma mater, Wuhan University. It is now June, and there is still half a month left before the college entrance examination. Unlike other college entrance examination students, Wan Baobao is not nervous at all and even has time to read novels. She just went to the bookstore to rent a complete set of Demigods and Semi-Devils and planned to work overtime to finish reading it in the evening because Aunt Tao said it was very good and strongly recommended it to her. Downstairs, she heard the howling of Niu Xingyun on the second floor, which was even more miserable than a pig being slaughtered, so Wan Baobao went over to watch the fun. Baby's back. This jerk was so bold that he got into a fight with a group of people and broke someone's head. Wang Suihua calmed down a bit and talked about the great achievements that jerk had done. The more she talked, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but pick up the bamboo whip to beat him again.
Ah!
Sister baby, save me. Niu Xingyun cleverly hid behind Wan Baobao. If he was beaten any further, his butt would surely be rotten, and he wouldn't be able to poop. Aunt Suihua, I understand what you mean. You want Lucky to study hard and behave himself, right? Baobao Wan gave a summary. Yes, baby. You are very capable. Don't you have a solution? Wang Suihua looked hopeful. Wan Qiqi was so capable, and her daughter must be strong too. She would definitely be able to control this jerk. She doesn't ask her son to be successful, just an ordinary person who abides by the law. He should not learn from the gangsters in the movies, because none of them have a good ending. Aunt Suihua, I want to eat some white sugar cakes. We have finished all the glutinous rice wine at home. Wan Baobao took the opportunity to make a request that she would not work for nothing. I'll make it for you. As long as this jerk walks the right path, I'll give him plenty of sugar cakes and glutinous rice wine. Wang Suihua agreed readily. Just wait for the good news. Wan Baobao assured her confidently, and Wang Suihua felt relieved immediately. She went to prepare the ingredients for the white sugar cake and glutinous rice wine. Yu Xiaomei is 5 years older than her husband, has an average appearance, and was married for the second time when she married Mao Xiujia. Yu Xiaomei was unhappy with her first husband's lack of sexual ability, so she divorced him. She was single for several years and then met Mao Xiujia, a young, handsome man with a sweet mouth and good at coaxing people. The two hit it off and got married soon. Yu Xiaomei has lived a very happy life these years. Mao Xiujia is good at pretending. He pretends to be gentle in public and a good man at home. He takes care of all the housework and provides emotional value to Yu Xiaomei. Therefore, Yu Xiaomei lives a good life. During this period, Yu Xiaomei thought about divorce again because she met a younger and more handsome man who was better at coaxing people than Mao Xiujie. He made her infatuated with him, and she just wanted to divorce Mao Xiujie and spend the rest of her life with Mao Fuxiang. If Yu Xiaomei hadn't been worried about being scolded by her parents, she would definitely not have been undecided until now. But she couldn't hold on for long. She was a lustful person, and Mao Fuxiang's appearance and temperament were exactly what she wanted. Now she just wanted to give Mao Fuxiang a home and kick Mao Xiujie out of the house. Wan Qiqi still admires Xiaomei very much. In this era, there are really not many women who dare to love and hate. Many women with better family backgrounds than Yu Xiaomei cannot do what she does. For example, Zhang Weihong lives like a nun every day and is extremely miserable. Yu Xiaomei worked at the Post and Telecommunications Bureau. Her job was very leisurely. She had no intention of going to work at all. She just wanted to get off work as soon as possible because Mao Fuxiang asked her to go to the woods. When Yu Xiaomei thought about enjoying the young and strong Mao Fuxiang in the evening, she no longer had the heart to work and just looked forward to getting off work quickly. Wan Qiqi went into the post office and told Xiaomei that she wanted to send a telegram. Write it here. Yu Xiaomei lazily asked her to write down the content of the telegram. Wan Qiqi wrote a sentence and put it in the window. Yu Xiaomei took a look and didn't react at first, but soon her expression changed because the paper said, Mao Fuxiang is Mao Xiujie's nephew. He hired him with money. Yu Xiaomei didn't believe it. She asked Mao Fuxiang, and he and Mao Xiujie were indeed from the same place, but the two didn't know each other, and were not related or friends. Most of the people in their place had the surname Mao. There were hundreds of people, but she didn't know many of them.
Who are you?
How do you know Mao Fuxiang? Yu Xiaomei looked at Wan Qiqi with suspicion. She was young and beautiful, and her dress showed that she was well off. She should not like a country boy like Mao Fuxiang. She is different. She is average-looking and old. She can't get a chance to date any of the handsome young men in the city, so she can only look for one in the countryside. Come with me. Wan Qiqi turned and left. Yu Xiaomei hesitated for a few seconds and chased after him. What do you want to say? Stop playing tricks on me. If you don't believe me, then just listen to me and go. Wan Qiqi took Yu Xiaomei to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Mao Xiujie's office. She mentioned Mao Fuxiang. Mao Xiujie would definitely be worried and would go to Mao Fuxiang to settle the score, so she and Manzai split up. She went to find Yu Xiaomei, while Manzai stayed in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Wan Qiqi and Shu Shu asked around and found out that Mao Xiujie had indeed gone out in a hurry, and Manzai climbed into his office through the window. The only telephone in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is in Mao Xiujie's office. Wan Qiqi raised her head and imitated the call of a bird, which was the secret signal she and Manzai agreed upon.
What a nice day.
After Wan Qiqi finished calling out, she said something seriously and then dragged Yu Xiaomei to the window of Mao Xiujie's office. The windowsill was a bit high, so Wan Qiqi pulled her down to squat. Yu Xiaomei frowned and felt that she was really stupid. How could she trust such a crazy person? She stood up and was about to leave when she suddenly heard her husband's voice from inside. Mao Fuxiang, do you still want money? I gave you so much money to keep it a secret, but you spread it around. I'm warning you. If you dare to ruin my good deeds, I'll kill you. Also, hurry up and go to bed early, Yu Xiaomei, so I can bring people to catch the adulterer. Click, the sound of a phone call being hung up. Then there was a flurry of angry curse words, and it was exactly the voice of Mao Xiujie. Yu Xiaomei's face became darker and darker, and her teeth were chattering. She had no doubt at all that the voice inside was her husband's. She had lived with Mao Xiujie for so many years, it was impossible for her to have heard it wrong. Darn it, he actually dared to set a trap for her. Thank you, sister. Yu Xiaomei was extremely grateful. If Wan Qiqi hadn't reminded her, if she was really caught in bed, even if her father was a bit capable, it would be difficult to protect her reputation. She would have to live under the gossip of others, her parents would lose face, and she would definitely lose her job. Mao Xiujie is such a cruel jerk. You're welcome. Wan Qiqi is not kind-hearted. She simply can't stand the scumbag Mao Xiujie. If you are a gigolo, you have to act like a gigolo. You want everything. It's so shameless. Yu Xiaomei was very calm and did not go to Mao Xiujie to make a scene. She returned to the post office. Wan Qiqi was also busy. She found Mao Xiujie's small treasury. He rented a room near the supply and marketing cooperative and hid the money in the stove, wrapped tightly with oil paper. There were more than 10 bundles in total. She counted them and found the total amount was 10,000 yuan, and there were still quite a few tickets. She took all the money and didn't give any to Manzai. It would be hard to explain at that time, so she would give it to Manzai after she got the bonus. Wan Qiqi returned with a full load. He went to the winery to pay the money and then went home with Manzai. The fourth unit's deadbeat owed nearly 30,000 yuan, the largest amount of debt among all the deadbeats. He was the head of a guest house in a large military factory named Gao Yufei. Wan Qiqi was not in a hurry to find Gao Yufei and planned to rest for 2 days. Gao Yufei must be a tough guy since he owed her so much money. She had to conserve her energy. As soon as she returned to the compound, the guard said to her, "Comrade Wan, there is a letter for you." Wan Qiqi thought it was sent from her hometown, but when she saw the mailing address, it turned out to be from the southwest border. Judging from the address, it should be from those two fools, Lu Jiefeng and Lu Yuanchao. Most likely they came to ask for money. Wan Qiqi didn't intend to give it to them. The army had allowances, and she was not the parent of these two idiots. She had given them 20 yuan last time, and she had already become like a mother to them. Sending Manzai home, Wan Qiqi didn't rush to open the letter. She took a nap first. It was dark when she remembered the letter. She opened a bag of spicy fish and ate it while opening the letter. There were 2 letters, each 1 page long. She first picked out the one with beautiful handwriting and looked at it. It was written by Lu Jiefeng. The handwriting of this fool was quite delicate. "Dear sister-in-law, when you read this letter, Yuan Chao and I are already in a state of severe hunger and cold, with only 1/3 of our lives left. The 20 yuan you gave us has already been spent. Now we are penniless and can hardly move. So I would like to ask you to go find my ex-girlfriend Sulina and ask for the gifts I gave her. You can convert them into cash. The total amount is about 286.5 yuan. After you get them back, you and I will each take half. The gift list is as follows. Sincerely, Salute Life was worse than death. Wrote this in tears late at night on May 6, 1971. The third update is complete. The author has gone home. Mount Tai is magnificent, worthy of being the supreme of the 5 mountains. I climbed at night from the Red Gate, and it took 8 hours to reach the Jade Emperor Peak. It is best to travel light. There are water and food supplies along the way. There are many people on the mountain, and it is windy. I came down to take the cable car, which is very friendly to the legs. I also strongly recommend Taiyan's fried chicken, which is delicious. There is also corn porridge. It's my first time to eat it. It's delicious. The people of Taiyan are also very enthusiastic. Good night. Wan Qiqi glanced at the list. There were quite a few things. The most expensive one was a Red Lantern brand radio, which was in short supply now. In addition to the industrial coupons, it cost 78 yuan, and most people couldn't buy it. Even if Sulina was an insider of the department store, she couldn't buy this in-demand product. But in the military compound, it was not so in short supply. There were internal quotas every year, so basically every household had one. Although Lu Jiefeng is stupid, he is Lu Dishing's son, so it is not difficult for him to get a Red Lantern brand radio. Red Lantern radio, in addition to the radio, there was also a pair of T-strap leather shoes, a Shanghai women's watch, and some small miscellaneous items. Wan Qiqi roughly calculated the amount, and it was definitely more than 286.5. Lu Jiefeng, as a child from a large courtyard who is out of touch with the world, had no idea about prices and underestimated a lot. But Lu Jiefeng was very good at keeping accounts. He could even remember a handkerchief or a rubber band clearly. Wan Qiqi didn't know that the Lu Jiefeng brothers' habit of keeping small accounts was thanks to Lu Yi. When the two brothers were young, they were beaten to death by Lu Yi. They could not defeat him, so they could only keep a secret and plan to take revenge with interest when they grew up. Unfortunately, they could never realize it in this lifetime. Wan Qiqi recalculated the gifts on the list and found that they would cost at least 320.5 yuan. She picked up another letter and read it. It was written by Lu Yuanchao. The handwriting of this idiot was as stupid as he was. The radicals and strokes were so far away that they seemed to be 3 meters away. It was just that the area of the letter paper was not big enough. Otherwise, they could be farther away. Lu Yuanchao's writing skills are far worse. He kept asking her to help collect debts and made a list. Unlike his brother, he laid a lot of groundwork in the beginning, and his writing is still quite good. Sister-in-law, these are the people who owe me money, a total of 356.9 yuan. Please help me get it back, and we'll each take half. If you're willing to give me all, I'll definitely treat you like my own mother in the future. Sister-in-law, please go and get the money quickly. I'm almost starving to death. This darn place is not a place for humans to stay. Leeches suck my brother and my blood every day and we're almost dry. Sincerely, Salute, who is about to be sucked dry, wrote this in tears late at night on May 6, 1971. After reading the letter, Wan Qiqi curled her lips. They were indeed two fools, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chu. One was cheated by his partner and the other was cheated by his bad friends. Both of them got a lot of money. However, the experience at the border was quite effective. Qingche's mind became much smarter and he knew to ask her for the debt. Wan Qiqi planned to help these two fools. She could get big money, so small money would be easier for her. I'll go to the department store tomorrow to see how Sulina is cleaning the toilet and ask for money. Without asking that it was definitely Sulina who proposed the breakup. Before going to the border, when the two brothers went home on vacation, Lu Jiafeng and Sulina were still fine. But after going to the border, they became ex-lovers. Perhaps Sulina thought that Lu Disheng was really unlucky and was afraid of being implicated. Moreover, Lu Jiafeng had gone to the border and the two were separated, with his life or death uncertain, so it was understandable that she proposed to break up. She went back to ask the trees about the details. It was getting dark outside, and the pungent smell of chili wafted into the corridor outside. Wan Qiqi took a few deep sniffs and suddenly felt hungry. It was time to make dinner. Lui hadn't come back yet, and Wan Qiqi was too lazy to cook, so she decided to cook a bowl of rice noodles. She took out some dried rice noodles and eggs and went to the space to pick some green vegetables. Just as she walked out of the room, she heard familiar footsteps, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. Lu Yagong went upstairs, carrying large and small bags, all of which were specialties from Western Hunan that he brought back. Deputy Captain Lu is back. What did you buy? So many bags? Everyone I met greeted me warmly. They're all food. Lu was in a good mood. He had been working very hard on the way home just to enjoy his reunion. He didn't throw it into the space on purpose so that people would not see it, in order to avoid people seeing him and Qiqi eating these specialties in the future and arousing suspicion. Everyone was very envious. The couple Lu Yi lived the most carefree life in the family building. Lu Yi has a high salary, Wan Qiqi also has a job, and they have no children. Her biological father has an even higher salary and can provide some subsidies from time to time. No wonder the couple eat meat every meal and are so greedy. Qiqi, I'm back. While still on the second floor, Lu Yi shouted and took 5 steps at a time, and as soon as he finished speaking, he appeared at the entrance of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Wan Qiqi also put the dried rice noodles back and took out the ingredients to prepare a big meal to welcome him. Dinner will be later, go take a shower first. Wan Qiqi looked at the bags in his hands with a smile. She knew without opening them that they must be delicious. I just happened to bring some delicious food. This is sun-dried orchid meat. It's delicious with stir-fried celery and chili peppers. This is the pickled chili peppers over there. They're especially delicious. And this is the crispy chili pepper. I specially asked the chef in the cafeteria to make it. You can have it as a snack. Lu took out the food he brought with him one by one, as if he was presenting treasures. A large jar of pickled peppers, a large bag of crispy peppers, and a large bag of sun-dried orchid meat, all of which he bought from the locals in a village near the hydropower station. Ruan Chichi ate a piece of crispy chili pepper and chewed it for a few times. It was crispy and burnt, not spicy. It would definitely be delicious to eat while watching TV series. Chili crisp pickled peppers, a childhood snack. Raw sun-dried pork, celery, and dried orchid meat. Is it delicious? Louis asked with a smile. It's delicious. Here's a reward for you. Ruan Chichi praised him generously and gave him a kiss on the cheek with her pouting lips. Louis wasn't satisfied yet, so he hugged her and kissed her fiercely for a few minutes before letting her go. Go take a shower. Ruan Chichi glared and picked up a red pickled pepper to eat. It was sour, crunchy, and spicy. Definitely last year's stock. It tasted amazing and was delicious as a snack or with rice. She didn't know that this jar of pickled peppers was originally kept by the owner for his own consumption. There was only one jar left at home. Louis came to the door and said he wanted to buy it, but the owner refused. Then he took out a $5 bill, and the owner immediately agreed. People in the mountains can't save $5 in the whole year, and they can earn $5 from a jar of pickled peppers. They would laugh in their dreams. It really is a miracle of their ancestors appearing. Louis hugged her and kissed her for a while. After being pushed away by her in disgust, he went to the bathroom to take a shower with a smile. Ruan Chichi took a piece of sun-dried orchid meat and prepared to stir-fry it with green peppers. She had eaten this meat in her previous life. It was different from bacon. Sun-dried orchid meat was entirely lean meat. It was invented by sailors. The lean meat was marinated with rice wine and seasonings, put into a basket, and hung on the boat to air dry. It could be preserved for a long time. It was originally called shalanru, and later it was changed to lan, which has a unique flavor. In the evening, Ruan Chichi cooked a large table of dishes, including sun-fried pork with green peppers, pan-fried fish with chili peppers, braised pork with pork belly, pan-fried vinegar pork, stir-fried chili peppers, stir-fried vegetables, and snake soup. She served out some of each dish and made a separate bowl of soup for Louis to deliver to the Gao family. Yin Liya has good skills and does her job very well, so she needs to be won over. Louis came back soon and said, Dr. Yin said that we can finish one more set in 3 to 5 days. I know. Let's eat. Ruan Chichi felt better, as she would soon have a cool candlestick. The food was still gone, but they were still full and wanted more money. They didn't even put away their dishes and ran to have fun. They went out 3 times in a row. During the break, Ruan Chichi told her about the debt collection by the Liu Jiefeng brothers. Director Lin was very efficient. The next day, he went to search the 6 homes mentioned on the note. As expected, he found a lot of money from the place Ruan Chichi mentioned, with the total amount reaching more than 15,000 yuan. Director Lin was furious and showed no mercy. He reported to the police on the spot and took the 6 people away. Director Lin called to express his gratitude and fulfilled his promise. Uncle is a man of his words. I will give you 3 job quotas. As long as I am the factory director, this promise will count. But there is one thing. You must be a down-to-earth person who abides by the law. Which of the people I recommend is not reliable? Let me arrange one first. It's a sister-in-law from the staff quarters. She's as capable as my eldest sister and doesn't like to gossip about other people. But she's a little less educated. Uncle Lin, you can arrange it for me. Ruan Chichi recommended Wang Shihua. There are too few job opportunities nowadays, and many of the wives of soldiers who follow the army have neither skills nor education, so it is difficult to arrange jobs for them. The military district is also very worried. Deputy Battalion Commander Peng used his connections everywhere, but unfortunately there were too many people and too little vacancies, and Wang Shihua still didn't get the job. Ruan Chichi had a very good impression of the couple, especially Wang Shihua, whose fish and pickled ginger were delicious, and the 3 children she raised were also likable. It was not difficult for her to arrange a job for her. It was a piece of cake. Let her report for work next month. As usual, she'll be a temporary worker for 3 months, and if there are no major problems, she'll be a regular employee. Director Lin agreed readily. Ruan Chichi hung up the phone and handed 5 cents to the aunt on the phone. The aunt on the phone was also a military wife living in the family building. She loved gossip. When Wan Qiqi called, she became itchy. She wanted to arrange work. Wan Qiqi said it was easier than drinking water. Was she bragging? Sister Wan, who are you going to assign a job to? Where are they going to work? The aunt on the phone asked curiously. It hasn't been decided yet. Wan Qiqi smiled and left. You must be bragging, huh? The aunt on the phone curled her lips in dissatisfaction and felt even more itchy in her heart. She really wanted to know who was arranged. If she didn't find out, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Wan Qiqi went directly to Wang Shuhua's house. Deputy Battalion Commander Peng and the 3 children were not at home. Wang Shuhua was sitting at the door sewing shoe soles. When she saw her, she smiled and stood up and even brought her a chair. Come inside and talk. Wan Qiqi went straight into the house. Wang Shuhua was a little nervous and asked hurriedly, Sister Wan, is there something wrong? It's okay. I just want to tell you that on the 1st of next month, you will report to the personnel office of the winery. Just state your name and the winery will make the arrangements. You will work as a temporary worker for 3 months first, and you will be promoted to a regular employee if you perform well. Wan Qiqi said it clearly and concisely. Wang Shuhua was a little confused, and her brain was slow to react. Does she have a job? She couldn't believe it. Her husband had used so many connections, but there was still no job. How could Miss Wan say it was so easy? Report on the 1st of next month. Bring your household registration book with you. Don't forget. Wan Qiqi said it again and turned to leave. Wang Shuhua finally came to her senses and asked in surprise, Sister Wan, can I really go to work? When have I ever told a lie? Wan Qiqi snorted softly. She was a person who valued integrity the most. Yes, 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 Sister Wan, your character is the best in our family building. Sister, do I have a job now? A big wonton suddenly fell from the sky. Wang Shuhua felt like she was dreaming. It was so unreal. Yes, don't tell anyone. Wan Qiqi gave him a reminder to avoid a bunch of people coming to his house and causing him annoyance. I know.
Thank you, sister.
You are truly my biological sister. Wang Shuhua shed tears of joy and was full of gratitude to Wan Qiqi, but also a little guilty because she felt that she did not deserve such a great reward. It was just a bowl of dumplings with more vegetables and less meat, but Wan Qiqi and her husband gave so much in return. She felt so ashamed. If she had known that year, she would have put more meat in it and made more dumplings even if she had to borrow money to let Lu Yi have his fill. Make me some komi fish. It's delicious. Wan Qiqi took the initiative to ask for the fish. She didn't want to deal with Wang Shuhua's heavy gratitude, so it would be better to use kumi fish. Wang Shuhua nodded vigorously. She would go buy fish tomorrow, as well as the ingredients for making pig blood cake. She couldn't come up with anything else, so she could only make some food to express her gratitude. Wan Qiqi took a week's vacation. After capturing so many Japanese devils, she needed to have a good rest. The school approved her leave very readily, without asking any questions. It was obvious that Pei Yuan had informed her of this in advance. Lu Yi came back on the 3rd day of her vacation. A short separation is better than a new marriage, and this time it was a long separation. The 2 of them were very passionate and stayed at home all day. Even dinner was picked up by Lu Yi in the cafeteria. He also brought back a letter written by Lu Jiefeng. Dear sister-in-law, I have a question for you. There have been constant border conflicts recently. Those black monkeys are so mean. They always come to provoke us. The squad leader is injured because of them, but the order from above is not to open fire. We are all very angry and want to cross the border and beat them up, but we can't violate the rules. Sister-in-law, you are resourceful and knowledgeable. You must have a way to teach those black-skinned monkeys a lesson, right? I beg you to help me. Those black-skinned monkeys are really too mean. Sincerely, salute written on November 5th, 1971 by Lu Jiefeng, who was very upset and almost angry to death. Wan Qiqi originally thought that this idiot came to complain again, but she didn't expect that this time it was a serious matter. It turned out that the border was the best place to temper a man. It has been less than half a year since they went there, and the 2 idiots have made a lot of progress. At this rate, after a few years of training at the border, They might be able to be retrained and reborn. Is the border tense right now? Wan Qiqi asked. The black monkeys all listened to the Western forces. Their provocations have become more and more frequent recently. Sooner or later, there will be a war. Louis had a stern expression. He didn't understand diplomacy. Anyway, as long as a war broke out, he would definitely go to the battlefield and teach these despicable monkeys a lesson. Wan Qiqi's eyes lit up. She remembered that her history teacher in her previous life seemed to have mentioned this part. China and the black monkeys had indeed fought each other, and it should have been in the past 2 years that China won. She hated the most were the Japanese devils, followed by the black monkeys and the Koreans. So, Wan Qiqi quickly came up with a bad idea. She went straight to Pei Yuan and asked him to help find someone who could speak the black monkey language. As expected, there were many hidden talents in 759. Pei Yuan quickly found one, who was a language genius in 759. He had taught himself many languages, and even he himself didn't know how many languages he had mastered. The official position of this genius is a middle school teacher. He is a little old man with a bald head and looks a bit wretched. Wan Qiqi gave a brief explanation. When the old man heard that they were going to deal with the black monkey, he immediately became excited. After thinking for a while, he started cursing into the recorder. He muttered a lot of nonsense, and Wan Qiqi didn't understand a word he said, but she recorded it all and humbly asked the old man what he said. Duck their mothers and sisters, duck their entire family. The men in their family are easy-souled womens. The women are easy-souled womens. Thousands of people sleep with them, and tens of thousands of people ride on them. They are lowly and inferior people for generations, and they will never be able to turn over a new leaf. That's probably what it means. The old man smiled sheepishly and translated his curse words. Pei Yuan twitched his lips. He was really surprised that the taciturn old man could curse so crazily. It really shows a person's true nature over time. Wan Qiqi gave a thumbs up. The genius is really awesome. The third update is finished. It may be too late to update tomorrow at midnight. I have to catch a train tomorrow night. I will write after I get home.
Sorry.
The update will definitely not be interrupted. It will just be delayed for some time.